thing I do want to know on the amateur side of things is I think that the best thing that they could do in this competition, well, the best thing for them is to just hope that one of the pro players makes a massive mistake and like wipes the team or something, just so that then they can sit back and go, oh, it wasn't my fault. Okay. And then that will relax them, and then they can just play in the competition, and go on from there. And that's what I would do. That's what I always look for in my keys, is just not making the first mistake, and then I'm smooth sailing.
Yeah, I mean, I know that if I was an amateur on some of these teams, I would definitely be feeling a little nervous playing alongside just like some absolute titans here in the World of Warcraft community. We can take a look at the bracket and see all of the teams that we will have competing today. Like I said, 8 teams. We're going to start off here at the top there. Round number 1, we've got Steve Brooders versus Hoppy Joe. But with the rest of these teams, or this first round that we've got coming up here, Dratnos, are you looking forward to anybody in particular?
Yeah, I think Steve Brooders versus Hoppy Joe is going to be a nice one to get started. Steve Brooders, of course, that's Gingy and Now. Those are the 2 Steve Brooders. And then they're joined by Annie Fuchsia, who's the influencer on the team. And then over on Hoppy Joe's side, you've got Shella, Fem, and Russ as the kind of pro player angle. And some of them are playing some exciting, weird off-meta stuff. Role swaps and off-meta classes are coming into play here, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, very, very cool. I think we're going to be seeing some interesting combinations here. Last night I heard a rumor of a Holy Paladin tank. Has anyone heard?
I've heard that's happening. I've also heard there's going to be a Feral Druid healing for one of these keys at some point as well. I don't think we're going to see either of those in this match, though. I think those are in our future.
Okay. All right. Well, let's we're going to get to that game very soon, see what we're going to be seeing. But I mean, it's just got to be such a treat, Liffy, for these amateurs. We had over 1,000 signups for this event, and they were randomly selected to be able to play alongside these amazing players from the community. So super excited to get this one going. This first round is in support of the Able Gamers charity. So for a very, very good cause, these guys will be competing for, Liffy. But what do you think these amateurs are feeling right now?
I bet they're excited to be beyond anything. It's some of these players. We asked them some questions how they feel about the event in general, and a few of them, especially I think the 2 gentlemen on the Stiefbruders team, were super excited to get to play with their absolute heroes. One of them actually started playing, I think it was half a year ago, and really got into M+ because he was such a big fan of Gingy and Now streams. So getting to play with him is like the biggest thing ever for him, and that's just amazing to see. And I think they'll have a lot of fun. Have already been practicing over the past few days. It's gonna be great.
I mean, look at those faces. You can't like, you're gonna have fun playing alongside those 2. Every time we talk to them on the MDI desk, they're always like having a good time, great attitude. And then you can see there as well that charity that I already mentioned, Able Gamers charity, is who these guys are supporting. Able Gamers strives to create opportunities to enable play in order to foster inclusive communities, combat social isolation, and improve the quality of life for people with disabilities. So each of these rounds, we've got a number of charities that we are supporting today, but that's going to be the first one up on the stream here. So we're going to get this one started. And who do we think? Do we want to make predictions? Hoppy Joe versus Steve Brutus?
I can jump in on that one. I know that I saw today, I was watching some of the teams do a little bit of practice, obviously starting off with Steve Brutus and Hoppy Joe. As it's the first game of the day, that would make sense. And I saw Hoppy Joe practicing a lot of Plaguefall, and I saw Steve Brutus practicing a lot of Theater of Pain. And Theater of Pain is the 3rd dungeon in the list, so I feel like they think it's going to go to a game 3. So they maybe are not too confident in themselves if they've been practicing so much theater, but we'll see. I've got high hopes for Hoppy Joe. I've got high hopes for Hoppy Joe. I'd like to see them do well.
Hoppy Joe, yeah, that's got some really good players in there as well. We've got Shelley, we've got Fem. I mean, this is going to be also a really, really strong team. Do you know maybe what composition Dratnos we're going to be seeing from these guys, or at least those 2 players?
From Shella and Fem? Yeah. Well,
never mind. Look, here it is.
Wonderful. So yeah, we've got Shella on the Blood DK, normally known for his Warlock play. Fem over on Havoc, who's normally a tank. and Russ on the Assassination Rogue. Meanwhile, on the Stiefbrüders, Gingy has swapped to the tanking role, taking the Vengeance Demon Hunter that now usually plays and lobbing him over to the Mage. He's not playing the usual Mage we normally see, though. He's on the Frost Mage variety instead. And Annie is there on the Holy Paladin to round things out. And we're starting off here with a Plaguefall 16, Fortified Spitefall Volcanic as well. So this is going to be, this is going to be a pretty close analog to what these teams are used to doing in MDI as well. Plaguefall at 16, I think there's going to be a lot of experience that those pros are going to be bringing, and it'll be a question of how much they've been able to, get the rest of their team on board with the MDI strats.
Yeah, and if you look at Twitch, I've been seeing a number of these teams practicing, on Twitch, and just kind of getting, because a lot of it as well is a lot of the success that you see with some of these teams that compete in MDI is that synergy, right? But some of these teams all of these teams, are kind of a hodgepodge of different players coming together for this event. So I wonder how much of a factor that's going to be, especially when you've got people switching off of these, their main specs, their main role tier Liffy.
Oh, that's definitely going to be a hot mess, so to say. I'm really curious to see how they are going to perform on the different classes. I'm especially, if I swap away from this matchup for a second, I'm especially curious about Jack not getting to play a healer or a tank later on. He's actually going back to the old school days, if I have that correctly. But in general, just seeing everyone play something that is not really their comfort pick. I know some of these players probably will do really good. I can't really imagine a player like Gingy not being somewhat comfortable on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. But yeah, it's gonna be good fun. That is to say the least.
With these affixes that we've got here at a 16 level as well, Sai, where do you think we might start to see these teams come into a little bit of trouble?
Well, Plaguefall is a bit of an interesting one, right? So I think this is quite a unique dungeon when we look at the Shadowlands dungeons listed. Plaguefall is very nuanced. There's a lot of Plague Borer action, chaining bombs into different trash packs and into bosses, and there's a lot of shenanigans that you can get up to. So disregarding even the affixes, I think Plaguefall is going to be very interesting to see, because this is something that requires a lot of practice, I feel. But then when you add in, obviously, we've got Spiteful, which is going to be chasing you around as you're trying to set up these Plague Borer movements and trying to set up for the next pull and whatnot, and then you've got these Spitefuls hitting you in the back of the head. It's going to be eventful. I think it's definitely manageable. On the side of the Stiefbrüders, they've got a Frost Mage, which is going to make slowing Spitefuls and just mobs in general very nice and comfortable. We've got just Russ on the Rogue as well, which is going to make that fairly nice to deal with. There's a lot of utility in an Assassination Rogue. You've got Sheller with the Mask Grip, so he can potentially even look to pull in Spitefuls, hopefully not onto the melee, but away from the healer, and Cremator there, like Mojo and Cremator would be great. So yeah, I think in general, it being fortified is maybe actually going to work against them on a 16 Plaguefall, because I think this dungeon really just comes down to 2 bosses, and to then make the trash more complex, higher health pools and whatnot, more damage incoming, that might throw them a little bit.
I think this is going to be interesting. I'm so excited to see how these players sort of get along, if they're, if their practice has been paid off, or how they are going to do in this dungeon with this brand new team. But while we've got a little bit of time here, definitely make sure you guys are checking out the links down below here on the Complexity page. If you're watching here from Twitch, you can get a link to all of the charities that we're supporting today, as well as the merch, the official limited edition merch for this event. All of the proceeds from that merch will be going to the winner's charity of choice. So for sure, go check that out. I've got the sweatshirt on myself right now. Very cozy, very good cause as well. But I'm curious for you guys, do you have a favorite charity that's participating today? I'll just throw it out there.
I'll just pick that one up. I think I'd personally go with Girls Who Code. As a programmer myself, I think it's a really great charity, and the cause to kind of close that gap, that gender gap in the field, is a really good one, and that's kind of what I'd side with.
If you were on a team, what about you, Dratnos? If you were on a team, is there one that you would pick out of the bunch here?
Yeah, man, if I was on a team, I'd feel so bad about winning because I would be beating the other team's charity, right? And they'd be getting less money as a result.
Right.
So that would be the reason why any bad plays I made would happen, right? Is because I was, the other charity had moved me so much on the other side that I needed to help support them, of course.
Okay, fair answer. Sai?
Yeah, I mean, unlike Dratnos, I would just be throwing my keys because that's what I do naturally, but it's nice that he has a reason for his throwing. I would probably be looking, I mean, the first the first charity of the day for both teams is Able Gamers, and so I've been looking into them, and something that I think it was Gingy said is being able to allow players or allow people to play the games the way that we do is just such a massive is like such a massive experience. So I definitely think helping people with disabilities be able to play games is a big thing because it's a massive pastime. I mean, we're all obviously into our gaming, and so is everyone in chat. And I just think, yeah, to be able to create an environment where others can join us in that is a really special thing. So
Yeah, that's great. And there are, a lot of really special charities that we're supporting today. So definitely go check out those links down below. But I think the game is ready. We're going to get into this round number 1 on Plaguefall and see who will come out on top, who will be moving forward in this bracket, and how just these teams will do for game number 1 here. It is Hoppy Joe versus Stiefbruders for game number 1. I think that Plaguefall is ready to go. And what do we think times are going to be, Dratnos? How are we expecting the length? Do you think we're going to see some massive wipes? I'm hoping we see some massive wipes.
Yeah,
I want to see it.
I think there's definitely the potential that we get into that depleto range, but I think it's more likely that it'll be the 3 chest speed, blazing fast,
Okay.
plus 16 key with these MDI players. It'll be a question, though, of, how much they're ready to play on these kind of off-spec things.
Yeah, I feel like if I was, I would do the same thing as Sai was saying earlier. If I was one of these amateurs, my entire thought process during this would be like, don't wipe my team. Don't wipe my team. But let's hope that doesn't happen. We're going to get game number 1 kicked off right now.
You know what? Oh, sorry. I was just gonna jump in there, Lithia. I would say, I actually probably would try and wipe my team and take home the eternal glory. Hey, remember that guy who wiped Stiefbruders? Yeah, like the world champ. Remember that guy who did that? Your name would live on in infamy. But yeah, we're gonna get into this first pull here, Lithia. Why don't you take it away on what they need to be looking out for here on this massive pull that they're looking to execute here with these Fungomancers?
Well, they got the Bloodlust in there. They got big heals coming in from Annie. Is she okay? I really hope so. The Giant is in there as well, so you need to watch out for the Fungo Storms and the Giant as well. And really cleave in, pump those crazy DPS numbers. Annie actually going down. There was a big hit that's going in there. Or did she actually just drop down to 2%? No, she did die. That's unfortunate. A healer down for the Stiefbruders. Unfortunate indeed, but they seem to be getting through this poll nonetheless quite nicely. Going on to the next pack, it seems, and they'll pick up some more. Maybe we can even see some of the Fungomancer strats with the Mage spell steal. Gingy dropping super low, but Annie is back with the team, can stabilize the tank. And on the other hand, Hoppy Joe, they went through to the first boss and are just cleaving that one down at the moment, Psy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, mentioning what you did about the Fungomancer, obviously they can keep that alive on the side of the Stiefbruders. They can chain that through the dungeon, and now we'll have the opportunity to take the damage buff off of that via spell steal. However, he is new to the mage. I think it's his first day playing it here today. I don't think they want to stress him out with too many additional tasks. He might just have to focus on pressing his Blizzard button. But yeah, on the side of Hoppy Joe, they're actually going for a different strategy, as you mentioned. They end up going for the first boss, Glob Grog, as their first execution. And they skip all this earlier trash that Stiefbruders are actually looking to opt for. So a little bit of a difference in route here. Very cool to see that from these two teams, that there is still so much, so much room for movement in this Plaguefall. And yeah, Hoppy Joe just kind of getting on with things, starting to pull those Plague Borers into the trash packs surrounding them. The Plague Borer, obviously, when you get that to 40% health, it will then try and explode, and any of the mobs or friendly players that are in that explosion will then also take significant ticking damage. And Stiefbruders, they're getting increasingly low. Can Annie keep them up? They seem okay, as you mentioned, Lithy. They just barely stay alive there. Luckily, it's not Grievous,
That was-
because that would be a nasty affix combo for this one. But yeah, go on, Lithy.
Yeah, Grievous would be an absolute nightmare, but they barely managed to get through that one. The Prideful, of course, ticking pretty heavily, but then the Fungo Storm that came in afterwards. Oh no, Sprinklers. Sprinklers just getting clapped there on the attempt to pull some more mobs on the backside of that boss pull here, or whatever else he died to. I'm not
They're
actually.
gonna commit the battle res.
Oh, there were some fungies there, yeah, and the battle res is committed indeed, Psy. You are very much right on that, because they want to blast this boss as hard as possible with the last remaining seconds of their Prideful buff. The debuff's going out, Annie pumping some HPS. This is looking solid, but the boss is melting as well. And of course, since we are running with a non-tyrannical here, this should not be too much of a challenge. Gingy doing a pretty good job on the tanking so far, in my opinion. And now on the Frost Mage, actually pumping like crazy on this boss fight.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gingy he's a pretty good player, right? I think he's pretty good. So him being able to jump in on the Vengeance today shouldn't be too difficult for him. I'm sure with Now as his teacher, as his commander there, he will be able to achieve what is necessary to take the victory in this Plaguefall. But there's still time on the clock. We'll have to wait and see. And yeah, as you mentioned there from Sprinkler, I know that he works for a certain beer brewing company, and boy, I hope he's brought a couple coldies for the boys today, because he's going to need it. This is going to be quite an uphill battle in this competition, like you say, with everyone playing on these different roles, these different classes that they aren't used to. This is gonna be a fun one. But yeah, we can see Sheep Brooders, they are now going and doing these pulls similar to what Hoppy Joe was doing a moment ago. But the difference is Hoppy Joe don't have the initial area of the dungeon trash percentage, so they're gonna have to be pulling extra things in this dungeon to make up for that. But so far, it's very, very similar in terms of Hoppy Joe and Sheep Brooders in their position in this dungeon. Hoppy Joe just slightly ahead on this trash, and they've got the pride that they are now trying to blitz down here. However, they are going to be a little bit behind on trash, so we'll see how that ends up equalizing out at the end of the dungeon. And you can see these Spitefuls here. You can see Uragami, I believe it is, just jumping away, trying to get away from these Spitefuls desperately. He is an Unholy DK, so he's not got his little speedy boots on today. I hope he's enchanted minus speed, but yeah, go on. Sorry, Lithy.
Oh, he popped the Abomination Limb, and with all the Spitefuls going on, if one of those guys targets you and you grip that one involuntarily, that's gonna hurt. But he seems to be fine for the moment. They're finishing off the remaining slimes, and maybe we could swap over to full screen on Hoppy Joe, because I'd love to see what they are pulling currently, because that looks massive. They are pulling double monstrosity there, if I can see that correctly. That one is gonna hurt like crazy if they are not careful. But Fem is in there on the Demon Hunter, pumping away just like crazy. And of course, the Assassination Rogue overall doing pretty decent as well. So not really something you see every day, Assassination Rogue in M+. Usually you're more stuck with the Outlaw kind, but looking really hot here at the moment. But this pack, man, this is crazy. You can see
they're chaining in additional mobs. I think some of the Slime Claws, they ran and pulled in additional mobs. But what was left to even pull in? It seemed like they pulled everything in the surrounding area. They do have to be careful of those frontals from the spine breakers there, as you mentioned, Lithy. Those are some very dangerous mobs. They've got the ground swallows underneath their feet they've got to be dodging, as well as the volcanics. And we see Sheep Brooders, they actually have a full wipe to the... Oh, not quite a full wipe, but close enough. We'll see them get back on their toes in a moment. But yeah, this is a very challenging pull. One thing I really like about the Assassination Rogue here, Lithy, is the ability to... with Garrote, it silences any mob hit by Garrote when used from stealth for 4 seconds. So if just Russia can make very good use of his Vanish and be trying to help group up these mobs for these packs, or even using Vanish into some kidney shots and some ambushes, then hopefully he can try and rein in some of these Slime Claws trying to run away, and some of these Plague Borers, and just make things grouped up nice and tight. But yeah, definitely going to be some work there on the side of the Assassination Rogue. I know you were obviously mentioning that a moment ago, so we'll see in this dungeon how that's going to work out. I actually really like the Assassination Rogue play in a Plaguefall of all keys, and as well potentially in like something like a Halls of Atonement would be really nice. So Yeah, good to see some assassination rogue play here, but yeah, what about the wipe on the side of Stiefbruders there, Lithy?
Yeah, I mean, they were dealing with the monstrosities there, or the abominations there as well, and well, it's a tough pull. I'm really impressed by Hoppy Joe that they went through that one so clean. So really great job on them to just play that one basically perfectly. And we can see Archmater getting here hit by his Spiteful for a second. But
yeah, he just let it walk up to him, didn't he? he just faced
like,
it.
I don't care. You're gonna die in a second anyway, and whatever. Why do we have healers?
Should you have to front on him, you know?
Anyway. Yeah, exactly. But we're in an interesting part of the dungeon here, Psy, because you touched on the Plague Borers earlier already, and these guys just explode. You don't really have to do any damage to them, so you can really just drag them together, put them on mobs you want to kill, and just let them explode, as we can see with the tentacles here. And they do a ton of damage. This is looking great. Tentacles down with just a single explosions, and they'll be moving on to the first mini-boss, while the Stiefbruders, even though they had a full wipe, they arrived on this pack as well now. I'm really curious where they're gonna go from here on out, how they will make up the lost time on that previous pull.
I don't think they had quite as much trash as Hoppy Joe in that initial pull with the Spine Breakers, so I think that's probably why they were a little bit more efficient on their time. But now they've got to try and do a very cute little invis skip that they're going to be attempting here. They're going to have now, they're all going to group up on this ledge. They're going to have now slowfall everyone, and then they're going to look to use their invis pot mid slowfall. However, it looked like Origami, I believe the DK player was he jumped and just fell into the pool of acid, so he's going to have the debuff. But I think they managed to get through. No, they have pulled the mini-boss there, but we'll see if they end up killing it, or if they're going to try and pull some of the Plague Borers into the... Okay, right, that's what they're going to do. They're going to have those two players die, they're going to res them, and I believe one of those was actually Annie, so I think they're going to have to commit a battle res here, and they're going to get back up, they're going to use these Plague Borers to kill the trash, and I think even chain those into Dr. Icarus here as well. So they've got to be careful, but they don't actually have... They can't get the battle res yet.
Oh, can't get the res out because the DK didn't have any runic power for the moment, so they had to pull some more Plague Borers to get the healer up. And now is the one who pulled the mobs, is actually taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful by kiting this one. Annie is back alive, as you mentioned, so she can top everyone off. But on the other side, Hoppy Joe, they're just continuously moving forward through this dungeon, relentlessly pulling pack after pack, and Cremator here on the Shadow Priest doing a really good job so far as well. I'm really liking the Shadow Priest play so far. And after that pack, I think they don't have too much left before they go into the Dr. Echo's boss fight. And
I think they're going to be spotting Pride just here, Lithy, yeah.
Yeah, do you think we'll see a bomb skip, or... is that risky?
I don't know. Right, so for anyone wondering in chat, the bomb skip is where you basically hold all of your cooldowns and Bloodlust, you hold everything, you get your Pride buff, and then when the boss reaches about 80%, you just pop everything, you ignore all the bombs that are gonna explode, and you just full funnel on the boss. Are we gonna see it? I don't know. I don't think it's worth the risk in this competition. It is only a 16 key, so I think it's definitely doable. But I don't know how risky these players want to go. Honestly, this kind of tournament, it's so hard to predict things because I don't know how they're going to be making calls, whether they're going to be going for easier solutions or whether they're going to be trying to risk it for the biscuit, as they say. It does look like they're going to be killing the explosion, so luckily I didn't have to commit to a decision there. That was decided for me. So yeah, just playing a little bit of the safer route, though they did get Icarus down to like 40% regardless, so he's already almost dead.
Yeah, absolutely popping. Just look at the Acerog completely annihilating this boss fight with 9k DPS. So this is looking great. The Shadow Priest pumping as well, and the boss already on 25%. Swaps the platform one more time. And on the other hand, Stiefbruders, I think they just killed their Prideful as well, and are looking to move on to the boss fight. Just prepping the pull because they had one more Spiteful up. They wanted the reset there. I think they're looking for some Plague Borers to pull into
They absolutely
boss,
are.
and there it is. The boss fight is a go, and yeah, Psy, the Plague Borers are rolling in any second now to just completely annihilate this boss.
Another thing to note as well, very cute on the side of Origami there, the DK on the side of the Stiefbrüders, he was using his Fleshcraft Necrolord ability in the pool of ooze that had, from the previous mob that had died, in order to gain a haste buff that is going to give the player and allies increased haste. I believe it's 15% for all of the players that don't have Fleshcraft, and then I believe it's 25% for the player with Fleshcraft. But I could be wrong there. I know that definitely when you stand in that red puddle, it does do ticking damage to you, but it also gives you the 25% haste. So actually a really nice buff to use if your healer can keep you alive. So a very cute maneuver to use in this dungeon. Obviously getting use of that Necrolord ability in the Plaguefall. So it's great to see that on the side of the Stiefbrüders. And yeah, they're gonna be killing Ickis here very, very quickly. I think they managed to get some of those bombs in. I was so busy talking about the little ooze on the floor, I didn't actually see the plague board. Yes, they're pulling some in more in now. So this Ickis is gonna absolutely drop now, but is now gonna go down first. It's a race to the bottom, and now seems to be the victor or perhaps the loser, depending on how you want to evaluate it. Unfortunate there. Maybe he ran out of ice blocks. We'll have to watch that on the replay. I'm so sure somebody will have it. But yeah, they do dispatch of Ickis there. And now Lithy, we see Hoppy Joe looking very, very solid here, looking to kill the trash just before Venom Blade. They are probably going to proc a Pride before they do engage Venom Blade here to help them a little bit with this boss. Of course, it is a fortified setting, so it shouldn't be too required, but it definitely helps, and will just mean that they can execute Venom Blade without too much trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Also, they still have to make up some of that trash that they did not play at the start of the dungeon compared to Stiefbrüders, but they are looking pretty good on that one so far. 72% basically on the counter for them at the moment. And after that, moving into the Domina fight, they are very, very close to the end. But at the moment, they're dropping pretty hard. We can see Cremator here on the Shadow Priest throwing out some off-heals to keep his team alive, because those spiteful mobs definitely hurt, and I think there were some spiders jumping around there as well. But on the same note, I kind of have to give a little shout out to Mojo here, one of the randoms, so to say, one of the community players,
amateur players
that was swapped. Amateur players, that's the word I was looking for. Thanks. One of the amateur players in this team who's actually healing and has been doing absolutely fantastic so far. They're on a murder pace, and actually way ahead of the Stiefbrüders, at least they were until now, because with that little oopsie, they might have lost a few seconds here. Let's see if Stiefbrüders can actually catch back up.
Yeah, absolutely. And a really cool thing, as you were mentioning, with Mojo on the side of Hoppy Joe, he was actually used to be a World Top 50 raider. So really, really impressive. I think that was back in, I want to say, like either Kato Mist or Legion, one of those good ones. But then, unfortunately, had a child and had to give up the hardcore rating. Ugh, what a bum. F's in chat. But I'm sure he's, I'm sure that's a worthy trade on his side. But yeah, so Mojo definitely a capable player, definitely a well-experienced player. And you can see that on the side of the Resto Shaman. And yeah, Cremator as well. He actually got a little bit of trouble a moment ago. Did you see with the getting trapped in the web and then having a spiteful mob come and slap him as he got hit by a volcanic? It was quite a tussle there, and quite unfortunate on the side of Cremator. You can't really be blamed for that one. I think somebody in the Blizzard world wants you dead, and yeah, there was no way out of that, but that was funny to see. And
Trash was getting pretty spiteful there, so yeah, not a good situation to be in. But who also is in a situation they don't want to be in is the next boss that Hoppy Joe is doing at the moment, because they are just completely melting down Domina in no time, down to 40% already. They popped everything. They popped the cooldowns. The fairies are going out from the Night Fae Priest. Prideful buff is in there as well, which Stiefbrüders are actually finishing off in this very moment. That one is down to 40% for them as well, so they'll be going with a big bang into that next boss fight if they don't laser each other with the with the prideful bolts. But for the moment, this seems to be looking very good and very much in favor of Hoppy Joe. But we need to talk about the last 20% that Hoppy Joe still needs to do in terms of trash Psy, because there isn't too much trash downstairs, so you can pull some of the blobs on the right side, which is a little bit of a detour, which they will be going for. And then there's the mobs in the last chamber, and 20% is what they are missing. Do you think that's enough?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they just need around about the 80% mark if they are opting to kill these slimes here, which they are looking to do on the side of Hoppy Joe. If they were going to skip these slimes, I believe that they would need around about the 83% mark. And yeah, there we can see on Cremator's stream there, it's 3% that these blobs are going to be giving them. And it's actually a really good choice to opt for these slimes because they're going to get access to the Fleshcraft from the Necrolord, which I believe is just Russ, and that's going to give them a damage reduction shield. It's going to give them a poison damage on their attacks, and it's also going to give them the haste buff as well. So they're actually going to be empowering themselves here, ready to go in and complete the rest of the dungeon. So I think actually a really good use of trash pulling here. And now, Lithy, I got a really fun fact for you, and I'm wondering, do you want to hear my fun fact?
Hit me, Psy. Hit me.
All right, I'm going to hit you with the fun fact because you've asked for it. When these guys were practicing, the Stiefbrüders and Hoppy Joe, they only had a 30-second difference in their finish time on this one. Hoppy Joe were 30 seconds ahead of Stiefbrüders, and that, I think, is why this is such a close game. And yeah, great to see that this is such a tight race for the first game of the day. The competition's really off to a great start. And just for anyone that doesn't know, no matter who the winner is of this first series between Hoppy Joe and Stiefbrüders, either way, Able Gamers is getting money for their charity. So that's a really great thing to hear. That's a really great aspect of this event, is that even though one of these teams is going to be leaving after this series, we're still going to be bringing some home over to the Able Gamers. So that's great.
Hell yeah, and with that, we're going into the last boss of the dungeon for Hoppy Joe. Stradama is the name of the game here, and it is dodging tentacles. Let's hope no one gets slapped around. That would be unfortunate, but they should be more than fine. They survived the dungeon so far. They are looking solid. Actually missing a little bit of trash. I don't think they have anything left.
No, They've got something. I don't know where they parked it, but this is going to give them, if you look on the side of the like keystone area of the screen for Cremator, you can see that they're in combat with something that's going to give them 1% trash, which will proc their pride. But I don't actually see where it is. Oh, I know what it is. It's the DK. So Shella has taken control of a minion, and when that then dies, they'll be able to proc their pride, but they're probably going to wait until after Margrave is dead, or just as she's about to die. Yeah, I couldn't see anything for ages. I was like, man, am I going crazy? Am I just terrible at my job? But then I realized, of course, they've got the DK. They've taken control of an undead mob there.
Yeah, good corpse. I totally did not think about that one. But something we need to think about here is that Stiefbrüders are on that last boss as well. And I think they went through the first intermission just now as well, if it wasn't even the second one. So they are
looking to go through the second intermission in about a moment. Yeah, it's very close.
Super, super close. So that 30-second that you just mentioned a moment ago, that might just be something that is even closer on this match, because these teams are neck to neck at the moment, and it's gonna be a nail biter to finish this one off. So Hoppy Joe going in for the kill. 25% left on the boss. The minion needs to be released as well. There it is, the defender of many eyes. There we can see it get started up immediately, and Hoppy Joe blasting to the finish line. Boss goes down in just a few seconds. Now the defender is the only thing left standing between them and the first win in this series, and it is looking good. Even the Bloodlust gets taken into that skeletal minion. That one is done. Prideful spawns. Key is over. 3 chest, 1-0. Hoppy Joe. GG's.
do. I mean, those were some little bit of trouble like here and there, but overall, I mean, those two teams, Dratnos, both looking like pretty solid.
Yeah, I think all our amateur players acquitted themselves really well there. I loved as well the support that was coming out from Hoppy Joe, winner of our series there. Their amateur players were Mojo, their Resto Shaman, and Cremator, their Shadow Priest. And the Shadow Priest is actually contributing a lot of damage to some of those most important pulls, especially when you factor in the power infusions that he was putting on generally on Rust, the Assassination Rogue. So that is a lot of extra damage for a spec like Assassination.
Yeah, very, the word amateur doesn't really describe them very well. I mean, it's very clear that these are still, skilled players. They put a lot of work, I think, into today in their practice. And yeah, that's going to go to Hoppy Joe. So well done to those guys. And during that game as well, we've got a lot of donations that I need to catch up on. Is it all right if I go through these real quick?
All
right. Okay, so our first charity here, let me pull up this information. Equal Justice Initiative. We've got $150 already raised here. $50 from Shine. That was 45 seconds ago. Just way to get that in at the last minute. And then Beef, $100. Looking forward to an awesome event, he says. And then we've got $370 already raised for Able Gamers, which was the charity of this first round up here. So we've got $20 from Anonymous, and then $250 from Osu. Us, the game. Let's make the gaming community bigger. So thank you so much for that. That's already $370. I think that's the most we've got raised for any of our charities. None raised yet for Girls Who Code or the Trevor Project. So maybe we can give those two some love. And then we've got $245 for our U.S. Veterans charity as well. And that's $100 from Tax Watch, $25 from Lady Jasmine, $20 from Kason, and $100 from Towley. And he says, let's go cadre compadres for the vets. He spelled faux the vets. I don't know if that was on purpose or to be, funny, but thank you so much to everybody that has donated so far to these charities. !donate in the chat if you want a link with more information, or you can check out those links down below. But I mean, I feel like considering how well that first one went, Liffy, the rest of this event is going to go very well. I think that was a good way to start off the day here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was a crazy map, really cool performance from both teams. Little bit of a hiccup on the side of Chief Brutus with that full wipe, but even though they climbed back into that map, I basically finished almost neck to neck with Hoppy Joe. So second map is gonna be even better, and we touched a little bit on one of the teams actually practicing the third map a bunch. Might come in handy, that practice, later on. I don't know.
Yeah, and go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, it's a single elimination event today, so potentially Stiefbrüders could be out of our tournament if they lose this next map. That could be the end of the show for them, which it's exciting. It's it's something that I wouldn't have expected to happen. A team with Now and Gingy on it, but anything could happen, especially when there's so much new people playing off specs. We've got our amateur players here throwing a huge wrench into things as well.
You know what it is, Dratnos? Now didn't opt to play the Blood DK, and it's coming back to haunt him. This is karma, okay?
Yeah.
He's been saying, oh, Blood DK, let me play Blood DK, and he hasn't played it.
And Stiefbrüders played Vengeance, Demon Hunter, Holy Paladin as well, so there's some justice in losing there, I think. I think that's unethical. Those specs are unethical, and so I'm glad the Blood DK wrestler came and took it. Yeah.
Did you just call them tryhards? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, just as a reminder as well for everybody watching from home, obviously these teams want to do well, but at the end of the day, they're here to have fun. They're here to, make friends. But really, it's for charity. We're raising money for charity for all of these great charities that we've got partnered with us. So, it's good that they're switching it up, playing new specs, having fun. But it also makes me wonder, Sai. We're seeing them play alts, basically. I wonder if we're gonna see sort of towards the end of the day, when the stakes get a little bit higher, them sort of start to switch a little bit back to their mains.
100%. 100%. This is like when your girlfriend's like, you're lazy, you never do the dishes, I'm doing all the chores here, I built all the IKEA furniture, and you're like, okay, I'll do it, I'll do it. You do like you do the chores for like one day, and then the next day you just go immediately back to your old habits. Like this is them. They're playing their alts, they're playing some new specs for like the first game, and then they lose the first game and they go, that didn't feel so good. Maybe actually we should just play like the real stuff. But I
bet they'll play on
expect
these.
it.
I think that even in the finals we'll have teams doing weird stuff. I think that's going to be their plan. So I disagree.
All right, so we've got Sai being a little bit of a pessimist. We've got Dratnos holding out hope for these more interesting compositions. Lippy, where do you stand in this?
I'm standing on the position of, do we get to see every single spec in the game during this day? I'm kind of thinking about what's the spec that I least expect to see throughout the whole tournament day.
Feral Druid.
Yeah, Sai is perking up here. He's getting ready to talk about any of the 3 specs he plays.
Yeah,
honestly,
I got Feral Druid, I got Survival Hunter, and then a Windwalker Monk, like some kind of...
I was about to say, like, if we're talking about Psy and off-meta picks, I think it's more likely to see a Feral Druid than a Survival Hunter. I think Enhancement Shaman is definitely something we'll see. I'll probably have to settle with the Survival Hunter if I have to say there's one spec that's not going to show up, but I'm gonna be curious. I think I'd completely agree with Dranos. We'll see a bunch of crazy off-meta picks, and especially on players that we do not expect them of.
I think what we'll see, I think a lot of teams are going to have a 5 spec comp that they kind of just run every time. Where it includes people on their off rolls, but I don't think they're going to be swapping around between like a bunch of different specs in this event. I think they mostly probably have like picked some stuff, practiced a few dungeons, and they'll see what works.
Got a couple donations I'm going to read off real quick. We did end up getting some love to those charities that didn't yet have any donations. We've got $300 raised now for Girls Who Code. We've got Liren with a $100 donation. That's a guildie. I love you, Liren. And then we've got $50 from Natalie as well. So thank you so much to those two for those donations. And now we don't have a single charity with no donations just yet. We've got $20 raised for the Trevor Project, and that is from Warrior, and he says, glad to help this great organization. Thank you so much to those donations. So let's talk about this second map here that we've got coming up. We just saw Plaguefall. Now we're going to be seeing Mists, and those fixes are going to be Raging, Bursting, Explosive, and Prideful. And we can also see the compositions here. We can see what our amateurs are going to be playing as well. How are we feeling about this comp, Dranos?
Yes, it's the same comps. Both teams are running it back. An exciting thing about this map is there's no Tyrannical or Prideful, and this is true for a lot of our different dungeons over the course of this event. But it's going to be a cool thing to see. Now, when there's no Tyrannical or Prideful, that does mean there's one extra spot for a different affix. And so here we have Raging, Bursting, and Explosive, which means particularly towards the end of the polls, stuff can start to get a little bit hectic. However, both teams do have access to purge effects for the Enrage. Sprinklers has a soothe for that, not a smooth. Russ on the side of Hoppy Joe has one with Shiv, although for Assassination, it's actually a little bit more awkward than it is for Outlaw or Subtlety, because Shiv is the button that dispels Enrage, but it's also just one of your damage buttons on that spec, so that's a little bit of a pain. One cool thing that I think is going on for Hoppy Joe here as well, Cremator on the Shadow Priest has a Mass Dispel that can be really potent if it's well timed against Bursting, so I'm looking out for that. And Uragami on the Unholy DK was actually putting up some pretty big numbers in the Plaguefall earlier, so I would like to see that continue as well.
You know, I feel kind of dumb. I just realized that the Joe means coffee. Hoppy Joe, because it's a bunny with coffee. All right. Okay. Does anyone know the story of that team name? I'm like trying to find that information anywhere.
I have no idea.
That's an interesting one. We've got Super Wholesome, Hoppy Joe, and then we've got Steve Bruno. Definitely some interesting contrasts here, but yeah. Do we think this is going to be a 2-0? I mean, there's no way, right? I feel like this is going to go to a game 3, Lithy.
That's That's interesting, definitely. I mean, Dranos brought some interesting points up, especially Cremator with the Master Spell for bursting. That is going to take a lot of pressure off of the healer. And Annie not having access to that tool to support her with the healing, I don't want to say she can't deal with it. She definitely can, but it's definitely it's a lot more pump she needs to do on the Holy Paladin in general throughout the dungeon. So maybe they have to pull some stuff slower, maybe stagger some mob kills here and there, and they might just lose some time here. So honestly, overall, I think Hoppy Joe has a pretty good shot at this to just run away with the whole series. But at the same time, we don't have Tyrannical or Fortified on this dungeon, so it's gonna be fast nonetheless. So my points might not even matter, and everyone is just gonna blast through it.
Bum, bum, bum. Real quick, we've got another donation here for our U.S. veteran charity. It's $100 from Oh No Not Again. He says, just to match Towley at Towley. I haven't forgotten to resub. Wildstar should be coming in the next few days. Much love. All right, cool. I feel used.
That's like a very interesting way to like communicate between the two. But
Yeah.
hey, we'll take it.
I'll hit up Tally and forward your message to him. got that dude on speed dial. But yeah, if I miss any of these donations, if I skip one of yours and you notice and I didn't read it out, tag me on Twitter. I'll get it read out. I'm trying to get all of them here, but there's a lot of support we've got already, which is just amazing to see, guys.
Yeah, give Aya a harder job. Keep donating so that she has to like keep working.
Yeah. So if I'm looking off at my screen desperately a lot, that's because I'm trying to keep track of all the donations that we've got coming in here. So if I look distracted, I'm not. I promise. I'm just trying to make sure all these donations are going out. But exclamation donate in the chat if you want more information, and I can read out your donation here on screen. So thank you so much to everybody that has already supported these charities. And honestly, it kind of looks like Able Gamers is going to be the first to reach their goal here. I mean, they're really, really close. So yeah, should be interesting to see how this day goes along, and I can't wait to see some of these donation lines go all the way to the end.
Feels good, man. Oh, it's amazing to see the community come together for these charity events again and again in such a massive force. It just warms my heart every time.
If anybody's looking for some ideas for donation, text messages, I would say try and make Aya do the text to speech, the ones that are like LLLLL or whatever. Just make her do that on air. I think that would be a really, really good thing to use your money on.
I can try and imitate Siri or something or someone if you want. I don't know. This is gonna turn into like me having to do challenges or something. Like Aya, do push-ups. $10 to.
We'll just watch. We won't join in. We'll just watch you.
Are we gonna go full GDQ and do stupid voices if it's requested and everything? Oh god. I
mean, you know what? If it's for a certain amount of money, I'll do it. I'll do anything for charity. Because, right? These guys have to do Plaguefall. I have to do silly challenges. It's only fair.
Yeah, I thought I already did have a stupid voice, Lithy, so I feel like I'm already doing that challenge.
I mean, if it's standard, is it really a challenge though?
It's a challenge to listen to.
It's a challenge for the three of us. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
True.
I'm just refreshing, waiting if someone is actually going to take us up on this.
I was thinking about saying I'd match the donation with the stupidest pun throughout the day, but then I just go home poor. So I'm not going to do that. But
we've got one. Should I do it like a text to speech?
I mean, I think you're obligated to. Otherwise, you're
I am obligated now, but this might be a one-time thing, or it's going to get real annoying. But here we go. This is $5. Thank you so much, and loving the tourney and the casters and hosts, and of course, let's get those charities going. 777777777. So thank you so much to Steele for that donation, for support, and that one went to Girls Who Code. So thank you so much. And we're halfway through. Yeah, like I said, Able Gamers, they're beating all of the other charities by $50 for their their goal of $1,000. So they are 50 ahead of Equal Justice Initiative. So lots of money going out to these charities. Thank you so much. I think we're going to get into that dungeon very soon. Here it is, game number 2. Hoppy Joe already up 1-0. Let's see if Steve Brutus can stay in this one, Liffy.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting for sure to see. So this time on board with both the tanks on the right side, the big screen Shella on the Blood Decay at the moment, and of course in the bottom left for the Stiefbruders and Gingy on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. We'll go right in big Pulse triple pack with that Villager that is really dangerous. And yeah, let's see how much DPS we can see pumped here. And Psy, this pull is nothing to scoff at, right?
Absolutely not. The mobs jumping that are going to be jumping on those players are going to be doing AoE damage and putting these bleeds on everyone. They've got the bursting that they need to be watching out for whenever they kill anything. Somebody needs to be hitting those explosives. Somebody, please. Hopefully it's just Russ getting in there and giving them little bops on the head. Definitely not an easy pack. We've got the mobs starting to rage as well as they get low on the health pool side of things. So a very difficult pull, even without the fortified. This is, yeah, it's quite an intense combination of affixes for that kind of pull. They didn't commit the Bloodlust, but you do see that Shella has procced his Cheat Death as well, or he's procced the Alar trinkets. So that, you know, that's not an easy pull. Your tank's taking a lot of incoming damage with the raging. They don't have anything really to soothe it. I mean, I guess they've got just Rust, but when you got 6 or 7 raging mobs, you kind of just have to either run away or hope your healer can keep you up. But they're now doing this very interesting pull on the side of Hoppy Joe here. They're pulling in the harvesters, the Dress Harvesters, as well as the Dress Souls. So this is a lot of AoE damage as well that's going to be coming out on the group when these start doing their tantrum. But they're going to have a few seconds before that does occur. They're going to have to be making sure that they get a soothe on these bow breakers before those thrashings get too dangerous, Lithy. But I think, have they had a DC? Oh, no. That looked like a DC, but Kremator was just so far away from the rest of the group. Right, okay. I thought they had
down.
But he's down now. May as well be DC'd.
Exactly, and doesn't really make too much of a difference, but there's the immediate combat res coming out from Shella. The Shadow Priest is back in the game, so no worries had there for that moment. Of course, 5 seconds on the timer, but they will survive with that one. On the other hand, Steve Brewers, they are already basically through that double Thrasher pull. And spawning their Prideful. They pop Bloodlust at the very start of the dungeon, though, so a very much deserved and necessary advantage they have at the moment, even though it's not much. I would have expected a little bit more with that Bloodlust coming out, but nonetheless, Hoppy Joe, of course, doing a great job so far. Mojo absolutely pumping the heals on that pack just now, and the pack at the start of the dungeon, of course, but Steve Brutus, maybe if we take a look at their full screen for a moment, they are just completely annihilating the first boss now. Maybe they can even one-face it. Let's see that.
Yeah, I absolutely think that they will be able to, because of course we don't have the Tyrannical. They did commit the Bloodlust on the side of Stiefbruders in that initial pack pull because they don't really need it for this boss. They're gonna have the Prideful buff. They're gonna have Ashen with Annie on the Holy Paladin, Venthia, so they are gonna have access to a lot of damage. Of course, as well, they've got the Balance Druid with Sprinkler, so that Balancers can burst like 40k on this boss or more potentially, so they are absolutely going to be one-phasing Ingra here, no problem. And Hoppy Joe probably looking for a very similar situation. They have committed the Bloodlust, they've got the Pride buff still, and you're going to see Ingra absolutely falling over, but not fast enough on the side of Hoppy Joe. Steeproot is already on to the next pack, and we're going to see Sprinkler doing a very cute maneuver. He's going to jump up in the air, use his wild charge to disengage backward, and then flap. As he's flapping across the sky, he then pulls in the additional mob pack there. So Stiefbruders turning this 2 mob pack into a 6 mob pack, I believe. So quite a time efficient way of getting your trash in this dungeon. Very, very time efficient. And especially if they end up going to the right side of this maze, then they're already going to just be able to run into the next segment. No problem. And we see Shella there giving us a little bit of a wave. I don't think he would be waving if he knew he's a little bit behind the Stiefbruders here. He'd be Maybe just panicking a little bit.
Oh no! Oh no, Psy, don't call him out like that. Don't put him under more pressure.
Hey, I want to see a game 3. That's all. I want to see a game 3.
True, true. I'm with you on that one. Now lost his life on the path there somewhere. Got lost in the mists, I think, but he's back up and with the team. So Gingy can go ahead and pull the next pack. But yeah, as you mentioned already, Stiefbrüder is doing a great job of pulling that one pack over the wall, speeding up the whole process here of trash killing in the maze. And with 31% on the board, looking pretty decent. But of course, it's mists after all, and a lot of the overall percentage that you gather in this dungeon is basically the last third after the second boss, with all the gorms that come after the maze. So we'll have to wait and see how much they actually still have to pull over there. For now, we will see them just figuring out which symbol does not match the other ones. They get the matriarch, unfortunately. So yeah, this is one mini boss that kind of slows you down a little bit, right?
Absolutely. The matriarch here, it is unfortunate with the mini bosses in terms of time efficiency, though they are worth quite a decent amount of trash percent. And again, not being on a fortified setting, they should be able to deal with the matriarch fairly comfortably. But Gingy's got to be a little bit careful here. He does end up moving the matriarch out of that healing pool that does go down. So he's definitely picking up the tanking very well. I told you he's pretty good, didn't I? I did tell you he's pretty good at the game, and he is showing that with his excellent movement here on this mob. But yeah, one thing I am curious about, Lithy, that I'm unsure of is what maze each team is going to have, because I don't know if they're going to be exactly the same or if teams are going to have differences in mazes, because sometimes you can get a very good maze that benefits you and you get very good trash packs and routing, and sometimes you can get ones that are less beneficial. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. I don't know, maybe if production can confirm that one, but so far we've seen Stiefbrüder have to deal with the matriarch, and I'm sure Hoppy Joe will be catching them up shortly, and we'll see what they end up going for. But they're also going to be doing, Lithy, a very cute little maneuver as well that the teams will be attempting, where when these mobs die, they have a moment where they leave combat, and then they can run into the mist of the next potential area or the next potential zone. And whilst the Pride is spawning, if they could just time that correctly, then they can actually unlock the next segment of the dungeon whilst also summoning the Pride. So then they can look to combine the two packs. But before I say any more, Annie goes down. Annie, no, my queen! We got to get her back up again. Sprinkler there going to be looking to give her a combat res. And yeah, they managed to stay alive. Sprinkler manages to keep up. Not a full team wipe on the side of Stiefbrüder, but they are adding a little bit to their death counter there. I'm sure they'll be okay. Just a cute 5 seconds on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you know what they say, the queen's dead, long live the queen, or something along those lines.
Something like that.
Yeah, well, they are back in it. They all recovered. There is no worries to be had. And with the next pack already underway, Sprinklers is the one who will actually go down here. A little bit of an unfortunate mishap here for the Boomkin, getting completely clapped there on that pole. Another death on the board to actually release and run back in, because I think that is a little bit more time-saving than waiting for the team to finish off this pack and just getting back in there. Now actually dropping some below as well. Annie can maybe get the heals in there, but the bursting is
Annie goes down
a little bit too hard. Annie actually going down on that one as well. Really, really unfortunate, and now surviving with 2% HP. Gingy has his steward out. That's why he survived, because that owl is just the best and saves you anyway through anything. And with that, Stiefbrüder is actually falling behind a little bit, I'd say, because Hoppy Joe are just moving on towards the boss room.
You know, the issue with this one as well, Lithy, is that Sprinklers, you know, at the beginning of the maze, he was doing that maneuver with the flapping and pulling the extra mobs. He's actually the Night Fae for the group, the Night Fae Covenant, so he didn't activate the Acorn, so now Annie and Sprinklers have had to run the absolute long way from the beginning of the dungeon, so they've just added probably an extra 30-40 seconds on top of the normal run back time for the dungeon, and I don't know how Annie's actually going to get back. She might have to commit an invis pot, I believe, but Uragami there almost going down as well, the Unholy DK. He does manage to stay alive, and Annie and Sprinkler, they're back in the zone, back in the fight, just in time for a little pride action.
Yeah, getting that prideful spawned right away, that's a good pace to move through this pack, and of course, that one will be dealt with quite swiftly. After that, it's moving on towards the boss. Hoppy Joe going for a similar move with their pride, but they spawned the next one before going into the boss fight now, so definitely a good advantage to have in this fight, because well, the more damage you deal to the boss, the better it is. Of course, that's always
Yeah, absolutely.
But you can skip one or two opportunities and some mechanics that can get really nasty on this boss, right?
Yeah, you're able to skip some of these guessing games, and Shella there going in the hard mode, actually disabling his UI for this boss. That would be quite. I don't know. Is that a nice little gimmick for him to see which mob he needs to attack a little bit easier? I don't know. Maybe that's.
I think it's a lot
start
easier to see the symbols
Yeah.
above the mobs if you disable your UI for
Yeah.
a second. Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah, they can actually skip some of these guessing games, but I don't know if anyone has unlocked the magical secret of how to do that. I know that it has been done and it is possible. I think it has to do with the timings of when the boss is doing some of its spell cast. On the side of Hoppy Joe, they weren't able to skip any so far, but they're gonna, they're just gonna kill it the old-fashioned way, and they're just gonna beat down some of these illusions here. Also, they gotta be careful of these explosives, because they're gonna be spawning on each of these illusions as well as the fox that's gonna be chasing round specific players. So they need to make sure they don't let any explosives just sit at the back of the room and start chopping away at their health pools, but they're doing a very good job. Mojo and the Cremator there looking out for those aspects of the fight. And Hoppy Joe,
no,
we get a freeze.
He gripped that fox in. What is going on? What was happening there?
Oh, he's laughing. I think he did it on
no.
purpose.
Trolling his team a little bit, you think? Might be. Who knows?
Hey.
But interesting thing to mention, I think, is that Stiefbruder's popped another Bloodlust, if I'm not completely mistaken, here on this fight.
Yeah, so because Stiefbruder is actually committed to the Bloodlust in the initial pull of the dungeon, they're actually going to get that second Bloodlust up a little bit earlier than Hoppy Joe. So that's where they're able to commit that Bloodlust sooner than Hoppy Joe would, because I think Hoppy Joe still have 2 minutes left on their Bloodlust. So they're only going to have a 2 Bloodlust dungeon. I don't know if Stiefbruders are actually going to get a 3rd Bloodlust. We'll have to see on the total timing on this dungeon, but they're definitely looking to commit their second Bloodlust there, it seems. Which I think is a reasonable choice. I think they were trying to burst down the last 10% health of the boss before that guessing game comes in. And when you have access to Ashen, you have access to a balanced druid, and now on the absolute monstrous Frost Mage, they can just skip that last guessing game.
Yeah, he's looking really good on that mage so far. I'm actually impressed to see Frost Mages popping off so hard.
Frost Mage is good.
Kind of makes me, yeah, Frost Mage is definitely good. I mean, if you have played arenas in the recent days, then you'll definitely hate to see a Frost Mage whenever you queue into that one. So good to see that they get some time as well. They're chilling in plus nowadays as well. But for now, we need to watch the Gorms, because Cremator is dropping super low. The heals coming in from Mojo. Can he keep his team alive? Rogue as well. Russ is struggling to stay alive. Desperate Prayer going out, as well as the wall for Mojo himself to just keep himself up as much as possible without having to invest.
They have no poison to spell here, Lithy.
Yes, it is
dropping ever lower.
It just ticks so hard. Cremator actually going down. Ross going low as well. Gets a big heal there with a hard cast from Mojo, but Shella is now the one who's dropping as well, because this tank is getting clapped like crazy on the side of Stiefbrothers. We have a death as well coming in there. Is once again the Boomy falling prey to all these mobs, because owls are not welcome in Bugland here at the moment. Actually, Gingy dropping super low. That's a meta proc. This could go very wrong for Stiefbrothers any second now.
Both teams are falling down, but who will recover the quickest? Hoppy Joe here procking their pride. Just Russ barely hanging on. Just managing to recoup here a little bit. Mojo still was a decent amount of mana, it seems, so he should have enough for this pride. But Stiefbrothers, they're still in a little bit of a danger zone. They are going to have to Heart of the Wild on the side of Sprinkler, so he can Heart of the Wild and do some off healing with, if he has that cooldown up available, but he may have had to commit it earlier on in the dungeon. He does have the access to Celestial Alignment and Convoke, if he does so choose to use it. And now it looks like Gigi, is he pulling in additional mobs on top of that Pride?
I think he has to, because they lost their DK on the first of the Pride.
Yeah.
No, he actually went for the in-cap to allow his DK to skip that pack and rejoin the group to help with that Pride.
Very nice play.
Too many issues. Very nice play indeed. Completely agreed with you there. But he's dropping super low again, and with barely any HP left on the party, Stiefbruders manages to defeat that Prideful, and he definitely not okay on that Holy Paladin on that pack, because man, that was rough. That was absolutely rough. Really hard to deal with, going big pack into Prideful, into so much damage, and then even losing a DPS there. So you are down a man for the duration of the whole thing. Really, really not an easy position to be in as the healer, but she manages to hold on quite well here.
Absolutely, Lithy. You know, I don't know what content Annie normally gets up to on her Twitch channel. I think she does a lot of farming and collecting of like mounts and transmogs and that kind of thing.
She's a pretty good Warlock player, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that she's you know, doing some of the PV content as well, but she's absolutely definitely not going to want to be doing any Mythic Plus shortly after this. This has got to have been a stressful experience for her, a stressful dungeon. There is a lot to go, a lot of healing to be done here with this bursting explosive affix and the raging as well. It's definitely something to keep her on her toes, that's for sure. But now we're getting into the final moments of this dungeon, Lithy. We've got Hoppy Joe.
No.
They've got a couple deaths.
No.
Fem goes down, Mojo goes down, Mojo's back up, but now Krem trades places and he takes a turn on the floor POV. Fem, he just stays down. He's used to the floor POV. But
oh no, he
that
gets
was
actually
dangerous.
Scraped off the floor there, so he's back up. The Demon Hunter back in the game. But this doesn't make the last boss any easier. And Stiefbruders, they are joining the fray as well on the last boss here. And Trevora is the target. Let's see how they can go through it. Because with all that explosive and mobs spawning all over the room, you need to be on point with killing those orbs. Otherwise, you might run into trouble really, really quickly. Sprinkler's popping the Convoke there for big damage. They are going in there hard. Annie doing decent damage on the Holy Paladin as well. But now on the Frost Mage, he is pulling some good numbers here. I'm loving it absolutely. While Shella is managing to stay alive quite nicely. Mojo in there as well with 4k DPS, actually beating out the tank. So that Resto Shaman isn't only pumping HPS, he's also pumping DPS, and that is what a amazing healer does. And so Mojo doing a phenomenal job here. But of course, Krem, as you mentioned, Psy, Krem is down. Will this be enough to finish off the dungeon before the Stiefbruders? Because Chadora for them is dropping really, really low, and both teams still need some trash.
Yeah, they still need to change some mobs in after this. They've got around about 2% or so on both sides of these teams. But this is the thing, Cremator went down. They don't have any more battle resist left on the side of Hoppy Joe, so Tredova is dying slower than it should have been. This is now neck and neck between the two teams. They're going to have to very quickly res Cremator. Maybe they don't even res him. Maybe they just commit to going on to the next trash pull. Whilst, I guess, Mojo stays behind and gets the res off. But this is very, very close. We've definitely gone from having 5 Hoppy Joes to having 5 unhappy Joes, as this lead is just shrinking.
There it is.
Shrinking on the side of Hoppy Joe. It looks like the Stiefbruders have actually timed it. They have completed the key ahead of Hoppy Joe. We're going to be going into a Game 3 Theater of Pain. Stay tuned, everybody.
Goodness. At the last minute as well, that was a turnaround for them, Dratnos.
Yeah, that was a extremely close finish, but right at the very end, does look like we are moving on to that Game 3, which should be exciting to see. Looking forward to that.
You know what else is exciting, guys? I'm really excited. You want to know?
What's that?
We have our first charity that got 100% of their donation goal. I think Towley must have been pushing his Twitch viewers to donate to this one specifically, but the US veterans, Pogs in the chat, guys, have made their goal. They're at 135% 5% for their goal. They're at $1,350 for their charity fund, and there are a lot of donations I got to read out. I'm just going to go through them real quick. We got 50 from Scout, 50 from Ice Mech, 45 from Bronson, 50 from Hybrid Steve, 50 from Potbelly Goat, 45 from Anonymous, Evan. There's no donation amount there. Not sure what that is. Maloric, $100. Molar, $100. Look, I mean, this is Dreamboxing, 100. Hybrid Steve, 300. Scout, 50. Bulldozer Bear, 30. And Anonymous, 30. And I think I caught up with that one. But that is incredible. They crushed that donation, that charity fundraiser goal. So thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to Towley. I think that a lot of those donation messages said Hammer Squad, which is a Towley thing, right?
Yep.
I don't watch the stream too much.
Yep.
So yeah, thank you to his community. I mean, that is incredible. But I mean, let's talk more about that last dungeon that we saw. A little bit more trouble, I think, in that last one, and it seemed quite a bit closer as well. Dranos, I'm gonna throw this one to you again.
Yeah, I want to give some props though to some of our amateur players. I think Mojo in particular. If you were looking, Shelly's UI had an explosive damage counter, and Mojo was taking on like 60-70% of those explosives by himself in that healer role, while also pumping out damage, while also keeping everybody alive for most of the dungeon. A little bit got scuffed at the end there, but much as we always blame the healer, that may not have been the healer's fault even at that point. And meanwhile, on the Stiefbrüders team, the Sprinklers, their balance druid, actually did the disengage flap tech to pull over the wall, like Casters pointed out during the game. That's actually hard to do, though. That's something that a lot of top players even need to spend a lot of time practicing to get that right. And so very impressive they were able to get that done in one shot, one go here.
Okay, and now we are going to be going to a game number 5 as well, and we can take a look at what that one is going to be. Let me pull it up here. Theater of Pain. We're going to be going to Theater of Pain, you guys, and those affixes are tyrannical, inspiring, necrotic, and prideful. I heard from an admin earlier from the lovely Hula Hoops that the graphic doesn't have room for all of the affixes, so they do actually have prideful, and those are the affixes. So what are we thinking about this Theater of Pain? How do we think this one is gonna go, Cyber?
Yeah, so as we mentioned, Stiefbrüders have actually put a little bit of practice into this dungeon. I have seen them executing their route to a pretty solid standard, actually, so it was looking pretty clean. Haven't seen much from Hoppy Joe in this one, so I'm not sure how prepared they are on this dungeon. But in terms of the affixes, just remind me what they were again. It was
Necrotic, Sanguine.
Necrotic, Sanguine, Volcanic, Prideful. Yeah, so Necrotic is going to be very nasty. I do think that affix in general is going to be tough. And definitely for Gingy on the tank and for Shellera's tanks, this is going to be a new realm for them, dealing with this Necrotic, something that they wouldn't have had to normally deal with as their regular DPS roles. So this is where I think some of the challenge is going to come in for them as tank players and really going to test them. And of course, for the healers, I mean, Mojo, very experienced healer, Annie, very experienced healer. So I think they seem to be doing well so far in terms of these other dungeons. But it's going to be about getting that balance between the tank and the healer and making sure that they're using appropriate cooldowns when they need them. As far as the DPS goes, they just get to sit back this one. They get to relax. No explosives. They have Sanguine to deal with, but I mean, who cares about that? That's not their problem. Volcanic? Nah. Not for them to have to worry about. So yeah, they're going to be spending a lot of time just AFK slapping the mobs. So that's going to be good for them.
These affixes are a proper nightmare, in my opinion, though. Sanguine and Necrotic at the same time. It is so nasty to deal with as a tank, because you not only need to watch your Necrotic stacks and kite away once you get too high on stacks, but you also need to properly position mobs so they don't drop Sanguine in places where you definitely don't want to have it. Oh, that's a tough one to deal with, especially if you're not someone that mains tank in M+.
Ooh, we just got $50 that came in from Zabra for the Equal Justice Initiative. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah. But yeah, actually, I'd kind of like to touch on Gingy's Covenant pick here because he is actually Kyrian while Shella is running with the Venthyr DK, and having Kyrian Covenant on a tank for Necrotic is actually a big bonus because you can reset those stacks, those Necrotic stacks, and that must contribute a big chunk of safety, right, Ratnos?
Yeah, Kyrian potion against Necrotic is really big. It's the kind of thing where even as a Blood DK, you could consider a Covenant swap in this dungeon. You know, Kyrian's actually not bad as a single target Blood DK Covenant anyway. And the Kyrian file is so good when you do have a lot of Necrotic stacks. So that's something I would maybe have considered, although it does require setting up another character on Tournament Realm, which is a lot more work than I'm sometimes willing to do for something like that.
Same.
You're like, it'll be fine.
Okay, a really cute donation just came in. Also, real quick, I'm just gonna interrupt you guys. It's another one from JDia. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right for Equal Just Initiative, and it's $20. It says "Go Ribs," which is a player in Goosey Bad that we've got coming up. Love you, little brother. Love you, big with a little heart, big sis.
Aw,
That's the sweetest thing. That's good.
family supporting. That's the best.
Yeah, so sweet. All right, well, we are going to get into game number 3 here for this first match of the day. Steve Brudas versus Hoppy Joe. They are tied up right now 1-1. It is best of 3. Winner of this series is going to be moving on. And unfortunately, we're going to see one team go home after this dungeon.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of a delay here before the Keystone start for the Stiefbruder, so we'll keep that one in mind while we watch the run unfold. I think Gingy is actually just putting together the key for the moment. So first one goes over to Hoppy Joe because they are just pulling that first rider into the boss fight. So you need to be on point with the Soothier Psy, and anything I've passed from that. I mean, I don't really consider this one a full boss fight. It's so weird to me.
Yeah, this is such an interesting boss fight because we know so many groups just chain at least the rider mob into the pack, the Bloodhorn, but as well potentially these 3 mobs at the beginning of the dungeon as well. And then the boss is 3 mobs, not 1. So you end up just with this absolute fiesta mass AoE. We actually see Stiefbruders. I think they've got the wrong affixes on their keys, so they're gonna have to go out. They're gonna have to reset. We will jump to Hoppy Joe here. We will try and be focusing in on their content there and their gameplay of this first boss. Like you mentioned, Lithy, they have a lot of interrupts to worry about here. They have the Soothe that they need to be careful of on Desia, as well as that Bloodhorn, but so far, things are looking good. Desia is about to go down. The Bloodhorn's already been dealt with, and Southdale now, they just have to be looking out for the Searing Death. That's the main thing that you want to be kicking on this boss fight. Nothing else truly matters apart from that Searing Death that's going to be coming through. So far, so good on the side of Hoppy Joe. I actually think they have a really good composition for this dungeon. They have just... Wait, have they also got the wrong... They've also got the wrong affixes! Oh, this is what we want, chat! This is what we want! This is what we are here for. The players on both teams have to go out. They're going to have to reset. We're going to be doing this one again. And I think Hoppy Joe just got another chance to, a little practice session in there. That's what it should look like. We're gonna see.
Yeah, I think we're gonna come back to the desk real quick. I'm assuming we'll keep you guys posted. I think we might just be getting that one restarted because of that awkward introduction, Dratnos.
Yeah, we'll get both teams with the 100% correct affixes and restarted here. So we had wrong affixes, and then we just want to restart the thing and get both teams going at the same time is the idea.
This is a little bit reminiscent, Dranos, of the Keystone Masters.
Yeah, it's actually it's hard to build your keys on the tournament realm. This is something they don't talk about, but in MDI, the admins will start your keys for you. But when you're playing one of these tournaments, you just have to use these scrolls on your keystone that add affixes and set the level and set the dungeon. But like if you use the wrong one, it can scuff the keystone and you try to overwrite it, but it overwrites a different affix than you were intending, and weird stuff can happen.
Weird stuff can happen. It's interesting when you get some of these players from MDI or AWC as well, really, really good at the game, but not so good at other things. you can like maybe making your own key or something. So we're gonna get that started for you guys in the interest of tournament integrity, so that we can have these guys be a little bit more even for the match start. So hopefully they can get game number 2, they can get that keystone right. But I totally, like when I used to be an admin for the MDI tournaments, that was one of the most stressful parts of it, is making sure that you had the right affixes for that dungeon. So very, very important that we get those affixes in there. But how did that beginning of that one look, Liffy?
Looked pretty clean for Hoppy Joe there. Good pull into the boss, dealt with all the mechanics accordingly, and went through it very, very nicely. Decent pace, and they basically they were on towards the next stage of the whole dungeon when they called to abort the whole run. So they're shaping up to look pretty solid here so far. I'm really curious how Stiefbruders can keep up with that one.
I am curious as well, Liffy. It's interesting that this has turned into such an even match as well. It was kind of looking like Steve Brutus was going to go home after game number 2, and then we saw Hoppy Joe sort of fall behind a little bit at the last minute there. Now we're tied up. This is best of 3 if you guys are just tuning in right now. So the winner of this next one will be moving forward here in this tournament. So we're going to find out very shortly who this will be after this dungeon. But I mean, so far it's interesting seeing how these players are adopting to playing new comps, new specs as well. And I hope they're at least having a good time.
Oh, absolutely, they're having a good time. I've been checking the streams today from all the teams, and there's just a lot of give and take between the players, and they're all teasing each other or building each other up. And I saw Now was dancing at one point. He was headbanging and whatnot, just getting in to the Frost Mage, just roleplay, I guess. And yeah, they're having a great time so far. I know that on the side of Hoppy Joe, Fem and the guys were sitting in Discord earlier today, listening to some music together, smiles all around. We've seen Shella, putting thumbs up to his camera and whatnot. He's having a good time, and yeah, I mean, a lot of these players are going to be practicing for upcoming tournaments as well. So this is just a fun little middle ground for him. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, these MDI players had a pretty long season, so this must be a really fun change in pace here. Getting to play alongside some new people, help some, some quotation marks amateurs get through these, as well as, being alongside the Anti-Fuchsia, some of the influencers here in these tournaments. So we're gonna get game number 3 here of this get going right now.
Yeah, we're back in it, and Stiefbruder is immediately on through the whole thing with the Rider in the boss fight. The first Raging Tantrum coming out. That one will get soothed right away, I assume. With the Ashen Hollow, Annie is in there and pumping like crazy. 12k, 13k, spiking even higher on the Holy Paladin, looking absolutely solid. But of course, the DK is the star of the show here. 20k DPS just pumping away like crazy at this fight, looking absolutely solid. So Stiefbruder's off to a very, very good start, but Hoppy Joe, on the other hand, they are not falling behind at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's neck and neck right now for both teams. They're just on to the actual, the challenges of this. All the trash is dead for both teams, and it's just going to be who can edge through this one the quickest. And a funny little side note, Lithy, is I was listening to Now's stream earlier today, and he was, obviously this is the first time he's playing Frost Mage, and he was saying, I think I'm pretty good with the AoE, I just have no idea how to do single target, and for him, luckily this boss has 3 mobs, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that single target element of the rotation, and it's definitely showing that he's good on the AoE. He's topping that fight there pretty comfortably. Maybe he's a DPS main now.
To be fair, there's not really much to it if you throw some Ice Lances in there, but
Yeah,
he definitely is doing well. He's definitely doing that one well. Nonetheless, Stiefbruder is actually going through this boss fight a little bit faster than Hoppy Joe. They're downstairs now, immediately looking over towards the Mage Quarter, as we kind of named it the last weekend. So, actually, just a half pull. Most MDI teams, or in general this dungeon, we see basically all ghosts pulled to the other side of this corridor and then just stacked up and killed, and this one is the safer variant of that one, right?
Absolutely. I did see in their practice they were trying to stampeding roar and all run through to the other side, but it can just get so cluttered and clustered with these souls. They'll do the binding shackle on random players, and all it takes is for your healer, you know, if Annie gets CC'd or one of the DPS players, they just are gonna die. They'll end up standing in one of those swirls on the ground, and it's very easy for them to just end up losing their life there. So not really worth it. Do the safer pull. You know, they say, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And how do you do the mage quarter? One pull at a time here. They're taking it nice and slow on that one. But very, very clean, very efficient. They are now onto the Portal Guardian, which is a very dangerous mob. A few things that they're going to have to be looking to dispel here. And as well as a lot of AoE incoming damage. Of course, the players, I don't think they're going to have access to any avoidance gear or anything like that, any leech or speed, unfortunately. Speed, obviously, the god tier tertiary stat that you want, but yeah, they're still able to survive this on that 16 level pretty comfortably here. Stiefbrud is looking solid in this mage quarter, though Hoppy Joe actually opting for the war quarter, or what is this? The military quarter, isn't it? So they're actually opting for a slightly different initial route. But it's looking solid for them so far. They are chaining in some of these trash packs around, so trying to be very efficient with their time and trying to condense some of these pulls as best they can. I will be interested to see if Hoppy Joe go for any skips on any of those mini mobs or mini boss mobs, or if they're just going to clear that whole sector there and do all of the pride mobs. But Stiefbrud is now setting up for a very difficult pull. They're actually going to be pulling in additional bone maggers here. They've got 3 individual interrupts that they're going to have to put out on those mobs, plus the AoE damage of the Soul Storm. And he's got to look for that Dispel on now, but she's dropping low. She's got to hang on. We've got Pride spawning as well. This is adventurous. They got no Bloodlust on this one. And they're holding on okay.
The Portal Guardian actually healing up quite a chunk there. Annie going down. This is not looking good for Stiefbruders at the moment. Sprinkler's down. Bruderick as well. This is unfortunate only now in Gingy holding out the line, but it is not looking good. The Soul Storm on the Portal Guardian coming in once again. That thing is still on 60% after
Gingy
back up to that like 3 or 4 times. And Gingy just says, okay, we'll reset this whole thing. We'll save some time. I'ma go fly, take a dip, and they have to reset that. But that is a massive time loss for the Stiefbruders here. And with that, Hoppy Joe and their next Prideful, they are looking pretty solid on their run to take the lead here.
Absolutely. Of course, it is very difficult for chat, I imagine, as well as ourselves here, to be able to judge which team is in front at any given time when they do go into these different quarters. But you can just tell, obviously, there's no wipe here on the side of Hoppy Joe. I don't think they have a single death on the board here, and they're moving through. They're getting a little wiggle on in this dungeon, mosey on through very comfortably here, dealing with that pride. Now setting up for another large pull in this dungeon. They do have a couple mobs they're going to look out for. Are they actually going to be chaining this in with Rek here? It does look like it. They are going to be pulling this in. They got to watch out for the Arblast here. They are going to be targeting random mobs and hitting them with a very deadly dart attack, as well as watching out for Rek here. But so far, so good. Mojo keeping everyone nicely topped, and that excellent movement there on the side of Shella, pulling Rek out of these Sanguines, dropping as each mob dies. Very, very well done by Shella. Look at him. He's smiling. He's jamming. He's bumping to himself there. Just absolutely having a great time. And Rek dropped dead. It's already done. Moving on to the next mob. That was very, very quick. And it does look, are they going to get a, yeah, they're going to get a Pride Summit here. So they are actually looking to opt for the Pride. Very, very nice technique from Shella to actually take control of the captain there. The captain does an AoE effect that reduces the damage taken of the mobs around it, but you got a Blood DK. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Blood DK just mind controls it and is done with it. But on the other hand, the Stiefbruders are back, and I think they already moved past their death platform to the next one. Are currently dealing with that big bone monstrosity. It's not the harmless most harmless mob in the dungeon, but they are dealing with it without too many problems. Moving on to the next portal, flying up to the next platform, and this is the one with the nasty knockbacks from the Lich. So let's see if anyone goes flying. I doubt they will, but in the meantime, Hoppy Joe already on Xav, the first, or well, as I mentioned, I don't really see the first boss as the first boss, so I was gonna say the first boss of the dungeon, but it is the second one. The first one downstairs, military quarter coming to a close. Let's see who gets put into the arena.
Oh, that's the best bit, and I feel like in this friendly competition, in this charity event, most of the time people say, oh, okay, who's got cooldowns? You got cooldowns? All right, you kill me then. But in this, I want to see them interrupting each other. I want to see them putting each other in cyclones and ambushes and whatever else they can just to really mess around with each other. But unfortunately, they had a gentleman's agreement there and they came out clean, ready just to finish off Zav. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a battle to the death there.
Yeah, some proper 1v1 downstairs. That would have been great. So I was expecting at least the cloak from Ross to fight out that battle first. But hey, Stiefbruders got their next Prideful going as well. They'll be moving on towards the next boss, the Mage Quarter boss. After that one in just a moment. Down it goes. Onwards they fly to the God, what's her name? I keep forgetting that one. Kul Tharok, was it?
Yes, Kul Tharok, yes, in the Mage Quarter, yes.
And I think that's the one. No, sorry.
They're actually
moving on to the Construct Quarter.
Yeah, so what they might be looking to do on the side of Hoppy Joe is just doing a large pull here with these various trash mobs. They're gonna be going in for this full-length pull here. They've got around about 10 mobs or so here. A few things they need to look out to interrupt with the Withered cast, as well as the Devour Flesh going through there from Putrid, but they're just gonna let it cast through. No big deal. No worries there. And yeah, they're going to dispatch of this. They might then look to move on to Koltharak, or they might just continue on with this like disease quarter here. We'll have to wait and see what they end up doing.
Oops, I kind of have to interject on something here.
Sure.
Pico and Chad asked a very interesting question that I would like you to answer. Since you mentioned Cyclone, yes. Do you Cyclone people in the arena, Psy? Is that why you deplete all your keys?
You know,
put a statement
funny story. So I don't Cyclone people, but one time I was doing a weekly key with some of my friends, and we brought a pug along for the key, and we had a Shadow Priest in there, and we got sent down into the arena, or my friend got sent down into the arena with a Shadow Priest, and my friend kicked his spell cast, and the guy got really angry about it, and it was like, don't kick me, I'm trying to ramp so that then, you know, kill the boss, don't kick me. And then my friend kicked him again, and then I got sent down into the arena, and then I gave him a full 5 seconds duration stun on him as well, and I think he got pretty angry in that one, but we still timed the key, I think. You know?
You think. So, guys, if you are wondering why Psy might sometimes not time his keys,
maybe I'm toxic.
He's having fun, apparently. Or toxic. Well, I'm not gonna be the judge of that one. That's up to you guys. So, nonetheless, Hoppy Joe moving on to the next trash pack. Stiefbruders, we got done with their boss fight as well and are on to the Construct Quarter. So we have a rough comparison as to where those two teams stand. But Stiefbruders netting another death on the boss as well. So not the cleanest run for them so far, but pacing-wise, they should be fairly fine. And the big dangerous pull is coming up for Hoppy Joe right now after this Prideful buff.
Absolutely. Now, a cute little technique that they can use here in this dungeon is they can actually kill this Pride, and then they can look to use an Invis pot to actually escape the rest of the trash in this quarter and just move directly onto the boss. And by the indication of that blue marker that you can see just in the background of Shella's screen there, it does look like they're going to be running up until that point and then popping that invisibility potion and just avoiding the rest of the trash. The reason why they want to use it before... There we go. The reason why they want to use it is you're going to see all these mobs jump down. And when you summon those mobs, if you're not in that Invis potion, then those mobs are actually going to pull in onto you and they're going to bring you into combat. But now they got to pull the boss and they got to be... Okay, they were lucky there. One
They
thing that
were
can happen is if you're in an invis pot and you pull the boss will just instantly reset and you'll have to wait like 20 seconds before you can
oh
attack it again.
no.
So you actually have to cancel the invis pot first, and they were fine there. But yeah, go on, Lithy, you were gonna say something there.
I was gonna say they were able to skip two mobs here. One of the big patrols upstairs that kind of guards the corner room with the rogue shroud, and after that downstairs, as you just mentioned, with the invis pods, which is absolutely a massive time gain to have that double skip there due to the rogue that Stiefbrutus does not have access to. So they are looking to finish off that prideful, and I assume to just run past with the invis pod as well to just completely one-shot the boss as well. But they had to do a little bit more sneaky plays there. No, they're actually pulling this. Oh, this is a massive pull for Stiefbrutus. If we can swap over to that one, that would be beautiful, because they gotta be pumping here like crazy with that prideful buff. They are in there. The druid dropping low, Annie dropping low as well, but the paladin is there with the big heals, trying to keep everyone alive. Now taking some big damage as well as the DK. They are trying their best to just stay in there. Gingy doing a phenomenal job, just kiting this one out, positioning the mobs correctly. There's the slam coming out from the abominations, actually killing off Annie. The paladin in the wrong spot at the wrong time. It's unfortunate. The battle res coming out, but Gingy dropping down just before the paladin is rezzed. Now the druid dropping low. Gingy gets a res as well, and they are trying to stay in this pull, getting through it in the end, just barely scraping by with 2 deaths on the board, but they are now back on into the boss fight and trying to keep up with Hoppy Joe.
Absolutely. And Lithy, as quickly as they died, they were back up again, and they just went straight into the boss. They're just ready to go. It just shows the absolute skill of these players that they just, no time wasted. They have a couple deaths, no big deal. Get on with things, get into Gorchop, let's go. And yeah, it really is a balancing act with these dungeons, because, and that's what's so great about this tournament, is we have this great mix of professional players, these influencers or content creators in the WoW community, as well as these more amateur players who are still within their own right, very, very solid looking so far. And it's about how big do we go? You know, do we try these MDI style pulls? Do we just kind of see what we can do, see what we can pull in a comfortable manner? We saw, obviously, Stiefbrutus are playing some very risky pulls. Sometimes it works for him, sometimes it doesn't quite, but I love the fact that they're going for it. It's got to be an absolute blast. You know, for, obviously, Gingy and Now are very used to that style of play, but for Annie, for Sprinkler, and for Origami, it must be really great fun to just get in there and try these massive pulls with some of their favorite players. We know that Origami, as well as Sprinkler, are big-time fans of Echo, so for them to jump in and see, hey, how would I shape up with these, you know, with these guys, with these absolute giants of the WoW Mythic Plus community, how would I do? And for them to be able to jump in here and just really test their mettle is really, really cool. And I know I would be loving the opportunity to do just that. So yeah, really great.
They must be having the time of their life. Absolutely agree with you there, because it is one thing to get to play with your heroes, so to say, but then to actually do the same level of play, because they just throw you in it and just assume that you can do it. That's a whole nother thing to do and to see, and they must be absolutely loving it. And as Stratnos already mentioned, Sprinklers on the Druid performing that retreat flap tech to pull those extra mob and mist. So these guys are definitely showing off. And he actually got clapped there on the mini boss as well. That is unfortunate, but just another death on the board. Those 5 seconds, I don't think they're gonna make too much of a difference here anymore. But both teams onto their last quarter, so to say, on the lower part of the dungeon here. And Hoppy Joe, they actually got past the nasty death elemental that Stiefbrutus wiped too earlier, very, very quickly moving on to the Soulforged construct here, while the Stiefbrutus are dealing with the next Prideful now, moving on to the corridor with the double mini-boss and the pack in between. Man, I think Hoppy Joe is a good chunk ahead here, but it might just shape up to be really, really close.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. I think Hoppy Joe are just a little bit ahead of Stiefbrutus in terms of the mage quarter compared to the military quarter. But it's going to be a very close dungeon. we had a very close Plague Fall. I think we had a very close miss as well. So far, 3 out of 3 games, they've been very, very close between these two teams. Actually, a very fair pairing. So whoever on in the production team that put these teams together, really, really solid job. This has been a very, very fair series so far, and it honestly could have gone either way. So far, we've got a 1-1 on the board, so it just shows just how well matched both these teams are. And a thing to remember, obviously, for everyone at home, Lithy, is that it's a single elimination. So there is no lower bracket in this competition. Whoever wins this next game continues on to, I believe, the semifinals. And whoever loses, they're going to be heading home. But they also going to be able to be providing giving money to the charity of their choice, Able Gamers, on both teams, Hoppy Joe and Stiefbruders, both supporting that charity. So either way, Able Gamers are the true winners here today.
Absolutely, absolutely. They are. And while the Stiefbruders are moving on to this big pack with poll with the captain, they have a DK as well. So I'd be not too surprised to see a quick mind control the same way that Hoppy Joe did it on this whole pack. But they'll be moving on to the last mini boss here in this parts. They'll be moving on. No, they are actually skipping that. They're actually skipping the last mini-boss. Gingy pulling that to the side is going to jump over and just shadow meld it off, moving on to Xav. So they're basically just half a boss fight behind Hoppy Joe here at the moment. And after that, we're going to Modretha, to the last boss of the dungeon here in Theater of Pain. And no Bloodlust for Hoppy Joe? Do you think Bloodlust is coming up for the Stiefbruders soon? I think so, right? Maybe we can go over to a full screen for the Stiefbruders here for to the big screen, sorry, for the Stiefbruders here for a moment to check out what's going on their side. Yeah. 4 minutes, so no Bloodlust for them either, but nonetheless, they are blasting Xav like crazy. Do you think we could actually see a neck-to-neck on the last boss, or are they still a bit too far behind for you?
Well, this is the thing. Stiefbruders only have 0.7% left of their trash that they need to pull together, and Hoppy Joe is still missing 5%. So there is a little bit of a difference in the enemy forces in the favor of Stiefbruders. They are very close in terms of bosses. Xav still has 30% health, but then they are pretty much even there. So right now, I think it could be anyone's game. I know that Stiefbruders are going to be going for a very interesting play as well on Modretha, and I'm not going to spoil it yet. I'm going to let chat wait and see the for realsies event as it happens. But Hoppy Joe, I have no idea what they're going to try and do here in terms of pulling that trash into the boss.
Start.
They might be going for the Pride before Modretha. Yeah, it does look like it on the side of Hoppy Joe. Yeah. So this is actually going to slow them down in theory, because they are going to be killing the Pride, but then it's going to give them that additional damage on Modretha. So what I think ultimately it would probably be better to pull that trash later, but they are going for this safer play to try and help secure the victory. Whereas Stiefbruders, they're going to go a little bit riskier here. They are actually going to be looking to do a little bit of CC management and pull some of these contenders into Modretha, and then summon the Pride during the boss fight. So we see that CC go down. We see the Hex, I believe, go, or a Polymorph goes down, and the Cage, and then they're going to be bringing in the contender with Modretha. Or that's what they were doing on their practice. Maybe they've opted for not doing that at all, actually.
There's a fear seal on that. That's going to break in 10 seconds. So then that mob will come in and the other two will stay out. So just a little bit of a delayed pull from Gingy here on the Demon Hunter tank. They are going into that boss fight first here. Basically, well, Hoppy Joe, they pulled the boss as well with the last few percentages of the Pride. So prideful buff here for Hoppy Joe. No Pride for the Stiefbruders, at least for the moment. But they'll be having that contender in here to cleave away. There will be the DK that benefits from that. The Druid as well, and of course the Frost Mage. So this is going to be interesting to see. 60% for the Stiefbruders, similar for Hoppy Joe here at the moment. The first ads coming out. Mass Grip here from Gingy, very well done with his Chain Seal placement there. That contender is running around there as well, now trying to kite as much as possible. Re-CC on the Cage here by Gingy, beautiful jump over there as we move towards the ghost phase. And Stiefbruders, they are having a time here here with that last boss. A beautiful strat, and they are executing it to absolute perfection so far. 20% left on the contender. When that one dies, it's getting dangerous because then the Prideful is in there. There's the Ghost Riders. You need to dodge those. Nice block
Another
there from
contender
now
comes
in the middle of
They
the
got a
platform.
resheep.
They gotta re-CC that. They gotta be on point here with the CC, but because it's gonna be really, really dangerous if they don't. Sprinklers goes down. Gingy getting low as well. There's a lot of clapping going on, but let me tell you, that is not applause from the audience. That is the
Death
tank
bolts coming out
dying
as
at
well,
the
Liffy.
moment. There's a Sanguine in there as well. You need to kite the boss around that. The next riders are coming. The Cone is in there as well. Sprinklers going down as well. Is he down? Is he dead? I don't see it. Gingy dropping to 2%. Can Manny keep them alive now? Just dead as well. This is such a crisis for the Stiefbruders, while Hoppy Joe are finishing the boss without too many problems. High risk, almost high reward for the Stiefbruders here. Man, that was a crazy pull. Hats off and massive respect to them for trying that one. It almost worked out. Whoa. Man. I did not expect that to get so crazy at the end.
Yeah. That is going to be Hoppy Joe taking the win there. So big congratulations to them. Extremely well played at the end. I love that we had those two games as well. Both go down to the last boss. That's really what you love to see. Both teams working on the last boss there. That does mean, unfortunately, Stiefbruders exiting our tournament here in round one. So we'll be saying a fond farewell to them. I think you're muted.
I'm muted. I was kind of listening in on both of those teams' comms during that last round, seeing what I was watching Amy Fuchsia and Just Rust as well, and it was wholesome to hear, Gingy and as well as Shelley kind of like guiding. I'm assuming the influencers as well as the amateurs in that team a little bit, kind of through it, walking them through like this next pull. This is what we're gonna do. It's really wholesome to hear, but. Well done to Hoppy Joe. They will be moving forward. Unfortunately, that is the end of Stiefbruders, but that is not the end of the charity that they are working with, Able Gamers. We're about halfway through that donation goal. I've got a couple of other donations as well to read through that came through during that last dungeon. $100 from Aravarth for the U.S. veteran charity, as well as another $100 and Solace another $100. So huge thank you to those guys. This one is like got the most by far, and I think Tally's community has something to do with that. $1,600 raised for the U.S. veterans charity, and then as well as $200 from Shadow for Girls Who Code. So we are doing so well for these charities so far. So thank you to everyone that has supported so far. !donate in the chat if you want more information on that. But I mean, something that I really want to highlight from that last dungeon site is those amateurs are doing so well.
Yeah, we put them into this amateur bracket because we're trying to highlight. Obviously, we've got the run of the mill like professional players, competitors, and then we've got the content creators or influencers, and then we have the additional players from the community or community players, right? But like I said, I mean, Mojo used to be a World Top 50 raider. I believe, I want to say on the side, so Cremator runs like 15 to 18 keys on live regularly as well. So both those players on the side of Hoppy Joe, very experienced players with running keys. They know what they're doing, they know what they're doing. They're executing those keys to a very high standard. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, we're calling them amateurs for this event, but it's really, it doesn't really tell the whole story. I mean, clearly these guys are all very well skilled. So Hoppy Joe, with the help of their players from the community, will be moving forward. So well done to them. I believe we're going to head to a break. Before that, I've got a couple of shout outs that I do have to mention as well. This amazing event is brought to you by Raider.io, Keystone Masters, and Complexity-Limit for helping out with this event, as well as huge thank you to our sponsors, Twitch. Thank you to Twitch for their partnership on this event. Twitch is a huge proponent of World of Warcraft and have helped to support this and so many other events as well. So thank you to Twitch, as well as the rest of our sponsors, Blue Microphone, Greenberg, Treyrig Law Firm, We Are Nations, and Wowhead. So thank you everyone for helping with this event. We're going to head to a break real quick, and when we come back, we're going to have more dungeons up for you guys soon. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are about to kick off our second round of the day. It's Runtime Terror versus Goosey Bad. Before we get into talking about that matchup, though, quick shout out. We have some amazing limited edition merch that we've got available for everybody. All of the proceeds from this merch will be going to the Winner's Choice charity. So exclamation merch in the chat if you want some more information on that. We partnered up with We Are Nations to make this apparel. So shout out to those guys, as well as a giveaway that we do have going on. Exclamation giveaway in the chat. We've got some awesome prizes. You can see them all right there. Shout out to Blue Microphones. These guys actually provided a microphone to every single amateur competing here in this tournament today. And also with that giveaway, you'll get a blue microphone. You'll get a signed by Limit Maximum Complexity-Limit jersey, as well as signed Pro-Am merch pack. So amazing prize. Definitely check that out. Exclamation giveaway in chat once again for that. And on that note, I'm also joined by some new casters here. We've got Jet and Dark Mech with us now. Have either of you guys been watching so far? What do we think of the event?
Go for Jet.
So it was pretty cool. I was pretty impressed by some of the amateur play. Shout out to Mojo. It was pretty good to see. I also am glad that the Blood DK made it through. I don't want to see these treacherous meta classes try to make it through this special tournament. So
That's completely fair. The first map of the day we've got here at Dark Mech is Spires of Ascension. We can take a look at the affixes for that as well. We've got Spiteful, Explosive, Grievous, and Prideful. And like Jess just said, these amateurs have been doing really well here. How do we feel like we're going to be doing on this dungeon for either of these teams? For these teams we have in this round, we've got Runtime Air and then Goosey Bad.
Yeah, look, Spires is going to be an interesting one. I think I haven't seen any of Goosey, but I went and watched a bit of Runtime Terror earlier on. I was in Jack's stream, and they were originally setting up for a Holy Paladin tank with Elsmere, and they couldn't get past the first pull in the dungeon after 7 key starts, so they've swapped it, and he's gone to Prop Pal now. You can see Alismere and Nerf have swapped roles, so Nerf on the Resto Shaman and forgot he had heroism. Jack playing Outlaw, and then we've got Vento and Ambrose, our 2 amateurs on the Balance Druid and the Shadow Priest. So it's going to be really interesting. Undad on the Protection Paladin, Hunte on the Holy Pal, and then we've got Zyronic, Cad, and Ribs, 2 Alley Shamans and Ret Paladin. So interesting combos coming out here. And Jack versus Zyronic too. So there's going to be a little bit of competition going on, I think, here, like MDI caster versus MDI host kind of thing.
I love that. This should be real interesting. We can also, I feel like it'd be a little intimidating as well as coming in here as an amateur, as like a fan of or a member of the World of Warcraft community and playing the same spec as Zyro. But those bottom 4 players are the amateurs here that we've got. I feel bad calling them amateurs, but that's just the termage we've decided to use here for today's event. But looking at these. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Can we just give a bit of a shout out in terms of the amateurs too? Ribs hailing from LA, peak age of 28. He's got 0 experience running Mythic Plus competitively. He's only just started doing Mythic Plus in Shadowlands as a tank. He's 3 dungeons off KSM at the moment. Got 2 cats, works on his car with his younger brother. He joined this up to meet new people. So there's some really awesome stories coming through this as well. Cad, I tried to get some information on him. He gave me nothing. So he's kind of like Noob Cybot to me. He's like a mystery. And then Runtime Terror, Vrentno, he's 34. He thought he was the oldest person in this tournament, and we had news for him. He wasn't. He's still young with time. He's got 2 kids, age 5 and 9. He enjoys hiking, so he's breaking the gamer mold by going outside. Hell yeah. And Ambrose is 38, hails from Southern Cal, and he's automatically my new favorite person in this tournament, as it makes me not the oldest person here. So absolute winning there.
Wow. Just a lot of winners all around here on both of these teams. But looking at the compositions, then Dratnos, how are we feeling? Do you want to make any predictions here?
Dude,
we've got a lot of switching up of the main specs.
I love this this Goosey good comp. I mean, 3 paladins, 2 shaman. 3 different paladin specs and the two Ellie shaman. That is so cool. I cannot wait to see what that one does.
Oh, okay. We're gonna get this dungeon loaded up very shortly here. But once again, guys, this is a best of 3 tournament. We are getting started. Game number 1 here. It's Runtime Terror versus Goosey Bad.
All right, let's go. We're getting off to a start. I want to see if they're going to pull all the way up to the top, or if we're going to see a little bit more of a traditional pull coming out here. Hoping Nerf remembers that he's got heroism this time. It has been activated, so this is all good at the moment. A lot of damage going out, just making sure they get the fists on the Goliath. You're always going to have that fist, and then Animus Shield, so that Rebellious Fist can't go off. Nerf all over it with the interrupt there. The explosive orbs being taken care of, really nicely handled out by this first pull here. Nerf pumping the heals here. See Automatic Jack just pumping some damage there, but Ambrose at the moment, our amateur, just showing how it's done on the Shadow Priest right up the top there. That's what I like to see. Good start here.
Yeah, that's big there. That's very true. A great point about the Shaman actually on both teams here. They are really, really, really good at landing those interrupts on the Rebellious Fists. It's basically only them that can get every single cast. So with 3 Shaman across our 10 players, that's going to be something that is pretty easy for both of our teams to handle here relative to most groups.
There should be absolutely no excuses for Rebellious Fists going on. If there is, we have some explaining to do. I found it. I was really curious to see how teams were going to approach these pulls. When I found out it was a plus 16 key sort of format and we didn't have fortified or tyrannical on some of these, I was wondering if teams would really try and emulate MDI style pulls and just coach the amateurs sort of along for the ride and tell them sort of what's going on and practice that. But when I did join Automatic Jack stream earlier on, he was really shocked to learn that other teams had been practicing. They hadn't ran a single dungeon before this morning. So I think we're going to see really sort of more traditional live key format pulls done throughout these dungeons.
Yeah, it's got to be such a great feeling as well for Ellesmere, finally being allowed to play Kyrian Paladin here. Nerf, famous for not allowing him to ever play that Covenant on live, but finally gets the chance here on the tank role. Here, getting started here with this pull. Goosey Good, though, have come out to a bit of a lead. They have already finished this pull and are working on their Pride instead. So right off these first few pulls, which both teams have done the same way, does look like a couple seconds are heading over to that 2-color team there, the blues and the pinks of Goosey Good.
Yeah, we've just seen Prideful spawned through for runtime as well. Just that Goliath was up. They finish up the rest, so there's not too many problems. They're just making sure they kick the fist here and they won't have too many problems. But Goosey Good already on to first boss Kintara. So, a bit of an annoying boss in regards to having to trail Kintara and the Serpent all across the map. So you can put, if you've got any ground effect abilities you're putting down, you can often drop them and then just watch the boss run right out of your abilities, which can be extremely Tilt City. But not too having too many issues on this, cleaning up the explosive orbs as they pop. And really nice damage coming out of here. Look at Zyro here at an 11.5k. He's pumping. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, dropping those quakes, but actually taking the lead now. Our amateur player coming out on top of Zyro here on this boss on the same spec, embarrassing the so-called professional player there.
I love to see it. These elemental
I think that means he's going to get to claim Zyro's raid spot as well, if I'm not mistaken, on the terms and conditions here. So
I'm pretty sure that's what was up for grabs. It's definitely what was up for grabs.
Those explosives spawning and being quickly taken care of as well. It is kind of weird to do these dungeons without either tyrannical or fortified as well. And that's a lot of our different dungeons this weekend. It means that you kind of get these, players are pretty used to tyrannical timings or fortified timings, but when neither affix is active, you get this sort of weird mid-ground where the bosses aren't important enough that you need cooldowns for them, but they don't last long enough that you get your cooldowns back up during them either. So it's a really weird kind of mid-ground.
It is going to make it really weird. You can see a traditional pool coming out here. I actually was really curious as if they'd just go full right with all the Stalkers and the Praetor. But they've actually elected to pull 2 packs here. Explosive going off there, though, and Ribs eats it. So nice little line of sight pull here with the two packs here, and just cleaning up this fairly well. You got to watch out for those shades. Those shades will just absolutely slap, and every melee player knows that. interesting little view here. He's coming out of the flowers, and yeah, they're taking care of this nicely as well.
And Canadian lands a beautiful thunderstorm as well to get that shade away from him. That's one of the cool pieces of LA Shaman utility, actually, not just against Spiteful, but especially against Spiteful. Thunderstorm and Earthquake stuns really kind of minimize the impact of an affix that can otherwise be pretty challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see, so this very traditional pull here, the 2 pulls on the left, and now they're going to get a bop up on the tank. Tank's going to go and collect all of these stealth claws. Of course, the stealth claws, if you don't hit them before they hit you, you'll actually get stunned by them. If you don't have a way to free yourself from that stun, you know, an Icebound Fortitude or something like that, you will eat it fairly quick. This bleed builds up, and it is a really nasty bleed. So the bop there enables to gather all of these mobs up, stack them up, and avoid that stun, and then just be able to melt it. And you can see here the Elemental Shaman's just making absolute work of these with Chain Lightning. And Undead's DPS on the Prop Paladin as well, not to be ignored. 12k, like Prop Paladin, just pure glass cannon, and really suited to this key level as well, because you can just pump out so much damage, and you've got so much utility.
Yeah, especially when you're playing that Kyrian, you actually get this potent kind of combination of offense and defense on AoE, where you pop your wings, you hit your Divine Toll, and it gets you a huge shield on everything as well. The problem is that your offensive cooldowns and your defensive cooldowns are the same ones, right? You're pressing your wings for damage and for survivability, and that's good. That's good when there's a pull where you want damage and survivability like that one, but it means that you don't really have this kind of defensive button that you can hold on to unless you decide you're not going to use it for damage, in which case
Absolutely.
that's not a decision I've ever known a Prop Paladin to make.
No, absolutely not. Why would you? I'll be interested to see if they skip here on the right too and maybe go into a double. It looks like
they have this pride buff, so they are certainly looking to get something going here. It's a question of 2 pulls or 3, and with this comp, they're actually so good at Goliaths. Oh my goodness, they can just assign 1 shaman to each Goliath, and that's the problem solved. And they also have Avenger's Shield Interrupts, which means, Undead could probably get most of them just by himself as well if he really needed to. With
actually
those Avenger's Shield resets. Yeah, they have something like 70 interrupts in this comp.
Yeah. It's just nuts. The amount of interrupts you get with a Paladin alone, out of Divine Toll to Avenger's Shield, and then, it makes life easy here. No issues there as well. Just moving away from these shades, straight into that pack. So they absolutely minced that double pull there. Moving into this one, they'll get a spear after this as well. I'm going to be interested to see where the spears come out here as well, because these guys are absolutely blitzing through this. I'm wondering if we'll see, jumping ahead of myself, if we will see something like a triple angel pull at the end and a spear. I'm going to be interested to see what they do with the spears.
Yeah, I mean, they have multiple Kyrian players in their group, I think, because I think that they're going to be playing Kyrian on both of their non-holy paladins at least. So they could potentially save 2 spears and try and make something crazy happen at the end of the dungeon. Or they might just use the kind of traditional 1 spear that we're about to see on a pretty big pull that's just ahead here. So that might be instead the order of business. But a little bit of a different strategy actually coming out from Runtime Terror. It looks like they're heading left instead of right, which we almost always see right side in kind of MDI pathing and actually on live keys these days as well. But Runtime Terror, having none of it, they are blazing their own trail going over to the left-hand side of the dungeon instead.
I love to see it too. It's awesome to see in this tournament. We've got that off-meta madness, and then, now we've got different routes coming out as well. So it's awesome to see everybody having a really good sort of run at this, a real good crack at it, not taking it too seriously to that extent, and just having some fun with it and trying some new things.
Yeah, this Manifestation of Pride is going to potentially set up this next big pull here for Goosey Good. A little bit of they're normally Goosey Bad when they play in MDI. That's like Hunte's team of players that they all raid with Goosey, and they usually make fun of him with the name. But for this one-off charity event, they've given the Goosey Good instead.
Given it the stamp.
Yeah, a nice little nod there. Looks like they've got an unfortunate patrol positioning here, so they are going to have to wait for that 5-pack of Ether Divers to rejoin this other pack here before they actually want to get started here. So they're going to wait a little bit of time for these 2 kind of patrols to group up, and then they'll be landing the Kyrian Spear. Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, there we go. And that spear retroactively stuns as well, so they can just throw it down, and then anything else that runs into it will get stunned as well, so you don't really have to wait for a really perfect clump up as well of those mobs to be able to nail them down. But they've made they made extremely quick work of that pack there. So the shades are out now, the Spitefuls. they're just running away from that. They're going to pull this squad leader though. They're not going to skip that. So they're going to, it's unusual to see hold up on just killing 2 mobs rather than skip that, but they are electing to kill that.
Speaking of unusual to see, though, we have the left side pulls here that, man, I don't even really remember what all of these things do. It's been so long since I've been over here. Oh, and it looks like that's a surprise for Automatic Jack as well, who hooks forward and gets stunned by a pack of Stealth Claws that are hiding out over there. That's going to actually claim his life. He's going to go into that Bonesmith Hiremere Soulbind where you get 10 extra seconds at half damage after you die, but eventually that is gonna fall, and they're gonna have to commit a battle res on him. They do have one that's just come back up, but yeah, surprise Stealth Claws there. That's what happens when you go a side of the dungeon you haven't been in forever.
That's what happens when you do something different. Bad things happen. That's right.
Yeah, and actually looking at the positioning of these two teams, Goosey Good have really opened up a gap here. I mean, Runtime Terror, they have another whole platform up ahead here that Goosey Good have already done and are working now almost on getting towards that second boss. I mean, they are a little bit tough to compare because the two different sides, slightly different compositions of enemies, slightly different amounts of count. But I would still say Goosey Good here, they must have opened several minutes at this point.
Yeah, I think Goosey Good have already had theirs. Is there 80% prideful now for Goosey?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Goosey are a fair chunk. They're about 20% ahead at the moment. And there's also, like, going this way, there's some really nasty pulls. You can see there's another squad leader pull up ahead here. Squad leader, of course, has that aura that reduces AoE to all enemies surrounded and affected by that aura by 30%. So they're much slower mobs to pull. You can't really chain them into the Goliath pack that's up ahead as well, unless you can take care of that squad leader really quickly. Otherwise, so much of your AoE damage is just wasted by that absorption aura.
Yeah, that's something you do have to be really, really careful of, is managing those squad leaders. Usually what teams will do whenever there's a squad leader hanging out is crowd control the other stuff, kill the squad leader off first, and then AoE everything else down. But, you know, sometimes that's not feasible. But it looks like Goosey Good here, with that 80% pride buff, they are going to be lobbing their second Bloodlust of the dungeon, combined with that pride, into this no tyrannical plus 16 Ventinax, and look at that thing's health just disappear here. All of their team doing such huge damage as well. That's one of the strengths of the tank and healing paladins as well, is just the huge damage that they are able to put out.
That Ret Paladin is absolutely Ribs, our amateur player, has absolutely smoked Ventinax as well. Look at his damage.
And look at these bops. This comp is actually so good at this fight as well, because normally you have these bleeds that are really annoying, but this team actually has 4 or 3 bops and 3 bubbles that they can use against them as well. Now, the bubbles won't come into play until the Elemental Shaman die, because it does prefer ranged, but still, that is a huge piece of utility that this wacky comp does bring to the table.
And Runtime actually did elect to go with that big pull off their prideful. They went with the squad leader into that Goliath pull up the top. And that's a nasty pull. That is a nasty pull to pull all of that together. So it's the lead is just stretching out at the moment for Goosey Good, who are already into the sort of final section of this dungeon. And they'll make quite quick work up here. Now, I'll be interested to see what they elect to do, whether they skip around all of this, the Halion, and then they elect to spear perhaps a double pull up the top, which we often see in MDI. I don't know. This last section is going to be interesting.
Yeah, so a standard path from here would be to just fight this Hellion. This is something that teams do in live keys pretty often because it's a good time for cooldowns to recover, and you can fire them off even on this thing. But on a plus 16 with no Tyrannical or Fortified, yeah, maybe you don't even have that cooldown element, but that sets you up for your count to be perfect now. If they kill those 2 6-packs of non-elite mobs, then they just need the 3 angels, and that's all the count they're going to need at this point. So they probably don't have to worry about any of the kind of more challenging Hellion pulls that are up here, and it looks like that is exactly their plan. There's the invis pot.
All the way through.
Yeah, they don't want to have anything to deal with here except for those 6 packs of usurpers. That looks like they're probably going to be sending their tank up ahead to pull into the pillar, and they'll use line of sight here to group everything up and avoid all those hurl casts from being too much of a problem. Yeah, you can see those usurpers now coming to join the party. Runtime Terror, though, keeping close on their heels as they are working on their pull before the second boss, so maybe not that close on their heels, but certainly within range where if Goosey Good has things go horribly wrong, Runtime Terror could catch back up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you never know. You never know what kind of risk it for biscuit moments they're going to go for up the top and what could possibly happen with that. But they are already in to third boss, and they're actually like they're smoking through this key. We're at third boss at 14 minutes 50 for these guys. So they are smoking through this dungeon. I don't think they took the let's have fun element. They wanted to win, it seems. These guys actually came out to play.
Yeah, I mean, it is awesome to see the speed that they are tackling this dungeon with the comp that they've brought as well. I mean, again, 3 paladin, 2 shaman is not something you see very often. This comp wouldn't even be allowed in the MDI because you can't stack classes anymore. So it's a cool showcase of what is possible when that restriction is lifted a little bit. They are doing some really cool stuff here.
Absolutely, and Cad just smashing the damage as well on that elemental shaman still. Like that, these guys, these amateurs are absolutely smacking out the damage. They are really bringing it today, and this is awesome to see. Ribs smashing it along as well. The recharged anima phase here, so they'll just be soaking all the orbs. Again, with this many paladins though, not even remotely an issue.
Yeah, I think that actually they're contractually obligated to play these paladins because their charity is the Equal Justice Initiative. You know, Justice, Hammer of Justice, all that kind of stuff.
It all makes
paladin
sense now.
themed. Yeah, so they've been obligated to play this composition by virtue of choosing that charity, and that makes a lot of sense here, as they're going to be almost finished up here with Orpheron during its first intermission phase as a very fast pace for this boss. At this point, I think they're probably going to be looking to start saving their cooldowns because I suspect they might be trying to do 3 angels together all at once upstairs. That's the kind of thing that I expect these players are going to try, and I can't wait to see if it works out for them.
I think they have to. Runtime Terror's nearly finished up on Ventanax now. Something would have to go catastrophically wrong for Goosey Good at this stage, I think, for them to catch back up. They've executed this dungeon so well. They're going up the top now. They're going to... We'll see what they do. Actually, no, they're going to pull one more line of these usurpers because it's 87% to go up, so they're 86.6. So they'll pull this last line of usurpers, LOS them. These will drop really quickly, kite away from the Spiteful, and then they'll be heading up. And hopefully we'll see something. Cap Totem going off there. Nice work of them, just moving away from those shades so they don't slap. Nice disorientate with the blinding light there. Beautiful.
Yeah, now comes the hard part. And you were talking about as long as nothing goes catastrophically wrong for Goosey Good, there is definitely the potential for that. When you are doing a triple angel pull, if one of the angels dies before the other 2 and it heals the other 2 up to full, that is often a full wipe, and then you have to come back and do the other 2 one at a time. So if that does happen, that could open up the door here for Runtime Terror. Runtime Terror are making their way onto this same kind of last boss platform area that they're getting started with, so they aren't too far behind. Let's see what Goosey Good are up to, though. It looks like they might be slowing it down. They might not be going for the triple angel.
They're doing safety first, then teamwork. That's interesting. So they're gonna go Lakes, Astro, and then Clote at the end, which is the often pattern. But this is safe. This is not what I expected.
And I mean, this is a really good decision, particularly if you want to minimize the chances that you lose, given how far ahead you are here. And especially, I mean, if you haven't practiced Triple Angel, which I expect these teams haven't really gotten that kind of practice, much as I was speculating that it would be cool. It is extremely scary, even on plus 16. So yeah, doing Lakesys, then Astronos, and then Lakesys at the end. That's a really good way to get these done one at a time, and this means you're saving your spear for the last one as well, which makes it a lot easier to deal with too.
Yeah, and they won't even have hero. They're 3 minutes off lust at the moment, so they've actually gone through this dungeon so quick. They'll be just off 3 chest pace, I think, which is pretty nutty for, as we said, this composition for a team that probably hasn't done a lot of practice together. Spires is a fairly good dungeon in regards to its timer, but nothing can be taken away from these guys. They have absolutely blitzed this dungeon. Runtime errors on Orpheron now, so like we said, they seem to make up a bit of ground, but I think going left definitely just seemed like a much longer path than taking that right pathway that we saw Goosey Good take.
Yeah, Goosey Good found a way to make a lot of those kind of double and triple pulls work out, and that is a huge time save in this dungeon. As you can see, the spear goes into Klotos. There goes that Fey transfusion as well from Cadnadian here, one of our amateur players. And once again, putting out that solid elemental damage. I hope we get to see overall at the end of this dungeon, actually, because I think he might be defeating Zyro on the overall. I don't know for sure, but I know that during a lot of the boss fights in particular, he was on top here. So
he stepped up.
Yeah.
And he was the mystery. He was the mystery. I couldn't get any info on him, and I think maybe now I know why.
Yeah, it's, maybe not an amateur for much longer, maybe a soon-to-be pro.
He's ascending, I think. So they're just going to finish up this last Pride, and then they're going to go into last boss Devos, which realistically isn't going to give too many issues whatsoever, unless somebody, I don't know, misfires the spear several times or something like that. Runtime Terror are going to have a really hard time getting into this one. They're getting closer to the end of Orpheron at the moment. They'll have one more pull with their Usurpers, and then they'll head up. But yeah, Goosey Good starting on the last boss Devos now. I'd say fairly safely home and hosed at the moment, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not over at this point, but they would have to wipe to Devos. They probably have to wipe to Devos twice in order to lose here. Now, I'm not saying I've never done that. In fact, I think I've done that within the last couple of days even. So it's not the hardest boss, but it can get you a little bit out of, if it spirals a bit out of control, if you start having a lot of dot stacks on people, if you miss a spear, for instance, and you're stuck in an intermission while your healer is out of mana, that can be a really bad situation. So Goosey would have to really keep their heads screwed on straight here.
Yeah, that dot, as you said, if you miss a spear, things can become really difficult for your healer as that dot stacks and stacks and stacks. This comp, fairly adept at being able to deal with that, but, they shouldn't have too many issues. Did they?
I think they did miss a spear.
They did miss a spear.
So you can see everybody's health now starting to deteriorate. They do have immunities, but with Grievous also ticking, I mean, this is kind of a nasty affix to be dealing with a missed spear in. So Caster Curse kind of coming through here.
Yeah. Oh, we've had a bug come out. I don't know if it was bug or just a bad spear throw.
Well, here's the thing is whenever you miss a spear, whether or not it was bugged, you always want to say, oh yeah, it was bugged. It hit on my screen.
This is true. It can never be fault. It can never be fault. So the shield coming down now. We're going to wait for the run through. Here it comes now. Everyone's just going to move into that shield. Devos is going to be bought into the shield because Devos doesn't actually take the reduction on that, which is...
Look at Devos' health, though. I think that the first spear may have hit and may have dealt damage, but may have failed to phase her because look at this. She's already at 30% health and phasing once again. I'm not 100% sure on this. It could just be such a low-key level that they did so much extra damage, but it's a distinct possibility as well.
Yeah, so we're phasing again here, so we'll collect the orbs. I don't suspect we'll have too many issues here, and we should be seeing the end. These Ghost Wolves just making swift work of returning the orbs as well. Paladin mobility, always rock solid as well.
Yep, that's true. You get to press your horse once every 5 minutes, and that's it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Looks like that is going to be the end of Devos here. Sub 10% now for Goosey Good. A commanding performance, and in fact, a 3-chest pace here from Goosey Good. They are beating that 3-chest timer with a couple of seconds even to spare. Big congratulations to them.
Big ups to Goosey Good. 3 chests. Oof, they came to play. I think they came to play.
Runtime Terror does have a little bit of a couple more chances here to turn things around, stay in this tournament, but this is single elimination. So if they lose this next one, they will be going home. But just quick shout out before we get into talking about that last round with Jet here. We have a couple donations that we got during that break. We've got some from Girls Who Code, Hula Hoop's dad, who Hula Hoops was a huge person behind this event and helping organize this, $20, and he said Hula Hoops is the coolest. We've also got $100 from Dank Raff. Shout out to Ambrose, who is a part-time raider, full-time, what does that say? I got a full screen in my window. Full-time guru in the Area 52 Guild. Totina and the Pizza Boys. So thank you for that one as well. $20 from Net for Girls Who Code. So thank you so much for those donations for that charity. That is the one that is being supported by Runtime Terror. That is their charity of choice for this event. And then we've got Goosey Good, who is supporting Equal Justice Initiative, and I can get through those donations shortly. But Jet, talk to me about that last dungeon.
So it's not May the 4th, but it certainly felt like it with that Sith Lord gameplay. I love to see all the lightnings going out. Interesting thing about that bug happening with the Grievous affix, with the dots stacking up, having those 2 shamans and 3 paladins really went a long way to keeping everyone stable. I think we might have a new meta comp for speedrunning +16s for Spires, so you be on the lookout when you're playing on retail to see the 2 shaman comps. Really loving it. I am a little bit, I gotta say, Zyro, I'm a little bit suspicious of your early gameplay after seeing that, but got a lot of CAD pogs out of me though watching that game.
I also just real quick, I just got added by Zyronic himself in the Discord that we've got for this event. He says we have something really important. Hunte is playing Venthyr Paladin in SC, but he's just doing it to turn on the lanterns. He's not pressing Ashen Hollow. So thank you for that update, Zyro. Appreciate that.
Ethical.
Yeah, that's true. As soon as you press Ashen Hallow, it does mean that your team becomes unethical.
Yeah.
And as we saw in our last series, actually, the team that pressed Ashen Hallow did lose that series. So
Yeah.
you want to be really careful of that button.
You cast that spell and you become meta trash. That's what happens.
Man, thank you, Jet, for that statement. Well done. All right. Well, is there anything you wanna mention, Jet, from that dungeon before we move on here?
Yeah, I was pretty interested to see the going left strat too. That was I think the comp kind of overpowered them, but would have loved to see the results from that too. Yeah, you don't see that often, going left and getting pounced on by a bunch of cats.
Yeah,
True. It's true. Definitely.
Certainly it wasn't the right move there.
Definitely a rare sight to see. All right, well, we're going to be going to our second dungeon very shortly here. Sanguine Depths is going to be where we're going to be heading to. It is a best of 3 as well, so winner of this next one, we could see it tie it up, or we could see a 2-0 here in this next one. So Sanguine Depths, and then Bursting, Quaking, Volcanic, and Prideful. How are we feeling about this one, Dark Mac?
Look, Sanguine Depths is an interesting dungeon. Sanguine Depths is where everything can go wrong if you try and go too big, generally, especially in that inner ring section. So again, I will be really interested to see what kind of pulls the guys set out. I think if anything, first map out of the way, everyone will sort of start to settle now. I hope our amateur players are just having, just the best time. I hope everyone's really chilled out and relaxed and just having fun, because that's the whole point of this event, is to just have fun and enjoy it and play, off meta madness and things like that. So I hope they're just enjoying the whole experience, not taking it too seriously, not getting hung up on mistakes, and just really enjoying the experience. But Sanguine Depths is going to be an interesting dungeon. As I said, lots can go wrong in this dungeon.
I think that is very true. It's interesting to see how these guest players. That's a more PC way to say it, by the way. Shout out to Makes, who's one of our casters coming up here. Guest players, I think, instead of amateurs, feels a little bit nicer, especially when we're seeing like some of these big pumpers that we do have here with our guest players. But it's interesting to see how they're doing here with the pros, as well as the influencers that we have in these groups. And maybe we'll see some mistakes. Maybe we'll see a near perfect run. I have a couple more donations here to shout out here for Equal Justice Initiative. A minute ago, we had a $50 from Man Like Amphi. D Hands, who I think is a friend of Makes, $50. Please fix CAD's UI. Thanks was the message with that one.
No,
and then
the 2 cast bars make him do more damage. You don't want to use that UI.
Exactly.
Don't mess with it.
That's the Elemental Shaman Mastery. I don't know if you know this. You cast twice sometimes.
Yeah.
And then $40 from M Sanity. So thank you for those donations to those wonderful charities. !donate in the chat if you want more information of that. For that is Goosey Goods Equal Justice Initiative charity that they are supporting here today. It's a nonprofit human rights organization committed to ending mass incarceration and excessive punishment in the United States. So very good cause. And I think we're going to be getting into this next dungeon here. Do we want to make predictions now that we've got the comps?
Oh, look, I think Goosey Good have really come out and just stomped their dominance straight up here. There's actually no lineup changes apart from we've got Hunte going that Venthyr just for lanterns, and then it'll be interesting to see how well they can do on lantern extends throughout this dungeon for that extra damage. But I think Goosey Good certainly came out and said, we're here to play.
I'm very suspicious. I don't want to see the Ashen Hollow.
Yeah, we will be ready with our to penalize that if we do see it. We need to put a flag on the play.
Yeah, I've got my notepad ready. I'm gonna take a deduction if I see one.
Needs to be ethical. This is a charity stream. We got to keep it ethical, right?
Maybe they're trying to sneak it in the red environment. You know what I mean? Maybe they thought this was the ultimate swap. You know, it's going to be hard to detect kind of thing. Maybe
it's going to be very tempting, especially if they're behind to use it too. It's like the ring of power.
Does anyone remember where the two Ellie shamans ended up for the DPS meters at the end? Did anybody take a look at that? I wonder if the guest player.
I didn't, but I'm gonna be happy to say that Zyro came second and Cad is now number 1. I think.
Yeah.
I think that's the call to make.
He's the true Zappy boy.
I didn't notice that Zyro was 4th on the second boss.
Oh.
That's good. A top 4 finish.
Hey.
Yeah, top 4 finish. Yeah.
At least beating the healer, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I think he beat the tank. Yeah.
He beat the tank. Not the, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll certainly be keeping an eye out on Zyro's damage meters here. We'll see how he's been doing on this Ela Shaman. But I mean, like we've already mentioned so many times, it's I think my favorite part of this so far, aside from the fact that we're raising so much money for these charities, is the fact that we're seeing, people like Zyro and Jack sort of switching up their specs that they normally play. I think later on today we're going to get Nagura tanking, which should be interesting to see. But we're getting game number 2 here started. It is Goosey Good versus Runtime Terror. Game number 2.
Here we go. So countdown's on. So Dratnos, I'm expecting to see probably a double pull back to that lantern. I don't know how adventurous they'll go in regards to maybe pulling the whole hallway back to lantern, but I think a double at least to lantern.
It's certainly a possibility. It does look like Goosey Good are getting ready to try and start something like that. You can see Undead, though, already at 50% health here, just trying to group everything up. And this is such a scary moment as a prop paladin, on pull, if you're trying to move everything and you need to kind of move and not actually tank or have any heals coming into you. It does look like they have stabilized, though, and here comes that huge damage now of all the elemental shamans inside that beautiful Venthyr lantern that they've activated. Bursting is something they need to watch out for here, and a couple ticks actually looks like have fixated there onto Cadnadian.
I think Zyro hurt us. Have a look at Zyro's damage. I think he hurt us paying him out on his elemental skills, because he just exploded on that 30k on that pull. No issues at all. So they pretty much dealt with that whole hallway. No issues with the echoing thrust either. Going to pull the brute and the tick here, and then I'm guessing they'll just hug the wall and move around into the inside. So a fairly traditional route, but really nice management on that first pull, getting that 9 buff from the lantern, and just a heck of a extra damage coming out here. And they've made really quick work of this brute.
Yeah, they are fighting it kind of by itself, though, whereas Runtime Terror have used Shroud of Concealment from Automatic Jack on the Rogue to skip that pull entirely, and so they're actually now ahead in dungeon positioning. Runtime Terror are, thanks to that Rogue utility, and that's one of the big things that Rogue does bring, is if you do have these 1 or 2 mobs that you can't really fit into your big pull, instead of having to fight them solo, you get to just skip them, and you get to skip them without using that invis pot as well.
Yeah, which is huge. And as you said, it's just such a slow thing to do in a speed run case, to sit there and fight 2 mobs. So being able to move through that and move in, and there's plenty of extra pulls that you can do throughout this dungeon to make your percent up, especially when you get into the ring, the rooms as you're approaching, through this next section. So you've got a lot of options for trash percentage throughout this dungeon.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of comments as well. The Dreadfire Vessel logo on Cadnadian's UI here doesn't look like he actually has that trinket equipped. If you look top left, there's a badge and a hymnal up there. So yeah, I think that's not something you need to worry about him never pressing, because it's not equipped right now. But anyways, they're getting started here on their Manifestation of Pride. Manifestation of Pride, though, should be spawning soon for Runtime Terror as well. Looks like they have to finish off 2 more ticks before they'll get there, so that's going to be slowing them down a tiny bit. Once Goosey Good gets this manifestation down, they'll get to go into boss without their Bloodlust, though, which is a notable thing to be missing for this first boss. This is one of the harder bosses in the whole expansion.
Absolutely. We are obviously blessed with no Tyrannical being put on this, which is a real blessing for this boss. because this boss can be a real pain in regards to dealing with that 100 energy when it does its shockwave of damage and leaves the orbs behind. Managing those orbs can be a real pain, and generally, you'll see people just set up at one end and then kite the boss down. At a plus 16 with no Tyran setting on it, this boss is melting actually really quick. Already 45% for Goosey Good. We're approaching 100% energy, so we'll see what they do with the orbs. It looks like everybody's moving to this back wall now, so that Severing Smash is going to come out with the orbs, and then they're just going to soak one, and they're just going to kite it. Are they going to start moving it? Maybe they're going to start moving. No, they're just going to soak them all. They're not going to worry about it. And they're just going to finish off the boss here, 8%. So they get through this absolutely unscathed, really well executed. They're going to move into the next part of the dungeon. Runtime error, about 50% at the moment on the first boss. So Goosey Good already opening up a slight lead. But anything can happen here. This is where the dungeon is going to start getting fairly hairy with the oppressors. The acolyte mobs here. So we got a big line of sight pool by the looks of it coming in here, just making it nice and easy to get them out. Cap totem going down. We're just going to see those elemental shamans and even undead just popping off here. Big damage.
Yeah, this many earthquakes is actually so strong on a pull like this. This is a pull where there's like 5 or 6 mobs that do kind of unimportant casts, but when they all get to go off, it can start to overload you a little bit. But this comp, you have so many incidental random earthquake stuns on these medium important kicks that aren't like assigned, that it really adds a tremendous amount of value. That's kind of the perfect situation for the Ellie Shaman. And there you can see that was Canadian's cooldowns. Zyro had the only Ellie Shaman cooldowns on the first pull of the dungeon, but Canadian got to have the only ones there. Doing 36k on that pull was massive, with all that Storm Ellie, Stormkeeper, all that stuff they get to do.
Yeah, really nice coordination from them too in regards to not overlapping cooldowns in that sense and making sure they had them for this. It does definitely seem like a fair bit of practice has gone in to the execution of what we're seeing right now. But they're doing it so beautifully. They're doing it so well. Coming up to another lantern here, so it'll be interesting to see. I'm assuming they will probably go. I actually thought they may have pulled the headroom into this lantern. Maybe unfortunate padding time there. But they might just pull the pat that's just moved across the bridge with the Overseer and the double oppressor. They might pull that room and they'll go into the lantern, I would suspect. And then I'll be interested to see what they do from there, because we should have another Prideful coming up shortly. So after this, we should have another Prideful, and whether they invis that pack on the bridge or they just pull the bridge straight into the custodian room. Interesting. I'm glued to my seat to see what these guys do route wise.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say they're probably going to go and pull those little mobs in the side room into this lantern after this pull. They're not going to try and combine it with a pull as deadly as this Overseer. And so once they finish it off, they'll be able to do that and potentially extend their lantern stacks. And you can see that is exactly what Undead is up to. He runs into that room, everybody else line of sighting, and here come all of those acolytes, couple of pressers as well. They have 3 stacks so far of this buff, and they have another 40 seconds or so before this lantern is going to go away. That is more than enough time for them to get a bunch of stacks out of this and actually spawn their Pride. Now, if they're fast enough, they may even be able to get this Pride to extend a stack for them as well. That's going to be something to look out for, whether that lantern over on the left-hand side ends up deactivating before or after this manifestation dies. Could actually be kind of a big deal, because it'll be an extra 30 seconds of this 10 stack of lantern buff. I think they're on track to beat this. They absolutely
They're going to be
wow.
fine. Ribs said, I got this. Ribs said, I got this. Easy. And here they go now with this Prideful. So I'm going to see they're going to drag this into the mini room with the Custodian. So there's a lot going on in this room as well. You've got the Custodian sending out the little tornadoes. Custodian also does a really large physical attack called Bludgeoning Bash, which can hurt as well, but they have just made such quick work of this. Look at Zyro here with a bit of a combo breaker.
Oof. Oh my goodness, that got me by surprise.
I'm blown here. They're going to move in right. They're going to go to this lantern, and then they're going to head back. So they're looking to extend this. They've got 30 seconds on that 10 stack, looking to extend the lantern here and then moving back. These guys are blowing me away. They've just this is like watching a very practiced, rehearsed team. These guest players have slotted in. They are playing so well with the pros and influence here. Just completely holding their own, and what an experience it must be for them. This is awesome to watch.
Yeah, this is actually such a well-positioned team for a tournament like this. You know, Zyro, Undead, and Hunte, these players are all such kind of instinct players. They have the ability to go into a dungeon that they've never done with, you know, that team, with that comp before, and kind of figure out what's going to make sense before, you know, without having to have that huge amount of practice time. And that is serving them really well here. I think this is going to be a team that is potentially competitive here for winning this whole thing, given how good their Spires run looked so far, and given the Sanguine depths that they're at 0 deaths in this really tricky dungeon after setting up all of these kind of impressive pulls. But I wouldn't count Runtime Terror out just yet either. They are also in this same ring here. They are also making good use of that Venthyr Lantern that you can see is activated right now for them. And I think they have also landed a stack extension. So if anything, they're within a minute of Goosey Good at this point. Probably much less than that. They are probably very close here.
Yeah, they seem right on the heels. They're just finishing up, by the looks of it, they're just finishing up left side Lantern, and then they're going to move to right as we see Goosey Good here to try and extend that and move around. So they are actually right on the heels, and there's a lot, even though there's not a lot of overly important casts going through this section, a lot of it do hurt. The Scribes with the Throw of Research, the Wardens, there's a lot of damage that actually goes out throughout these pools where it can get quite overwhelming. You've got the Remnants dropping the pools on the ground and having to move out of them that do quite a bit of damage. So it's really close through here at the moment. It's really, really close. And it's going to be as well this next boss. Again, no Tyran setting, which is a huge blessing for this next boss, because probably one of the most annoying bosses is incoming in this next boss that they're going to go up against.
Yeah, this is a boss that can be pretty tricky. It's been nerfed several times, and without Tyrannical active, it shouldn't be too bad, but you still would really prefer to have a Venthyr Lantern buff and a Pride buff, if at all possible, for it. Looking at the percent here, I'm not sure that's actually going to line up, though, for Goosey Good. They have another 50 seconds of Lantern buff, but unless they're ready to get to 80% trash upstairs here, they aren't going to have a Pride for this boss. 80% trash is feasible in this ring, but it does mean you won't have it for the boss downstairs, which I think is actually more deadly potentially than this one.
I would have thought they would have been looking to drop down at 75% area. So it looks like this Sentinel's not active and we're going straight into the boss now. So I would assume they'll do boss here and then they will drop down and proc the Prideful to go into that third boss.
They actually do get some pretty good overlap here. They had 20 seconds of Lantern buff on pull here, which they are going to combine with their Bloodlust as well. And you can see 5 seconds left there on that 10 stack of Lantern. They have dealt with half of this boss's health prior to that happening. Little tornado there coming through the group. Luckily, they have Curse Dispels in both Zyro and Cad there on the Ellie Shaman. That's a nice little piece of utility. That tornado, if it hits you, it doesn't actually do that much upfront damage. It does leave a nasty dot, though, that is a curse and is dispellable.
That dot certain, but they have worked through this boss. It's already sub 20% now, so these guys have made really quick work of that, dodging the orbs nicely, moving out with that Castigate not to do too much damage. The ads, they've just completely annihilated. You know, that ad that this boss pops does quite a bit of AoE damage, but it hasn't been alive to actually do anything. They're going to finish up this boss and they're going to drop down and they're going to, I'll be interested to see how they handle this room, whether they do it in one pull or they do it in two, but they'll spawn their Prideful and they'll go into the third boss. But just really nicely executed. Runtime Terror at the moment, pulling the boss now as well. So really not too far behind. If they can get a really quick transition through this boss and then really chase up through the gauntlet, they can certainly claw this time back.
Yeah, it's certainly not over yet. Runtime Terror also looking very good here, but Goosey Good have a great pull going on here. This is a beautiful opportunity here. 5 targets, a great number for LA Shaman. They actually can do pretty effective damage at any number of targets, but 5 is nice because that's where your Chain Lightning starts hitting its maximum number of targets. You start getting just all of this Maelstrom. I guess not Maelstrom anymore, but Ribs is going to go down. Yeah, that is a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events here. They actually don't have an instant cast battle res either. They do have engineering reses available, and they have 1, so they are going to go and deploy that. And it looks like they've been able to recover from this without too much difficulty. Zyro getting clipped there, refusing to move for the Pride line, and pays the price as a result.
So a little bit of time lost there for Goosey Good, and it looks like Runtime Terror just sub 50% at the moment. on second boss, so they are clawing back into this. Goosey Good going to finish up this Pride though, 10%, and then get straight into the third boss, which again, as you said, it can be scary. Again, we have no tyrannical affix, so there's not sort of as much to worry about on this one because the iron spikes can absolutely own the tank, but outside that tyrannical setting, it's a little bit of I guess a breathing room for Undead here on the Prop Paladin.
And I'm going to have to issue a yellow card here. I think that's Hunte doing 13,000 DPS. In fact, I see one of those Theotar's T Soulbind procs here on the buff bar. So I believe that is Ashen Hallow has been cast by Hunte. That is certified unethical gameplay coming out from the Venthyr Holy Paladin of Goosey Good here. You do hate to see that.
Yeah, I think he'll go with an accidental activation there. I think that'll be one of those, I didn't mean to. It was just, I was so used to pressing the button, I pressed it, and then I had instant regret. Or it could just be that we came to win attitude and we don't care if it's ethical or not.
That is so disappointing, especially after they promised us they weren't going to press that button. I cannot believe they would lie to us like this as they are now getting started with this little trash pull here on the bridge. This is a pretty standard pathing at this point. You kill off this pull and then you skip the next one. You get into the trash gauntlet, and that is all the count you need. So we'll see if that is going to be their game plan here. It will require invisibility potions to be used by the whole team here. So now we'll get to check to see whether Zyro greeted and damage potion to try and stay at the top of the meters and left himself without an invis pot here.
Will be very interesting to see. I'll be interested to see how they approach this gauntlet too, whether they do like a half a pull to Lantern. Depends what kind of cooldowns are available for the group in regards to damage. It is a big, scary pull, but it can make the running this gauntlet extremely quick. So you can see the invisibility coming off through here. So we're going to skip this pack, which is generally a slow, dangerous pack, and we're going to move into the gauntlet. And then it's just how they decide to tackle this gauntlet, which will be very interesting, because if you can pull half the gauntlet to the first Lantern, it means that you basically get to take 20% off General Carl's health straight away, which can save you an absolute tremendous amount of time throughout this gauntlet.
Looks like that is not going to be the plan here, though. They are just getting started with the first bit of trash by itself. No shame there. A lot of cooldowns have been committed here. Bursting stacks coming out as well. It's going to be Ribs going down. He actually can't really release here. They are going to have to use their final battle res of this dungeon to get him back up here, if I'm not mistaken. It's really, really tricky if you do die in this spot, because if you try to release, you've got Invis Pot on cooldown and there's a pack between you and the group. And the group is in combat here for the rest of this gauntlet. So there's no way to get an out of combat res. So they have identified that, and they have been forced to use the B res there. So now they have no more margin for error as they move on towards the second of 3 bits of the gauntlet. This is the one with that Lantern, so that is a big advantage for them if they can make it work. But to activate that Lantern, their healer is going to have to take 4 seconds off of healing, and that can be very, very deadly on a pull like this.
Yeah, you can see Cap Totem going out for the stun here, but everyone dropping insanely low at the moment. Big damage coming out from those Alley Shamans, though. Huge. Very, very nice. We're going to get full stacks on this Lantern, and we're going to pull these next in, and we're going to try and extend this out as... Ribs.
It's an earthquake.
Ribs for lunch. I had ribs for lunch. That's why I'm doing this. But you can see the Ant goes off there to get back up. Oof, this is all going. And now we're in a really dangerous part because they have no B-reses left and you are in permanent combat to try and get back up. Gloom Squall going off, so the shield gets activated. Everybody stacks in. This isn't good. This isn't good. And how are Runtime Terror going? Runtime Terror around the 50% area. Are they on the third boss down there at the moment? Yeah. I can't see. With
they're working on trash before it looks like.
No, they're trash?
I wouldn't say they're trash or anything.
They're on trash. They're on trash. Whoa. Stream fails.
I mean, I can't believe you would say that about these players. But
oh God.
That's what they're up to. Looks like Goosey Good have made a great decision here, which is they're telling Ribs, just stay down. We will res you as soon as we can push General Call here to 70%. Once this gauntlet finishes up, we can land that out of combat res, because it is just impossible to get you back if you do release. And so great call being made there by Goosey Good. I think that even with this gauntlet being as sloppy as it was for them, they just gained so much time over the rest of the dungeon that they are still in a commanding lead at this point. There is that final bit of General Call dealt with, and they should now be out of combat and able to land that res onto Ribs. A Quaking comes out to rain on their parade a little bit, but now they are going to be able to go and do that. It looks like it's going to be Hunte horsing back, and will be able to fire off that Master as soon as he gets into range.
Yeah, really level-headed call from them as well, just to make that, because it would have been really stressful going on there in regards to just having to sit dead in an in-combat gauntlet. So really level-headed call from the guys to just say, just stay dead, we'll finish this up, we get Carl to 70%, and then we drop combat and we'll be able to res you. So really nice control there from Goosey Good here. And again, a really, really commanding performance through this dungeon so far. They have just played this so well. Not going to have any issues with the Sentinel here. It does have a nasty bleed and a frontal, but Undad's been really impressive from a tank perspective as well. Positioning, his pump damage as well, awesome.
Yeah, there is nothing better against bleeds than a Dwarf Kyrian Paladin. You have Bop, Bubble, Dwarf Racial, Kyrian Potion. There is no way that a bleed can ever kill you on that combination of race, class, and covenant. And Undad there really does get to trivialize that particular mechanic. As you can see, both teams, I think, playing the Alliance mostly to get access to those Dwarf Racials. They're actually really strong against bursting as well. On your whole group, the ability to just press a button and clear your bursting stacks once every 2 minutes is really, really strong.
It's a huge advantage, especially on the lantern extends as well, like where you're trying to pull as much onto those lanterns as you can to destroy them. Being able to clear bursting with a racial or a file is just, it's too good to miss out on. And it's often what we see through Sanguine Depths is that Dark Iron Dwarf racial coming out from most teams, majority of the time where it can.
Zyra actually going to get revenge there on Cat and hit him with the lines to make up for what happened on the last Pride, the 80% one. They're now even on stunning each other. They are nearly done here with this manifestation of Pride. And looking at their lust timing, they actually will probably get a lust on this fight. It's going to be close. On a plus 16 with no tyrannical, this boss could melt so quickly, they may not even make it to their Pride. I wonder if they'll save cooldowns or not. I mean, just 20 seconds is potentially enough here. I think, okay, it looks like they got a spread for Quaking. Yeah, if I was these players, I'd be greeting for my cooldowns and lust at this point, but it looks like they are too disciplined to do that. They are firing off their cooldowns right on pull. You can see 2 Storm Ellies. They know that this thing is not going to last for a full set of cooldowns, even without Pride on pull.
And they're absolutely melting this boss as well. And General Carl not going to prove any problem. There goes Lust now. Boss already near 60%, so making the full work of Prideful here and getting Lust up, dodging the Wicked Rush lines here as well. No issues. They've executed this dungeon so well. It's been such a pleasure to watch these guys run this dungeon. Again, what an experience for the guest players who have come out and completely held their own in this. Gloom score going off, shield goes down, boss at 50% at the moment. Hats off. And runtime error just in the gauntlet now, so you can actually see just how well Goosey Good handled and executed this dungeon, finishing now. What a run. What a run to watch.
Absolutely well done to both of those teams, but bit of a difference there in terms of when you compare that first match to the one that we just saw, Jet. I mean, Goosey Good kind of just dominated for that series.
Yeah, I mean, runtime error was kind of close earlier on in the instance, within about a minute, but then they just, Goosey Good turned into Goosey Bad because I saw about 5 or 6 Ashen Hollows in that game.
Shameful.
Just totally plowed through the rest of the instance. Yeah, I mean, it's just to be expected with unethical players such as Zyra, who loves to trick people all the time. And he was flexing really hard in the chat in the middle of the run. Yeah, I noticed that too. Yeah.
What do you mean? Was he in chat?
He was in chat typing mid-run. I see you, man.
What a flex.
Definitely a flex. All right, well, real quick, I have more donations to go through that we had during that last dungeon. These are for the U.S. veteran charity that we have. One from Towley himself, $215. Real boomers don't need practice. Go U.S. vets. Another one from Nettie, 100. 50 from Rainbow Unicorn. So that one, the US veteran one, we haven't even had a team yet on the broadcast that is representing this charity, and they're already at $2,000. So that is incredible. We also just had girls who code that charity reach their $1,000 donation goal. They're $10 over that. We had your raid leader, $20, and that says Vento, make IST proud. Your raid position depends on it. That is one of our guest players. So if you're listening, Vento, you better do well here. Then we've got a young family, $100 from them, and then $20 from ISAP, that guild. Get it, Vento, he says. So thank you to everyone that is supporting those charities. Exclamation donate below, down in the chat. If you would like to have more information on those charities, then you can also support them. So it's for an amazing cause. So we are going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have another series coming up for you next. But real quick, shout out to our amazing sponsors, GT Law, for supporting this event. GT Law has a global reach and local roots with a full service video games and esports practice, as well as to our other sponsors, Twitch, Blue Microphone, We Are Nations, and Wowhead. And this amazing event is presented by Raider.io, Keystone Masters, and Complexity-Limit. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it's going to be more teams and more charities for you guys coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're about to kick off the third series of the day, get another team eliminated and moving on here in the bracket. Before we get into this next matchup that we've got coming up, exclamation merch in the chat. I am wearing the hoodie that we have here for this event. It's limited edition as well. All of the profits from that will be going to the winners team and their charity of choice. You can also see that I think the backside is my favorite part of it, like gaming play for good. Very cool. So definitely check that out. Exclamation merch in chat. We partnered up with We Are Nations to make this official apparel for that event. And then also exclamation giveaway in the chat. Shout out to Blue Microphones, one of our sponsors for this event. They have given a microphone to every single guest player participating in today's games here, and then you will also be provided with one of your own if you win that giveaway, as well as a Complexity-Limit jersey signed by Max and a signed Pro-Am merch pack. So awesome giveaway prizes. Definitely check those things out. Now let's get into talking about this match that we've got. We've got To the Moon versus Old But Good, and we've got some new casters on the desk as well. So it makes, what do you make? Haha, that was not on purpose. Sorry. Of this series that we've got here.
Of the upcoming one, I'm pretty excited for it because I'm really happy to see Nagura tanking. I've only seen her tank once, and I think it was back in BFA, and that was actually very entertaining. But I'm also very excited for the guest players in both of those teams, because I think we're going to see a guest player healing Oh no, wait, we're going to see a guest player healing in the upcoming series, not in this one. However, I'm still excited for them, and I think we're going to have some very cool matches, and I hope they're going to smurf like the guest players that we had before. I've been really excited to see those numbers popping up until now.
Yeah, so far those guys have been doing, the guest players that we've been seeing have just been smashing those DPS meters. Shout out to Old But Gold, their charity. We haven't talked about too much just yet today. They are supporting the Trevor Project today, and they are another amazing charity that we're working with. They're the least funded at the moment in terms of donations from today's stream, so let's give those guys some love if we can. Exclamation Joni in the chat, or there is a link down below for the Trevor Project. But their mission is they're the world's largest suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for LGBTQ young people, and they wanted to. Old But Gold chose this charity because they wanted to help change gaming to be just a little bit more inclusive, which I think is something that we all want. So definitely go check those guys out because they are an amazing organization, as well as Girls Who Code, who is the charity that To the Moon is supporting. But those guys have made their donation goal, so that is incredible. They're a little bit over it as well, so if you'd like to support them, they could also use more donations. Of course, the more the merrier. But that's the two charities that we've got here. And just remember, guys, if you buy any of that merch, all of those proceeds from that merch will go to the winner of today's tournament and the charity that they are supporting today. So we've got some guest players as well, 2 players for each team. I think we're going to get the comps going pretty soon here, but we can talk about the map that we've got. It's let me pull it up. I've got so many windows because I've got all of the donations tracked as well. Okay, so Necrotic Wake is where we're gonna be going, guys. Are you the analyst, Dark?
I am the analyst.
Want to analyze this one?
Let me lay some analytical analyzation upon y'all. So Necrotic Wake is all going to come down to how you use the weapons. I expect this dungeon to be executed fairly quickly. So we got Fort, Sang, Quaking Prideful in here. You can see Rads popping out the best class in game on the Blood DK. And funnily enough, the only pro tank choosing to tank here as well. So, there was a special message that went out in the pro tank Discord, which, all the tanks agreed that they were going to play other specs, and Rads, I don't know, complete disregard for everybody there. Nagura on the bear, so two really strong tanks coming out here. I expect to see Nagura with that Incarn and the Ursox Lego just being an absolute monster. J.B returning to the Resto Druid, Wildy on the Holy Paladin, and then we've got Herda on the Fury Warrior. We've got our 2 guest players, the Ret Paladin and the Fire Mage, coming out. Same on the other side, we've got Bane on the Fury Warrior and Zivu on the Frost DK, and Petco smashing out the Hunter as well. So there's a fair bit of comfort going on from some of the pros here in their choices, but it should be a really interesting dungeon. And as I said, I expect Necrotic Wake's a good dungeon, good use of weapons. This is a fast-paced dungeon, and hopefully we see some really good execution around that and some really big pulls. And hopefully we see some catastrophic wipes too, because that's what today is all about.
Can I actually just jump in and say that Bane is only 16 years old and our youngest guest player on this tournament. And I'm very, very excited to see what they come up with. Also because they have a Frost DK and I love Frost DKs and DKs in general. So I'm a bit biased. And I also wanted to mention that J.B was actually planning to play in Feral spec, like healing in Feral spec with not going cat at all. But he stated on his Twitter that he was not skilled enough to pull it off. So I'm kind of curious to see what their solution to it is now.
I'm curious as well. We're gonna find out shortly enough. This is best of 3 here. We've got 3 maps in this pool for this series. We're gonna get this one started very soon here. But I mean, looking at the comps list, this is pretty evenly matched. To the Moon cheating a little bit with Rads here on the take. So we're gonna see how this goes. We'll see if it's just as even as some of these games have been so far. But we really don't know. I mean, the real mystery in this series, as will every series be, is just how well these guest players are gonna be played. But I mean, so far, Lithy, they've been really showing up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They've been performing like crazy. We already mentioned Mojo on the Resto Shaman absolutely carrying his team through those first runs, especially against the Stiefbruders. And also here, it's gonna be great. You can't really say it any other way. I'm particularly impressed by the fact that we have 2 Fury Warriors in this at once. So definitely not a spec I was expecting to see, but I'm hyped for that one nonetheless.
All right, well, real quick before this kicks off, we've got 3 donations for Trevor Project: 25 from Zevi, 50 from Rampy, and 30 from Anonymous. Thank you so much to helping us with that charity. And with that, Makes, I'm gonna pass it off to you.
Yeah, and we're doing the first big pull on the side of Old But Gold, and now To The Moon is also starting to run in and grab those mobs so they can get this key running, and it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty stable. I mean, the affixes shouldn't be that much of a problem. Sanguine is a bit tricky in some places, but I think with the support of a Druid Typhoon and so on, we should be good here. We can also still grip some mobs if they get stuck somewhere with the DKs. And so far, they're making their way. To the Moon is dropping very low, but they're making it out again. And now are also moving to the second pull that they're trying to do here.
Yeah, absolutely looking solid so far. And you already mentioned to Sanguine, not a pleasant affix to deal with. Quaking, more or less on the you can ignore this affix side of things. There we can see it coming out as long as you don't stack up. It doesn't do too much horrible things. And in general, this is looking pretty good because Nagura doing a really, really great job just positioning and kiting these mobs to the proper positions when they die. So the Sanguine puddles don't really overlap or sit under mobs that are casting and heal them up. And now with the Prideful spawning, they'll grab the Golem buff and move on towards the first boss. I need not be surprised if they actually pull that into that one. Yes, there it is. Boss fight into the Prideful. That's going to be hurting, but JB, he is such a experienced veteran, especially on that Resto Druid. He should have no issues whatsoever going through that whole thing, just healing everything up. The little maggots are spawning here as well. They need to kill those off quite quickly, but that seems to be going well without too many issues. And on the other side, To The Moon just pulled the boss as well. After grabbing their Prideful buff, they're going in that one hard as well.
Oh yeah, they are. To the Moon is a little bit behind after Old But Gold, but I'm sure they can manage to follow up here. Nothing has been lost yet. The Prideful buff is on Old But Gold, as you correctly said, and they're melting this boss down. Now it is only fortified, so it shouldn't be that hard to kill a boss on plus 16, but still they're putting down some decent speed here, and To The Moon is trying to follow up. Now Old But Gold is not playing the right side, they're just gonna walk right through and up the stairs up to the next golem, and I'm curious to see if they're gonna go bigger here. Now it is fortified, but you can do it if you're confident. You can pull several mob packs here together, and they decided to do 2, which is, you know, not super brave, but more than 1 definitely. And now To The Moon is trying to kill this boss as well. They're in the execute range, as we can see, but it still needs a little bit more loving from those DPS players. Litty, you were
Oh,
saying?
absolutely. Absolutely. They need to pump some more, but they are also chain pulling. They actually pulled one of the gatekeepers there, one of the necromancers that are standing around at one of those 3 portals there, and those are nasty to deal with. So big trouble for To The Moon here at the moment, because you really don't want to deal with them. You can see the nasty AoE cast going out there. There's the first step. To The Moon struggling very hard to stay alive here. Wildy needs to put all that Fire Mage combustion knowledge into his Rested Druid here for the moment, because they need some crazy HPS pumps here. But it is looking quite okay for now. But of course, even if they get through this, even if they manage to hold on and kill this Necromancer, they are losing so much time on this pole and falling further behind every second. Makes I really don't like this. To The Moon are more like crashing down back to Earth at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. They're actually not pulling this off as was planned. I'm pretty sure they were, you know, aiming for the stars, but meeting with, you know, the land. So that's not really what you want to do. But we still have some spicy pulls, especially with Sanguine in this key. For example, if we go closer to the third boss, there's often things that can go wrong there with mobs healing up again, just because there's not that much space. And I wouldn't say it's totally lost for them just yet. They have their manifestation spawned, and they're trying to make their way up the stairs, which is looking like it's going to work. They're nearly there. Old But Gold has decided to play the pack in front of the second stairs, which is often normally skipped with the little mini boss, especially on fortified. That's something you don't really want to do, but I guess they thought they just want to take those items with them, which is, you know, a decision you can make if you know you have the time and you just want to have everything. Now, I'm curious to see if they are going to pull the second mini boss as well. I hope not, because I don't think that would be the smartest choice. To The Moon on the other side is now standing there waiting. I'm not quite sure for what. Okay, someone was picking up the spear that is on the bottom there, and now they're going to go pull the Marauders and the left pack together in hopes of making time here. Whereas Old But Gold is just, you know, doing a little sneak shenanigans, moving around, triggering events, and so on.
Yeah, JB actually is sneaking away from his party there and triggering the RP so they can start the boss fight later on much faster. And very interesting as well, they did pull the 2 Guardians that To The Moon is playing with the Golem pack right now. They did pull that into the mini boss pack, so a super risky pull there before the bridge. That happened for Old But Gold, but they just blasted through it like crazy. And now they're just chilling a little bit, waiting for that steward to get his work done, because, hey, those cute little owls, you don't want to pressure them, you don't want to stress them, they're waiting to do that. And with that golem buff now up, they'll be moving into the next batch of pulls, and there's some casters, there's a patrol. Are they pulling the monstrosity? Doesn't look like it. I would have been surprised.
I sure hope they won't pull it. It's not something you normally want to do on a fortified key, and especially not with Sanguine around, since it doesn't always move, especially when it's channeling. It can, you know, lead to some quite unfortunate events that we hope will not occur here. To The Moon has spawned all of their Sanguine patches and are now kiting the mobs out, but this is looking good, and we can see that they kind of caught up in time. It's going to be interesting when they hit the second boss to see how far apart both teams are, but I think To The Moon has actually kind of made their way by skipping some things and doing bigger pulls here. So I hope we can see a little more, brave pulling from their side. Whereas Old But Gold is now just going to skip and pull the second boss, I think. Yeah, it's quite looking like that.
Yeah, they are moving on to Marth the Harvester, which is the second boss in this dungeon. Not too challenging on Fortified, if I say so, but nonetheless, you gotta get through that one first. And with that, they will kick off this pull. Nagura charging in there on her bear, being the strong stalwart tank that the team needs to finish off this dungeon. And To the Moon on the other side, they are moving into the caster pack just before the boss. The big thing with these packs, obviously, is that the necromancer in the middle there basically prevents all these skeletal ads from dying. So you basically want to just nuke the single target caster there, and the pack immediately dies. So they shouldn't be having too many problems here. And someone also triggered the RP in the meantime. So this pack is done. Prideful spawns. They grab their prideful buff and go into this boss fight with a blast and power and whatever else they can find. Bloodlust still on cooldown, they will be using that later on, but looking good for To the Moon here at the moment. I'm really curious how fast they will be able to kill that second boss compared to Old But Gold, who are just now finishing that one up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I just want to mention that right now in the damage meter, the guest players are actually, they're super topping those meters, especially Xevo, who's, he came in and he said, watch me, right, on his Frosty K, which is usually not super meta. I mean, obviously you can play it, but often we see more unholy DKs. And he is here on his Frosty K saying, I'm just gonna, let me do this. And he is doing it. And Bane quite small bit behind Petco, but also very, very good in this tournament here. I said this on Twitter already. I think most of these guest players are actually smurfing hard. I think we need to exchange some of the description words we used before, because amateurs is definitely not working with these guys. They came to win and they're showing it so hard.
Yeah, looking absolutely solid. I love to see it, and especially this Necropolis pull for Old But Gold at the moment. They are just putting on a clinic here with that one. It's looking amazing. Bane on the Fury Warrior absolutely blasting. You already mentioned Xevu, who is just pumping away. Of course, Nagura looking pretty grisly on her bear as well, doing a lot of damage here, but that is mostly due to the item she probably was using there. A very popular choice upstairs here is the orb that you can pick up downstairs that just pulses AoE damage and prevents casts. That one is used quite often upstairs, I want to say. But yeah, that's why the bear is so far up in the meter. Bear is decent, don't get me wrong. Bear is not that good, though.
I mean, bears are especially good if you want to do big pulls, right? They're super beefy, and they can just come in and face tank whatever you throw at them. They just don't do as much damage as, for example, a Vengeance Demon Hunter. So that's why you really want to, utilize a bear if you have one. And Nagu Bear is looking really good here. And I think they're doing quite well with all of those pulls. To the Moon is now moving up to the Necropolis as well, after they killed that boss. So we have around a minute that they're behind. However, right now, Old But Gold has some trouble with those little sanguine patches, as we mentioned earlier, where mobs are just getting healed. That's something you usually want to avoid, as it's just a little bit of a time sink.
Yeah, now we are swapping over for To the Moon here to the Moon for a second, because Rad is pulling a massive amount of mobs right here. There's a cast going through, lots of AoE damage. The healer needs to pump like crazy. Lay on Hands coming out for the Paladin to save himself here for a second. Tank gets topped off. The Warrior taking massive hits here. Damage all over the place, but they are staying in strong. Wildy showing off on that Holy Paladin. You think he just plays Fire Mage? No, he definitely is a solid healer as well on top of that. So they are staying in this pull, just pumping away. You can see the cleavers being directed towards the mobs. A really good increase of DPS, but Rat's barely holding on that blood DK, and I think Darkmech is sweating in his analyst chair at the moment, just watching this DK struggle to stay alive.
I mean, is it really struggling? Rats is doing a great job of preserving himself and also doing damage at the same time. I just have to say, Gold looks directly behind him, and Xytrix, the second guest player on this team behind him, but we have a loss of player. 2 people have wiped, I think. Oh, 2 people have died. I don't think it's a full wipe.
They should be okay. They can kite that one out, the rest of them. But yeah, 2 deaths definitely unfortunate. Gonna slow down the whole situation a little bit. They have 2 more mobs alive.
Oh
Oh,
no!
yeah, they're just
And
calling
that's
a
gonna be
reset on
the
that
full
one.
wipe.
Yeah, that's definitely a full wipe. Calling a reset on that one. Definitely a little bit more comfortable to play than trying to kite out through a very, very nasty mobs, including that prideful, while people are just coming back in one after the other. Good call.
Yeah, the problem with those angels is that if your tank is, for example, up there and you as a DPS die and you get carried up, your tank has to kind of self-preserve in that time. And for example, the manifestation is just stacking up. And then when you finally arrive at the top, your tank dies and you get the aggro, so you get kind of the staggered dying, which is really, really bad because of the travel time those angels have. But now they're gonna face that manifestation off, and it's working really well. They have to interrupt that clever. Okay, they kind of did tank it, and now we're going into that stitch work on the right side. I'm kind of hoping they pull the left side as well, but I don't think they want to do it.
I think they already finished off the left side on their first big pull, except for the 2 mobs. I think that they
there is
they
something
reset on
there.
their wipe, right? They're
Yeah.
right. There's 1 or 2 mobs are left on that side. So agree with you that I'd love to see the pull, but it's definitely not going to be easy. There they are. They're pulling them in now that the first mobs start to fall after they drop the sanguine patches on the right side. So good strategy here. Bye to the moon. Rat's doing a phenomenal job on his tank. Oh, repair flash being cast. Nice knockback there out of the sanguine pool. And I think we have already also one of the mobs mind controlled by DK, so that helps.
Do we actually? Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a loyal creation being controlled by rats, I think. Yeah.
Not so loyal anymore, apparently.
Depends on who you're asking, I guess. He seems pretty loyal to rats, so.
Not fair. I mean, he is a cool guy. I'd follow him.
Yeah, you and me both. So Wild to the Moon is finishing up on those packs, and now that loyal creation has been released and hit with that cleaver, perfect timing before the mob dies. Okay, they're just gonna. Okay, what are we doing with that creation? Are we taking it, or we're killing it? Okay, so we're gonna kill that. We're gonna kill those 2 mobs that are spawning now, the stitching assistants, and those should finish up each other quite nicely. Now one is in that sanguine patch, and we can't get it out. Now that's not something we want, especially because it's the one that doesn't do the morbid fixation. It's just gonna stand there and you can't get it out like that. That's really, really not what you want to do with that mob.
Yeah, absolutely not. Fortunately for us, though, or better said, unfortunately for To the Moon, Blizzard did change Sanguine up a little bit this expansion. So the pools, while they are ticking quite heavily on the, well, ticking up the HP bars for the enemies, they do not stay on the floor that much longer than they did back in BFA, and which is why they should be moving on fairly fast because that pool is already gone. But swapping back to Old But Gold, these guys are way ahead of the assistants. They are with the doctor himself. They already got an appointment, and let's just hope it's for a vaccination, not getting killed here. So this fight actually going really, really well. Stitchflash is just dying. The first fixation coming out. Maybe they can get the next hook on that one, but the kiting seems to work just as well. They should be done with this fight in no time, Makes.
Yeah, they just have to aim this hook really, really well so they can grab him right down again. And I think that looks like it's going to hit. We're seeing that hook come in and it's down. Perfect look for Old But Gold. Surgeon Stitch Flash is going down, and they're going to be able to move on. They have their percent ready, and they're gonna go to the last boss for Old But Gold. maybe we can check in with To The Moon, see how far they are at the moment. I think they're still on the last pack before Surgeon.
I think actually they have one more after that. They need to deal with the gas monstrosity as well. So that's a little bit of a setback here for To The Moon, because Old But Gold, they are just blasting through this already
you're
on the
right.
last boss. Did they have items? They must have had items, because my god, they are just completely annihilating him.
Yeah, they are. They're demolishing that boss. There's just no word around it. They're gonna finish him off really, really soon. To The Moon hasn't
Gold.
triggered Surgeon yet. So All But Gold showing that, experience and time pays off because they're Old But Gold,
Yeah.
And maybe To The Moon needs to have a little tech check-in with their rocket scientists for the next dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. Not the best weather for this blast off today, but nonetheless, this is a best of three, so they have at least one more map to get back into the series. But nonetheless, All But Gold, massive performance here on this first map. Super clean run, really good route, and I'm just impressed. These guys are doing really, really well.
They are. I mean, we have to be fair. We have J.B on his main role healing. So that's just something I want to point out. JB, I see you. You could have picked, Mistweaver or something. You chose to go with the Resto Druid. You're gonna get shamed for it. I'm just putting it out there.
All right, well, real quick, we had a couple more donations coming out during that last dungeon. Girls Who Code, we've got $20 from UTEF and another 20 from Anonymous, and those guys are well over their donation goal, so thank you to those two for supporting that particular charity. And Darkmech, Analyst Darkmech, how are you feeling about that dungeon? How did those guest players do?
Analyst Darkmech, feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good after watching that dungeon, actually. Nagura did an amazing job as tank. Really good positioning around with Sangwon. Pulling the boss with Prideful was great to see. Clearly, I think that group had practiced a little bit and knew what their damage was capable of. Our guest players on that team, Zivu on the Frost DK, absolute pump. He gets player of the game and a Mars bar. And Bane, fantastic job. 16 years old, playing to 6,000 people on Twitch. You blew it up, mate. So absolutely well done to you, legend. To The Moon, unfortunately, caught that portal mob down in the first area, which you never, ever want to pull any of them. So massive time sink. So that was no good. We saw a really nice prow from Nagura when she picked up the orb, pulling those two marauders into the mini boss pack, using orb and absolutely detonating them. We watched JB's really nice stealth to start that boss RP while they dealt with the other Necromancer pack, because there was just no issues to die from that. So really nice little aspects of just making every bit of time up that they could. And then we saw, the upstairs pull. Nagura pulled the triple pull into Orb there on the Guardian Druid, rock solid. We saw Rads replicate it on the Blood DK. The issue with the Blood DK is the longer those packs are alive, the more tenderized stacks you take as a Blood DK, your chances of dying just increase with every tenderized stack. And unfortunately, that's what we saw ended up happening to Rads. You can only yo-yo for so long before you can't death strike quick enough and you end up on the floor. But we did see really nice cleaver positioning out of them, throwing that flesh cleaver into the Prideful. It was just unfortunate in that first section where they had that wipe with the portal. It set them well behind. And then that's that mental game of trying to claw your way back into things. You've got people watching you. It becomes quite hard to claw back. But, both teams played well. We still got another map to go before this is sort of over yet. So hopefully they can bounce back and bring it back. I think Rads might be moving to Shadow Priest even. So we'll see.
That's definitely what I heard. So there was some discussion because Rads is main tank. He's playing tank in this tournament. And he got called out for that pretty badly. And that is why he's going to be moving on Shadow Priest this next match. And if he doesn't, you can all go and blame him because that's what he said he'll do.
Did we flame him so hard he's switching off tank?
Yeah.
Oh, now I feel bad.
I do love you, Rad, though. I love you. I'll never change.
I gotta interject here for a moment because Petco is asking in chat right now if you should go Elemental Shaman, and to that I really only have to say, please refrain from the meta pick. Go with the Survival Hunter.
Yes. Oh, I would love to see the Survival Hunter.
Well, press 1 in the chat, everyone, if we want to see Petco play Survival Hunter.
Hell yeah.
Or Enhanced Shaman. Or Enhanced Shaman's the other option.
It's just anything but, yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, look at those ones. Look at those ones.
Things you'll love to see. Thank you, Sorry. Well, there's your answer, Petco. You heard it here. That's what the people want to see. Are you gonna disappoint the people, man?
There's his reaction. I'm just gonna say you asked for our opinion. That's it. You have to deal with it now.
Yeah, you can't disappoint us. And it's for charity, so if you don't listen, you just, it's kind of, might look a little bad.
Ooh, the peer pressure. Lay it on.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can peer pressure if it's in the name of a good cause. I think I'm allowed, or I'm going to allow myself at least.
That works.
Yeah. Well, let's get into talking about this next dungeon. We've got Mists coming up here, and we've got Raging, Bursting, Explosive, and Prideful for those affixes. Based on what we just saw for that first dungeon makes, how do we feel like these two teams are going to do for game number 2? We're going to hopefully some comp switching ups here. So is this going to be a 2-0, or do you think we're going to see this go to a game number 3?
What? What are we going to see in game number 3?
I said, do you think it's going to be a 2-0, or are we going to go to game number 3?
I think it's going to go into game number 3 because the next dungeon is quite special in the combination of affixes that it actually has in this tournament. Because in Mists of Tierna Scythe, we actually have Raging, Bursting, and Explosive, all of them together with Prideful. So that's what, the people who made this tournament came up with. I personally love it. I'm here for a good torture dungeon in World of Warcraft.
That was either Hula Hoops or Syrah, I think. So
it's
blame
Syrah.
them. Syrah.
That is a 100% Syrah combination, but
it was Hula though.
It was Hula. Yeah.
Okay.
Hula.
All right.
It was
The
Hula.
Raider IO Queen herself.
I'm very, very excited to see that dungeon with those affixes, and I'm also very excited to see the role switching that we've been promised, because I think it's going to change a lot up for those teams. And here we see it. Herudra is on the Blood DK, and Rads is now on Shadow Priest. But I don't think there are any other changes. Goldlocks went from Mage to Boomy.
Okay. Love the flexibility of the guest players in here. They're really really filling their role, being team players.
And we have to say, I have to mention, Goldlocks is actually, from what I could tell, I stalked all of the guest players' Raid.io profiles, and from what I could tell, Goldlocks is actually a Resto Druid main, so they're performing off-role here, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, so, you guys heard it here. If we ever have another charity event, you too could be stalked by makes on the internet, so make sure that you sign up for the next one.
Definitely.
Sorry, I was just waiting for you to respond. You were gonna defend yourself for that. All right.
No, I'm just gonna accept that.
I was like, I can't see her face. I was like, is she offended right now?
What
were you saying, Lizzie?
Oh, Petco apparently didn't swap the hunter spec here though.
Oh,
Petco, you're gonna get in trouble for this. That's very unethical for you. Yeah.
Unethical. This is for charity, dude. That's
exactly.
Wait, Herudra isn't playing Blood DK. Herudra is playing Prod
Warrior.
Oh,
we gotta change.
Go.
Update in real time. Let's go.
Can we get Nagura to switch to Blood DK then?
Oh, I would love that.
I don't know. After they locked in their, maybe we can. Maybe nah. I don't want to.
Maybe for map 3, if y'all go at Nagura, play Blood DK, maybe we can get that.
Is she streaming right now?
I think she is.
Okay.
She's streaming right now.
Twitch.tv/Nagura play Blood DK for map 3, guys. Let's
Play Blood
make it happen. We
DK.
didn't make it happen for Petco, but I think we can convince Nagura. But speaking of players, something interesting about To the Moon, you know, the charity that they are supporting today is Girls Who Code. We've smashed that donation goal for that charity, but they actually picked that one in particular to support today for To the Moon because Harudra is finishing up his teaching degree very soon. So it sounds like he's very passionate about education, and that is exactly what that charity is about. It's about helping girls and young women get into, you know, the coding field. It sounds like they've got a lot of cool like after school programs for stuff like that. So definitely check that out. Link down below if you want to support any of those charities that we have today. Girls Who Code. I mean, they smash. We've got two charities that made their donation goal. It's Girls Who Code as well as the U.S. Veteran Charity. So if we can get all of the donations today, all of the $1,000 donation goals today, that would be just incredible, Liffy.
Yeah, that would be absolutely amazing. I touched on it earlier already. It's again and again in these charity events absolutely heartwarming with how much force the community comes out to participate and donate for these good causes. And just the fact that we've knocked out a bunch of these donation goals for the charities we have here today already it's just so amazing. It's always something special to be a part of these events, be it just to watch them, or as recent, especially for me, just casting these it's just amazing. It just puts a smile on your face and gives you a warm feeling in your belly. It's so great. Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely, and it's been a pleasure as well to, you know, we're only a little bit into the day so far, but it's been really fun being here on the desk alongside you guys, and I hope that we can fulfill all of these donation goals for these charities. So we're going to be heading into that dungeon shortly here, game number 2 of this best of 3 series, and we've got OBG. You can see the score up the top left there, Old But Gold up 1-0 already. And I'm going to hand it to you, Liffy.
Oh, yeah, because we're starting off hot in this dungeon, because we have a double, if not even a triple pack pull right at the start here. We'll see if the Bloodlust gets invested here. There's the first bunch of mobs, the second bunch of mobs with the villagers. So 3-pack pull for Old But Gold. Similar for To the Moon. I think they're doing the same thing. So this is massive damage going out. Bloodlust, instant 2 people down for Old But Gold. JB didn't get an opportunity to top that again, and Petco even pulling out the turtle immediately to counteract some of the damage coming in. But in the wake of that, I think both people who died already have done most their damage, because most of these mobs are already dead on the floor. So little bit of a bummer here with that double death, but they managed to get through the pack without losing too much time. Moving on immediately, the trap from Petco. Really good planned route here, and they are into the next pull. Nagura not hesitating a single second.
Now, I don't want to, jab into the same spot again and again, but I definitely think that was karma for not giving us the survival hunter that everyone wanted. I'm just going to say. Now, they're doing those little harvesters, and I think they're going to go up and pull those 2 biggie boys as well, just because they can. And yeah, here we go. Now, it is a bit tricky to deal with those explosives when everything is kind of spreaded, but they're doing a great job with that, and it's looking really, really good here.
Yeah, that is absolutely looking solid. What is dangerous here is the raging on the big mobs here. So you gotta watch out that you have that soothed as soon as they drop low before they go into their thrash channel, because that can just completely annihilate you. But since they are not dropping super low for now, they are fine. We can see the Old But Gold actually opening up the gate here for those extra stat mushrooms, grabbing that a little bit of bonus HP or throughput here with.
There's an explosive and it's gonna go through. No.
JB, where are the heals?
Yeah, JB, why can't you do everything? What is going on? Everyone ran off to get those mushrooms, like, the greedy people they are, and left JB there channeling his tranquility. Explosives went through, the trashing went through, but no one died, so we're good here. Gonna go to the first boss. To the Moon now has their manifestation standing, and they pulled it. And I think we're gonna see the same for Old But Gold. Here we go. Do you think they're gonna pull it into the boss?
I can definitely see the boss pull on the last few percentages of the manifestation. Interesting to note here as well. For To the Moon, they did not invest their bloodlust on the very first pull of the dungeon. So other than Old But Gold, they still have that big CD to just throw in on this first boss, and with it, the one phase should be more than easy. So we're going into this fight. Prideful buff is online. Bloodlust will come in as soon as the villager, I forgot the name, the Droman, goes down for the first time, so you can just nuke Ingra without too many problems. But it's amazing to see how neck to neck both teams are basically spawning the Prideful at the same time. It's really just a few seconds apart from each other. This is looking absolutely solid. Droman goes down, there's the Bloodlust. Let's go To the Moon. They are lifting off.
One face, one face, one face. Yeah, they're doing really, really good here. Ingra is dropping like nothing else, and I think we're going to see that one phase executed really, really well. They have 200k HP left on her, and they're just going to tunnel through because why not? Whereas Old But Gold is also now in the burn phase, and they're trying their best. I can see that damage coming in, melting Ingra for Old But Gold, and they are also finishing up this boss with basically no effort whatsoever. Now, here it's important, Litty. It happened earlier today. You have to click on that little Night Fae orb to the left side, because we had a little mishap happen earlier where that had been missed and caused precious time. So we really hope that this is working now. Nobody is messing that up, and we see the help weak aura popping up here. So
I was about to say I'm gonna subtract Old But Gold some points on the B rating because they didn't like actual one phase the boss, but that is completely balanced out by that help we gotta be quite honest with you here. That's rough to see.
Yeah, it's really tough.
I'm just joking.
Yeah,
I'm just joking.
Definitely. So we have the first pull down for both teams, and I think it's important to say that Old But Gold has one more death on their counter. As close as these two teams are at the moment, this could be the final straw that decides who wins this match. It's really, really close here, and we do want to see a head-to-head race for both of these teams. Furthermore, in this matchup, I'm hoping that we can see a big pull here somewhere, just for us guest players to really pop off and show what they're capable of. I think we owe that to them.
Absolutely. We already saw one of the teams pull that pack over the wall on the very first part of the maze here. So very well done to pull that tag off. That is not something you see on every group, but that definitely is going to net them a little bit of an advantage in terms of trash percentages. And our rat here actually dropping fairly low, getting some hits there, a little bit of the aggro coming over to him due to the burst damage. If you ever played Arena recently, you know how much burst damage a red does. It's absolutely disgusting. And with that, this pack is basically almost done. Should be down in just a second. 3 symbols are uncovered. And there's the 4th symbol, and they will be moving on after that Prideful. Maybe they can drop combat here for a second. Psy elaborated on that one earlier a little bit,
they're
but
really, really low.
Yeah, that bursting coming in hot, that hurts.
Ay. Okay, but Wildy is doing it. He's chopping the group back up. No effort whatsoever. The manifestation is dying effortlessly, and they're gonna move on. I don't think they should have let it stand there, because as quickly as they killed it, I think they're gonna make real use of that Prideful buff that they got now.
Yeah, absolutely. That Prideful buff will help you immensely, just moving through this maze faster and faster. They're already on through the next pack. The first mob is already down, and this pack is basically done. I don't think they popped any cooldowns really, so you can see how powerful that Prideful buff is. So maze is open, maze is done, and there is the Gorge Gullet mini boss they can deal with, and with that Prideful buff they are in a great position to just completely knock that mini boss out, while on the other hand Old But Gold, they are on to the next packs and just finishing that one off before they move on to their next room in the maze. actually
Very,
dropping
very
so low.
true. Yeah. I don't know what we gave those guest players to eat, but they're topping those meters so well. I'm very, very excited to see them in the upcoming MDI because that's what I'm expecting at this point. The Gorge Gullet dropped and they're moving on to the next pack, and I think we're pretty close to the boss at this point. Whereas All But Gold is actually pulling the trash together with the Gorge Gullet. I'm not sure. I think they just pulled it through the wall. I didn't know that was possible at this spot, but I think that was Bane's experience just telling us, telling those pro players how to do this dungeon with more effectiveness.
Yeah, Bane
So I'm
pulling out
really,
the
really
big
happy.
stats.
Definitely. I mean, it must have been Bane or Xivu because I can't think of any other player on this team to actually think of that. So
Yeah, I mean, JB is probably way too busy trying to figure out how he heals. He's as feral to actually dig into the strats of how to pull mobs through walls.
true,
And
true.
I'm actually impressed they went for something like this with the Gorge Gullet mini boss, and now spawning the Prideful, and basically almost negating the advantage to the moon had so far throughout this maze, and kind of pulling even. Of course, it's like a half HP on the Prideful that's standing between both teams, and then moving on to one more room, and then we're already at the boss, because I think But Gold they already pulled this one through the wall. They should be moving right past and into the boss fight, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I think they pulled the one before that through the wall. So I think they should be at the same spot. No, you're absolutely... Huh? Okay, now I'm
Just
just very
swapped,
confused.
really.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I was right. They pulled the one before that through the wall, and that's the one that they are now behind to the moon. To the moon is now on the boss fight, and here it's going to be really critical if one of those teams can actually skip the puzzle phase or memory phase or like whatever you want to call it. Because there is a way you can skip it if you push the boss in a certain cast sequence, and it saves you so much time if you don't have to play that, even if it's not a tyrannical boss. But right now, To the Moon definitely has their head up a little further than Old But Gold does.
Yeah. So I was completely wrong on thinking that these teams actually evened out there on that Prideful, and yeah. To the moon. I mean, I mentioned it earlier. They're blasting off, and this time it does not look like they're dropping back down to earth. At least not for now. We still have a bunch of trash with the Gorms coming up after the Mist Caller boss fight right here. And of course, you need to move through this one first and not die, because those foxes, they can freeze your whole group if you're not careful. And otherwise, well, we all caught a snowball here and there, right?
I mean,
I'm not the
Xivu
only
can
one.
totally soak them with his AMS, so they don't get in the way if one does come kind of too close. Like, you can walk out AMS, grip it to you, and easy peasy lemon squeezy. But yeah, you're absolutely right. To the Moon has really refueled their rocket and are blazing off to the stars. It's looking very good for them. The boss is melting. They have about a third more in HP down than Old But Gold actually has, and they're doing really, really well here. I like to see it.
Yeah, you love to see it, actually. So half HP about for But Gold here, but they are dropping consistently lower. There is the next guessing game coming out for JB and the crew. We can also notice JB every now and then popping over into that Moonkin form, get those sweet Boomkin Star Surges out. Nice root on the Fox as well to help out there. Petco providing some CC with his pets as well. Actually breaking the root, though. That's a little
The Moon has
nice
killed the
vortex.
boss.
Yeah, they have killed the boss, and they're just moving on. There's no holding them back. I'm really curious how they're moving through the Gorms and how many deaths we'll see there.
Before they go down, there's actually a skip that you can do here where you don't have to wait for the RP event, and I think maybe the Old But Gold team might use it instead of waiting, but To the Moon definitely waited their time, and they're gonna go down, and now hopefully we'll see those really, really big pulls that we love in this dungeon. Whereas Old But Gold still has to play the last sequence of puzzles before they can kill off the boss.
Yeah, well, they're getting very, very close to finishing off the Mist Collar here. There you can see the AMS soak of the Fox, as you mentioned earlier, Mix. And with that, Mist Collar is done. The skip doesn't really work, I think, for Old But Gold because they don't have a snowfall buff on the whole team, while To the Moon theoretically has the levitate on the Shadow Priest, but they opted to not do it. Oh, actually, someone flying off, and was that the Moonkin retreat back onto the platform? That's the big place there, getting knocked back and jumping back on. You love to see that one. So showing off a little bit here. I think Goldlux actually was the one pulling off the big plays here, and our Red topping him off with a single word of glory. Talk to me again about how Red doesn't off-field properly. This is looking absolutely solid. Haruta dropping low, trying to kite this one out, but the mobs are hurting him. They are raging, they are angry, and the tank is not very happy with that one. Stimulated resistance actually getting cast through, but the big Belf ratio coming in there, I think. But they did get the purge. Might even be the master spell that came in there to get those shields off the mobs. Slow, kind of saved in the last second, but now they have to get through this manifestation of pride, which is going to be a little bit nasty, but Wildy is staying in there.
Check out the DPS meter on this giant pull they just did. I'm just saying. We have Xytrix and Goldlux absolutely topping those meters. They're blasting, they're fuming, they're fueling this rocket on their trip. It's fantastic. And now we're killing off the manifestation. Old But Gold did kind of a similar thing. They're now also on the manifestation, still a little bit behind. And now we are going into the next pull, and I hope it's equally as big as this one was. We're dealing with all the explosives as if they didn't exist, and I've been listened to. They're pulling all these 3 packs together and are trying to execute this pull as flawlessly as they did with the one before, but there's an explosive going through. We have one death. Someone released instead of using the battle rest that they did have, and this is unfortunately a wipe for To the Moon. That was not what they planned.
You hate to see it. The Red popping off with over 20k DPS on that one immediately got aggro, and of course the tank basically got one shot. We'll see some mobs being pulled to the side here so they can skip that one. I'd say there's a Shadow Melt coming in, but nonetheless, this will throw them back massively because Old But Gold, they're not going as high risk while still progressing at a steady pace, but they are not leaving a single man or a woman behind. They have 5 deaths on the board, but they have not lost them recently, so they are on a great pace to continue on their run through the dungeon. And man, they're getting pretty close to the last boss here, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they're now like 2 packs ahead, and that is the last pack that they need to get their 100% of trash count in this dungeon. So right after that, we're either going to play the manifestation or not, but we're definitely going to move into the boss and try to melt it down. And I think we should have Bloodlust ready for that as well. Letty, help me out. I don't see any debuff.
I'm trying to find the debuff bar on this UI. JB, please, what are you even doing? But no, I can't see it right now. We'll get back to that one later on. But yeah, it should be ready.
I think it's ready for the boss. It should be ready for the boss.
Above the party frames, apparently there is right. Okay, yeah, there. So they don't have Sated. They should have that one available. Thank you, chat. Chat saving all lives as usual.
So as we thought, it's ready, and they're going to use it after they kill this manifestation off. They're going to go right into the boss. And if they win this one, it's actually a 2-0 for Old But Gold, and that will be the end of To the Moon. They're going to enter, they're going to exit this tournament as quickly as they entered it, and Old But Gold will move on into the semifinals.
Yeah. Unfortunate wipe there on the big pull, but they were saying to themselves, go big or go home. They went big, but sadly through that also are going home nonetheless. Really great performance from them so far, and we gotta say, Old But Gold isn't quite done yet. They are blasting Tredova here like crazy. JB in the Moonkin form. He doesn't even need to heal on this one because this is just too little damage for him to have any reason to cast healing spells here. And to be fair, I mean, healers basically are DPS at the same time nowadays. So Shadova dropping low, all but gold, looking to clutch this series 2-0 here. Really, really well played, but we gotta just hand it to the moon here as well. Absolutely a solid run here through Mists of Tierna Scythe. Only that last little bit cost them the run. Nonetheless, absolutely great performance. GG's.
GG's, well-deserved win, even though it was kind of unethical to put J.B on Resto Druid. I'm just gonna say that again. But yeah.
I gotta say against that, Harudra is an MDI level experienced warrior main tank, so it's not that harsh of a difference. Gotta be quite honest there.
True, fair enough. So both of those teams could have, risked more. Not that I want to mention anybody specifically, Petco, but that's just that's just what we're dealing with at this point. I'm very, very happy to see Alpha Gold proceed here in this tournament for a great cause. I'm just going to mention that again because it's one of my favorite charities in this tournament. And if you haven't checked out those charities yet, I would love for you guys to do that.
What about you, Darkmech? What's your favorite charity in this one? Oh no, muted!
The muted mic charity.
At least on our end.
He didn't.
No. I did an IR. I pulled an IR. Able Gamers is probably got a soft spot for me because it was the one that I was involved with through Race for World First. So they're probably my favorite one out of. They're all amazing charities, absolutely, but I have a soft spot for Able Gamers, I think.
Definitely all very good causes. So check out those links down below if you want to help support those charities. We've had a few donations come in through those through that last dungeon, but I will pull those up. And while I'm doing that, Darkmech, thoughts on that last dungeon?
Yeah, so we both saw the three pack opening pull, and as expected, I watched Nagura's health not move with Incarn and Ursoc's Lego. Just didn't move, rock solid. We saw Bane and Zuru drop really quickly, but they managed to hold on and clean up that pull, so there was no issues. To the Moon had a great start through the start of that dungeon. JB got really tested. They pushed both of the Dust Breakers into their Furious Thrash at the same time while an explosive orb went off, so that really tested out JB, but obviously very comfortable on that Resto Druid and able to recover from that. To the Moon, they played that dungeon so well through the entirety of that dungeon until the end. They had the extra pull through the maze to catch up as well. They linked their Pridefuls really well. Both teams turned the 2 pull after Ingra into a 6. To the Moon 1 phased, which was awesome. And then we just got down into that last section after the second boss, sorry. We saw Harudra do that really nice pull away heroic leap meld to skip that opening pack. We saw the double pull. We saw the master spell from my boy Rads come out because that shield cast got through. And then we saw this extremely ambitious 3 pull, which was not even remotely necessary, and there was way too much risk it and not enough biscuit. But I respect that, and I think everyone will remember that, because this isn't a tournament for safe stuff. This is a tournament where we go out and we get it. So a huge shout out in that one as well to Goldlux. He owned it absolutely on the Druid there, on the Balanced Druid. Got punted off, turned around, disengaged back onto the platform, which was absolutely amazing.
Please tell me a clip of that.
It was awesome. Smash the damage as well. Zytrix as well on the Rep Paladin through those maze pulls, huge bursts. So the guest players really bought it, really stepped it up, and kudos to you guys. You can both have Mars bars for that one. I'm just dishing them out.
Love it. We'll get those handed out soon, those Mars bars, but well done to both of those teams, especially the guest players. Incredibly well done all around. Old but Gold will be moving on, and unfortunately that is the it of To the Moon. So thank you to every single person in that team for coming out here and supporting these charities and participating in this tournament. Real quick, before we head to a break, I've got a couple of donations to shout out. Anonymous, $20 to Girls Who Code. So thank you so much to that. And then also the Trevor Project, which is the charity for Old But Gold. We actually completely doubled their entire donation goal within that dungeon. We had a $535 donation, which I think is the biggest single one we've had all day, from Nerd Carver. He says, "Remember, you are loved," which is so true. $20 from Vemp. That's another guildie. Hey, dude, let's go Old But Gold. Shout out to my boy Petco. And then $20 from Anonymous. So thank you for all those donations to the Trevor Project. We're going to head to a break. Thank you so much to our sponsors, Twitch. Thank you for your partnership on this event. Twitch is a huge proponent of World of Warcraft in the World of Warcraft community, and they've helped support so many events such as this. So thank you to Twitch, as well as the rest of our sponsors, Blue Microphone, GT Law, We Are Nations, Wowhead. This event has been brought to you by Raider.io, Keystone Masters, and Complexity-Limit. We'll be right back. We're going to have Cadre Compadres versus Press W Zug Zug coming up next. Hey everyone, welcome back. We've got another matchup coming in hot for you guys. We've got Cadre, which is Towley's team, versus Press W for Zug Zug. Real quick, I want to give a huge shout out to Towley and his community. They completely smashed this sub goal, or this this donations goal, excuse me. Apparently I stream too much on Twitch. For the US veterans, $2,300 from 29 supporters for this team's charity. I'll read off a couple of the most recent ones. We've got $50 from Anonymous. We've got $250 from John Silva. We've got 215 from Towley, which I already mentioned. So thank you so much to that community. I mean, that's an incredible amount of money raised for that charity. And we've got a whole bunch of other ones participating here in this tournament. So check out those links down below. But looking at these two teams, Jet, you're new here on the desk. I'm going to grill you. I know we've got some interesting stories here with this matchup.
Yeah, so, we got old Palamazi here, a good friend. He's playing Warlock. Good Warlock guy. Great informational guy. He's got some stiff competition, though, because he's going up against the Compadres. Now, these guys are the two most devilish people in Complexity Limit. They are got an absolute terror. You might know them as I'm Fired Up and Shakib, and they're going to be playing with our good old buddy Towley. So, they have a very unorthodox approach to these dungeons. They don't play them at all. So they're just going to go in and they're just going to do it, go with the flow. Maybe, some of these mobs do things that they don't know what it is. They're just going to, see how it goes. Shaq practiced healing yesterday, healing some of the NPCs in Ouroboros. He kept them speed the whole time. So
that's amazing.
He's ready. He's definitely ready.
So, I mean, you hear to hear, guys, that is a professional player right there. If you want to practice a new spec, just, go up to any regular NPC in any of the capital cities and WoW, and you can become a pro yourself. But that should be very interesting. But then, on the other side, we've got the team competing against them. We've got Press W, Zug Zug. They are supporting Girls Who Code, another charity, another amazing charity. They've already made their donation goal as well for today. So thank you to everyone that has supported those guys. But it's gonna be a little bit more meta, and I feel like if I had to give my money to a team here, Mix, I would give it to this one.
Oh, would you? I mean, I do like Girls Who Code as well, but my personal, that kind of hits close to home is definitely the Trevor Project.
Mm-hmm. I meant like betting, but you gave a way more wholesome answer than I did. Yeah. But you can give your money to any of the charities that we have here. Like I already said, you got those links down below. Lots of people have already given their money. But we've got two incredible teams here. This is the last first round that we have in the bracket, and then we're moving on to the semifinals. So we're kind of close. We're gonna have the grand finals at the end of the day. Exclamation merch in the chat, because the winner of this tournament will have their merch, all of the proceeds from the merch go to the charity of their choice. We can take a look at the bracket we've got currently going on here. We've already got 3 teams eliminated. We're about to have a 4th, and then we can see where the semifinals are currently. Hoppy Joe versus Goosey Good. That is going to be the matchup that we're going to see first for semifinals, and then the winner of this one going on to face Old But Gold Dark Mech.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a shout out to our new guest players coming in hot here. Compadres, we've got Newlander, 34 years old, born and raised in Ohio, a military man, 2 kids, been married for 11 years, taught himself to juggle in a hotel room. That's rad. He's keen to see. He's keen to see how he hangs with the big boys on the tournament realm in the BIS gear. And we got Traylon, the last guest player from Compadres from Sacramento, California. Works for the state of California. They love tabletop board games and role-playing games. Started WoW back in TBC and started getting more serious about the game recently, pushing out KSM. Plays a fire mage usually, so getting paired up with Fired Up was a bit of a thrill, and was looking forward to teaching him a lesson or two about the spec. So keen to see how these two guest players go. I'm going to cover off Zug Zug in the next map. I thought I'd break it up, but I'm excited to see how this goes. We're starting off with Sanguine Depths here. And we've seen, Sanguine Depths can be a tricky dungeon, depending on your pull pattern, your lantern extends, and how big you decide to go. So this will be interesting. We've got some interesting group compositions here as well, Jet. You want to run us through?
Yeah, so we see an interesting lack of melee, just both of them running kind of wizard cleaving going on here. Interesting to note that I'm fired up. He's playing a shaman, and I don't think he has any experience throwing lightning. You might have to ask him about that later, but I don't think he knows how to do that, so we'll have to be careful. I think, pretty standard in terms of tanks. We have Guardian and Vengeance Druid. Vengeance Druid being good at running away from mobs, and Guardian being good at not running away from mobs. It's a pretty, you see different philosophies between the two groups.
Yeah, I'm really, really keen to see how Fired Up goes on Elemental, and I'm even more excited to see how Shaq goes.
Is he streaming? I might have to go watch one of those guys during this dungeon instead of listening to you guys cast.
Can I just
all right.
quickly... yeah, we take that personal. I am just saying. But can I just quickly point out that Kinka on Press W Zugzug team is actually a guest player, and she's also the only female who's competing in this tournament as a guest player. So also our only healer. Very, very excited for that one.
This is our second guest player, right, playing healer, or is this the first?
This is the first, I think.
I think it's the first, yeah.
The
first and only, as far as I know, unless there have been
we had
any
Mojo
switcheroos.
in Hoppy Joe.
Oh, we did.
Right.
So was Mojo playing healer? Because I think...
He was playing Ellie.
Yeah, no, he was playing Resto Shaman, and he was pumping, wasn't he?
Yeah. So it's
he's Resto Shaman, and he was...
pretty big undertaking, especially, to be a guest player and do either tanking or healing. Seems like none of them are playing tanking, which I don't blame them. Healing, that's pretty impressive to play amongst these, pro players and influencers doing something as important as that.
I'm trying to think of which team I would want to be on if I was a guest player. Like, there's ones you pick for winning, and then there's ones you pick for, like, having a good time.
Compadres for the conversation, and Press W Zugzug to not get griefed.
Yeah, I mean, these are some serious specs. Like, these, like, Press W Zugzug, they really came to play. They want to win. They want to support their charity. They want to give it the most money as possible, because, like I've mentioned so many times before, all of the proceeds from that merch goes to the charity of choice. So, if you sign up for this, if you have your charity of choice and you win, that's even more money that goes to that charity. So we'll see once we kick off how we're going to be seeing these two teams go. It's best of 3 as well. It's single elimination too, so you kind of only have one chance to stay in it. But we're going to get that dungeon loaded up here. We've got those fixes. It's a level 16 as well, so we're going to see who will be our last of these first rounds to be eliminated. It's going to be a 4th team getting eliminated very, very soon here. Game number 1, Cadre Compadres versus Press W Zugzug. Oh wait, you're the analyst, aren't you?
I am the analyst. Yep.
Get out of here, Mick.
All right. Sorry. No casting for you, Mix. Dark Mick, take it away.
All right, here we go. So starting off here, and Compadres are Horde as well, so we won't be seeing that Dank Iron Dwarf strat in regards to being able to remove bursting throughout this dungeon. So this will be interesting. So big pool committing hero here. They're going all the way to the end. They're going to pull 3 packs here, and then they're going to come back to the lantern. So this is a big pull. This is a big pull to open up with here. And Tally running that Incarn and Ursoc legendary as well. So absolutely no issues with his health moving whatsoever. The fair thing about Guardian. But really nice setup on this. They did leave the Brood out. Jet, what are you kind of expecting to see through this dungeon as we go in regards to pool sizes here?
I wasn't expecting to see that, but it seems like with the lack of the Dark Iron Dwarf, you're going to see Shaq try to do those resets on the bursting. Seeing here is very selfless. He made sure everyone else stayed alive while he took the brunt of the damage. That's very like Shaq. Also notice that Press W Zugzug didn't commit that Lust on that first pull, so we'll see how the Lust timing differences come into play here.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're just going to deal with this brute and the tick by themselves now, and then they'll move through. Press Zug Zug already moving through. They're going to pull this first room out into the ticks, which no, they're going to pull them into this room and just do it here. I thought we were going to see them go all the way out there and maybe spawn a prideful straight off that, but they're going to fight them in this room. So both teams fairly evenly placed at the moment. Compadre's just waiting on quaking here, and then they're going to move through. They're just going to hug the wall and move around through this. So they're not going to pull any of this room as we see Zug Zug doing. And they're going to move out and they're going to pull probably these 2 tick packs, maybe. Oh, unfortunate pride timing there, which is going to hold up moving through here. This is really unfortunate with not pulling any of this inside room and those brute timings. If you get unlucky, you end up sitting here and wasting quite a bit of time. I don't know what was going on here. I wondered if we'd had a DC or something like that. We were chilling, but now we're going. So yeah,
they're pulling up Wowhead, looking at what the mobs do. There's a lot of planning. They're kind of very meticulous. These guys, they want to plan everything out when they get to the pull, talk it over, and then they'll do the pull. That's really the proper way to do these dungeons.
There's nothing wrong with that in a Mythic Plus environment, especially when it's for charity. So Zug Zug dealing with that first 20% prideful now, and they're going to go out. I wonder how big they'll go here. If they're going to, are they going to pull the boss in with this? So they are. So they proc 20% prideful. They're going in double tick pack and into this first boss. This is a big, big pull. And that Vengeance Demon Hunter Elysian Decree coming out, pumping a whole bunch of damage there. This is a big pull from Zug Zug. This is a big, big pull. And now we've got Compadres just dealing with that outside, but this is going to set them quite a fair way behind if Zug Zug managed to pull this off clearly, because they've already dealt with that first prideful, funneled that damage into the boss, and now they'll be playing catch up throughout the rest of this dungeon. This is really nice from Zug Zug.
Yeah, I think I really am favoring the play to have the lust with the ads where you hold it on the boss, and you just clean everything up really quickly with all your cooldowns, nice and smooth. Whereas doing the lust at the start, I am not super favorable. Oh, it looks like we already got a hit with the pride line. You'll see here Shaq positioning himself to to hit one of the amateur players with the pride line. He was successful. I think if you can manage to hit the same person twice, you get some sort of bonus or something like that. But that's what we're going for here.
Yeah, I think there was some kind of agreement for every time you hit the same person, a minute comes off the timer at the end. I think that's what they'll be definitely going for. Oh, Newlander dropping definitely certainly low there, and he has met his end. We're going to get 1 death out of this, so they're going to have to get a res off while this prideful ticks down before going into first boss. But Zug Zug already through into the next room on this Sentinel right now, powering through this dungeon so far really efficiently.
Yeah, we're getting a really, really clean run from Press W Zug Zug. Seems like they've done this dungeon before, and I don't know what the rules are about that, but I mean, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, I think a bit of practice has come out.
We see Compadres got their res off. Now they're starting, not exactly a full pride on the boss, but they got most of it in pretty good. And we see now Press W Zug Zug is off into this hall. So I have a pretty special relationship with Sanguine Depths. It was the only dungeon I had to pug for my KSM because my friends wouldn't want to do it with me. So I know all about this room. And let me tell you, it's not fun to do in pugs.
Yeah, it's probably my most hated dungeon in Shadowlands so far. So you can see they've dealt with that first Severing Smash. They've just soaked the orbs and they're going on to that. If we can get a full screen up on Zug Zug at the moment, though, it looks like they've gone with a pretty big hallway pull into this lantern at the moment, which they have. I don't know how many packs they may have pulled there, but they've spawned their 40% pride, so they may have done a double into that lantern. They've spawned this pride. They'll probably try and get this prideful down in time to extend on that lantern as well. And then whether or not they'll end up pulling the pack in front with the room maybe onto it, it depends how big they want to go. They do have prideful, so we'll see what they want to do. But Sham on that Vengeance Demon Hunter just absolutely controlling it at this moment. And Butter as well, which I'm pretty sure is that that's one of our guest players on the Fire Mage, absolutely pumping out the damage at the moment too, which is awesome. So Buttermax, big pump.
And we see the Ashen Hollow, which is, you know what, we'll give them a pass. You know, we're being very Ashen Hollow positive now. We love Ashen Hollow. It does
when it's on a guest,
damage. Yeah, does a ton of damage. We got all our cooldowns with the extended buff and a pride going here. This is just easy pickings for these guys.
Yeah, straight into that custodian room, drop that down with no issues whatsoever. Another decent sized pull here coming. They're going to line of sight this one. I'm going to assume they'll line of sight this. They'll go right to a lantern to extend that, and then they'll move left and go back and get the lantern on that side. So very, very well rehearsed pulls here from Sham and the team, and they are absolutely dealing with this without any issues. And Kinka, the guest healer, is absolutely stepping up to the plate at the moment. And as we said, it's a massive thing to do. There's like 5,500 people currently watching. You've stepped up to heal influencers, pros in front of a world audience, and that's awesome. I love seeing it. I love seeing Kinka doing so well as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's this dungeon is not easy to heal either, so it's definitely a big props for being able to do something like this, and a very, it's for fun, but it's still a little bit stressful, right? So it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where we went hard on the fact that this is a pro-am. It's for charity, it's for fun, but when you're playing with people that you fanboy and you fangirl over online, you want to do well. So hopefully being able to remove that pressure to be able to enjoy it and then just chill out in Discord with the team and just enjoy the experience is what this whole thing is supposed to be about. And they appear to be having a really good time at that at the moment. So they're not going right, they're going immediately left. They're going to pick up this Sentinel. They're going to activate this Lantern, I would assume, and it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing in here, actually, because I would expect them to drop down at around 75% again, like we saw the last Sang Depths run, to proc that Prideful onto the third boss rather than the second boss. So we'll see what they end up doing around here. But this inner ring can get really dicey if you go too big. You can meet your end very quickly in this inner ring.
Right, and we don't have Tyrannical as one of the affixes, but I do think that third boss is quite brutal compared to some of especially the second one. So I definitely think that this is going to be just a standard practice for them regarding what they're going to do with their pride.
Yeah, and they appear, I'm assuming they're going to cop this double here late. Yeah, it's running in right now. And again, Kinka just keeping everybody topped here. No issues whatsoever. Buttermax on that Fire Mage is absolutely stepping up. I'm not sure what Buttermax's normal character he plays is, but absolutely smoking the damage here at the moment. And Cynic as well on that Elemental Shaman, just really popping off as well, 15k at the moment. So these guys are having no problems in checking themselves through the damage requirements here. Moving up to this second boss now, so it's 73%. I'm assuming we'll just kill these two, we'll pull boss, and then we'll be dropping down for Prideful on that third boss. But really commanding run at the moment compared to compadres, who are still just moving along. They're over the bridge, or they're just across from the bridge now with their 40% Prideful, so they're quite a fair way back at the moment.
Right. It seems like they're kind of banking on a tortoise versus the hare story going on here. So they're, at this point, you just got to hope that that Press W Zug Zug does something really bad, and hope that the planning and meticulousness that has gone into these runs by the compadre, this very careful, surgical run, ends up paying off at the end. That's all you got to hope for if you're a compadre fan.
I think that's what you can only hope for. I don't think they practiced at all, though. I'm pretty sure I heard from the compadres. I'm pretty sure they've just gone into this completely blind and are just giving it their all, which is absolutely fine. But it's one of those events which is going to punish you if you haven't put any practice in at all, unfortunately, if winning was your main focus.
Right. Yeah, they do a lot of their planning in front of the pole in the dungeon itself. That's really their MO when it comes to succeeding in these runs.
I think Shax, though, I think he's definitely blown it. I think he's done an amazing job so far, and possible could we see a change in Shax's future from this? Could this be the start of something, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about playing in Complexity Limit is that during your farm period, you're always encouraged to play off specs and things like that, take a different role, just to see, maybe there's something you might actually excel at that's not what you're normally used to. And I think Shaq's really proven that at this point, next RWF, I don't think we'll be looking at maybe's POV when we're watching.
No, I think he's excelling. I think that's exactly what he's doing right now. I think he's setting something up. I think he's really coming out to show what he's got. And again, even from this point of view for poor Shaq, this would be really stressful for him too. I imagine, as much fun as you're having as well. You want to put on a good show, and if you only went and practiced healing yesterday, the NPCs in Ouroboros, that's a big step. That's a big deal.
Yeah, definitely. And don't blink too much, because Presto has effortlessly killed that second boss. We're going to see them get ready here for the third. Just got to take care of the trash, got to take care of the pride, and then it's off to the races.
They're going to deal with this easily. So much lightning coming out from Cynic at the moment, just absolutely annihilating it. Full Sith Lord mode. Kalamazi as well is doing all right on that Destro Warlock. That Vengeance Demon Hunter damage just broken as always. Sham sitting up there really nice. And even Kinika there just putting along really nicely, doing a fantastic job on the healing and contributing with damage there as well. They're going to proc this 80% Prideful now. We'll go into this boss, and I expect this boss to fall over quite quickly.
Yeah, interesting to note, Prestelli Zugzug is not really trying to hit their teammates with the Pride missiles. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm not so sure about the strategy. I mean, if I were there, I would tell them, no, do not do that. You need to hit people with it. But I mean, if it works, it works. I mean, they're ahead, right? So it seems like something's happening.
They must be onto something. I haven't seen on Compadres. How has the hit counter been going for Shaq and Fired Up in regards to hitting each other with prideful missiles?
Yeah, I think a couple of doubles and triple hits. So I think it's been going pretty well. Though I'm very impressed they only have 5 deaths. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, definitely.
They've look, Zugzug making really quick work on this third boss here. It's nearly dead. It's sub 10% now. It's absolutely melted through this. Everybody topped off at 100% finishing. Was never even any risk there. They committed the Bloodlust on that pull as well, just to absolutely get that down. So the Ring of Frost coming out here. They'll pull this inside group out, line of sight it to stack it up, use the Ring of Frost to make a nice little stack, and then they'll butcher this down. And then I expect to see the Invis pot coming through, and then to see how they approach that gauntlet. But really a commanding run from Zugzug at the moment, coming out and stomping their authority.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, once again, you just gotta pray that something happens.
I think we need a mass DC, I think, at this stage for anything to happen. Zugzug they've come out to play.
Though I think we will need to have someone check the tally for the Pride missile hits, because that does, people don't know this, but that does factor into the final time when you finish the dungeon. So yeah, it might be closer than we think.
That is true, actually, especially if we've had triple and double hits. That's anywhere 15 minutes off the timer once you factor that in. So I don't know if the other players in the other teams know about that, but that is definitely a thing. This is a big pull to open up this gauntlet as well from Zugzug. And you can see Buddha Mage going full on that. Oh, God.
Oh man.
Buddha.
40k DPS. I didn't know damage went that high.
Buddha, what did you do? Buddha, what did you do? Oof. Oof. Holy. I need a moment after that. I need a moment. Guess Buddha. He said, hold my beer because I am going to ascend. And then he just left.
Kalamazi. Bringing up the rear with the Warlock damage. We love Warlocks in dungeons. Interesting to note that he's not playing Demonology. Spec that was designed after some of my favorite Hearthstone deck builds. I love playing Demon Warlock decks in Hearthstone. My special favorite spell is Implosion, which I'm so thankful made it into World of Warcraft. My favorite card. Love it. Love it when it rolls the absolute lowest.
Zugzug have dealt I don't have the brain power to play Hearthstone. I'm just going to put that out there right now. I play World of Warcraft and press the buttons, but my brain doesn't extend far enough to play Hearthstone at an efficient level.
Yeah, same here.
Zug have dealt with this gauntlet so clean, so well. They are going to approach this last pull. They're going to pull this in. Are they going to try? They're not going to get a Lantern extend on it. It's too far to come back, but they've got 10 stacks of that Lantern. They've got a minute left on it. Oh, Kalamazi dropping very, very low there, but Kinka just saying, whoa, it's cool. It's cool. I'm in line for my Mars bar for player of the game after this. I save you. Don't stress. I got you. And oh my God. I think we've got a new guest superstar, maybe.
Yeah, only one death. This has just been a textbook run.
And I don't even think that was Kinka's fault either. We won't put that as Kinka's fault.
If you look up Sanguine Depths, you'll see this run.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a textbook run. This is an absolute textbook run. They're going to finish Carl down to 70% here. They've already finished the gauntlet. Zug. All right, so we're going to move up to this final room. We're going to proc our Prideful. And how are compadres doing? They're on the third boss right now, so you know they took a little bit of time through that inner ring, possibly some routing issues, possibly some Shack and fired up missile issues, and then you combine that all into one, going on to Wowhead and looking up mechanics and sort of talking about the pulls beforehand. And that's generally the lead we've seen Zug be able to establish here. So 100% Prideful goes, gonna kill this and move on to General Carl, but a very, very convincing performance from Zug right now.
Yeah, interesting to note on Compadre size, I don't think they pulled the boss with Pride. I think they might be saving the Pride for later. So they can have two, you know, people don't know this, you can hold the one of your Prides and just have both of them up at the same time near the end if you wanted to. I think that's what they're planning on doing.
And get the 60% damage buff, maybe just to race it home.
Right, exactly. So we're getting ready to go into the last boss. This boss should just melt, even without Lust.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to just absolutely melt its way down to 50% here. Buddha again just throwing off his beer once again to put out his combust and just show us what he's got, and he is absolutely owning it. Dodging these little missiles here, the Wicked Rushes, no issues there. Spreading out for these. Zug just mechanical experts right now. Kinka just, again, you know, no one needs to move. I will get out of the way. I will demand these mechanics. I will control it. I'll do damage. I'll do healing. I'll do everything. I'll come and get in this shield so I don't get knocked off by Gloom Squall. Machine. Simply machine.
Compadres are, you know, they're getting ready to hope for something here. This is their final opportunity. Maybe everyone gets knocked off. That could happen. I
think they're going to unleash. Compadres are going to unleash the beast.
Oh, no Invis pop by Compadres. Really interesting choice, but, you know, they know better.
It could file down to a whoopsie daisy as well. We have seen whoopsie daisies happen before, and that very well could be oh, we forgot Invis pots. Really commanding for a performance by Zug there. Really, really nice run. 1954 for that dungeon. Easy 3 chest, and I think they might be here to try and win this. I think they bought a really big W stamp, that depressed W for Zug, and they want to smash it down. They want to smash that W down.
Oh yeah, well that's a lot of points for Raider.io. That's gonna look good when they start plugging their weeklies.
Oh yeah.
Also makes, I mean, the healer on that team kind of carried them a little bit, showing those boys up.
You're taking it right off my mind. I'm just gonna say Kinka and Buddha, they're actually the guys who carried this completely. Kinka was completely topping those meters, and Buddha was pumping DPS like no one else we've seen today, so I think it's pretty clear who actually, you know, helped their team win here.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, just every single dungeon that we're in, those guest players that we have are completely surprising us. I feel like, I mean, there was a certain level of Radar IO score required to be able to compete in this. It was like between a certain bracket, so they couldn't be too high or too low. So we couldn't just take just anyone. So obviously they had to have a little bit of skill coming into this, but they've just completely surprised me. Anything else you want to mention, Makes, about that dungeon? Can we break it down even further?
So while the guys were casting, I did the math, right? So I calculated all of the prideful hits, and I did the math and tried to, make it equate to what they would have come out if they pulled one more mob. And turns out they were actually just 2 seconds behind Press W Zug Zug.
Man.
So I think what really, really kind of cost them this map is probably the lack of practice that they had. So they kind of just thought they're gonna come in and they're gonna swoop it. And also the fact that they didn't have a Ventier going into this dungeon. And maybe also that there was a nameplate issue, which I think is probably the biggest thing. So Towley had to wait at the beginning and fix some nameplates. And I think that's what in the end really cost them this run.
Right, actually, that is a good point about the no Venthyr thing. They did run a full Night Fade. They did not want to betray the Winter Queen. I mean, why would you want to betray the Winter Queen?
I respect that, though. I respect that. That's an ode to RP. And Towley having to fix nameplates through that's a comfort level, I think. Why be prepared when you can do things on the fly? I think that just shows how comfortable he is in this game and in this format.
So comfortable you can fix mid competition, is what you're saying?
Yeah. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah. Truly a real professional here. But we are going to be getting into a second game. That first win is going to go to Press W Zug Zug. And the next one we got coming up here, that next dungeon, we can take a look. We've got Spires of Ascension. Here it is. Lovely screen that production has provided to us, and we can also look at the affixes as well as the compositions that we're going to be seeing coming up here. Makes, do you feel like we're going to see any swaps, or you can just look at the screen?
Exactly. I'm just going to go by what I'm seeing, and this is looking pretty much the same. I think I'm not sure if Newlander was in Hunter before. He was, right?
Apparently somebody donated to Towley or the charity, I'm not sure which. I saw it in his chat, for him to play Hunter, if I'm correct.
Okay. So
yeah, I don't know.
Maybe we're seeing something else. So what I'm hoping for in the next map is actually that they can pull off more of the triple snipes on the prideful mobs, so that they can actually match the other team's timer, because they can definitely, Shaq just can't keep up with Kinka's skill, and it's pretty much the same for I'm Fired Up and Buddha. So I think that's just how they're going to have to play this in order to come in here and force the third map on them.
Also,
right. I totally agree.
And something else interesting to know on Kalamazi's Twitch stream, the title is like in all caps, Hula Hoops Made Me Play Warlock. So not sure what that's about, thought I would mention it. But I think I interrupted someone, and go right ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna wrap up my little guest introduction for Zug Zug here. So even though Kinka now needs no introduction whatsoever, Kinka's 37, hails from Florida, 2 kids, 3 cats, and said pretty boring life. But I don't think she has a boring life. I think she's asserted dominance here in every which way. Never done a Mythic Plus competition before, and the first season that Kinka played was BFA late season 4. Loves to push keys on live now and is up to 19s. And honestly, never thought they would get into the tournament. So what an impressive performance that Kinka's put on, and huge PogChamp. And then we've got Buddha, who is a Fire Mage Naturale, hails from Tampa, Florida, enjoys music festivals, lives with 2 adorable cats, Felix and Zara, and arenas are his guilty pleasures. So not even at home in the Mythic Plus environment, but he came out with the big hold my beer.
Most definitely. I love seeing our guest players like outskill, if I'm not too bold to say, the rest of their team here. But I mean, this is incredible. If you're just now tuning in and you're confused about how these teams were formed, basically we've got 2 professionals, which means you know, you've earned any winnings in MDI or something like that. And then we've also got an influencer, so someone in the community that is a streamer or something else in the World of Warcraft community. So in this case, we've got Taoli, we've got Kalamazi representing that category, and then 2 guest players. So basically we had 1,000 submissions for this, and I think they were randomly selected. And those are who you're seeing play today. And that's all of the teams, and that's how all of they formed. And they're all representing their own charities as well. And you can check out those charities down below. There's links on that under this Twitch stream, as well as exclamation donate in the chat. So I think we are going to be getting into that dungeon very shortly here. Like I already said, Spires of Ascension, and it's it's single elimination. So there's only one more chance for Tali's team. I always want to call it Tali's team. That's not right. Team Cadre to stay in this tournament, to keep their charity represented in this tournament. So we'll see if they tie it up or if it's a 2-0. But what are we thinking, Jed? Predictions on this?
I think Shaq went into the coach's corner in between matches here. I think we got a little bit of a healing lesson for Maybe. That's what I'm hearing anyway. So maybe we'll see some excellent healing out of Shaq. Maybe he can keep up with Kinka this game.
I think that's fair. You know, and while we get this dungeon loaded up here, I just want to give any shout out. If any of these players are streaming this, I would love if we can get some love in their Twitch streams. You know, stop by their Twitch stream, say thank you for participating in this, because these guys are taking the time out of their day to compete in this. Not only are they competing, but they're practicing as well. So a lot of time spent here to support these charities, everyone that's participating today. It's game number 2 here, Spires of Ascension. And yeah, Dark Meg, take it off.
All right, let's go. So big double pull here with the Goliath in here, managing these rebellious fists. Zug absolutely melting this down. Compadre as well, though. They came out to play in this pull. They really got through that really nicely. So really good job by them as well. They're obviously just having an absolute blast and raising money for charity in this one, which is what this is absolutely all about. And we love to see it. So both teams rather evenly paced at the moment, moving up to this top pull. This is what we want. We want to see Compadres just really pull it out here. And I'd love to see this go to a game 3. More bants from Compadres would be exactly what we want. So let's hope this is a nice tight one like it is at the moment.
Yeah, it seems so far both teams also committed their lusts at the exact same pull. So we're just seeing kind of a mirror of each team, and we're going to start seeing differences when we get to the bosses. And maybe we might see a little bit of more left side action, kind of similar to Runtime Error, right? When they went left on the Spires of Ascension in that match. So yeah, hopefully we'll see some deviation here soon.
I don't like that left side. You stay away from that left side. You got to stay away from that left side.
Yep, and if I'm going to guess, I'm sure Compadre, they're going to leave it up to Tali to decide. I doubt they planned out what side they're actually going to go to.
JB apparently from chat as well, doing 100 shots in 100 minutes at the moment as well. So he's starting to feel a little woozy if this pushes into a game 3, which should make for a really interesting final. You see here, big pull coming out, no CC on the Mender from either team here. So they're just going to run this straight up into the top. As long as they manage those Goliath rebellious fists, there should be no issues whatsoever. They do have a Shaman though, which means that you can just dedicate a Shaman to kicking all those rebellious fists. No issues there at all. Zug spawning their Prideful, so just slightly ahead at the moment, but not too far ahead. It is all, as you said, Jet, going to come down to those pathing options in regards to which way they go. And I definitely am a fan of going right, so I'll be interested to see. But now Compadres on their Prideful. This is what I want to see. This is neck and neck at the moment.
Yep. We missed. We didn't hit anyone with that first Pride Missile. Great. That is going to be a problem. But hopefully we'll... Oh, another miss again. Okay, well, you know, sometimes you can't play perfect all the time, right?
Oh, here we go. Boom.
God, nice. That's what we love to see here. We see that Presto Zug has killed their Pride, and they're get ready off to the the first boss of Inspire's Messenger.
I love that Fired Up just went into Ghost Wolf to get Shaq then. That was actually one of the most amazingly toxic maneuvers that I have seen in a key. Absolute champion status. So into the first boss now, both teams. Rather annoying boss for ground effects. You'll drop whatever your Night Fae ability is, a hunter or whatever you're dropping, and then the boss will just scoot straight out of there. So a very tilting boss in that regard. As the tank just trying to stay on top of them, trying not to get caught in that beam, which puts that nasty magic dot on you. Not having too many issues though here at the moment, but compadres progressing through this boss round, 40% area at the moment, but Zugzug just about to finish up the boss, and then we'll see what they're going to do. It looks like they're moving over to the left side. They're going to line of sight. They're going to do a double pull here and bring it back, and then I'm expecting them to switch hard right. Compadres 15% to go now, so they'll be finishing up, and then we'll see what they decide to do with this pull pattern as well.
Yeah, so I do think, Compadre, they started off kind of late, but they really picked it up near the end of the fight. Looks like Compadre is not even going to go left and do that line of sight pull. I think we're going to start off with the right here first, so I'm curious to see what their pathing is going to be.
We've got no bop as well, so we can't even bop the tank to go and collect all the mobs without getting stunned, but they've done that quite well with the flare anyway. Really nice from Newlander there, one of our guest players. So Pog there, getting all these stealth claws. Not going to pull the Praetor in with these stealth claws though, so we are going to end up fighting perhaps a single mob, which is going to be a little less efficient and a little slow. You can see Zugzug still cleaning up that pack on the left, and then I'm assuming that we're going to see them head over right. Did they end up pulling all three packs there? Have they just taken a little bit of time getting down the double pull they did?
I think they just did the double pull. Not 100% sure about that, but we see now that Compadres, they're just doing a little bit of a reversey here. They're just doing the backwards version of the other team, which is pretty cool.
I like that. I like that they've said that it's mainstream to go left right. We're gonna go right left.
Yeah, exactly.
I can respect that.
And it seems like we are doing one pack here, so that's a interesting choice. But we'll see how, what that implies for later on in the dungeon.
Yeah. And how I don't know how many bourbons Towley's had, but he could be doing quick maths in his head while he is routing this route out on the fly as well. Anything is absolutely possible.
Right, and we have our 40% pride here, I believe, from Press W Zugzug, who have just had a extremely clean run. Both runs are pretty clean, but maybe a slightly different pathing is being the difference maker here. So we're gonna be seeing this pride. No one's getting hit by the missiles. Everyone's looking pretty healthy though, which is good. So we'll see how, so a lot of players don't know about the Pride missile and the time, how that factors in the time. So I'm not surprised to see this.
I think it should probably become a tournament rule for the next Pro-Am where missiles take off a minute on the timer. So there's this ultimate grief process that goes into it. At the moment, I'm not too sure what's going on Zugzug's side. They killed the Praetor, and then
are they going left?
They're yeah, I think they're going. Okay, I have no idea what's going on at the moment. I'm lost.
So,
Kinka, what are we doing? Tell me what's going on.
There's a little bit of a.
Oh, they're stuck in combat and they can't get over. Oh, it was that one skirmisher.
Yeah, this has happened to me before. Yeah, we hate to see that. This might give the Padres a little bit of the opening that they need.
Yeah, this could be the exact opening that compadres need to capitalize on now.
Yep, and now we're gonna go all the way back right. It seems like compadres, they're looking to go left. So seems like in this tournament we just have players that they love the left side.
I've just been notified that Shakib is actually clicking abilities out of his spell book. I think that again, that again could represent another thing we bring into pro-ams where you have to click, you have to perform from your spell book.
I mean, there are a lot of spells in the game, so I mean, it happens. See a big pull here coming out of Zugzug with the Ashen Hollow down. Big rain of fire. It's not green for some reason. I guess that's a tournament realm thing. He should have gone and went out and gotten it. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's lazy. That's lazy.
So you kind of hate to see that, but they totally clean up this pack. No problems whatsoever.
That was a big triple pull. That was really nice. And again, I'm assuming that, you know, Zugzug have come here to use that W stamp. They would have been thinking we really need to make up time now because we pretty much lost a whole prideful, and we lost, you know, a bit over a minute in regards to backtracking to find that mob that they were in combat with. So they're really trying to put a foot down on this at the moment. But compadres over here on the left side, they're progressing fairly well through this dungeon at the moment as well. Just looking on Shaxx, it is extremely small to try and see his percentage at the moment, but they're just over 50% at the moment. So both teams tracking along quite nicely here.
Yeah, and you know, you really hate to see some of these skirmishers kind of being outside the earthquake. That's what you get when you go this side. But it looks like, unlike Runtime Error, we are prepared for these stealth cats that are out here.
They know.
They know they're there, but we're not.
Yeah, they don't know where.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, excellent work, guys. Excellent work.
A tally with big thrashes there.
Oh yeah. Press W Zugzugs out here with their 60% pride now. So they are just going through swimmingly.
I'm going to assume that they're going to do this prideful. They're going upstairs. They're going to double and spear. Kinker there decided to step up and get hit by a missile too. I refuse to believe that it could be a positioning error on Kinker's part. Kinker obviously stepped into that. Yeah, she knows the rule. I think Kinker's on the rule too. I think they know. So here we go. Big. Actually, did they double pull this with the divers? Yeah, they did. So Zugzug absolutely mincing through this pull as well, making sure to kick that rebellious fist that's about to go off. Nice. No issues whatsoever there. Oh, no, they didn't pull the divers in. So they just did that a single with the pride. No spear, I'm assuming. And how are we going on compadre side? They're about to go over, so they're not too far behind at the moment, but that left side just feels so much slower.
Oh yeah, you definitely can't get very good pulls on the left side. Just the nature of what's on the left side. But yeah, it seems like we're, moving, what you can say about the compadres is this run is very clean. Unlike the Sanguine Depths, which, you just need a little bit of warm-up period. This is going pretty well.
This run is chalk and cheese compared to what we saw in Sanguine Depths, and very, very different approaches too. I'm assuming Zugzug did some practice runs and worked some routes out, and it just, for what I love from compadres is they've fully embraced have a good time, raise some money for charity, and just go full YOLO on this, and that's exactly what we're seeing, and that's really awesome to see. So they're going to finish up this pride and they're going to go upstairs. They're about a platform behind at the moment. Yeah, so quite a bit of ground to try and make up here on Zugzug. Zugzug have used their spear on this top pack where we usually see 2 or 3 mobs get CC'd, a squad leader get pulled down, nuke that squad leader. They have elected for a really big pull here though. The Goliath not chained into this one and standing by itself, but they're going to kill this, and then they're going to be able to skip over to the same platform that Zugzug is on at the moment. So they may be able to close the gap, especially if Zugzug end up having a wipe here.
Yeah, I do think, they're within striking distance. I think it's the great Mike Tyson that said everyone's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. And if you're compadres, you are getting ready to punch somebody in the mouth.
Hell yeah. And we've just got a big raid from Nagura, the future Blood DK in this tournament, which is huge. Everybody from Nagura Burr stream, welcome. this is what peak performance looks like, and we're going to see a fair duke out in this last platformer here. So press W Zugzug on to the second boss now, onto Ventnax, and I would expect this boss to absolutely melt, which it is already 65%. Ashen Hollow going down. Big damage coming out from Kalamazi here as well. Cynic smashing it. Kinka right up there in second. First place, excuse me, smashing it. Let's go.
Yeah, we are really seeing a boss just get utterly annihilated. Are you sure this is a Mythic Plus dungeon? Because it seems like it was a normal.
I think they may have just done a little bit of a trick on the UI here. I think Zugzug. I think compadres are playing the 16 with the fixes, and Zugzug have done a bit of the dodge.
You see compadres now spawning their pride. We're hoping we get a couple of triple hits here, because at this point the lead is starting to widen.
It is, but anything can happen. This last area is absolutely the spot where anything can happen, and I still believe in our Carter compadres here. I still believe in them.
You just gotta believe. If you don't believe, you don't achieve.
That's exactly right. That's wise, and it's true. It's totally true. So we're gonna see. We're gonna move up here. We're gonna pull this Hellion here, and then we're going to skip around. But so far from Zugzug, it's been a really well-rehearsed, practiced run. Everyone executing on their specs really cleanly. And I actually think Press W Zugzug are going to be an absolute contender for winning this one. It is going to be very, very interesting when we go into finals, because you can tell the teams that are playing specs in which they are comfortable with and what they have practiced on, and I think the finals are going to show us. It's going to be interesting.
Right. If there's any company that is trying to sponsor like detergent, then you gotta take a look at Press W Zugzug, because cleanliness is what these guys are about. These runs are clean.
They are. That I couldn't have phrased that better myself. Warlock Gate up here. We are going to imprison the far usurper here. Everyone's going to run around it. We're going to get to line of sight position. Sham's going to go out and pull it. I'm a little bit disappointed to see Sham on a Vengeance Demon Hunter, if I'm honest. I thought he would have pulled out the Blood DK, not only to make me happy, but just because that's what he usually did. But he elected to jump off the off-meta Monday and jump on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. Kalamazi going down there, though. I don't know what happened there. Maybe a Spiteful slapped him in the face. That will happen in the big games.
That pull is definitely a spot where you can kind of get too in love with the line of sight once the mobs are actually on top of you, and then you don't reposition yourself with those Spitefuls. So that's definitely happened to me as a range player a couple of times. But, sometimes you take the big hits in the chin, and Kalamazi, he's a tough guy. He can shake it off. Yeah,
absolutely. It's like Rocky used to say, nothing's going to hit you harder than life. It's when it hits you, it's about getting up. And Kalamazi's up now, and here he goes.
So
we're on to
Rodgers here. Cleverly skipping mobs. Very clever.
Compadres are not that far behind. They get around this, they pull the usurpers, and then they're on to the third boss as well. They are not that far behind. And if Zugzug get a little greedy, get a little cheeky and happy, and try and do a 3 angel pull up the top, and they mess it, that could be compadres. That could be what they need to get back in this. So the usurpers coming around here, we see the line of sight pull that we just saw from Zugzug as well. Oh, mage dipping incredibly low there, but nice save from Shaq there. Shaq just demanding the heals right now. No one's dying on his watch. Usurpers coming in, they're melting that down. Orpheron around the 50% mark for Zugzug at the moment, but compadres are right on their heels.
Oh yeah, we're really. This is actually a lot closer than the other spires we saw, where we also had one team go left, one team go right, but the gap was a lot bigger. This one is not so big, so yeah, we definitely could see maybe a mishap with the maybe we do see a cheeky triple angel pull, that'd be cool to watch. Also, just even if they don't fail at it. So yeah, who knows? Anything could happen.
Kinka MVPing with the Divine Shield here. Just allow me to carry this team to victory. Nicely done. Nothing but love for that. And Buddha again topping damage. I love seeing the guest players dominate here. I love it. It's what I wanted to see.
Yeah, especially, and I believe you had mentioned that Buddha's used to playing arena, right? It's actually even more impressive because you're kind of in an environment where you're not used to pressing buttons on computers instead of players.
Did they need the one extra pack of usurpers before they went up here?
I don't think so. I don't think they need it. I forget.
Is it 87% to go up, or I thought
what I think you get a little over 12 from all 3 mobs at the top, right? I think that's how much.
I
think maybe they
I think Zugzug maybe missed. So they're going with a double pull here. They're not deciding to go full cheek mode, but they've done a double and speared here. So just need to make sure that they kill each within 2 seconds of one another. Otherwise, it will go to full health and it will gain the other one's ability. But they're not going to have any issues here whatsoever. They've got enough burst. They've got enough even cleave. Nicely executed. And now they're on to Klotos now. But they will be short. I think they'll be just short. They'll be like points.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, they're going to be just short for their last Prideful here. So whether or not this was the plan or they just got a little bit ahead of themselves and forgot. But compadres, they get a move on here. They finish up these this usurper. They go up. They could possibly steal this, maybe, if they can get through. If they can pull off a trip, they've got to do it. They've got a triple angel.
Yeah, they
have to triple angel. There's no choice. They've got to triple angel it to be in this. They got to do it. They got to do that.
Maybe we get a whiffed spear. That could also be a game changer too, especially with the Grievous affix. Having that stack on top of the stacking dot from missing a spear, it could be a big deal. So yeah, well, again, within punching distance.
They could do this. Come on, compadres. Big triple angel. Let's go. Here we go. They're landing. What's coming out here, Tally? What are you doing? We're just pulling one in the middle.
No.
I feel like I built that up in my head. That's okay, though. That's okay. Zugzug on to Devos now. But if we do see a wipe on Devos, we could maybe if it's like a prolonged wipe with we miss a spear and the dots eventually tick down, we could see something. Everybody in the barrier right now as the detonation goes off, so losing no one from that. Lost confidence, just moving out and dumping those puddles at the back. Kinka really nice there, just horsing all the way to the back to make sure that puddle wasn't going to be anywhere near that spear throwing interaction pillar platformy thingy. Really nice. Everyone's in for the detonation again. Phase going on here. Zugzug just absolutely demanding.
Oh yeah, and sometimes being the tortoise is not so good in the case of compadres. They're doing a very clean run, but I'm very disappointed to see them doing the single angel. I think the triple angel really could have saved them here.
It definitely could have, and I would have liked to have seen them go all out for it, and even if they had have failed, it wouldn't have mattered because they went for it, They would have gone for it, and if by some miraculous chance they'd pulled it off, which they had full capability with the power of Shakib healing, it could have been the turn of the tide that we needed.
Right, and we see no spear whiffing here, so the opportunities to get ahead have come to a screeching halt, I would say.
But look, it's okay. We got another spear collection here, so Everyone just moving to get these orbs. No issues here. Kinker horsing to pick up one there. MVP as always. Buddha topping damage as well. I'm going to run out of Mars bars by the end of this tournament. But absolutely stunning effort from them. Spear throw going up now. Going to wait for Devos to move so they don't miss. No miss there. Devos coming down. They're going to finish this up and then they're going to drop back down. They've popped the hero for the last 12% of the boss. And they're going to make quick work of this, and then they're going to... A green marker has gone down. I don't know. I'm assuming that we're going to... Are we going to slow fall off, or what's the... Are we just going to jump off and die?
This is a long fall.
It is a massive fall. On a monk too, from experience, if you roll off the top, you actually end up all the way back at the stairs. And it's bad. It's bad news. So Usurper Pool coming here, handled absolutely beautiful by the team here to finish this up. 100% skip that last prideful 2 chest. Zug dominance, but compadres were not that far behind. They were on the final boss. A close Spires run, and absolute big ups to compadres for just coming out and having a bunch of fun with it, which is exactly what it is.
Got a big F's in the chat for compadres. Valiant effort, but couldn't quite do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, like Dark already said, at the end of the day, it's less about winning and more about getting some help for these charities that we have working alongside us for this charity. So well done to Cadre and Compadres, but we're going to see Zug moving forward here in this bracket. They're going to face off against Old But Gold. And we are going to take a look at the bracket here. We've got 4 teams left. We've had 4 teams already eliminated. That next match that we've got coming up here, Jet, is Hoppy Joe versus Goosey Good.
Yeah, so, you know, the cool thing about Goosey Good was the double or triple paladin, double shaman. And, you know, I'd like to see how far that goes. Like I mentioned earlier, we might see a little bit of a meta reshaping on the live realms, because, you know, you might start seeing for those plus 16 speed runs, you know, must have all 3 paladin specs and double elimination. Yeah.
And then, like I already said, Old But Gold is going to be facing off against Press W Zug. How do we feel about their performance in this series here, Makes? Muted. You're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was listening in on I'm Fired Up during this map, and I was trying to convince him to do the triple angel at the end, but I also counted all of the prideful snipe they had on this map, and it was only 2, I think, that I could catch. So I think that just wasn't enough for them to actually compete here with Kinka and her heals. And also, I think there are 2 things that I could say about Shakib, but I don't really want to put him on the spot. So, like, clicking heals out of the spellbook, you know, that might have taken a little bit too much time. And also, apparently, there was a quote, and it's not confirmed, but there was a quote from Shakib saying, "I don't have any method to track renew, so it's kind of there or isn't." So that might have also kind of, you know, impacted the run of Cadre Compadres.
Well, I mean, it seems like they definitely had a good time, and the charity that Cadre Compadres was supporting today was the U.S. Veterans Charity, and they have $2,500 dollars. I was going to say monies, dollars raised for this charity. We have a recent one from Knox Steady. He said $200. Cadre got to be having fun at the moment, and then $50 from Anonymous, and they say for the enhanced shaman. So thank you to those people that supported that. I've got a couple of other new ones to run through as well. $10 from Anonymous for Able Gamers, and then $37.40 from Bovis, and he says donating $18.70 cents per map Russ wins. He's one of the players that we're going to be seeing shortly here. And then we've got the Trevor Project. They've met their donation goal. They're at $1,100. 8 minutes ago, we had a donation from Anonymous for $20. Thank you so much. Girls Who Code, we've got $20 from Anonymous, $250 from Complexity themselves. Thank you, Complexity, for that. $25 from Brad. And then $20 from Anonymous for Equal Justice Initiative. They're very close to reaching their $1,000 donation goal. Is all of the new ones. One should just tag me on Twitter. I'd be happy to read it out. We've got so many people supporting just all over the place. So thank you so much to everyone that has been contributing. If you want to contribute yourself, exclamation chat, and on just how you can do that. We've got a lot of amazing charities working alongside us here for this tournament. So thank you to everyone who made it so far. We are going to head to a break because GT Law for supporting this event, GT Global Reach and Local with a full service video games and the rest of our sponsors, Twitch, Blue Microphone, We Are, and Wowhead. This brought to you on Masters and Complexity Limit. So coming up here, got Happy Joe versus Goosey Good. Coming up next, we'll be Everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for everyone watching for your patience as we worked through just a couple of technical difficulties, but hopefully everything is running smoothly now. Real quick, another shout out for our merch, exclamation merch in the chat. I managed to put my cat in the shirt. I don't know if you can see him, and he's somehow tolerating it for the moment, but exclamation merch, and you can also have your limited edition Charity Pro-Am merch. All of the proceeds for this merch will be going to the winner's charity of choice. So huge shout out to We Are Nations, one of the groups of people that we are working for this event, for putting that merch together for these charities that we've got going on here. So as well as that, definitely hit exclamation giveaway in the chat. Blue Microphones has provided us with some giveaway prizes, as well as all of the amateurs. They have their own blue microphone as well. Along with that giveaway, you can get a Complexity Limit jersey signed by Max and a signed Pro-Am merch path. So check that out. You can type in those commands in the chat for more information, or you can head to our links down below. You can get that merch link as well as those charity links, or you can type exclamation giveaway in chat. So that is all the information that we need to cover before we get to talking about this matchup. This is our first semifinals match. The winner of this series will be moving on to the grand finals. It's Hoppy Joe versus Goosey Bad. We've already seen those guys play earlier today. The two charities that they are supporting, Hoppy Joe is supporting the Equal Justice Initiative. They're a non-profit human rights organization committed to ending mass incarcerations and excessive punishment in the United States. And then Goosey Good is supporting Able Gamers, and they strive to create opportunities to enable play in order to foster inclusive communities, combat social isolation, and improve the quality of life for people with disabilities. So check that out. The links for those are down below. We are raising money for many organizations today, but those two ones are the official charities for these two teams. So do we want to make predictions here? Dark Mech, you're the analyst now. Who do we think is moving on to the grand finals?
Look, I think this matchup here is going to be a really good one. These are two teams that came out pretty well practiced, and some interesting compositions. So look, I'm gonna throw my hat to Goosey Good on this one. I'm gonna give my backing to Goosey Good. Necrotic Wake, DOS, and Mists for maps in this one. Necrotic Wake is going to be an extremely fast dungeon with the use of weapons and things like that, but I'm Goosey.
And then we can also take a look at the affixes for that as well. We're going to get the compositions as well as those affixes on the screen very shortly. We can see what we're going to be seeing, but it is Necrotic Wake that was already mentioned, and we're going to be seeing on that Fortified, Sanguine, Quaking, and Prideful. So Dranos, what do you think we're going to see? I mean, we've seen the pretty clean runs, and also a couple wipes here and there. So how do we think these guest players are going to do here?
Yeah, Necrotic Wake is one of those dungeons where a lot can go wrong really quickly, and you kind of only have one shot at a lot of the pulls, because you use your weapon, and then if something goes wrong, you don't have it anymore when you come back. So they're really going to try and get things right the first time around. We have had so Hoppy Joe was one of our two teams that had one of the guest players healing in their first match in the quarterfinals. They are doing that again this time, but they've swapped which of their guest players is healing and which is DPSing, which is going to be really sweet. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. And we also have some changes on the side of Goosey Good from the last series in terms of what people are playing. So it should be pretty exciting here. You can see Hunte has moved off of the Paladin, bringing them down to a total of just 2 Paladins. Hunte on that Discipline Priest.
Oh no.
Cremator also was a Shadow Priest for Hoppy Joe earlier. One of our guest players has moved on to playing Discipline, and Mojo, who was playing Resto Shaman earlier, is going to be playing Ellie. So they're both on those hybrid classes and have swapped specs.
Big shout out, we've got a couple donations that just came in as well. One for the Trevor Project, $20 from Anonymous, and we've got another $20 from Anonymous to Girls Who Code. I think that means that I'm all cut up right now for donations for our wonderful charities today. But I mean, looking at these compositions that we've got on the board here, Makes, do you think there's a team that might be a little bit more prepared for this dungeon?
I'm not sure if more prepared hits it. I am very surprised to see our guest player Cremator on priest heal, like disc. Apparently, that's just what they came up with. But originally, they were actually a Vengeance Demon Hunter. Like that was the character they queued up with into this tournament. So like DPS made sense to me, but now he's playing on a healing role, and I'm very, very excited to see where this is going. I'm a little bit disappointed that Hante didn't decide to play Holy Priest, because that's what I've just been promised in chat. But, you know, I take it with a grain of salt, and I'm happy to see these teams coming through. Excited to see what they come up with, and excited to see whether or not Hoppy Joe can actually carry Just Russ, because that is a big task.
I am excited as well, Makes. We're going to kick off the first dungeon here in the semi-finals. Hoppy Joe versus Goosey Good. Winner of this one moving on to the grand finals. It's map number 1, Necrotic Wake. Dratnos, take it away.
Both teams doing a great job of starting their key right at the same time as well. That's what you love to see on the tournament realm. No discrepancy there, and they are both getting underway with a massive pull to get started here. Actually, not the most massive I've ever seen in this area, but given that it's Sanguine, look at that beautiful thunderstorm coming out from Zyro, keeping all the mobs out of and the second thunderstorm as well. This is such a bully composition. They can just make sure that none of these mobs ever sit in Sanguine. 2 elemental shaman on this Hoppy Joe team is going to trivialize that affix.
Absolutely. And I mean, we had a lot of love for Cat earlier in chat, and I would like to see that continued in this chat right now. Cat actually beat Zyro earlier in the DPS meter in one of the dungeons, so I'm not sure if that's going to happen again. Zyro was a bit more eager to show us that he can do damage as well, but definitely one of the guest players to look out for, Catpock here on the Shaman. But Hoppy Joe is also blasting this pack. They're going in and they're deleting those mobs, absolutely. It's going really, really well, and they're also going to be moving to that golem now.
Yeah, Kyrian players abound on both teams, means they can activate these Goliaths. Actually, it's going to be a little bit harder for Hoppy Joe. They only have the 1 Kyrian, so they do need to be a little bit more careful. They've actually put Fem, who's playing Havoc Demon Hunter, onto that Kyrian Covenant, which is only to activate those Goliaths. Otherwise, he'd rather be playing the Night Fae, I assume. But Goosey Good here, they have 3 Kyrians, 3 people that are delighted to play Kyrian. Both of their Paladins, the Ret Pally and the Prop Pally, and their Disc Priest as well, Hante, who plays all the healers, but I think has a special place in his heart for the Healing Priest.
Yeah, I mean, I would have really liked to see another Holy Priest, just because I think they're underrepresented, and I used to main Holy Priest as like a one-trick for years when I was only starting out in WoW, so whenever I see one I get really, really happy, even though they're nowhere near in any good spot for Mythic Plus.
I actually think they're pretty good right now. I do think it wouldn't have been a bad choice, but Disc also, I mean, really great, and actually really great in this dungeon in particular. There's some really cool stuff you can do with Mind Control on the Healing Priest towards the end of the dungeon that lets you kind of completely change around what's possible. You can keep a Flesh Crafter with you for the bosses as well, which you otherwise can't do. So that might be part of the reason we see the priests on both teams here.
I'm just laughing because, you know, earlier when Goosey Good was playing, we had someone in chat saying, Cat, fix your UI. And I was like, if you donate, I'll personally message him and tell him to fix his UI. And that person did donate, and I messaged him. And he was like, why? What's wrong with my UI? And I was like, it's all good. You just have 2 cast bars made. And now he added a couple of more cast bars just to flex on those people. So
yeah, is that 4? There's 2 in the middle and then 2 vertical ones over on the right hand side there, plus 2 more for the enemy cast bar. It's really a thing of beauty.
So Cat is showing us how many things he can cast at the same time. More cast bars means more casts. That is why he's doing so much damage, and you know, it's working really well for Goosey Good.
Yeah, they've made short work of this first boss, and they're already working their way upstairs now. But Hoppy Joe not behind at this point either. Hoppy Joe working on this pack that Goosey Good are just getting started on. So both teams at right around the same point here. Ooh, Frostbolt Volley goes off from that mage over in the corner. They do need to be careful of that. Land some kind of CC on it. Ideally, maybe they'll just focus down this Necromancer. As soon as that Necromancer dies, all of these little lads do as well. It looks like they have landed a CC, maybe a Shackle Undead or something, off screen onto that mage. That's something you really, really need to watch out for in this dungeon.
Absolutely, but they're executing it flawlessly, and both teams are moving on to the next pack. Now, I'm curious to see whether or not they're gonna play the pack before the stairs, like Old But Gold did. They used items on this pack and completely kicked it out of their lives. Like, it was gone in seconds. And obviously that gives a lot of percent, so I'm curious to see whether or not they're gonna do that. Any takes?
Yeah, so I think that pack is always a good idea to pull. There's a little anima orb on the ground nearby that you can pick up, and just by using that gets almost all of the interrupts on that pack. But even notwithstanding that, if Goosey Good wanted to pull that pack, they could do it. I mean, they have a Prot Paladin, a Kyrian Prot Paladin in their group that can put out 10 interrupts over the course of 20 seconds just by itself. So I think that would really make it easy for them, even if they wanted to save that orb for later.
Absolutely. So I'm really hoping that they do it. I'm just thinking about what else we could tweak in Cat's UI in order for people to, donate more to the charities. So like if they move on to the finals, I'm thinking about messaging him and asking if he can add a couple of more cast pass, because I don't think he's tracking casts really well at this point.
It reminds me, I saw this UI a couple of years ago of somebody who had DBM and Bigwigs and another weak aura tracking all the boss mechanics. It was just a full-on spaceship UI.
Yeah, there's actually a guy very, very famous for his UI in the German community, and he has, I think, 4 weak auras to track his mage rune. So, some things you just need to have highlighted, yeah? It's just that important.
Yeah, it's a philosophy I have, which is anytime you mess something up, you just add a weak aura for it, and eventually you'll stop messing it up. Eventually there will be enough notifying you it's about to happen, as that mini boss pull has just been destroyed by Goosey Good. But even still, Hoppy Joe, further ahead in this dungeon, have actually opened up a bit of a lead here. I don't know what the count is looking like, but it looks like they are doing great on that as well. It's not like they've skipped a bunch of mobs. In fact, they have done all the same mobs as Goosey Good, and then some. So they are just getting ready now. Yeah, it looks like Russ is sneaking ahead, doing some rogue things here, maybe starting the RP, while the rest of the group is going to be activating this Goliath. This is a good opportunity for a really big pull. Your rogue can sneak ahead, grab an anima orb and start the RP, and then you can get a really, really big pull going here. And it looks like that might be what they're up to here. A lot of mobs coming in. They got to watch out because they're going to spawn Pride halfway through this pull. So if things go a little bit wrong, they could go a lot wrong really fast.
I'm just staring at all of the nameplates, hoping that they don't turn any colors that we don't want them to do, but all of the shuffling corpses are falling down nicely, and now what they need to do is kind of move out of the sanguine patches, but this was done so well. There's only 3 other mobs still alive, and they're slowly ticking down while they deal with the manifestation of Pride, and that is exactly how you want to play this pull. Very, very well done by Hoppy Joe here. And Goosey Good is also on that Prideful and deleting it.
Yeah, they spawn their Pride a little bit earlier, and they'll have a Pride going into this pull rather than spawning in the middle of it, which is probably a little bit slower of a strategy, but it's certainly a safer one that's a little bit less likely to get you killed. Credit to Hoppy Joe, though, for making that work out. Even on a plus 16 level, that pull does not mess around, and well done by them. They'll be making their way here, and yeah, you can see they already had Russ go ahead and start that RP earlier, so they don't have to even wait for this boss to spawn. They can just get right into it and use some of their Pride buff against it.
Very, very true. And we're just getting a little bit of heat from the chat as J.B has tuned in to say that we should disqualify Hoppy Joe as they're stealing his route that he only invented this morning. And I'm sorry to tell you, JB, we cannot do that. The routes are up for anybody to grab, so just come up with a new one if you play another, Necrotic Wake. I'm sure we'd all love to see that.
That's true. No, you're only allowed to use each route once ever, and then you can't do something that anybody else has ever done before. So
Exactly.
that's true. It's copyrighted. It's a complicated legal process, but that's how it works. And so Hoppy Joe really getting lucky to use this one here.
Absolutely. I mean, it sucks for Old But Gold, but you know, that's just how the tournament works, and now they're going to have to face the music and do what's expected of them. Maybe they can, you know, add another cast spot just to make it work for them. I don't know at what they would turn at this point, but Amarth is looking really, really good for Hoppy Joe and for Goosey Good. Hoppy Joe having a little bit of a lead, about 40%. In front of Goosey Good, but both teams are dealing really, really good damage. And Mojo, the guest player who was topping HPS meters when he was healing, is now on DPS, and he's just crushing it really, really beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, this is incredible work by both of the guest players on Hoppy Joe's team, right? Mojo and Cremator. You know, they won their earlier series with Mojo healing and Cremator DPSing, and now they've swapped roles, and they are looking really, really good. I mean, swapping roles is something you might expect, you know, the pro players to be doing, but the fact that we have guest players doing that is really, really, really impressive to see.
Absolutely.
I think it's likely that these are two players that have a lot of mastery on Shaman and Priest, respectively, and they can play all three of those specs that each of those classes have.
Definitely, they must have, you know? I mean, as I said earlier, Kemeter is actually like a Vengeance Demon Hunter main. So I was completely taken aback when I saw him on healer, but it's going really, really well. It's working out for Hoppy Joe, so I'm curious to see if in the next game or on the next map, we'll maybe see, you know, a completely different class, because I think they're just that skilled that they can play whatever and make it work, unlike some of the pros who can't even spec into survival when asked. So I'm very, very excited to see what they come up with. And right now, they're dealing with the mobs up on top of the necropolis, and it's going quite good. We're spawning the manifestation while some of the smallies are dying, and this is pretty good. Yeah, I like it. No problems here.
Yeah, and they actually are they're gonna have two fleshcrafters, I think, able to throw cleavers at this Pride. It looks like they have one caged off to the side. Maybe they'll just leave that thing caged for now. And yeah, landing those cleavers on these Prides is really, really valuable. It's a little bit less important on a plus 16 level than it is as the key level goes up, because you know you can just do more damage to a Pride over time, but still it's really good. I mean, you can see that thing just chunking 20% of the Pride's health, and they're now just going to finish off this Collector and this Fleshcrafter. Maybe save the Fleshcrafter for the next pull. Let's see if that's something that they're up to. Yeah, it absolutely is. Keeping that thing, and they're actually going to stun it as well so that they can queue up its throw and get it right into, ideally, the stitch work here if they can line it up properly.
But it looks like it's working, and that is really what you want to do with that. Went through beautifully. Goosey Good now on their manifestation of Pride, using it really well, pulling it together with a little trash and also the cleaver mob. So they're a little behind Hoppy Joe, but doing pretty much the same in terms of pull style, and maybe they can catch up in boss DPS later.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, a lot of credit is owed to both teams here. We glossed over it a little bit, but right at the start of this Necropolis, I mean, both teams pulled like 3 packs at once, and that is really, really, really impressive. They were able to get that done. Look at this on the side of Hoppy Joe, though. So they didn't use a Priest Mind Control to keep a Crafter around. They used a Death Knight Shackle or Control Undead to keep this Loyal Creation around so that they could deal with it during this pull, hit it with the Cleavers. Unfortunately, Fem going to go down there to some ability or other, but that's okay. That's what Battle Reses are for, and they're going to be able to keep this going. That's a cool way to speed up this otherwise slow mob that you have to kind of kill by itself earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw that earlier done by Rats, I think. I'm not sure if anybody else had done it before, because, you know, if you have the Blood DK already, you might use it for something like this. And I agree that this is a beautiful way to kind of make it work and deal with that kind of gnarly mob that you have that has so much HP but isn't really doing much. So they just take it with them, and that is the assistance for Hoppy Joe. Now, I'm curious to see whether or not they're gonna go kind of with the trash mobs, or if they're just going to use some items here. I'm not sure if we have any of the items left.
Yeah, usually at this point there's something like a hammer or two and maybe a spear that's usually designed to be used on the bosses, but I don't know for sure. Generally, the best value you can get out of something like a spear is this boss that's about to happen, Surgeon Stitchflesh. You can use it to try and one phase that boss and not have to deal with it retreating at all. Although maybe on a 16 fortified with their cooldowns, they don't even need a weapon to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And then the hammers that you got from earlier, those have the effect of stunning, but they don't actually do too much damage. So some of the best uses for those is on the very last boss to just break it out of its shields instantly. But again, something that may be a little bit less important at a relatively low key level of 16 that they may not do compared to what they would do on a higher key on live, for instance.
Absolutely. I mean, plus 16 is fairly low for most of these players. I mean, I did read into the guest players' bios that they gave us, thankfully. And most of them actually had like Keystone Master and, for example, Kinka, who we just saw in Sanguine, absolutely smashing everything. Her highest keys were plus 19, I think. And yeah, that's probably not very high for people who are like pro pushing keys, but still, I think for a tournament in plus 16, those keys are pretty small so that you can get through them very, very quickly and do those beautiful big pulls that we love to see that are so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it's almost harder to do these. I mean, it is harder to do these lower level keys if you're racing against another team than it is to just do some of the slightly higher level keys just against the timer. And so it's kind of nerve wracking as well because sometimes you have to pull so many enemies, and when you have like 10 enemies going on, even at this key level, stuff is going to one or two shot you, and that is something to watch out for. As we switch perspective over to Goosey Good, they have one more trash pack to deal with here. Whereas Hoppy Joe have finished that and are working on the Manifestation of Pride. So the two teams are definitely close to each other, although I'm not sure that Goosey Good could win this without Hoppy Joe either being slow or making some kind of mistake. Hoppy Joe are going to hit the accelerator here as well. They have pulled their pride into the boss, so that is something that is going to save them even more time. Maybe if Goosey Good goes right into boss with pride, they can claw this back, but I don't know.
Yeah, and I think actually we just saw Hoppy Joe pull off Bloodlust, so now they should be really, really pumping into this boss, and hopefully they're not killing the ad before they can hook the boss back down. So you really want to keep the creation around so that you actually have all the hooks to get the boss down a second time in case your damage isn't enough. But right now the boss is fixating, and it's that very, very quick kill for Hoppy Joe here. They didn't even need the third hook to actually pull it off, and they're moving on to the last boss. Now just the boss and them left, whereas Goosey Good still has to deal with the surgeon itself, and sadly they're not pulling the manifestation into the boss, so they're taking a lot of time here as well.
Yeah, this is scary. I mean, again, just looking at the health bars here, this is sketchy, especially with quaking going on. A bad quake, if you're trying to do a pride into a boss, is really, really deadly. So I don't blame them for being cautious here, but it does mean that it's Hoppy Joe's map to lose at this point. Hoppy Joe have already got that last boss now around 60% health, and it is melting quickly. They are going to lose some damage here as somebody gets exiled, but still, this is, a full boss in the lead. Really, really difficult to overcome that kind of lead.
Oh, definitely. And I would really like to see a Hoppy Joe now, just to see how they're dealing with the boss. Maybe we can do that. I'm not sure if production is able to switch at this point, but the boss seems to be at like 45%, so they're already doing, yeah, perfect, thank you. So we're at 34%, and the boss is melting beautifully. Everything's going in here. We see Fem is popping off here, Mojo, and obviously like the last DPS would be just Rust, because he's getting carried by his team here, but that's what we have the guest players for, right? They need to help their teams and carry them, as we've seen with the other teams, and that is the kill for Hoppy Joe. 100% on the trash count. Beautifully done. First map goes to Hoppy Joe in this tournament of hopefully 3 maps.
Finals, getting as much money as they possibly can. be raised for their charities. So on that note, before we get into breaking down the games here with Dark Mech, I do want to just we got some huge donations during that last dungeon. $500 from the Raider.io team went out to every single one of the charities that we have that we're supporting here today for this event. And Raider.io says thank you to all the players, sponsors, talent, and the crew who have all been working hard to put on a great show. Much love to all. And then we also had $20 from Anonymous to the Equal Justice Initiative, Girls Who Code. We had another $500 from Raider.io. And then Mort's $20. That was 17 minutes ago. Love the tournament, love the charities. Super glad to donate to Girls Who Code. And then another $500 from Raider.io to the Trevor Project, and then $500 from Raider.io to Able Gamers, and then $10 from Anonymous 15 minutes ago. And then lastly, the charity that is completely 350% of their donation goal today, US Veterans. We had $500 from Raider.io, 10 from Bruce, 323 from Anonymous, and 5 from L. Gilbert. He says hammers up for the veterans. So thank you so much to everyone that has donated. Every single charity that we have today for this event has made their $1,000 donation goal and then some. So Dark Mech, on that note, let's break down that last dungeon.
Look, I think the highlight was both teams starting their key at the exact same time. I think that was huge. Same triple pulls to open up, and really nice use of the thunderstorms from the elemental shamans when it came down to Sanguine. Both teams we saw drag Prideful into the first boss, which is, a bit of a thing at this key level. CAD with 4 cast bars. I think that was certainly a highlight as well. We went with 2 horizontal, 2 vertical, more bars, more casts, more donos, more cast bars. So that's only going to increase his damage as they progress through maps. Happy Joe just played that first section so clean. We saw them mince the mini boss pack, and then we saw them pull the 2 Marauders into the Necromancer pack, whereas we saw Goosey Good bring out a Mind Soothe. Undad went and got the 2 Marauders and dragged them back into the mini boss where they used the Orb on. But from there, they just sort of started to lose time. Happy Joe had really good Sanguine management with the triple pull. Russ starting the boss RP early gave them that advantage to just be able to finish that pull, shroud into the second boss, and start pulling, whereas Goosey Good had to invis pot up there and then wait on the boss RP, which lost them time. The guest players swapping roles was huge as well, with Mojo and Cremator. The Flesh Crafter being saved to put the cleaves into Prideful. Hoppy Joe kept it alive and dragged it into the right corner pack as well, which was really nice use of that. And then we saw the Loyal Creation popped in the middle of the assistance as well, just to get rid of that. So Goosey Good didn't play a bad dungeon. Happy Joe just played an excellent dungeon, and I think it proves that I have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to an analyst role, because I said Goosey Good would win. So I clearly have no idea what I'm talking about. That's all right.
Yeah, that's all right. It's all in the name of charity. We all make mistakes up here. I made a mistake earlier. I flipped the charities around for the 2 teams that are supporting, or which charities that these 2 teams are supporting. It's actually Hoppy Joe supporting Able Gamers and Goosey Good supporting Equal Justice Initiative. So my mistake there. Each team, of course, is representing their own charity here. So this next up dungeon that we've got coming up here, Droutnos, is the other side.
Yeah, my money for this one is going to be on Hoppy Joe, because a little bit ago I did a The Other Side 14 with Hunte, and it went very poorly. We depleted it. We're on some alts, but still, I think that he's probably not going to win here. I think this one's going to go to Hoppy Joe.
Ooh, bold predictions. Makes, what do you think?
So I personally, I think pretty much like Dark Mech as well. I spent a lot of time in the other side, as DKs do, and so that dungeon is a personal one, and I'm very, very excited to see what they come up with here. Now, the affixes are pretty interesting. We have Tyrannical, which in the other side can be very tricky, because all of the bosses, in my opinion, are very, very hard in comparison to other dungeons, and we have Inspiring and Necrotic. So I don't think this is going to be an easy dungeon, and I hope we'll see some entertaining wipes in the name of charity.
Entertaining wipes in the name of charity. I love it so much. Well, we can take a look here as like Makes already said at the affixes as well as the compositions we're going to be seeing, Droutnose.
Yeah, so we actually are swapping back to both teams playing what they played in their quarterfinal matches. Hunte swapping back over to that Holy Paladin. Not sure which of those covenants, although hopefully it's the preferred Kyrian covenant of his and not the unethical Venthyr. And Hoppy Joe, they have their two guest players once again swapping. Mojo back to that Resto Shaman, Cremator to the Shadow Priest. This is a great dungeon for Shadow Priest and pretty good opportunity as well, I'd say. Resto Shaman in here too.
Which is the covenant you were wondering about?
Yeah, so it is Venthyr. It's very unethical by Hunte, and we see Hunte just saying,
unbelievable.
We see you, we're taking notes. This is gonna get, minus points in the B grade, just saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually, okay, I've changed my mind here. Much as my earlier prediction was that Goosey Good would lose, I actually think they have some really good things going for them here. Namely, a Dwarf Kyrian Protection Paladin versus the Necrotic Affix is a walk in the park compared to Shella, who is at most one of those things, right? At most, he's a dwarf. And that is something that I think is going to be huge. That means Undead can really clear those stacks basically 4 times in any given 5-minute window where he feels in danger. I mean, actually more than that. It's crazy how many clears for Necrotic he does have.
Oof, we just got 2 $100 donations within like 30 seconds of each other. Let me read these off real quick. Girls Who Code. We have Nomad, $100. Fantastic event, he says. Hope we get to see, they say, I'm not trying to assume that. Hope we get to see more of this in the future. And then as well as Michelle, $100. No note left, but thank you so much. And then she says her player name, her team name, which is Indigonia. That's, I'm assuming, her WoW in-game name. So thank you so much to those two for donating to this event. That is incredible. We're in like 30 seconds of each other as well. So very, very cool. Thank you to everyone supporting these guys. And we're going to get this second map started very shortly here. This is best of 3 as well. It is Goosey Good. And who do we think is going to come out? I mean, it kind of seems like you guys think that we might be going to a game 3. It's like our opinions kind of split on the desk here.
I hope so. So I really, really hope we're going to see the third dungeon, just because I think those teams are not too far apart in skill. Like, I think it can be anybody's game if one of these teams messes up, or if one of these teams has the smarter route, or, the smarter play, whatever. So I think it's really going to be interesting and quite, tense to see who's actually going to take it home here.
I think that's fair. I think my favorite part about this so far, though, and I think I've kind of said this before, like, if I was in this tournament, if I was one of the guest players, I feel like I would refuse to play anything but my main spec and, like, not really be too flexible. Like, no, I'm only going to do this, or I'm just going to completely wipe everyone. But it's really cool to see, as well as, like, a bit surprising, I feel like, Dark Mech, that these guys the guest players are being very flexible. They're kind of contributing just as much as I would feel like as the professional players are at times.
They've absolutely come out to show chat what they can do, I think. And I think one of the coolest things as well is, often in these kind of situations, you often either rise up to something or you don't play as well as you would have liked to, and then you spend the next few days thinking about all your mistakes and I wish I had have done this and I wish I had have done that. But these guests have absolutely embraced this experience and they have put on a full show. And sometimes it's, sometimes you can be a really good player and not get the opportunity to do this stuff. And they've been put on a stage now where they can showcase, that they have the ability at this game, and then they get to play with, pros. They get to play with world-class gamers in a game that we all enjoy so much. So it's awesome to see them coming out and putting it on display, and just, and what a stage to do it on. 5,000 people watching you, a tournament style, and every single one of them has risen up. So that's what we want to say. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is super awesome. And it's also awesome that everyone here has been watching us all day, has been supporting these charities, has been buying up the merch, exclamation merch in chat. if you want to get some of that limited edition merch, I'm wearing it right now. All of the proceeds will, of course, be going to the winner's team with their charity that they are supporting today. So for sure, go check that out. There it is right there. There's a sweatshirt, there's a t-shirt, there's a mask. So make sure you're looking at that, because it is it's a cool hoodie as well as going to a really good cause, and it could be going to your favorite charity as well. Or if you want to directly support them, you can type !donate in the chat, or look at those links that we provided for you guys down below. But the stakes are kind of coming. Like, I know we've said this many times that this is kind of an event for fun, but we're getting closer and closer to the grand finals, and it's got to be a bit intimidating as well, considering this is single elimination. It's not really a format that we see too often, Dratno. So I wonder how they're feeling now that we're going a little bit closer to grand finals, despite the fact that this is an event for fun. Obviously, they want to perform well.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure, right? It's not just playing for yourself, right? You'd be letting down a whole charity of needy people if you lost a series here. So I'm sure that's weighing heavily on our teams here. They want to make sure that they win.
Exactly. A lot riding on these teams' shoulders right now. Of course, they want to get the most money possible to the charity that they did come out here to support today. I think we're going to get map number 2 started very shortly here. It's once again, we're going to the other side, tyrannical. It's inspiring, necrotic, and prideful. We're going to get into that. We're going to see if we're going to have a 2-0, if we're going to have a team moving on to the grand finals after this first one, or if we're going to tie it up and head to a game 3. I don't really know, but we're going to get that team started, ready to go. But where are we going to see maybe some trouble makes as we head into this dungeon? Where do you think the first mess up is going to be?
Well, I think Haka could be a problem, depending on how DPS looks. That's usually a boss where you really want to look out for. And I think what also might be a problem is what we call like the nature area, right? So the area where you usually do those really, really juicy big pulls that, you love to pop an army on. But that can also lead to trouble, I think, especially if there's, inspiring necrotic, your tank needs to run, you might lose uptime depending on what classes you play, or you can't kick something if it's an unlucky inspiring, and we're right into the map going in, and I'm very curious to see if the teams both go the same route.
Yeah, both teams going to be getting started with a nice pull at the bottom of the stairs here. Yeah, sometimes in MDI we see teams skipping this pull and doing it at the very end of the dungeon, but neither team really interested in messing with that, and I can't say I blame them. I don't even think people would do that necessarily with these affixes in MDI. This is some of the harshest affixes of any of our dungeons today. So I think slow and steady might well win the race in this dungeon, making sure you don't wipe. But wow, Goosey Good have made short work of that pack. They are already moving on here, and they didn't use Bloodlust or anything there. This was just some cooldowns on pull. You can see that massive damage coming out from both Ellie Shaman. Once again, Cad just embarrassing Zyro on the meters.
Yeah, very, very much so. I mean, you'd love to see it. Sadly, we have not yet seen an increase in cast bars on Cat's UI, but what we're seeing is something Hoppy Joe is doing. They're skipping this pack, just running up. They shrouded, used the Ventier skip, and are going right into that area at the moment, whereas Goosey Good is playing this pull, and it's going really well. I'd say everything is dying perfectly. I mean, it is a tyrannical key, so it shouldn't give them too much trouble. But, as Dark said earlier, sometimes you get an oopsie daisy, but we didn't get one here, so that's very, very lovely. And Hoppy Joe moving on in the direction of Hakar, so that's going to be the first boss for them, whereas Goosey Good is looking to move somewhere, but now they have to wait for the pet to actually walk. I think closer to the Ornn is what they're trying to get it, so they can use Night Fae, or maybe they want to skip it altogether.
Yeah, maybe. It seems like they're kind of just, no! Tragedy falls here for Goosey Good. That is not what you're hoping to see. I've done that many times myself, of course, when you're trying to avoid that mask. That is an unfortunate turn of events. That's really not what they were hoping to happen there, but they should be able to get started on that pull, even with just 4 players on their team. Meanwhile, Hoppy Joe, instead of getting this kind of 40% pride to Hakar standard live strat that Goosey Good is running, Hoppy Joe is opting for a much more aggressive 20% pride into Hakar. That's something that's kind of facilitated by the fact that, they have a rogue so they can shroud stuff. Very easy for them to skip around in this dungeon. and skip past the stuff that they don't want. They have Mind Soothe and Sap as well, which makes it really easy to walk by whatever they aren't interested in pulling. Although it doesn't actually look like they have made any use of that here at the start of the Hakar wing, as they are already at 15%. I think that means that this pull will be spawning Pride for them. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, I'm mistaken. They're going to be fine. No early Pride.
That, so it should be all good, right? When they went up the stairs, they skipped that pack, so they shouldn't get Pride here, I think.
Yeah, it looks like maybe before this High Priest they will have one, but they can probably cleave it down with the Pride, and that would be pretty good. Yeah, you can see everybody now is going to line of sight to group all these mobs up in the AoE range of that urn. And this is a pretty scary set of enemies, but it's nice to get that stun on them. That really lets you kind of kill them before they get to be too much of a danger.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, every time I stand in these as a melee and they start, swirling, I get taken by surprise because, I mean, I know they do that, but when they do it, I die. So that's just how these things work for me. But Hoppy Joe's doing a much better job at them, playing them down nicely. We have the cage in the back, so we're going to be able to play the mob with the Prideful now, I assume, and then go into boss with the Prideful buff. And that is looking very good. Goosey Good is now on the mob of Rage, and also, yeah, I'd say it's going good. HP bars look well, and the boss is down, or the mob is down, and they're going up the stairs, but in a different area than Hoppy Joe decided to go.
Yeah, Goosey Good have planned this out a little bit differently than Hoppy Joe did. As you can see, Goosey Good are entering that Hakar wing, but they've already gotten their Pride before, right? So they can get to 40% Pride at the end of this wing. So this will work out okay for them. This is this is the kind of route we do see on live quite a lot. It's a very easy one to do. You just do all the trash around the right side of the ring until you get to the Mechagon wing, and then you backtrack, you go do the Hakar wing, and you get a perfect 40% Pride into Hakar. But I love what Hoppy Joe have done here, because they got to cleave a mob down with that Pride. They got to cleave an inspiring mob down with that Pride as well. Normally, inspiring mobs in this dungeon can be very hostile. They can make it very hard to pull multiple things at the same time. But this pathing that they've chosen has really minimized that so far.
Especially in this wing, because there are so many casts that you want interrupted, because they make you lose so much time if you don't. And right now, they're blasting everything they have into Hakar, blasting away the shield. This is looking really good. HP bars quite top, not completely top, but this should work out fine. And they're giving it everything. Actually, there is... Yeah, I was going to say, Kremitor is actually topping the meters with his Shadow Priest. And that's what you love to see. Hitting 10k DPS here. Beautifully done. And Mojo is back healing. So that's where we need him, right?
Look at that damage, though, that Mojo is putting out on the Resto Shaman. People talk about Holy Paladin damage, and don't get me wrong, Holy Paladin damage is busted, and it's very, very good. But Resto Shaman, not bad either. 5.2k coming out from Mojo there. I think a lot of that, as well as the synergy here with the Blood Death Knight. Shella on that Blood Death Knight is really able to sustain himself through almost all incoming damage. So Mojo is pretty free to just fire off damage globals, and made short work of that boss. The flip side of that is that Shella isn't pumping out that tremendous amount of damage in that tanking role. 3.4k when you had Pride into a pull. It's not bad, but it's not like something a Vengeance Demon Hunter, a Brewmaster, or a Prop Paladin would be able to put out. So, there's strengths and weaknesses to everything here. But I think Hoppy Joe have a really good idea coming into this dungeon. I think their comp really meshes well together.
Yeah, I agree. And now we're going to pull that pack that we skipped earlier. And I think then we're also going to go into the Mechanome area.
Look at this. They have Shella controlling that Raptor. It's an undead mob, of course, so Death Knights do get to control it, and that is the inspiring mob in this pull. But when it's on their side, that doesn't matter. They don't need to worry about it, and so they can just freely interrupt everything there and save it until the interrupt mob is dead. Beautiful, beautiful sequencing there from Hoppy Joe. Really well thought out approach to this pull that's going to make it trivial.
Very, very well done. And, you'd love to see it. Goosey Good, meanwhile, making their way to the boss, I think. I'm a little bit lost where we are at the moment, but yeah, it should be boss room now. Yep. So that's where they are. Going into the Hakar fight that we just saw for Hoppy Joe. So they went all the way down to the rage mob and then went back up. Like you said, people usually play it on the live. But Hoppy Joe is now, I'd say, a little bit further ahead in terms of percent, aren't they?
Yeah, so Goosey Good is still at that 40% mark. Hoppy Joe are just about to reach their 40% pride. They should be spawning it off of these 7 mobs, and then they'll be exactly equal on count. And once the car goes down, they'll be exactly equal on the stuff they've killed as well. But Goosey could have this run back, right? Anytime you're doing a U-turn in a dungeon, that means you've covered all that ground. You have to actually cover it 2 extra times, right? And so that's a lot more time that is spent walking compared to Hoppy Joe. And that time spent walking, it actually scales really poorly into these low key levels, right? If you're doing a key in half of its timer, well, your walking speed is the same. So it effectively costs you, twice the time.
Very true. As an old, wisdom truth says, time spent walking isn't time spent doing damage. So that's what's going to maybe cost Goosey Good some of their precious time on the key here. Hoppy Joe now doing their trash in front of the Mechagnome area. Both of these Scala boys look really good. They're going to die, and they spawn the Prideful you were just talking about. And I think we're just leaving it, or are we taking it?
I don't know if they successfully invis skipped it. No, they have not. Okay,
No, they haven't.
I'm not sure if they were trying to either. It would be.
Yeah.
It's not that's not one that's usually skipped, and it was put in a kind of a weird place if that was the idea. So I don't think it was. I think they are just killing off this 40% pride, which means Goosey Good actually are slightly in the lead here. They don't have to work on this pride, and they are just going into their next pull. But Hoppy Joe are going to have that pride buff for this next pull. Oh, and it looks like the drill has been pulled here by Goosey Good. I'm not sure if this was part of the plan. It looked like they were trying to sneak around it, and maybe they weren't, though.
I think they meant to pull it like that. So they wanted to sneak around it and then pull it together with, I'm just going to call it the doggo. So I think they wanted to pull both of these together because they're big HP mobs and you can actually do them together quite easily. Whereas if you add all of these tiny robot swirlies to it, it becomes quite a pain to do together. So now they have one big pulse with those 2 big HP mobs, and then they have a smaller one with all the tiny robots, I think. So maybe that was their plan after all.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it is good count as well if you're cleaving it down with something else. Hoppy Joe have already taken care of that drill as well. They're moving on to their next pull, although it looks like it includes that doggo that Goosey Good will have just taken care of here. So, these two teams, I mean, they're neck and neck right now. I can't tell which of them is ahead because they are working on the exact same stuff at the exact same time.
Very, very true. However, Goosey Good has 1 death on their counter. And I'm really hoping that this might be the final 5 seconds that it boils down to. And
no, that death was the falling off the side as well. Yes, that would be so tragic.
It would be, but it would be, a tragic in a way that's really entertaining. So I'd like that. But now we're going to move on to the drill. And we actually see a skip here by Hoppy Joe. They're shrouding through. And I'm curious to see what kind of mobs they want to pull now. I think because they skipped these mobs now, they're just going to add more in the nature area. At least that's where you can, pull more easily without making your route very terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I love that play from Hoppy Joe. That's one of the big strengths of having a rogue in your group, right? It's just shrouding all of these things that you might otherwise be obligated to do. Because, the drill and the lubricators, ooh, and we've got some deaths actually coming out there for Goosey Good. It's both of their shaman immediately clicking that onk button.
Yeah.
So only 10 seconds going to be assessed against them. That's no battle res is lost. These mobs, these lubricators are a bit of a pain. They have a lot of interrupts, although it is a strength of Goosey Good's comp that they can really do a good job of interrupting these lubricators, right? They have 2 elemental shaman and a prop paladin and another paladin as well. So they can really stop all of these kicks. As I say that, one of them is going right through.
I was just going to say, we have all the interrupts. What do you mean? And right in that moment, one of those casts goes through. And there's a second one. So while they have the utility, they're maybe not using it to the best extent that they could. However, the lubricators are going down pretty well, I'd say. I mean, you don't really want those casts to go through because you'll miss your cast. As you see, it just says miss, miss, and it takes a lot of time until these things actually go down. You want to avoid that. However, Hoppy Joe are on the boss fight. They're on Millhouse. I think it's the first time. Yeah, there we see it. Maleficent is still on 100%. And because it's tyrannical, you really don't want to kill Millhouse off before you enter the Maleficent phase, because that could cause a lot of problems for you.
Yeah, this is something where you really want Millhouse to be available to stun Maleficent during this phase. Otherwise, you're just going to be in so much trouble at the end of it. And so, yeah, Hoppy Joe doing a good job here, prioritizing their damage. They notably came into this boss without a pride buff. Because they skipped all this trash in this section, they're still at 54%. Whereas Goosey Good, having killed all that extra trash, they are going to be spawning a pride, which will mean they'll have a damage increase at the start of this boss. So damage increase and 5% enemy forces in favor of Goosey Good. I would still say all of this extra time on the boss is good for Hoppy Joe, though.
I mean, I have to say that Prideful at the beginning of this boss is actually not the best thing on a key that is this low. Because if you have the Prideful, you have to really stop your damage in order not to push Millhouse over. Because you really don't want to kill him off before you get decent damage on Maleficent, because it makes the phase a lot harder. So having a Prideful here, actually, like, I always think it's kind of, you know, you have it and then you have to stop damage. So is it really worth it having it there? Whereas now they're going to have that Prideful buff in the nature area where you actually have those really beautiful big poles where you can absolutely utilize that buff and, you know, do like stupid damage all the way through.
Yeah, it is something Goosey Good will have to watch out for. It'll depend on exactly how their cooldowns are going to be allocated here. But Hoppy Joe have finished off Millhouse, just Maleficent left now, and she is dying very quickly. It shouldn't be a problem for them that they don't have stuns in this phase. She is not making it to her next Rocket Chicken Barrage. And once she goes down, yeah, this is something like a minute, maybe, in favor of Hoppy Joe here. 3 extra deaths is going to be an extra 15 seconds as well in their favor, but it's tough to directly compare these two teams because of that difference in the count, in the Prideful. We'll have to see how they're able to exploit those differences over the next couple of pulls. That's really going to be the make or break moment in this dungeon.
Okay, now I have to ask you, and I don't mean this in a toxic way, but do you think someone's going to die in the next floor area with the AoE coming from the side walls?
that does get me pretty often. I think at a 16, it's not going to one-shot anybody. In fact, it might even not two-shot people, so it would certainly be embarrassing. Although, you know, if it doesn't one-shot you, that can lull you into a false sense of security where you just ignore it and then get a hit by 2 right in a row. So they do need to watch out for that. Yeah, the walls to the nature area is something they do need to make sure it doesn't kill them.
So that was actually very well played. That mob died so fast. You love to see it. And now they're moving on into that, you know, area we just spoke of. There's one big pole, and I think we're going to do everything together with the Arn that is there. I'm just waiting. Yeah, we're all pulling the raptors in. And then we're going to stun everything and just do big AoE. And that should be the pack that spawns them Pride throughout, right? So I think we're just gonna kill Pride with the Death Speaker that should be left then.
Yeah, I mean, I think theoretically it would be faster if you could spawn it and then skip it with invis pots. You could use like the corner of the room, but in practice that is a difficult thing to do, especially if you haven't, you know, done it a bunch of times with these players. So I think that it makes sense. And yeah, it looks like they are just getting ready to spawn this Pride and kill it the old-fashioned way. It will give them it looks like Creator actually got lobbed off there by the frontal, the erupting darkness, as you can see, not currently in range. Might have been able to hit himself with a levitate though, and I think he did because oh no, he didn't. Okay, it didn't quite work out at least.
That's not the only kind of oopsie that just happened though. We had 2 people dying on Goosey Good's team during the boss fight that have just now released after they ran back out, because we pushed the boss too fast and, you know, big
like you said,
ouchie coming in.
Yeah, exactly as you predicted. You know, Millhouse died too fast, right? And so they didn't have his stuns for the Maleficent phase.
Getting those 5-hat predictions out here, you love it, you know?
Yeah, it's that is not what Goosey Good wanted to happen though. That's unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, Hoppy Joe, they have recovered here. They've got all 5 of their teammates back together. And they have this pride buff. Oh,
See,
Mojo
that's
gets hit by
exactly
the
what I was
wall.
scared of. Mojo, please don't die. Oh no. Okay, we did it. I'm always so scared when it comes to this walk of terror, really. I died so many times in this part of the dungeon. It's embarrassing. Like, I really can't tell you the number, but it just gets me every time when I see people walking through getting hit by one of them, and I'm like, oh no, that's gonna be it for them. But they did well, and here we see them going in with their prideful buff still intact into this big, beautiful pack, and that's exactly what we wanted to see. We see Fem popping off, we see Kremeter topping him even more. He's on 23k DPS, beautiful with that Shadow Priest. I don't even know which spells that class has, but you know, he's very skilled and he knows it, and it looks beautiful.
Yeah, huge damage coming out here as Shella has to kite and drop those necrotic stacks. Not very many tools in his kit to handle that. Used to be you could do it as a Death Knight. Used to be a magic effect, so you could, you know, AMS and prevent it applying new stacks to you, but that no longer works. That is a bleed now, and the only tools against it are all the ones that are on the side of Goosey Good, you know, Bubble, Bop, Stone Form, Carrion File, all that kind of stuff. I think Shella is probably playing Dwarf, so he probably does have that one button to use against it, but you know, one is not that many. Look at all those stacks on him. He's pretty much unhealable at this point. There is one benefit here, which is Spirit Link Totem. No. Would be able to get it through, but unfortunately nothing is going to be enough there. The cheat death is going to proc, but it's not going to heal him for anything.
We're just going to rest him. You know, we have that ability. We're just picking him up, no problem. I was actually thinking they were going to go to the urn and stun that pack, but they decide to not do it. They're slowing it so Sheila can actually run and try to get away from those birds, as they leave a nasty, nasty debuff that you really don't want to deal with. But I think it might be causing some troubles with the aggro on those mobs, as nameplates are changing in different colors. However, they're dying, and Sheila is looking very stable as the manifestation of pride spawns. And that is very well done with the tiny little death of Sheila. And Goosey Good is now also on their first pull in the beautiful nature area, I think.
Yeah, they actually got a massive pull done there, and I think that is their 80% pride as well. So both teams are going to be working on their 80% prides. Hoppy Joe a little bit ahead of where Goosey Good are at. Goosey Good also have 4 more deaths than Hoppy Joe, so that's another 20 seconds there. But even adding those two factors together, I mean, it is something like 30 seconds to a minute separating these two teams right now. There's more than enough dungeon left for things to change as Shella mounts up and goes on an adventure. He is grabbing a bunch of enemies, bringing them on top of this Night Fae urn, and he just needs to survive until that urn channel is completed. He is taking a lot of damage. There's the stun.
Thank goodness. I was so scared for Sheila there, but the stun isn't gonna hold on forever, and the mobs need to die very fast now before they come back and actually hit Sheila out of his life. But it's looking very good at this moment. He is running. They still have slows up available for him to run and kite those mobs away, and that is looking so good. I could just see the Unbound Chaos hitting.
Yeah, you can see those mobs get chunked when the Demon Hunter just fell rushing through them. That is a very cool thing to see. And yeah, they have done a great job of that pull. They're now at 91%, but a big pull happening for Goosey Good as well. They are having some hard time kiting everything as well. It looks like their initial stun is mostly over as well. And so they're just running around that pillar in circles.
Yeah. I mean, is running in circles really what you want to do? Isn't that like line of sighting?
Well, so the good news is that, you know, on the side of Goosey Good, Undead is playing a prop paladin, which is a little bit higher damage than the blood DK, and you can actually do a lot of that damage while you're kiting. You know, you're dropping these hammers, you're dropping these consecrates, you can throw judgment, you can throw Avenger Shield, you can do basically your whole rotation while you're kiting. So it's actually not that costly, and you're less likely to lose threat if you do have to do something like that. Oh, it looks like a matriarch getting pulled here for Hoppy Joe. I don't know if this is part of the plan. This is a scary bird.
It is a scary bird, but it's a tyrannical key, so it's not fortified. The matriarch should die quite easily. I'm just not sure. I can't really decipher how many stacks Sheila has on him. Is that the number on the right? If yes, that's a very scary number. But I think that's just a timer.
Yeah, there's just 2 timers on that same week aura. Yeah.
So that's not the stacks. Very good.
No, I think he's fine. It looks like they've done a good job of kiting that out as well. The matriarch is almost dead. Shella still has IBF as well, so he's not in too much danger. And even if he takes too much necrotic damage, Mojo, by virtue of being on that Resto Shaman, does have Spirit Link Totem, and that can really save a tank's life. That heal does go through necrotic. Looks like it's just going to be the Windrush Totem, though, instead, that allows Shella to kite away, and all these nice and slowed mobs as well from that Death Knight. Death and Decay slow is so powerful. Look at that thing, 90% slow at the start of the D&D.
I was admiring that earlier when he pulled all of the birds before for the urn. Like how much that slowed is ridiculous. Like I wish I had that on my Unholy.
Yeah, it is really, really, really good. It's one of the few ways that you can, keep them in range and safely not get autoed back. As they are now at their 100% pride. But you know what? So are Goosey Good. And actually, Goosey Good have killed their pride off first. Goosey Good have slingshotted into the lead here, piggybacked over where Hoppy Joe are at, and they have already started on their boss. Looks like their Bloodlust was also used here, whereas it's not available for Hoppy Joe. So this boss is just melting for Goosey Good, even on Tyrannical.
And that's a really tough boss, to be honest. Well, if you misdeal those debuffs here, that can easily kill someone. So you need to be very, very careful here. And she is dying so quickly for Goosey Good. We're on 20%. We're going to go up once more, I think, as a group. Yep. And that was done very well. And now she's just going to die. I don't think she's going to have troubles with those debuffs.
Look at Hunte's damage there on the Holy Paladin. 12k DPS the healer does on this fight in a very fair and balanced fashion. They have taken care of that boss, and a little bit ahead now of Hoppy Joe, who've been ahead most of this game. But there's 2 really important things to keep in mind. The first, 4 extra deaths. That's 20 seconds that Hoppy Joe will have after Goosey Good before they would lose. Second, Hoppy Joe are going to have their Bloodlust coming up here. Goosey Good will have no more Bloodlust during this dungeon. So with those 2 things in mind, this might still be close, but I'm not sure. I think Goosey Good have overtaken the lead here.
I think you might actually be right, but it wouldn't be the first time that we see an oopsie on the final boss in DOS in a Mythic Plus tournament. So I'd really hold my horses here and wait and see until all of the totems are actually down and played with. This boss is giving me anxiety, and I think we could have some troubles here and there, so we're just going to pay very close attention to what's happening. Hoppy Joe is now finishing up on Dealer Era, and they're going to move up to the final boss as well now, although obviously with a minor delay behind Goosey Good.
Goosey Good getting started with this boss. It's going to be 1 minute until they go to their platforms, and it looks like they should mostly have their cooldowns available if they need them for that phase. I think as long as they don't fail any of those platforms, they should be in good shape here. But if they use their cooldowns on pull here, they might not have enough damage for those platforms. So that's going to be something to look out for. Really, I think all 5 of their players have enough damage to each individually take care of a platform, and there's only 4 they have to deal with. So
True.
I think they're going to be okay, but we'll have to see how it works out when they get to their platforms.
Do you think we might see a different combination? So usually we have tank and healer going in one, and then 1 DPS for each. Do you think we might see, for example, Hunte on his Holy Paladin doing one alone, just, to flex it?
So I think he could, especially if he uses cooldowns there. But what I think he will do instead is go with a tank, not have to use his cooldowns, and then he'll get to come back for the boss and fire off the wings on the boss and throw those hammers into it. I think that will be something that makes him really happy. And honestly, it's the right play as well, because in his cooldowns, he does the most damage. So it's the biggest sacrifice would be to require him to use them on these platforms.
But it would also be the most fun if he just did a totem alone, right?
That's true. It would be an extremely big flex. So we'll see how those competing factors affect the decision-making of Goosey Good here. It looks like they have gotten the visage down. and activating their totem. One already activated on the far side there, so there's at least 2 that have already been done for them. So they have another 2 seconds left here. Let's see if they have all 4. They're getting gripped.
They do, huh?
It does look good. Yep, it looks like they are stacking up those buffs. And there's the 3rd. And there's the 4th. Yeah, they do have all 4. So they are just needing to pump damage here. 15% the boss is at now. Once it's at 10%, this timer will stop for them, and Hoppy Joe will have another 20 seconds to catch back up. Hoppy Joe are on their platforms as well, but I don't think there's enough time. I think there's more than 20 seconds between where these 2 teams are, but it's going to be really, really close. It's going to come right down to the wire. It's going to be based just on how much damage Hoppy Joe can find when they get to that last platform. Goosey Good really needs to stop this clock as soon as they can here.
Absolutely. They need to finish that boss at this moment. As Hoppy Joe has finished their totems, they're just waiting for the cast to grip them back in and then deal their damage to the boss. I think all 4 totems are down. Here they come, getting gripped back to the final boss. Mozala is on 10% for Goosey Good, and that should be the end of it at this point. Now we're just waiting for Hoppy Joe to actually show how much they can deliver, and if they can kind of even out the 20 seconds that Goosey Good has put on with their deaths.
5 seconds left here. They have 5 seconds. They need to do 3% of the boss's health. I don't think that's in the cards, and no, it is not. The timer has now passed where Goosey Good were at. Wow, this was a close one, but it is just not quite going to be enough for Hoppy Joe. Goosey Good going to even up the series here 1-1.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to see. Let's be honest, right? We all wanted one more match between these 2 teams to really show who can, who can win this and who takes it home, and also more time for everybody at home to actually support the charities that these teams are in for. And that is a well-deserved win for Goosey Good here. GG's, well played.
Most definitely, we are going to be going to a game number 3, but before we start breaking down that very last dungeon, I've got a couple donations. This one's for Dratnos, $50 for the Equal Justice Initiative from Scott, and he says thanks to the charities and to Dratnos for his routes. Finally got KSM this week. And then $25 from Tenacia 28 minutes ago, and then I think that's all the new ones that we got during that last dungeon. But Dark Mech, talk to me about just how close these 2 teams were in this very last dungeon.
That dungeon was actually pretty nutty. We saw Goosey come out from the start in that opening pull and absolutely melt it with the double alley shamans, and it put him about 15 seconds ahead straight off the bat. And then we saw this massive deviation in routes. We saw Hoppy Joe Shroud the next large pull and move straight up into Hakar's corridor, and generally you would skip that first pack and proc your pride at the end. They pulled the first one. They ended up caging one of the mobs up the end, the inspired mob, and then they ended up fighting it with the prideful at the end and taking that 20% prideful into Hakar, and they absolutely melted a tyrannical Hakar, which is generally where you see problems sort of happen throughout the other side. Goosey Good took that more traditional style route of moving down to the bottom, proccing your 20% prideful, and then wheeling back and having your 40% prideful for Hakar. Unfortunately, we saw a little dive off the edge. Cad was going to put another cast bar on and was trying to do that while he was running on his mount, and ended up auto running off the edge, which was really unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. We saw Cremator really show out on the Shadow Priest. Mojo pumping again on the Resto Shaman. Some packs he was doing 6k DPS. They dealt with Hoppy Joe really cleanly as well. Shella made really good use of the Control Undead with the DK ability on the Inspiring pack with the Raptor, so it just meant that you could take it out. Means that you can kick all the Shadow Core casts, which is a hell of a lot of damage, especially going into a Blood DK, so they made really good use of that. Both teams from different routes ended up at the same position in Mecha, and then we saw another split in Mecha with the skipping of Trash, which put them in different positions again, which made it a real nightmare to try and judge who was ahead. Big DPS from Hoppy on Millhouse and Maleficent with Rust topping damage there, and they pushed both bosses with no prideful. And then Goosey, who had prideful, couldn't replicate and lost 2 people, so that was quite a surprise. Fem really came out to play an Arden Wield. Not only did he have a big smile, but he had big damage. We saw Shella unfortunately go down in Ardenweald. They got a quick B-res off and they recovered from that. And he made really good use of that, probably one of the greatest on-demand slows in game with that DK, Death and Decay. So that's, one positive for Blood. And then Goosey again came back in Ardenweald with that 5 pull straight off the bat when they got in there, 80% prideful into earn. Dealer melted for both teams, and then it just came down again to that final boss, and it was like 2.6% off at the end. So it was a roller coaster of a dungeon. It was an absolute roller coaster of a dungeon to push this into game 3.
So Zyronic just added me in the player chat for this Discord, and he said, "At Talent, I got alpha'd off of Ellie. You can say that on broadcast." So it's a word from Zyro, so thank you for that. And we're gonna get into this game number 3 here, and we are gonna be heading to the next dungeon is Mists, as well as a fix of the Raging, Bursting, Explosive, and Prideful. We got what we wanted, Makes. We got to a game number 3, but now I feel like these two teams, especially given that last dungeon, it's really too close to call on this one.
I mean, you might be right here. However, with that recent change in mind, Zyro deciding he now wants to, try hard, which is unethical, but, in the name of charity, I'll allow it. So that's going to be really interesting in Mist of Tir na Scythe, which is going to be our 3rd dungeon, because there are a lot of big pulls where a fire mage can actually, excel and really, really shine and bring it all together. So, I'm very curious to see how that turns out, and I think my chip would be on Goosey Good here to actually make the final move. Dratnos, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think breaking out the Fire Mage is definitely a good sign for them. Although on the other hand, maybe that shows how scared they are. Maybe that shows how much they know that Hoppy Joe are really pushing them to their limits. So. Maybe this isn't a dungeon as well that they've prepped as much. Maybe they're like, oh yeah, we'll 2-0 him easy. There's no way we'll have to go to Mist of Tir na Scythe, right? And now that they get here, they're like, oh no, we gotta, in case of emergency, break glass, and there's the Fire Mage in there. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
Should be interesting. Definitely should be interesting. We're going to get our first team heading to the grand finals after this next dungeon. And now we can take a look, Dark Mech, at the comps that we're going to be seeing from these two teams.
Yeah, so as Dratnos just pointed out, they've got the hammer off, they got the axe off the wall in case of emergency, break glass and bring out Fire Mage. And Zyro obviously hungry for the final. He's come this far. He's not mucking around anymore. The Fire Mage has come out. So this is going to be really interesting to see if they make absolute use of that Fire Mage with some really big. You're going to have Cad popping off as well, as he's been really putting out the damage, and Zyronic going big with those combusts. So this is gonna. I don't want to pick this dungeon again, because last time I tipped Goosey Good, it didn't work out so well. But I don't know. I think it's what this will come down to is clean execution of the dungeon. And I got a feeling if somebody tries to go too big in that final stretch to the last boss, that's where it'll either make or break this dungeon.
Okay, well, we're gonna see here who's gonna come out on top, who's gonna be heading to the grand finals. They're gonna face off against the winner of this next semifinals that we have coming up, Old But Gold versus Press W Zug Sug. Two teams that have been showing up as well. So let's see who comes out on top for this series. Is it gonna be Goosey Good, or is it gonna be Hoppy Joe? Winner of this Myths Makes will be going to the grand finals.
Absolutely, yeah. So maybe we can just quickly say what affixes the teams are facing, because the last Miss-Key was a little while ago, and it's going to be very, very interesting. My favorite combination of affixes in this tournament in general is going to be Raging, Bursting, and Explosive. So we're getting all the good stuff at the same time. It's going to be beautiful. There's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of, oopsie potential. And I really, really hope we're going to get some very interesting plays while we enter this dungeon. The pull timer's running. We have a very good route ready for the side of Goosey Good. They really put in all of their creative mind and did the strat and did the maths to come up with this route. And I think they're really going to smash it this time.
I mean, you saw right there, Drought Nose, they are going to attack.
That is a good plan, and that is exactly what they have started off with here. As we have all these Spike Claws coming into all these different enemies, this is going to be a lot of stacks of bursting for them to deal with as well. They need to be careful here. They might need to fire off those Dwarf Racials as they extend that stack. Looks like they are going to be okay, though. Beautiful, beautiful work there by the whole team. Zyronic ascending with that combustion there. No more need for that Storm Elemental. No more nonsense with the Elemental Shaman. He's had enough of that. Back onto that mage and just blowing up the whole thing.
Absolutely. And while Goosey Good is already through with their first big pull and on to the second pull, however, they're not going to pull those big ouchie mobs from the boss room. Hoppy Joe is now making the skip in the direction of the Hybristers. They're using their Shroud because why not? And now I'm curious to see if they're moved further on, and it quite looks like that. However, they now pulled them and only left one of them in the cage back there.
Yeah, so maybe they'll cleave that thing down with the Pride, and this actually should mean that Hoppy Joe, even though their first pull took a little bit longer than Goosey Good, they are going to be combining their next two pulls. That's a great way to save time. And I think factoring that in, these two teams are probably right at about the exact same time here. As you can see, Goosey Good making their way into this little grove here, eating some of these savory stat shrooms. Looks like Cad having to struggle to find one that hasn't already been claimed as his friends are yoinking all of the ones that looked right there for him as they are going in now to their bow breakers. Which Hoppy Joe is just finishing off. So this is going to be 20% prides that'll be spawning in the very near future here for both teams. And then it'll be just a question of whether or not they can one-phase this boss. That's going to be very important here. We didn't really mention it, but neither Tyrannical nor Fortified are active in this dungeon. We got a lot of the other affixes instead, but neither of those two kind of keystone, capstone affixes that is almost always active on the live servers. So I am excited to see what that means. I think that should make one-phasing the first boss not only doable, but mandatory if you want to win in here.
Absolutely. They should definitely one-phase it. And I'm very curious to see what they do with the Prideful in an awkward position like this. Now they have to move it up. I mean, that's okay, but it's still, you'd rather have it up there. And I think you could even go as far as play Prideful with the boss here and then kill it, so in time you have the Prideful buff for the burn phase. I think that might actually be desirable in a key that has neither Fortified nor Tyrannical, as you said already. However, Goosey Good has already killed the manifestation and is now moving on to the boss, and I think we have everything ready. Bloodlust should be ready as far as I can see for Goosey Good and also for Hoppy Joe, and both of these teams are expected to pull it off as soon as Ingra is in the burst phase. Okay.
There it goes. Yeah, there come all the cooldowns. You kind of pop them a little bit before the tree goes down just to make sure that you are already fully ramped up and all the damage is coming out there as soon as Ingram Malik's going. So you can see like Imoor has come out already from Fem, but he's going to save that Fel Rush for once Ingram Malik is taking the extra damage and fire off just a huge burst of damage into this thing. And they're going to try and get this as close to 0 as possible here. They can get it all the way to 0 before it loses that extra damage. And yeah, I mean, they've done a great job of that. 5% before it loses the damage amp. That is going to be more than enough to finish it off. But Goosey Good have already taken care of it. And they are working now down towards the maze here.
Very, very true. Now, they can't forget to activate those little Night Fae orbs that allow you to respawn, as that is very important in case anything goes south, anyone dies, so that they respawn here and don't have to walk all the way again, especially because both teams used to skip. Now, Goosey Good had about 3 seconds, I think, at most 5, that they were ahead here. And now we're going to see a big pull on their side. They actually pulled everything through the wall here and are going a bit bigger than Hoppy Joe is. Hoppy Joe are going one by one here, and they're playing the maze like it was intended to, I might say. Whereas Goosey Good can now, after they killed all of this trash, just move through 2 doors and save some time this way.
Yeah, it does depend on which door Goosey Good get, but it looks like they have actually rolled that right-hand side, which is exactly what you want to happen whenever you've pre-pulled that pack. I mean, that is a huge time save for Goosey Good, who are now effectively on their 3rd pull of the maze, and they're melting this pull as well. So much damage. is coming out here. That's a combustion right there.
Absolutely. Xai came here to win this time around. He does want his charity to succeed. And I mean, I love to see that as well. As much banter and, meta kind of only play Holy Priest as DPS, please talk we're doing. In the end, the team that wins a lot of money for the charity that they compete in. So hats off to Xyro for actually putting in the work and speccing that class that he feels he can, push his team the furthest on and actually give them the edge that they need to compete against Hoppy Joe here.
Yeah, and actually, Mage not a main class for him. He has been playing it quite a bit this tier, but Warlock is what he's most known for. Warlock main for many years going into the past. So I'd love to see that coming out of him as well. But apparently he does not have one set up on the tournament realm, which is, of course, unfortunate.
But do you think he could do more damage on a Warlock than on a Fire Mage?
I think he would be the first. In fact, he has been the first to tell me no. Much as he does play Warlock, he's also one of its harshest critics. I think, it's when you love a class so much, you really do kind of learn its flaws.
Absolutely.
And Goosey Good getting a little bit of a weird maze path here, now heading over. It's been kind of this snaky pathway through the maze, but they should be nearly done. This is one of the long paths, though, that they've got here. So they are going to have to deal with, I think, one more. Here comes the mini boss. All right, so every single maze has exactly one mini boss in it, and theirs is going to be Night Blossom here. This is the Hydra. Doesn't do too much to the rest of the group. Is a little bit nasty for the tank though with those triple bites.
Yeah, but it should be fine, I think. Because there aren't, it's not fortified or anything, so they should just melt it right down, and it shouldn't trouble the tanks too much. Hoppy Joe is now moving on to the same boss room, I think, as soon as they solve that puzzle. We can already see Mojo running around trying to find the way that they need to go, whereas Goosey Good has finished that mini-boss and is moving on to the next pack, and I think that might be the last pack, second to last pack.
This should be the last one for Goosey Good. Yeah, I think that they've done enough rooms here that they have to go boss next. If I'm wrong, then they've got one more room and then boss. But they've been in this maze forever. I don't know. You always kind of lose track in here. That's one of the unnerving effects of the maze is it does kind of get hard to remember where you are, but you can kind of anchor yourself by your count. 60%, it's rare that you will not go boss after a 60% pride with the kind of standard path for the first boss. So usually it should be the boss here, although I'm not 100% confident.
I think you might be right. I mean, you can get that prideful a bit earlier if you get the pull through the wall at the beginning and then get a different route, so you get a bit more trash. But we can see Hoppy Joe. I'm confused. Are they in the boss room?
They are, and they've pulled some trash through the wall here because they actually weren't at 60% yet. And so they walked into the boss room, and there's a little bit of a hollow segment of wall over to the left-hand side as you're looking at the boss. You can pull some trash through there if you didn't already do that room. That can be good if you actually want to spawn your 60% pride for the boss, because otherwise it's kind of awkward. It means you can't really do a big pull downstairs because you'll spawn a 60% pride midway through. So it's a nice little way to save a little bit of, it doesn't necessarily save time so much as it makes the route a little bit less awkward as Goosey Good has a stun coming out. It's not going to be the end of the world. They are going to get hit by this dodgeball, but that shouldn't one-shot them. As you can see, Cat is going to be able to survive. A little bit scary of a moment there, though, for him.
Oh no, that was not what it should have been. Those Vulpins, sneaky Vulpins. However, we're doing the puzzle. The boss is on 36%, and Hoppy Joe is now also pulling the boss a little bit behind. But that shouldn't be too much of a difference, I think. It could still be done with the way they pull the next kind of mob groups before the last boss, because we saw some oopsies there earlier, and those can actually be really, really tough, especially with the affixes we have coming here.
Yeah, there's so much potential for things to go wrong. You have a lot of bursting stacks towards the end of those pulls, and they have a lot of dwarfs, but And they have a lot of paladins as well, actually. But even still, bursting can get you if you're not being careful. And, raging at the end of the packs as well. That means the end of the pack is such a scary moment. If things start going wrong as well, mobs kind of get spread out and you have explosives spawning over a massive area, then it can get a lot harder to keep them under control as well. So they really need to make sure that they keep these pulls under control. Oftentimes it can feel good at the start. You use all your stuns, you use all your damage cooldowns, and then the mobs get to 30% health. They start raging, and that's also when you lose all your damage and you lose all your stuns. So they need to make sure they avoid that situation. As you can see, they're actually heading around the side of the maze here. This is a good way to save a little bit of time, especially when you have a mage in your group. The mage can even slow fall everybody here. They could jump off. Looks like they're not going to bother, though. They're gonna waddle on down here. Yeah, good.
I'm so confused because I thought Hoppy Joe had killed there, but they didn't. I thought they killed at the same time, but I think I might have just miswatched then.
The mobs in that side, all the maze mobs despawn as soon as that boss dies. So you can just walk on through. All the mist walls go down.
Yeah. I was confused about the boss looking as if it went down for Hoppy Joe, but now it's that, and they're actually going to wait for the RP event and not use that skip that you just explained. So they're still a little bit behind Goosey Good in terms of time here. And Goosey Good is now going into that big pool, and they should be spawning a Prideful, I think, in the next mob group.
Yeah, Hoppy Joe can maybe claw this thing back, and there's a great start for it. They've used their Imprison on the first mob there, so they're not going to have to do those 3 mobs at the top, which means they can probably pull, yeah, exactly, these 2 big pulls that you can see Goosey Good is kind of slowly chain pulling into, whereas Hoppy Joe are just going to be getting started pulling all of this together. This is an extremely scary pull, but if they can make this work, they can save a lot of time here. Shella is going to need to make sure he can hold threat against everybody here. The good news is the person who'd be most likely to rip threat has a misdirection effect there in Rust and that rogue. So that's actually really, really helpful for Blood Death Knights.
But we actually see Krameter topping those DPS meters again. And that's very, very lovely to see. However, they need to be really careful with those bursting stacks here now, because that's a lot of mobs. And as soon as they die, that's a bursting stack onto them. And it actually hurts so much. Moju extremely low. He's popping that Spirit Link in hopes of surviving, and that looks really, really good. Well done, well timed, and we're on to the manifestation, just behind Goosey Good in terms of HP.
Yeah, 80% pride has just gone down for Goosey Good. Let's see what they're up to here. It looks like the plan is going to be an invis pot directly to the boss, and then maybe finish off the last trash afterwards. Whereas maybe Hoppy Joe can find a way to do this area even faster. I'm not sure. This is almost over, though. This dungeon is almost over, and I think Goosey Good have been holding on to this lead, this tiniest of leads that they've gotten in this dungeon. And actually, it's going to be trash into boss for Goosey Good. What is Hoppy Joe up to, though? This could potentially be a game-winning move if they can go big enough here. It's so scary, though. Look at all those explosives, and it's going to be 2 packs. This might still be enough. I mean, this is a big pull they've got going on here.
However, we can see Goosey Good has popped off their Bloodlust to pull all of this together and, damage the boss. Whereas we see Hoppy Joe still holding on to that Bloodlust for the final boss. So it really, really comes down to how fast can they kill the boss with their Bloodlust ready. And how long does Goosey Good need for the remaining trash that's still in the instance to get them to the 100%.
Yeah, you can see Goosey Good sneaking a cheeky extra 6% trash into this boss fight, and they got to multiply their Bloodlust with the Prideful buff, right? Whereas Hoppy Joe is not going to be able to do that. They're not going to spawn any more Prides in this dungeon, so they're just going to have to use their Bloodlust without the Pride. And it's not bad, but anytime you can multiply 2 damage things together, that saves you time. That's how the math works on that one. And so Goosey Good get good advantage out of that. They do need to find a way to get 14 more percent. Once Tredova goes down, they have to find 14%. If I had to guess, I'd say they'll probably go back up towards the stuff they just skipped over to the left. Although they might have killed too much of that.
To kill.
Yeah,
That's
might have killed
definitely
too
the
much of it.
boss for them, and now we're just trying to see if Hoppy Joe can actually dish out the damage. But I think someone died on the team of Hoppy Joe, and he just got rest. It was Mojo being killed off there. I'm not sure to what, but he's been picked off. That's one more death for Hoppy Joe as they try to make their way through the boss's HP off Thordova, who still has like 53% left. Goosey Good trying to make that good in the percentage. HP bar is extremely low for them. They're trying to do all the damage that they can, you know, not heal too much. Really, really quick, kill these kind of mobs all around and try to make that timer worth it.
It's going to be really close, but I think Goosey Good can get it. Once they kill this mob, I think that's 100% for them. Maybe one more little mob after. Yeah, okay, they do need a tiny bit more than that one. Whereas Hoppy Joe need to finish this boss. And they need to finish this boss, and then they only need to do one larva. One larva after boss will be the end of the timer here for them. There are 3 extra deaths on the side of Goosey Good as well, so that's 15 more seconds for Hoppy Joe once that timer stops for Goosey Good. This is going to come right down to the wire. I actually have no idea who is going to get it there. The timer
That's
still
so
hasn't
scary.
stopped. It still hasn't stopped for Goosey Good.
Neither of the teams is done yet, and we're on 8% of the boss. They just need to find that final mob for Hoppy Joe's team. They finished the boss now, but we still have, I think, 15 or 10 seconds left for Hoppy Joe to actually make this. And this is the boss, and there's the lava that they need to kill. It's really, really tiny, and that should be the end of it for them as well. Now, is that enough to actually compete?
Yeah, 1642 for Hoppy Joe. I wonder what the time is for Goosey Good. It's a little bit too small to see, but maybe we could swap over to see their perspective here, where they have that timer on board. It's 1636, so by 6 seconds, Goosey Good is going to make their way into the finals. Incredible performance here by both teams, though.
Crazy. Oh my, what a really tense series between these two teams. Crazy what we just saw here. It was so close. And the teams had different routes trying to make it work for them. And in the end, it was like so many percent on that boss. We're still waiting for the confirmation if that is really the win for Goosey Good. But I think it should be.
I know Zyronic was in chat, like, pretty much throughout that entire dungeon, and just now he said, I hope we lose based on that death timer. And like Make's already said, we are going to get official confirmation on that very soon, and we're going to be having our first official team heading to the grand finals. But in the meantime, Dark Mech, talk about the highlights from that dungeon.
What a dungeon. What a DOS we saw, and then what a miss we saw from these teams. Absolutely insane, and exactly what you want to see in finals series. I think the highlight over everything was the MDT pathing, the giant red circle and attack written in the middle. I think that was the absolute highlight of that dungeon. Zyro really showed the power of that fire mage, you know, on that opening pull. 30k put them into a really nice spot, leading off quick poly and through that skip. Both teams went into the 20% prideful at the same time, so Hoppy Joe actually clawed back a little from that first pull that took them longer. Both teams did extremely well on Ingra as well. We saw Goosey Good easy pump one phase on Ingra, and Hoppy Joe got to 5%, so they were only just behind. When we got to the start of the maze, we saw Hoppy Joe do that 2 pull rather than having the ability to pull this 4 through the wall to turn it into a 6, whereas Goosey did turn that into a 6 and then rolled the same way through the maze. So that was a really nice time save for them as well. Through the maze, we saw the power of the mage again as well. Just insane damage with that combust. We saw Hoppy Joe pull some trash through the wall when they got to the mist caller as well, which was mentioned on the cast. It just stops you from spawning a really awkward 60% prideful when you get down into that bottom section and you want to do a big pull. If you spawn a prideful in the middle of that, you're going to come into all kinds of damage, especially if you pull the Reavers with the poison dot. So that was really nice management and dungeon knowledge from them to do that. Zyro, again, in chat throughout the key and actually died. He went off the edge down in one of those bits. And I can't help but think if this comes down to an official ruling of, you know, within 5 seconds, that's a yikes. Hoppy Joe went really big though, coming down from Miss Caller. Mojo went full MVP mode, keeping the team alive with that big slink coming out. That was really awesome to see from Mojo. Goosey Good really, I liked that strat at the end, the invis pot down. They did their prideful, their 80% prideful, invis potted down, dragged the trash onto the boss. So then they extended that amplification of their damage, being able to roll that prideful into a bloodlust to really finish it up. But what a nail biter! What a nail biter of a dungeon, coming down to that last bit. And could it have been Zyro in chat that has done it to himself? I don't know.
I certainly hope not. But officially, it is going to go to Goosey Good, and it is a 6-second difference in time for that map number 3, and we're going to be seeing our first official team heading to the grand finals, and that is going to go to Goosey Good. So well done to them. But Hoppy Joe made it a pretty long ways. And speaking of Hoppy Joe as well, we just had a $250 donation come in. I saw it just now.
They said, well, Zyro, right? He said, I'm also going to donate 500 to one of the charities because I feel bad for playing Fire Mage now.
Did he?
I think this is a different one as well.
I don't see that one yet. I'll wait for it. But $250 from Devil Wench to Able Gamers. He says, great match, Hoppy Joe. And then we've got 3740 once again from Bovis, and the comment is, mages are cheating.
So true.
So true. But hopefully we'll see that donation from Zyro come in. But in the meantime, we are going to head to a break. We've got another semifinals round coming up next with Old But Gold versus Press W Zug. Before we do that, shout out to our sponsors. Shout out to Twitch for their partnership on this event. They are such a huge proponent of WoW and WoW esports. And a huge thank you to those guys for supporting this event and other events such as these. To the rest of our sponsors as well, Blue Microphone, shout out to them for providing giveaways as well as a microphone to every single guest player that is competing in today's tournament. GT Law, we are nation's Wowhead, and this event, of course, has been brought to you by Raider.io, Keystone Masters, and Complexity-Limit. So thank you so much for everyone participating in this. We will be right back. everybody, welcome back. We are about to have our last semifinals of the day, and then we're going to have our two teams determine for who will be competing against each other in the grand finals. This series coming up, Old But Gold versus Press W Zug Zug. But first, exclamation merch in the chat once again. Make sure you're checking out this awesome limited edition We Are Nations merch. All proceeds from that will be going to the winning team and their charity of choice. There's a t-shirt, there's a sweatshirt, there's a mask, and exclamation merch in chat if you want more information on that. Exclamation giveaway in chat if you want to enter the giveaway that we have going on. Shout out to one of our sponsors, Blue Microphone. Not only have they given a microphone to every single amateur competing in today's tournament, they have also provided us with our very own Yeti X World of Warcraft package from Blue Microphones to give away to the winner of that, as well as a Complexity-Limit jersey signed by Maximum and signed by Pro-Am merch packs and signed Pro-Am merch packs. So check that out. Exclamation giveaway, exclamation merch. All that lovely information should be provided to you. And then also the reason we're all here, exclamation donate in the chat, and you can look at all the charities that we are supporting today. Every single one of them has made their donation goal, but if we can just if we could see 200% on all of them, that would be amazing. We're over halfway through our day, but let's keep going on those donations. Exclamation donate in chat for more information on the charities that we are supporting today. But let's get into it. Let's get into this last semifinals that we've got. It's Old But Gold. It is Press W Zug Zug. Do we want to? I mean, look at this. Like they've made a pretty good run. Both of these teams so far. Both of them have 2-0'd their series as well, Jet.
Yeah, like I said, Press W Zug Zug is kind of like the Mr. Clean of this tournament. So they got the really nice clean runs, very little mistakes, running really strong classes. So they're kind of my favorite going into this. But we can't forget about But Gold, because as we all know, with age comes wisdom, and we got some very wise gamers on that team.
We definitely do, and I also hear that we have our first guest tank coming up here. It sounds like, according to the people working behind the scenes side, that we're kind of stepping away a little bit from like the shenanigans and moving more into like more meta heavy compositions. I think these teams are getting serious.
Where's Dratnos? Because I think he owes me money, because earlier today, in the very first match, he said, "Are people gonna, start taking it seriously as we get towards the finals?" And I was like, absolutely. We saw what just happened with Zyronic. All right, he came out on the mage. He even had to put money on the line just because he felt the guilt of playing mage. This is where it starts to get serious. We've got one of the guest players actually going to be playing the tank role. I don't know if that's their main role that they would normally play on live keys or what the plan is with that. But we're definitely going to see some switch ups. We've been promised by Petco, though, that we're going to be seeing the Survival Hunter. But is he? I don't know. Maybe he is going to do it at some point, but oh no, he's on the Elemental Shaman. Okay, no messing around. Yeah, you're right. They are full drive, double balance druid as well.
Nagura on the boomy.
Okay. I gotta interrupt real quick, guys. That $500 donation from Zyro did come in. $500 from that Zyronic for Equal Justice Initiative. There's no comment. He just went in, dropped $500 to that charity, and the name is Zyro Cheater.
I think he's made enough comments today, right? So I think.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Zyro, for that donation. Thank you for supporting that charity. And I will let you guys get back to your discussion about these compositions.
This is legit everyone on their main, right? Nasam on the Elo Shaman, Kalamazi on the Devil Warlock, Buddha on the Fire Mage, Bane, Nagura on the Druids, Petko on the Elo Shaman. Okay, I mean JB on the Priest, but hey, let's be honest here. What healer is there that JB does not properly have to play for all the MDI jail he does? So, wow, this is gonna be crazy. This is balls to the wall, every single card on the table.
In order to see their favorite specs in a M+ competition, they had to do it themselves.
Yeah,
they're doing it. Well, predictions on this one. I mean, how do we the winner of this one? They're going to move on to the grand finals. They're going to face off, against Goosey Good, a very, very tough team. So, is there any team that is kind of rising here, in terms of which one you think is going to win?
Small interjection, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Bane is actually on the Fury Warrior, not on the Boomy, so it's not double Boomkin.
I was gonna say, what are they planning on double Boomkin? Because in this dungeon, I don't really know where you'd get double value. Maybe double the trends, double the action, I'm not sure. But yeah, speaking in terms of the performance of the teams, both teams have been very clean today. As we mentioned, they both 2-0'd their previous opponents. I think if I was gonna look between the two teams, I kind of maybe would go for Press W Zug Zug if I was gonna. I just had a good feeling about them today, even though I absolutely love the players on both teams. I do think I'm gonna go on the line and say Press W Zug Zug on this one.
Analysis Jet. Who you rooting for?
Yeah. So like I said, I do also think Press W Zug Zug. They kind of have they got the edge. Playfall's a kind of dirty dungeon, and you need to clean it up. So they're good.
All right. Let's see who cleans it up here, who gets this first game victory. Best of 3. Winner moving on to the grand finals here. It is Old But Gold versus Press W Zug Zug. Lithy, take it away.
Yeah, get your smorgs ready, guys, because Kinka is ready to carry the team through this whole abomination of a dungeon, so to say. I mean, it is Plaguefall. Does anyone really like Plaguefall? I personally am not a big fan, but we can see Old But Goal running in there. Massive slime pull here, though. I've not seen this in quite a while, and the tank is dropping super low. JB pops the fairies immediately for that sweet 20% damage reduction, trying to get in there and get the heals out and on. Everyone looking good though so far. Mindseer coming in as well. Massive amounts of Spiteful just spawning there, and Psy. They are off to a interesting start, gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, Lithy? I don't know if you said get your smorks ready or get your s'mores ready, but either way, this is going to be a bonfire of a semi-final match between Old But Gold and Press W Zug Zug. And that one's there for free for you, Lithy. You can keep that. Yeah, we've got both teams opting for the same route, both skipping to the first boss or to the first boss area, going on to Grog. Press W Zug Zug actually just jumping straight into the action and pulling him there. Though on the side, but Old But Gold, they are going to be grabbing a few Plague Borers. We know that this is a very common tactic in the MDI, in the KSM tournament, as well as today. It's definitely been a featured aspect of Plaguefall. And dude, what are you talking about? You don't like Plaguefall? Plaguefall is the best. It tests you on being a better gamer, right? Like, you have to have patience, you have to have coordination, you have to have the setup, the execution, the foreplanning. Like, this is the ultimate Chad key for true gamers, because this is what really tests you amongst all else, I would say, in terms of Shadowlands dungeons. So yeah, I think this is a great dungeon.
I'm not gonna argue with you there because I just don't like this key, but JB definitely feeling comfortable on the Disc Priest here, actually. Looking is quite solid. Paint Sub was thrown out there somewhere at some point. And this Plague Borers, they're actually doing work on this boss because it's dropping super fast, basically dead and done in just a moment here. And with that and 8% trash in the backs, they'll be moving on to the same amount of trash and abominations that Press W Zug Zug is dealing with at the moment, and we'll see some big blasts going in there, and Sev on the DH is just pumping. Look at the damage that Demon Hunter is pulling out. It is absolutely solid, and of course the Disc Priest in there as well. Well, when do you ever see a Disc Priest, right? We're getting pretty close to having seen every single spec in the game by now.
Yeah, there are just a few specs, mainly the ones that I play, that haven't been seen today. We also haven't seen any like Windwalkers or Arcane Mages or anything fancy like that, but there's still time, Lithy. There is still time to play for. And you mentioned JB being on the Priest. He must have clearly been watching the stream earlier today and just seen what Shakib was popping off with, clicking his spellbook, Prayer of Mending once in the whole entire dungeon, just absolutely finding his way through that key somehow. But hopefully he had his monitor turned on. I do hope that Shakib was able to execute that aspect of the dungeon well. And yeah, I mean, we're going through now, Lithy, we're both teams in very similar positions, using these Plague Borers. As we mentioned, this is a big aspect of Plaguefall, trying to execute these Plague Borer explosions on as many mobs as possible throughout the dungeon. This is actually something that's going to be changing in 9.1. The explosion effect is going to be less impactful going forward, but I'm sure people are still going to look to use it from time to time. And yeah, so we will see changes for this dungeon in future. But right now, I mean, I really like this this technique of doing this dungeon. It's just whenever I play my balance druid, it's so hard to figure out how to play this key. Like, whenever you have 3-minute cooldowns in this dungeon, trying to figure out where to use them is so difficult because nothing is really of true value. It's just all in the setup and making sure you have everything nicely lined together. But we see so far the team's doing a very solid job. Yeah, go on, Lithy.
I thought balanced druids are just there to press treants. They don't do anything else, do they?
Yeah,
I mean,
normally I drop my, if I'm playing balance in Plaguefall, I will just drop my trees down and then AFK for 45 seconds, you know, check my other monitor, you know, file my taxes, watch a TV show, watching a lot of House at the moment, you know, just
that's a good
various thing. Yeah, check out some streams, you know, donate to the Complexity-Limit stream to help support big charities, and that's normally what I'm doing whenever I'm playing my Plaguefall key. I don't know about you.
I mean, we can check in with Nagura later on what she thinks about that plan of playing balanced druid, and once we swap back over to Opet Gold later on, we can definitely check out how professional boomkins actually play Plaguefall. So for now, we're staying with Press W Zug Zug and with Kinka because she is blasting off on that Holy Paladin once again. Absolutely brilliant performance from her so far throughout the day, and with that deserved a semi-final spot for the moment. But yeah, this is not about a semi-final spot. This is about a spot in the grand finals, and for that you need to get through this dungeon fast because none of these two teams are taking it lightly. Everyone's on their good characters. Everyone is blasting off here like crazy, and with the Plague Borer quarter or part of the dungeon already reached, we'll see some interesting pulls. But Ultimate Gold, they just spawned their Prideful. They are having some issues, and JB, he needs to pump like crazy to keep everyone alive. It's looking a bit rough on their side, but maybe they can recover still. The Disc Priest quite has some issues. Their tank dropping super low, gets another big heal in just barely. Yeah, chaos is a friendly word for what's happening there. One death to the Boomkin.
One death only. You know, we'll take that. We'll take that. You can't win them all, but you can definitely lose them all. And in this instance, I'll definitely take one death for what they just did. They had 2 tentacles writhing at one point, which have spellcasts you need to be interrupting if you don't have your tank standing on them at all times. Plus, they had 2 Plague Borers slapping people in the back of the head, and then also a Prideful Mob. They've now just chained onto an additional tentacle. How they only had 1 death there is quite a miracle. So clearly they've got, you know, they've got somebody rooting for him, or somebody, you know, some kind of guardian angel on there.
Similar situation for Kinka here at the moment. Sorry to talk over you, but that is a rough times with the tentacles there in the back, just straight up spam casting that vile spit. Kinka is unable to keep herself alive here, did already bubble earlier on. The Battle Razors are coming out immediately, but they lost 2 more players in the whole situation. Nisam also dropping low. Kinka once again under fire from the tentacles. They did not die from the Plague Borers, and with the tank, I think, just caught up there, grabbed by the tentacle itself, unable to assist there. So
and now the
rough times. Yeah,
they're gonna have to release, but now they gotta run all the way back from the beginning of the dungeon, and they've got to commit another invis part. Hopefully, I mean, it's definitely gonna be up, but hopefully they haven't been using other additional parts during the key. And Sonic, that just he's on the Guardian Druid. I mean, he's gonna live, right?
Hopefully,
he can probably just continue with the rest of the dungeon without the team. It's a one-man army at this point. Who needs trees? Am I right? He's at 100% health.
Is this?
Yeah, he's
not
died.
Fast
he's
enough?
Chilling.
Is this fast enough to just get past the trees? Nice shuffle to the left.
Nice
there.
little maneuver.
Inca planning that one out properly. When they started the dungeon, they had the roar from the druid to just blast through there, but now without any speed boosts, just going in there with his invis pods, it's very, very risky, but they went through regardless and are back on track to catch up with the dungeon. But yeah, in general, Opet Gold, they're doing fairly well so far, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, both teams have been doing a very solid dungeon up until this point. We've had a few little hiccups, a few little interesting maneuvers in this dungeon, but Opet Gold definitely in the lead here. they're going to be getting ready to pull Dr. Icarus very, very soon. And I just want to take a moment, Lithy, to comment on some of the guest players that we've got here today on the side of Old But Gold. We've got Bane, who, as was mentioned earlier on today by Darkmech, this is a 16-year-old gamer on this team. And I've got in my notes here, the only thing I've got listed is humble AF, because I read some of the notes that were submitted by Bane, and he's just such a humble dude, especially for a 16-year-old. Like, just so friendly. Like, just wanted to come play the tournament, wanted to come make some friends, really enjoying the game, and played previous expansions and whatnot with friends, and done a lot of Mythic Plus and enjoyed that with friends. Some of his friends have quit, and now he's just like, hey, I want to join this tournament, I want to support some charities, and I want to have a good time and maybe make some friends along the way. And that's just, I mean, that's just a thing of beauty right there. So Bane really coming out today for me. That's got to be gamer of the day for me. And Zevu as well, or Zezu. I'm not actually 100% sure on their pronunciation, so please forgive me. But I've got on their notes that they like cats more than they like dogs. So I'm gonna let chat figure that one out. And just kind of move on next to you, Lithia, and we can look at Dr. Icarus here just kind of dropping away.
Well, Dr. Icarus, what mob do you mean? I don't see any living bosses with that name. So
gone, that's for sure.
We'll just move on, let that one slide. It happens to everyone sometimes, so don't worry about it. Old But Gold moving on to the last third of the dungeon, basically. Just some more trash with some tentacles before they move on to the platform just in front of Domina, and after that, jump down to Stradama herself, and they're looking pretty solid so far. 2 deaths on the board, 60% trash done. 11 minutes in. That is a solid 3-chest pace they are pulling off here, and I have zero doubt they will be continuing to do so throughout the rest of this run. On the other hand, of course, press W, Zug. They had to recover from some hiccups earlier, but they finally moved on to the general area of the good old doctor and are just clearing out some mobs. We have the puddles lying around there, so you've touched on those earlier today already. If you stand in there, even though you're not Necrolord, if you don't use the Flashcraft there, you still get some stat bonus and a little bit of a I think haste it was.
It's like 25% haste, I believe. It's a big haste buff. Yeah, massive.
Yeah, it's a massive haste buff, and trade that for a little bit of ticking damage while standing in there. Absolutely worth it. So good positioning on that one. I'm really curious if they will pull the Doctor into the area of this goo with a prideful buff once that one is gone, because that's a decent strat for some good burst damage. Even though they do have Bloodlust already, I'd assume they could just pop it here, right? I think that's a long enough of a timer until the last boss, isn't it? Well, then again, you kind of want to use it on Domina as well, right?
I sometimes you can commit the Bloodlust to Venom Blade. Sometimes you can just save it for Margrave. If you do use it on Venom Blade, you won't have it back up for Margrave. It really depends for me what the affixes are that week. Like, if it's necrotic, then I don't like to use, or I like to use Bloodlust on Venom Blade if we don't have any alternative, if we don't have any way to clear stacks, because sometimes it can be a little bit awkward with dropping necrotic stacks and that kind of thing. But with this tournament, with these combination of affixes, I wouldn't be afraid of doing Venom Blade without the Bloodlust. Absolutely.
There's a Bloodlust, so press W Zerg just pop Bloodlust for the boss fight with that trash pull, but also Bloodlust pop from Old But Gold for that massive trash pull here just in front of the boss. JB getting surrounded with some hot stuff, aka the Volcanic affix just coming out in full force for him there. Nagura trying to kite as much as possible, Bark's skin is up. Now the Prideful will start spawning and just ticking away at everyone, but they managed to finish off the remaining trash around them, going into this Prideful with everything dead, no Spiteful up, but just getting in there like crazy. But JB, he got actually clapped with a Prideful shade there. Sorry,
sometimes you gotta power play him, Lithy.
Yeah, I mean you gotta watch out. You gotta watch out with that one. But
it's the
he is alive.
Technique. right? It's the Homer Simpson technique. Remember when he's boxing and he just lets the opponent just keep punching him in the face until they tire themselves? That's what the spiteful is for JB. He's like, I'm just gonna stand here, you do you. Eventually, you're gonna kill yourself off, and I'm gonna still be standing here. So that was definitely a tactic. I won't comment on the strengths and weaknesses of it, but it definitely is something that exists.
I'll let you do the do sound whenever JB gets hit with a spiteful, right? We're good on that, okay? But nonetheless, Domina is getting melted with the prideful buff here. It's looking really solid for old but gold. And press W Zugzug. They actually moved past the Doctor. They moved past the Doctor, are now engaging the Giant and moving on to the Domina boss fight area. But yeah, substantial lead here for Old But Gold, and I think if nothing goes terribly wrong, they might just pull out the winner here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking pretty solid for Old But Gold in the first game of this best of 3 series between Old But Gold and Press W Zugzug, but you know, anything can happen. There's still a couple, or, you know, a boss and a half left to do, and a few bits of trash here and there for Old But Gold to clear through. And Press W Zugzug, they're definitely in the end game of their key as well. They have just pulled, I don't know if they just pulled a little bit of additional trash accidentally or not, but, I mean, if that was an accident, you know, Lithy, chat's talking about German shepherds, and perhaps Press W Zugzug needed German to shepherd them through the rest of this key, so maybe you can help them out here.
I'm definitely not the guy to call on that one, because these guys all have more Rio score than I could ever reach. So we'll just let that one slide. I'll see myself out and we'll be done with this. But they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
You know, Lithy, I'll be honest with you. I just wanted to make that absolutely incredible segue, and I feel like it was
pretty good. Gotta admit.
That was, come on, that was a 10 out of 10. So I'm definitely gonna pat myself on the back for that one, and you know, you definitely should do it. But yeah, now we have Old But Gold here. They're just killing the mini boss and a few bits of trash dotted around the room. Being careful of these spitefuls here as well, because they just start spawning from all of the mobs' deaths, and then it's just absolute mayhem. The mobs are all just scattered throughout the room, so spitefuls can be coming from any which way. You never can trust the mob beside you. But Old But Gold, they're looking pretty solid here, and they're probably going to have to do some additional trash, I believe. No, this should be the last remaining trash. They should get the prideful spawn here. I don't think they're going to have to kill any of the oozes.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta watch out with the mobs around you. Some of them are looking pretty shady, and with the last mini boss finished off here, they will be spawning the boss. There's a slime rooted up in the background, so there's the remaining percentages of trash that we need. And after that, yeah, I mean, not after that, but after the boss fight, they'll be moving on to the slime, or they might just kill the slime now and go into the boss with the prideful. Honestly, it doesn't really look like they are attempting to get a prideful buff for this boss fight, because
they're just keeping the mob hostage. Look at it. They're just holding it there in entangling roots. It's desperate to come and give somebody a little slap on the noggin, but they were just holding it at bay. It was like, it reminds me of you know, when you're a kid and like your big brother would hold the top of your head, and then you'd be trying to swing and hit them, and then they'd just be holding your head and pushing you back. It was kind of like that. They just had it in the roots, weren't letting it get close, but now they pulled it in. They're gonna summon the Pride at some point, probably during the intermission here, which is gonna be very, very dangerous. They want to clear these or phase the boss before they get too many infected rain stacks there, but everyone's looking fairly healthy. A little bit of green, a little bit of red on the screen.
I mean, a little bit of green. We're talking about Plaguefall. It's kind of unavoidable that you have a little bit of green on your screen. As long as it's the health bars that are green and not red, then we're fine here for the moment. JB looking decent on the Disc Priest so far. Second phase for Margrave's Radama is up and running, so they'll be blasting through that one. Of course, no Bloodlust available, but Old But Gold, they really do not need any more of that. Moving on to the last intermission in just a few seconds, just hoping that no one gets slapped around like Psy's little brother apparently in his younger years.
No, I was the one.
And we're done. You want me to believe that now, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Lithy as well. We've got Press W Zugzug. They opted for an invis pot there to get past a few of these mobs. So definitely a little bit of a time efficiency there at the end of this dungeon here, but is it going to be enough? They've got to pull something out of the bag. I don't really know what they can do at this point to get back in this fight, but it's okay. It's only the first game of the series. They got plenty of time, and we've even got Zario asking about swapping casting roles and gamer roles. That could be a real twist for the end of the day here, but you know, I'm surprised Zario wouldn't just be up for gaming and casting at the same time. You know, we all know that he likes to play and chat in the chat as well. Why not cast as well as game? But yeah, we see Old But Gold here. They just finished off Margrave. They're gonna go and kill the last remaining bit of trash here.
Oh, they've miscalculated.
Yes, a slight little bit of miscalculation. Those Uzi are actually worth 1% each, and I think that they must have been at 98.67%, so they're actually just a little bit off there. Not quite there with the numbers. Of course, they've got a few NA players on their team, so that's clearly, you know, NA math. Keck W's in the chat.
I can imagine JB didn't even notice that the timer was done. He just AFK'd. Now he notices that his team is gone and the key is finished. So yeah, Old But Gold will be claiming this first map for themselves with a pretty impressive run. I didn't really expect the Disc Priest coming out from JB, but absolutely solid showing on the healer for him so far. And yeah, with that, we'll be tying up the first game and. Yeah, back to you, Aya.
Here we are.
Teams, real quick before we get into talking about that dungeon with Jet, I've got a lot of donations that came in during that last dungeon. We've got 250 from Fantasy. Shout out to casters and production staff behind the scenes. That was to Equal Justice Initiative and Girls Who Code. We have Tanisha, $25, and we've got 150 to the Trevor Project from Hula Hoops. And she says, great dungeons, fabulous talent, amazing players, and incredible causes. Thank you to everyone who has made this event happen. I love you all. And then also I had one on Twitter say that I missed their call out, $50 from Eternal Fire Media for the US Veterans Charity. And then I've also got $50 from Anonymous. Aya is the best host ever. You should definitely hire her for the next Race to World First event and give her a raise. That was from Anonymous, though.
Yeah, Anonymous.
Don't really know what that's about.
Not you.
And then I think I caught up there on the donations. So thank you to everyone that supported those amazing causes. !donate in the chat if you'd like to donate to yourself and support these charities. And on that note, Jet, highlights of those last dungeons.
Kalamazi, what happened? I made all those clean jokes and then we had a messy run. Yeah, I mean, just a straight textbook play call for the most part on the part of Old But Gold. Like I said, wisdom, they're pretty good about it.
Mm-hmm.
Having a lot of wisdom. That was what they were good at. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting what they were doing with the count near the end there. You know, being off by, I think we had a little bit of a underestimation on what percent you got from the blobs, the one they had hostage throughout the run. But yeah, I mean, I think I was really impressed with the Demon Hunter tanking. It was actually very effective. No deaths, a lot of damage. I really like the utility that DH tanks provide in that dungeon in particular. So 'cause there's a lot of mob control going around. So yeah, I mean, you know, overall really clean run by Old But Gold.
Absolutely. Let's see if they can continue on with that winning streak. This is best of 3, and they've got that opponent waiting up there in the grand finals. Hoppy Joe waiting for an opponent. So we're going to get this next map started up shortly. We're going to the other side. The affixes for that one are Tyrannical, Inspiring, and Necrotic. So that's going to be an interesting combination that we've got coming up here, Sai.
Yeah, the addition of Inspiring with Necrotic means that they're going to have difficulty with CCing some of these mobs and having that control like Jet was just mentioning. So where we've gone from Plaguefall, where they've had an abundance of control, now they're going to be very like handicapped on that. And then also they've got these necrotic stacks that are going to be building up. So this is going to be a really interesting element to that dungeon. Thank goodness it isn't fortified as well, because then that would just be an absolute misery for the tanks in this dungeon. But that's going to be some interesting play. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see the DKs coming out for this one, so that they can use the controlling of some of these mobs throughout the dungeon. It's not a massive deal, but it definitely helps in certain areas. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much my take on that one.
Absolutely. Also, real quick, a Canadian from this matchup said that if you donate, you can see more cast bars, and the charity that his team is supporting today is Equal Justice Initiative. So if you want to see more cast bars, check that out! !donate. And
you already promised me 8 cast bars for the grand final. So if you get more donations in, you'll see even more than 8. So
yeah.
I take that. I take him up on that. Get in there.
More the merrier. So support Goosey
per
Goods
dollar.
charity. What's up?
2 cast bars per dollar.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, so Equal Justice Initiative. That's Equal Justice Initiative. If you'd like to see more cast bars from Canadian, from Goosey Good. But Jet, let's talk about this dungeon. Where do you think we're going to start seeing the first troubles from either of these teams, if at all?
Well, what we saw on the other side was that teams were doing that first pull at the start. It's a pretty tricky pull. I'm curious to see if there's going to be just an instant mistake.
All right.
I would like to see that, yeah.
It sounds like you're hoping for that, Jet.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, these speed runs are way more fun to watch when it's a disaster from the get-go.
Fair. That's fair. Oh,
shout out to that Seat of the Triumvirate run from way back.
Oh my!
Oh gosh,
yeah.
I was observing during those. That was not fun to do, especially when your sleep schedule was as messed up as it was.
Yeah, I think we had like 50 deaths or something like that.
What, you were on that team, right, Jet? Or
no, I wasn't playing that.
I'm lost, but oh my god.
Yeah, good.
Remember Zul Progress and Team MPE on Rockmora? Oh.
Honestly, I can barely remember what I had for lunch today, so you guys already lost me.
If anyone has that Team MPE GIF with a truck running into this pillar on the crash test, if someone has that, please link it to me. I've been searching for years.
Oh man! All right. Well, I think we're gonna get this dungeon started up here shortly. And once again, best of 3. Stakes are very, very high. It's single elimination as well. So we're gonna see who's gonna be moving on to the grand finals, or if we go to a game 3. But I mean, a lot of these teams are really kind of ramping up. I feel like as the stakes are ramping up, the players are starting to switch back into things that are a little bit more comfortable. So let's get into it. Let's head to that dungeon. Winner of this one is going to the grand finals, but let's talk about these comps that we've got right here. Liffy, what do you make of these?
I'm spotting an Athlete lock, and since I have a friend that constantly complains about how bad Athlete lock is gonna be next patch in PvP, obviously, I'm excited to see this one go in there, because Affliction Warlock does pump some nasty damage, especially single target, and that is gonna help on Tyrannical immensely.
So,
yeah. Oh, sorry, go on.
Warlock, yeah, as a Warlock player this tier, so the real trick with Affliction is that you have to desync your cooldowns from the rest of your group. If you can do that, you get there's no priest here, so no PI. You can do a ton of damage on packs. If you're the only one cooldowning that particular pack, Affliction's multi-target is really tricky, but executed correctly in a group and coordinated, you can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I wanted to jump in, actually. I think Press W Zugzug are actually just going to clean take this one, because Sonic actually has DOS in his name, which means something. They both have DOS, right? And it's the same, so probably means something, I think.
Oh, what I haven't even noticed until now, JB on the Paladin, so we have the direct comparison to Kinka on the Holy Paladin as well, so we can finally see what JB will say when he sees a real Holy Paladin play against him.
Yeah, I mean, this
definitely.
Go ahead.
No, that's all I had to say.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, I mean, this was the woman that was, she's really, really impressed me. I'm being biased here because I love seeing women compete in these things. It's not often you get to see it, and she is just owning right now. Completely carrying her team. At least that's what I'm gonna say to hype this woman up, because it's just cool to see women compete in these things. However, we are gonna get into this matchup, best of 3. We've already got a team up 1-0 from winning that very first game, and that, of course, is Old But Gold. So let's see what Zugset can do. Let's see if they can catch up here in the other side. It's game number 2. Sai. Or Lithy. Whoever wants to start.
Lithy, go ahead, my man.
I forgot you were saying Lithy was going to start, but I gave it to Sai.
That's fine. Lithy's all over this one.
I'll take the opportunity to watch this countdown get us psyched up, so to say, while we're going into this other side dungeon, because my dear co-caster with his fancy black tie, I think he has a good chunk of experience on that one. And with the first inspiring mob here in that poll as well, we'll just get in there and see how much damage this Affliction Lock can really do. Kinka obviously on the Holy Paladin, and Boda is just completely running that pack over with Nisam just pumping out some big damage as well.
The pack doesn't exist anymore, so whatever you're gonna say, it just doesn't even. The pack's already gone, man. It's get him on the next one though. You got the next pack, because that one just got toasted.
Aren't you like skipping the next one? So you're kind of killing my flow on that
one, you know?
Okay. Oh, they're actually pulling it, Psy. They're pulling it with Ashen Hollow. Get in there, Kinka dropping the hammers here on this pack, because that one is gonna be gone even faster. Look at that. It's like what, 15-16k DPS on the Paladin. Absolutely solid, looking great, just as great as Psy is today.
Lithy, if you're gonna keep flirting with me, you better buy me lunch first. And, I really do appreciate casting with you today, my man. It's been an absolute delight. We've been spending so much time together lately. I'm just loving it, and keep those compliments coming. Oh, no, that was... Lithy, it's fine. Lithy, it's fine. We're
living on the edge right there, man. Oh my god.
Relax.
She barely got to the other side there.
But she does manage to remain on Tapia. They haven't looked to opt for the CCing of the Inspired Mob with Press W Zug Zug. They're just going to press that damage buttons instead. I think Butter there just coming up with 50k DPS. Nasum just coming up with, a nice little 35k. Just chilling. Kalamazzi, he's doing stuff. He's got,
Yeah, I mean, you gotta ramp, get some dots out there, put some corruption, put some agony on that, get some casts out, then slowly watch the damage ramp, and if you're lucky, then the pack is still alive, and then you can actually start doing damage, which isn't really the case, because Buddha is like, that Affliction Lock damage, sorry bro, not happening.
Well, for me, I always say with mages, they only have one solution to any given problem, and that is to combust. And if they don't have combust, they physically can't do anything. Like I said, if they're struggling with their math homework, what are they going to do? They're going to combust it. If they got, relationship problems and they need advice on how to deal with, Sammy, the girl in class, doesn't like me, what do I do? Just combust it, dude. It's just the answer to every one of life's problems. And that's what Buddha's going to be doing here in this key.
Disclaimer here, dear viewers and people in chat. Do not take any advice from Psy. That is not advised. It's in general not a good idea.
It's not,
especially when he says just combust.
What?
So moving on, Old But Gold doing a pretty good job. I think they pulled fairly similarly and are moving on to the trash in front of a car. So this is basically just getting the prideful spawns in a different point in time. Better said, just getting to the boss at a different.
You'll go through. Just a little bit of... Sorry, Lithy, there's just a little... They got a few heals going through there just to be careful of, but... No, keep going as you were, my man.
Yeah, they gotta keep it interesting, you know. Gotta keep it interesting. But yeah, they're just changing up the trash percentages they have going into this Hakar wing a little bit, but nonetheless, you kind of want to go with a prideful buff into the boss fight, because Hakar is a pretty interesting boss in terms of a DPS check. But let's be honest, Affliction Log, Fire Mage, Holy Paladin, that boss is gonna get smoked.
They have a lot of single target damage available on the side of All But Gold, absolutely. I mean, the Affliction Lock really going to ramp up there for sure as well. I'm interested to see how they are going to be looking to actually plan out their killing of Hakar. Are they going to Bloodlust on pull? Are they going to delay with and wait until he does the first Blood Barrier before they start to pop their cooldowns to make it a little bit easier on the healer? And as well, just kind of manage the fight better so that they have fewer ads. The boss dies in just a prettier fashion. But they're having a little bit of trouble here with this pull.
JB got actually frogged up there. Nagura, of course, not having her Dispel Curse keybound and having to have his healer sit there in Shapeshift for a little bit longer. Unfortunate events unfolding here for All But Gold, but they managed to barely hold on. Zevu doing a fantastic job on the Demon Hunter tank here to stay alive and just kite the pole out, while JB is recovering from that polymorph. And with that, they should be spawning the next Prideful once this Hexer is dead. And with that, moving on into the boss fight to just completely kick Hakar in the dirt, demand his lunch money, and then go buy something nice to eat with it.
You know, we've had a lot of conversations about lunch today, Lithy. We're definitely in sync on something, but yeah, the big problem with JB getting the Hex there is that Hex actually isn't a curse effect as it has been historically, like in King's Rest, for example. It's actually a magical debuff, so JB is the only one that can actually dispel it there. So that's why it's just so impactful in this dungeon. Yeah, very good.
I want to take the second here to officially apologize to Nagura then.
Oh no! Did you mention something? Sorry, I must have not.
I called her out on not discussing
really?
JB, but
you know what?
Then I'm the one in fault. I'm sorry.
Hey, that's fine. I just didn't even realize that you'd actually said something about that. I was just planning to talk about it anyway, and together again we've synchronized and just worked it out well. But they are actually going to be looking for the immediate Bloodlust, and Hakar is just fallen down second by second. What's actually happening here on screen, Lithy, is that they are using their DPS abilities, and the boss health is increasingly dropping towards the 0 mark. So what's actually going to happen is the boss is going to hit 0 health in but a moment, and then it is no longer going to continue living. And that's exactly what happened. So Hakar out of the running on this one. Couple bosses left on the side of All But Gold. Press W Zugzug not too far behind. Hakar on around about 50% health.
Yeah, absolutely crazy damage from JB, and if we could swap over to press W Zugzug, I'd love to see Kinka just top the meters there completely. Yeah, this is looking solid. I mean, yeah. Jesus, what is Kalamazi doing with that boss Psy? This Affliction Warlock is going crazy. What the hell?
You know what? He must have heard me on that trash pack a couple minutes ago and thought, okay, all right, Psy, I got a little something for you. So he's definitely been powering up. He's been doing some like Dragon Ball Z level stuff there. He's been channeling, he's been charging, and he's been saving cooldowns from the last 4 dungeons just to get ready to pop Hakar there. Like you were saying, some big numbers coming out from him.
Yeah, in general, just all across the board being damaged from press W Zugzug, and I think that deserves some smork spam from chat because they need to catch up a little bit behind in terms of pathing in the dungeon. We'll see how that actually plays out towards the end because there is a lot of dungeon left to play. We finished up the first boss. We are moving on to the next 2 wings. First off, of course, the Mechagon wing with the big arf dog right at the start there. So skipping the first drill, I'm assuming the second drill will also be skipped because they are fairly nasty to deal with and aren't in general worth too much of your time.
Absolutely, Lithy. And Zezu and Kinka, both cat people more than they are dog people, so they're gonna have no problem dispatching of Arf Arf there and moving on with the dungeon. Going for the big invis pot skip here. They do have somebody with engineering capabilities take control of that console there and actually deactivate any of the slimes. Even with, oh, but Nagura, she gets, no, right, okay, she's already started pulling the trash. I thought that she was still back in the previous section, but she does die though. What,
oh no!
Why was she in bear form? Because she's not the. Did she get confused and forgot that she wasn't the tank of the dungeon? Because she ran in bear form, pulled all the mobs, died, and then...
listen, Psy. Just because Nagura isn't tanking doesn't mean she isn't going to tank this dungeon. It might be unbearable to watch, but I'm positive she's doing a stellar job, and that is exactly what happened there. JB just wasn't really prepared for the whole situation. That's why he let her drop to 0 HP, which is an unfortunate accident, but hey, can't really blame the bear on that one. It's just a really grisly situation to be in. Nonetheless, that pack is dealt with. We are on 53% trash, and moving on to the Millhouse and Maleficent Mana Storm boss fight. And Psy, why don't you walk us through the complications of that one?
Yeah, absolutely. But just before I do, Lithia, I mean, I want to take a moment there for Nagura. In her defense, she does live in the Italian or the German or the Spanish mountains. Nobody truly knows the origin of Nagura. Some people think that she's potentially, Bigfoot and is actually just roaming, or maybe the Abominable Snowman. I don't know, but
aren't bears nomadic
probably...
by nature a little bit?
Yeah, I believe so, but I think she's just had a little bit too much of that high altitude lack of oxygen, and she just didn't know what to do there on that previous fight. She is gonna, she's definitely making up for it on this boss fight, popping up some decent damage. And before I'm gonna take a moment just to explain what Millhouse does, but he's probably gonna be jumping away in a moment. They have to be absorbing these crystals that you can see here, these big purple beams. They have to be careful of not letting those hit Millhouse, because if they do, he will start pulsing damage on the group. They then also need to be careful of aligning those like laser beam lines that are going to be coming out as well, because if anybody stands in those, they're going to get stunned. But they want to make sure that the boss is the one that is getting stunned, of course. And now they're moving on to Maleficent. They are gonna, no, they don't even have Bloodlust up in time because of the level of the key. They're just too speedy. Maleficent does a couple of things here. She's going to be doing a boss mechanic, which is going to do a heavy amount of damage to Zezu here, or Zevu, and I will get that name eventually, I promise. But then also you can see Nagura there with that purple ring around her. That is going to stun any mob or friendly player in that circle, so she's got to be careful to place that correctly just on the boss and not on anyone else in the group. And then of course there are the bombs that they got to be clicking to make sure that those don't blow up on the rest of the group. But by the way, I'm apologize. I didn't mean to go in on Nagura. It honestly wasn't even trying to. I was just
maybe another disclaimer. Whatever is said on this broadcast, we're just talking good fun. We love each and every one.
Oh yeah, Nagura is a great friend of mine. Absolutely. I mean,
you're basically learning how to play Druid from her anyway. So
oh yeah, she's definitely helped me.
Press W Zogzog now arriving at the Mana Storm boss fight as well. They are actually going into this one with a prideful buff, so they are pulling all the registers here to just go in there and completely annihilate this boss. I'm curious if we even might see the Bloodlust coming out here, because there's a good chunk of dungeon left to play. We're about 12 minutes in here, so we'll definitely timer-wise see another one for the end boss if they used it here, but maybe saving it for the second phase if they want to invest it here at all. There's the laser coming in. Beautiful stun there on Millhouse. That's how you're supposed to play it. Now the Prideful running out and moving on slowly but surely to the next phase. But press W Zogzag, they really need to catch up. Kinka, oh, there's a little bit of stress going on, but with the wings, let's go. There's the Bloodlust, no problems whatsoever. Let's get this boss done and dusted.
Yeah, absolutely. And Press W Zugzug just a little bit behind here, comparable to Old But Gold. But again, there's still a good chunk of the dungeon left to do. The other side is one of those dungeons, it's one of the longer dungeons that we have in the Shadowlands pool of dungeons available. There's a lot of runtime and a lot of just nuance to this dungeon. we are getting into the Arden Wield section of the dungeon as well, and that's where things really get interesting. We're going to be seeing some large AoE pulls. We're going to have to be aware again of the necrotic, of the inspiring affix here. This is where things start to really heat up for the other side. And we actually see Old but Gold. Who went down there? I can't actually.
JB, bye.
JB.
That's
JB goes flying. And he didn't have his Red Bull wings there, unfortunately. Clearly, he needs a little bit of a care package from the guys at Red Bull. To give him the wings, he needs to stay on the platform. We are now going to just be seeing Opa Gold finish off this Pride. And Lithy, this is what I like to call a mobility Pride, right? This is not used for damage. This is used for movement speed. This is going to allow the players on the side of Opa Gold to just move through the rest of the key very, very quickly and get to the next step. So this is the mobility Pride. It's a must-have for any the other side key. It's going to help you get past the orb wall. Oh, what do you even call that section? Like, what is its name? It's just the Orby boy wall, right? What do you call it?
Good question. Maybe the Keystone Masters Gauntlet?
Apparently it's called the Moss-Grown Passage.
That's Moss-Grown Passage. Okay, I can live with that. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, it works, I guess. But Lithy, what are we thinking here with this Arden Wield section? How big are we gonna go?
Very big. Very, very big. I mean, we do have the Demon Hunter tank with the Korean Vial to reset some of those necrotic stacks if necessary. And apart from that, never mind. Okay, we're going decently sized. We're getting the Ashen Hollow out to just completely annihilate this pack. This is looking absolutely solid from Old But Gold. They definitely had this one planned out to the max. Demon Hunter tank gets topped off, and now that they're rid of these nasty mobs, they're gonna grab the second group of just in general. I'm trying to find some mean words for these birds because I absolutely hate them. But nonetheless, they got the next set secured here. Nagura actually taking some hits there because she got some aggro. Bob is being called. That one is necessary on the tank. Can someone tell him that it's spelled with a P at the end, please? That's taking its toll on me.
Temp? Tent? What's spelled with a P at the end? Tank?
Bop.
Okay. Sorry, you lost.
Blessing of protection.
Lithy, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's 1 a.m. where I'm at. You lost me, but I think you're still at chat. Clearly, I'm on. I mentioned NA math earlier, but clearly I'm on EU brain, I guess. So yeah, sorry for that one.
Crack another Red Bull with me, Psy, and then we're good because we got wings running just as much as JB does at the moment. Nah, you don't have to. Don't worry. We'll get through this. We'll get through this. We're a little bit more than halfway through this key, and Old But Gold is looking absolutely phenomenal so far. Press W, Zog. We can see some excellent Door of Shadows plays coming out from Kinka here to skip the mossy passage, whatever it was that we called it earlier. Meanwhile, Old But Gold, they're just completely slamming these trash packs. There's the next Prideful. Do you think we might see a skip to the boss with the Prideful buff, or will they just do another mass pull with that one, trigger the 100%, go into the boss fight, and then just slam Muizala with a Bloodlust?
Well, yeah, see, that's the thing. I was just looking, as you were asking, I was just looking at the Bloodlust timer, but they do have Bloodlust up and available. They are only going to get one left for the rest of the dungeon, so honestly, I don't think it matters too much. I would probably opt for just using this Pride, killing the rest of the trash, and then getting another Pride before Dealer Zyxa, because realistically, they're going to get more uptime on the Pride buff, so that then they can deal with Zyxa even more efficient. So yeah, they are going to be opting for more trash. I think it makes sense. They're only getting one Bloodlust in this dungeon. Maybe if it was like a way high level key or something, then that might work out with timings. But even then, I think they still would only get one left for this dungeon. So yeah, I'm happy with this big pull. They are going to use the urn here, and they're just going to be able to cleave down all this trash. They still have to do the little dance here. I hope they've got their Dance Revolution mats out and on the floor, because they got to be dodging those little swirls that are going to be firing around on the ground around them. And they did a great job on the side of Old But Gold. They may be old, but they've got their mobility, absolutely.
The mobility is there thanks to the prideful buff. The last few seconds on that one will carry them down to the last few mobs they will have to face in this dungeon. 92% trash on the board. They will finish this one up quite quickly because Nagura is just completely popping off here. Zevu needs to kite away with the Demon Hunter tank because those stacks are just getting a little bit too harsh to deal with, because JB, with all that necrotic, at some point he just can't heal through it anymore. Tank dropping super low. They are still keeping in it. Face tanking like the man you are. That is what we want to see. 4 or 5 mobs left to go. 4% trash down the drain. There is the prideful buff up and running. And once that manifestation is dealt with, we'll grab the bloodlust, we'll grab the dealer and deal with her quite quickly.
Absolutely. And Nasam's got to be careful there. He's got to remember to yump because he's still got the curse on him. They have like they have 2 curse dispels in the group, but they're just gonna opt to not be using it here. Just gonna be careful of that. Bane also needing to be careful of that. You don't want to get stunned and then get hit by a prideful orb as well. What I really wanted to see earlier today, Lithy, was the pride orbs hitting 4 different players at once. I would have really liked to see that from a team and have 4 different orbs hit each player. That would have been the absolute god tier play from the team. And I think at that point, it's like the Exodia, right? Like you just win the game. You win the game, you move on to the next one of the series.
Didn't I'm Fired Up do that with his team? I'm pretty sure he sniped
did they get all 4 with different orbs? If they did, then hey, I think they're already in the grand finals. They're like the the end game, aren't they?
Yeah, that's why they were taken out of the competition. They're just too good for this dungeon. But they are. But All But Gold are also blasting through this like it is nothing. Plus 16 in dealer is no burden whatsoever for the experienced roster of All But Gold. Absolutely blasting away here. Bane popping off on that Fury Warrior, of course. It's not often that you see a warrior DPS in this tournament format, but it's absolutely lovely to see what Bane does with it. And Xevu, of course, as well, our 2 guest players on Old But Gold, just putting on an absolutely stellar performance so far throughout this the semi-final. It's just lovely to see. But also on the other hand, Press W Zog with Kinka and Sprinklers of. No, wait. I'm completely lost here in my table. It's Buddha. Buddha is combusting people there.
I'm here to support you. There we go. Absolutely. And you know, Lithy, I'm really scared because Nagura was typing in chat a moment ago, which means that maybe she heard me compare her to an abominable snowman. I hope.
Wait, what?
I hope she didn't hear that one. Or maybe I don't know. Maybe I hope she did. She'll definitely compare me to a lot worse. But I'm definitely on my toes now. Yeah. Well, now she definitely knows. But I'm sure I'll get it telling off after this key. But yeah, All But Gold here. They're gonna be pulling the last boss, Muzala. They don't have to worry about the Bloodlust as well. Obviously, it's on cooldown, but they don't need the Bloodlust on this fight because when you do kill the totems during the boss fight, you then get a stacking haste buff from Bwansamdi, our absolute homie in this key, who just gives you a big amount of haste after you return from that intermission phase. So that's what they're actually going to be using for their DPS cooldowns. Yeah, go on.
He's called Bwansamdi for a reason, right?
Bwansamdi, that's a good... Hey, I like that one. Well played.
Yeah, but you're absolutely right. We'll be moving on to the portal phase real quick, and once you have these totems down, each totem deals about I think 20% of the boss's total HP in damage, and of course next to the as aforementioned buff from Yupsai, that one also is absolutely delicious. And with that, All But Gold will be blasting through the remaining seconds of this dungeon in no time. JB popping those wings. There's a use the gate weak aura. Well, as we heard earlier, if you mess something up, go get the weak aura, and that's what we see here probably. Ashen Hollow down for Press W. Zog Kinka just completely melting that boss, of course, next to the Afflilock and the mage and shaman that are on the roster there, they're just putting out some really solid damage, catching up to Old But Gold, because if these guys wipe, they might just be in a position to claim this map still. So nothing's done until the cake is eaten. If that's not actually a sentence, right? But whatever.
No, I mean, I'm sure that they're going to be celebrating at the end of this key with a little bit of cake. That would be lovely. That'd be a great way to celebrate.
We should stop talking about food, Psy.
Yeah, we really should. But I think, who knows? Maybe these teams, they might meet up in the future and all be able to celebrate this time that they've had here on this day, playing with one another. We know Cad is an absolute legend. Kink is a legend. We've had so many of these guest players today just come up, show out. I could go on and on. The list of names that we've had today that have just been performing an absolute incredible job, and definitely friends in my heart for the rest of time. It's been a great day today, and that's gonna be it. Old But Gold taking the first game of the series between Old But Gold and Press W Zug Zug. We've still got plenty more to come, chat, so stay tuned.
I'm gonna have to dampen you a little bit on that bomb side. This is actually the 2-0 of the series.
Wait, it was the 2-0? Math.
You mean
1 plus 1 equals 2. Okay, that was where I was confused. That's where the confusion.
It's okay. It's okay, Psy. It's okay, Psy. You might be old, but for me, you will always be gold as well.
Thank you, Lithy. Thank you.
That's good. That was beautiful. Thank you for that. But yeah, that is going to be a 2-0 or excuse me. We're all getting confused here. Apparently it's been a really long day. We need calculators on the desk or something. It is a 2-0 for Old But Gold. They will be moving on to the grand finals. And now we have our two finalists here, Goosey Good and Old But Gold. But from your perspective, Jet, how did the other side go? Any highlights we want to break down here?
Well, I think for the most part, both teams pulled the dungeon the same. It just came down to, I think, maybe the DPS comp diff, right? I was mentioning before the game that the Affliction Lock in Trash really comes down to you desyncing your cooldowns from the rest of your group. So maybe that had a little hand in it. It is pretty tricky to plan that out over the course of a whole dungeon, especially one as long as the other side. So, yeah, I mean, for them, both teams played it really clean, aside from that one little mishap that happened before the Mana Storms. But yeah, I mean, it's just DPS comp diff.
Yeah. Yeah, and now we've eliminated all of our teams but 2 of them. We've got the grand finals. We started off with 8, and now only 2 remain. So well done to everyone that did compete today. A quick shout out, we've got a couple of donations that came in. They were all, from what I can tell, 2 able gamers. We had one from Just Russ, who we saw compete earlier, $20. GG's fun day, well played to everyone so far. Shout out to our amateurs who were pumpers, which I completely agree with. And then $20 from Bovis, and then 25 from Anonymous. He said, chat, so salty about mages. Definitely true. Definitely some people a little bit upset about the mage play here, but I mean, it just goes to show. I mean, these teams, they're showing up with what works. They want to win. They want their charity to get as much money as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a tournament after all, right? So you show up to play. You don't show up for the memes, at least not everyone. So that's what we're seeing here, and it's just cool to see these absolutely high quality runs happen here with our guest players and for such a great cause, and everyone is in on it. It's awesome. I'm having so much fun. Also helps that it's 2 a.m, I think, by now.
It most certainly does. And with that, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have that grand finals for you guys. Goosey Good facing off against Old But Gold. A quick shout out to our sponsors, to GT Law, for supporting this event. They have a global reach and local roots with the full service video games and esports practice, as well to our other sponsors, Blue Microphone, Twitch, We Are Nations, Wowhead. This event, of course, is brought to you by Raider.io, Keystone Masters, and Complexity-Limit. We're going to head to a break. Make sure you guys are checking out that merch, !merch, !donate in chat during this break, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are about to see our grand finals for this event. We started off with 8 teams, and now only 2 remain. We've got Goosey Good facing off against Old But Gold. But before we talk about that series, we've got a couple more donations I'm going to shout out here. If donations are still coming in, we've still got a full series to help support these charities. We've got 25 from Anonymous to Able Gamers, and we've got, let's see what we've got. 20 from Morale. He says, great event. Go team Old But Gold. We've got 25 from Tenacia, and I believe that's all the ones that we've got. So we are all caught up here. So thank you so much to those donations. And now let's get to talking about our grand finals. Goosey Good, Old But Gold. Drought Nose, you just got here on the desk. I want to hear your thoughts.
Well, I've been liking Goosey Good so far this weekend. I think Zyro, now that he's broken out that Fire Mage, if he does that again, if he goes full power, I believe in that team.
I think so. I think and I think that players can be forgiven for playing things that are obviously a little better. I mean, this is the grand finals. This is serious. Like, you want money to go to your charities. You want a little bit of that prize pool. You want a little bit of those bragging rights. So honestly, I can't blame them.
I'd love to say it's for charity. I'd love to say it's because they just want to do the best that they possibly can. But you know what it is? It's fear. It's fear, Aya. They're afraid of showing the world that they're being, carried by meta class. That's what no, I'm absolutely joking. These are incredible players, and I think it's just seeing them do as best as they can for this competition. In the grand finals as well, they want this money to go to the charity. Absolutely. This is for the charity.
Absolutely. And we can take a look at the lineups as well, what we're going to be seeing here in terms of compositions. And then we can talk, it's going to go to Necrotic Wake as well. And look at that. We've got the comps. We've got the affixes.
Ooh.
How are we feeling, Jet?
Ooh, interesting to see Mistweaver. That's kind of, we strike that one off the list. We've been missing Mistweaver monk throughout this this competition, and also interesting to see Zyronic playing Frost Mage. Very icy.
Yeah, that's like half of the Exodia pieces he's collected there. He's got the mage.
Right.
He just pressed the wrong spec in the talent window, but we won't hold it against him. Yeah, there's also JB on the Paladin, Nagura on the Moonkin, but Zevu on Old But Gold, who is one of our guest players, playing that tank role. That's an ambitious move for a guest player that I think we saw last series as well. But very cool to see. And Bane on the Fury Warrior also. Meanwhile, Cadnadian and Ribs over on Goosey Good, they stuck with those specs that have been working out for them, the Ellie Shaman and the Rep Pally, on which they've both looked, fantastic.
I'm just thinking as well, with Hunte on the Mistweaver, I'm just thinking if there's even like a big preference for that healer on Necrotic Wake, but I can't think anything specifically that it would be really good for. I mean, there is some control that you can do with Ring of Peace and Paralysis and stuff in general, and Leg Sweep and whatnot, but I can't think if there's really like any specific big utility that will really help the team. So I think that's actually just a for fun pick, which is really, really cool to see, actually.
Very, very cool. Also, I think chat has pointed out that we've seen, after this match, we've seen every healing spec represented here in today's tournament with the addition of that Mistweaver. So a lot of variety that we're seeing today, Dratnos.
Let's go. That's a bingo. So shout out to Hunte for achieving that. You come on up and collect his prize. Shame we haven't seen the bingo quite yet for the tanks, although I think we've gotten pretty close there too.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of the different DPS specs. So I'm really glad to see everybody having fun, playing stuff they like. That's the most important thing, right? I think this tournament has given people the opportunity to play whatever specs they want, regardless of, whether that's the same thing every time, whether it's meta spec or whether it's not. And I think both, whatever is making people happy, I'm glad they're doing it. And it's all for charity, right? It's all for a great cause.
Speaking of charity, I wonder how many donations we got, because I want to see how many cast bars Cat has on his screen.
I haven't seen any specifically for CAD for his cast bars. So, I think we've got a little bit of a delay going on behind the scenes, so it's not too late. I believe CAD's charity of choice for his team is the Equal Justice Initiative. So if you guys want to see more cast bars, maybe we could encourage him a little bit with a little bit of donations going towards that charity, because he did promise if we donated he would do it. And I think that's something we all want to see. So I've got it open. I'm going to stare at it. I'm ready. But we've completely smashed the donation goal for every single one of these charities. So, incredibly well done to everyone in chat who has donated to these charities. !donate in chat if you want some more information and background on all of them, because they all have a pretty interesting story. There's a lot of information on all of them. We haven't really had time to cover it all, unfortunately, but for sure go check that out because there's a lot of good stuff there. We just got one. We just got one from Beef. $50. He says all caps, more cast bars. There we go. Hopefully Cad can hear us. And we also have a little bit of a composition change, because apparently they legitimately thought that the best of one was happening here. But let's talk about this one, Dratnos.
Okay, so Nagura has swapped over to be the tank on the team of Old But Gold. Zevu taking that Moonkin spot. Petko also off of his favorite Elemental Shaman and on to the Beast Mastery Hunter, or maybe that's Markship. I actually have no idea which one that icon is. Okay, that's Beast Mastery.
I had to think about it too.
It looks like Beast Mastery, but I wasn't 100% sure. But that's another one that he's actually played quite a bit of over the past year and a bit now. So it's something he's very good at. Goosey Good still on that main plan. Actually, one thing that I'd like to shout out Goosey Good for as well is Undad on that Kyrian prop pally has been looking great at it all weekend as well. So really cool. Really cool set of comps here. We're seeing a lot of people, JB on that Resto Druid. Really nice to have him have the opportunity to play Resto Druid in a tournament again. I know that's his favorite thing by far to do, and something that he gets to do all too infrequently these days.
Yeah, I was going to jump on that on JB getting the Resto Druid. I like to see him on that as well. And like you say, he doesn't get to play it all that much in some of the regular tournaments that we do see. So for him to be able to pull that out, that's a nice comfort pick for him. And yeah, to be here in the finals, being able to play that, I think is great for sure.
We've got 2 more donations that just came in for cast bars. We got $50 from Anonymous. They say cash for cast bars. I'm down. $20 from Raphael, and they say more cast bars, please. So is Zyro streaming right now, or any of the others? Do we know? I'm not sure.
I'll shoot Zyro a quick DM.
Yeah, you hit him up. I know he's your bud. We got to make this happen. They've got a little bit of time, and so hopefully we see more of those. Hold on, $120 just got donated to their charity of choice for more cast bars. So we got to see it. Don't let him disappoint the people, Dratnos.
All right, I let him know, close personal friends, no big deal, of course, but I know Zyronic, Complexity Limit Raider, MDI caster, so it is pretty cool, I agree.
Do you call him by his real name and stuff? Because you just have so much clout.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to be such good friends with such a famous person, but that's the life I lead.
Exactly. I'm surprised you even showed up here for this event. Really, I thought you were too cool for us.
My schedule opened up last minute. You know how it is.
Of course, yeah. Well, anyways, this is best of 3. It's not best of 1, and they've still got to win this fair and square. But Goosey Good, Old But Gold, they're going to be facing off very shortly here. And maybe we can take another look real quick at that lineup, never mind. We're gonna be starting it very shortly here. We're gonna get into that dungeon, so never mind. We can get right into it. Here we go. Best of 3, Goosey Good versus Old But Gold, Dratnos.
And here's the reveal we were all looking for. How many cast bars are going to show up here when this Stormkeeper cast begins? And it is 10? Yes, no, wait, 11. 11 cast bars I can see so far. There they go.
It's like one of those Where's Waldo books or something, or you gotta spot the difference between the 2 images, and you just gotta find these cast bars hidden amongst the screen. I think there's even some hidden behind the Old But Gold display as well, Dratnos. And that's taken a lot of our attention away from the fact that Goosey Good there just barely surviving that pack there. We saw Ribs and Undad, both the pallies getting a little bit low there, but they've managed to pull this one out pretty nicely.
I count 15 cast bars, including one that I can just barely see behind the picture-in-picture bit. You can see the little spark moving up when he casts there, but you can barely see that. So 15 is the number I see. That is truly incredible, and that's not even counting all the enemy cast bars, which I think there's an equal number of.
There's definitely room for CAD here to move into the Weakora market. Could definitely make a chunky salary from this. This is quite an engineering move, but
Yeah.
very, very effective use of their practice time. Nice to know that they weren't training on any of the dungeons for the final. They were just assisting CAD in the perfect optimization of bar placement for
yes,
his CAD
UI, it's called.
CAD UI, yeah, absolutely. That's where Khadgar actually was. We haven't seen him so far in Shadowlands. He's actually just been helping his other friend CAD with the bars. And they are now gonna pull. That was so bad.
What, 5,000 or 4,986 bars? No more, no less. That's how many we've got here.
Perfect number. They say the answer to the universe is 42, and I think that's exactly how many CAD bars that we need. But we're going to see this lovely pull, Dratnos. The Pride actually getting chained into the first boss, Blightbone here. Little bit of a snipe there, I think, on CAD. But they also have the additional buff from the Kyrian Goliath activation there, which is going to give him some additional healing and damage. Plus, they're probably going to be committing a spear, though I don't know if they actually did. I think they did that. Yeah, I think they must have actually, because I think I just saw the Weakora dropping off to display that they had used the spear. So the Blightbone dropping fairly quickly here. But Old but Gold, what have we seen on that side, Dratnos?
Yeah, they're also making good progress through the dungeon. They're on basically the same health on Blightbone right now. So these two teams are basically tied right now. They've got pretty much actually, it looks like Old but Gold may have actually snuck a little bit more trash in here to their pulls so far. I think this pull that Goosey Good is just getting started with, Old but Gold may have found a way to have already been doing that, maybe at the start of the boss encounter. So that is going to be a time save for them. Not a huge deal, though, as it looks like both teams are right around the same spot. Neither team really ready to head upstairs just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. A cute little maneuver there from CAD, just knocking those remaining mobs out of the Sanguine. Of course, they do have to be careful in this dungeon with Sanguine. I think it's probably one of the more difficult dungeons to have Sanguine on, Dratnos, and I want to know your thoughts in a moment. But when we compare, Necrotic Wake to some other dungeons, there's so much free room to be used here. You got a lot of open space, a lot of free real estate to be using for Sanguine placements, but a lot of these trash pulls are massive groupings, and then a lot of things just dying very quickly with these weapons. You don't then want to be stacking too many mobs on top of each other, or you are going to see that healing going through, because, there are mob casts and whatnot that they have to be aware of. So, yeah, what do you think, Dratnos, with this one?
Yeah, you have to be really careful as well, because a lot of these pulls in this dungeon are scary, but doable because you do a huge amount of damage with a weapon, or you have some big CC type effect. And so if Sanguine extends the length of those pulls, even by 20% or whatever, that might be way too much extra health for you to get through without the weapon. And so you could wipe there. It's kind of like a bicycle, right? The bicycle is stable because it's moving fast, but if it slows down, all of a sudden you fall off. So they got to make sure they keep that moving, and Sanguine can really, really throw a wrench into that plan.
Absolutely. Dratnos, I still use the training wheels whenever I go on my bike rides, but I'm getting there. I've been told I'm getting there, so that's a positive light. Oh, but going for this big pull. They are gonna again use that Kyrian Goliath. Probably gonna chain these mobs. Not quite. Not gonna be chaining these mobs in to the next pack. They gotta be careful here of the Marauder. This is what I love about Nagura tanking, is she is just wild on the bet. She will just run around. She's just an absolute free spirit on the Guardian Druid. So you have to be careful with her. I've done a few dungeons with her tanking, and you just have to be on your toes. Like, she's a great tank, but she just goes for it, and she just jumps into the action. You gotta be careful with some of the maneuvers. They managed to be careful there. No deaths from the frontal cleave on the Marauder. Just going to be clearing up this Pride here with the remainder of the Kyrian buff. And yeah, so far so good on the side of Old but Gold. And what do you think of the Mistweaver so far then, Dratnos? Has it been working as intended?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool because we've seen Goosey Good play this dungeon before with Hunte on the Healing Priest instead. But Mistweaver does some cool stuff, particularly against Sanguine. I mean, Ring of Peace is a tremendous amount of utility to bring against the Sanguine affix. Even though they also have an Elemental Shaman Thunderstorm, it's really, really nice to have two effects that knock mobs. That really minimizes the chances that Sanguine is going to go wrong for you. I think that's the biggest strength of the Mistweaver in this dungeon. It's worth noting that the 5% increased physical damage does help the weapons hit a little bit harder, but at this Keystone level, I doubt that's a huge consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. But definitely something, food for thought, something to consider, chat, when you are doing your weekly no levers as well, or pushing keys, whatever it is that you do get up to. And yeah, I think having access to the knockback in this key is going to be a very solid plan. And you saw here on the side of Old But Gold, they just took a moment to set up for that really hectic pull. They pull in the Marauders there into the Necromancer, and they cleaned it up fairly comfortably. So far, these affixes haven't been much of an issue for the team, and they're just moving on very comfortably. But both teams are neck and neck. They're both on the exact same trash mobs, both on the exact same pulls so far, and I'm pretty sure they're at the same trash percentage. I'm not sure if anyone has gone to activate the Amarth RP yet, but we're all in love with role-playing in this game, so I'm sure that we can sit and have a little moment's respite whilst Amarth...
So it looks like Petco has done it for Old But Gold, but I don't think Goosey Good really has anybody... I mean, I guess a mage could do it, but... mages, of course, then anytime there's a fighting to be done, they're not waiting around. They're not just going to sneak ahead and not cast their damage buttons.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're waiting here, for Old But Gold. Petco, he's also the Kyriad as well. Jeez, what an absolute maneuver there. You have to get over to the boss, activate the RP, and then also come and get the Galarius. So I bet the team's just there like, come on, Petco, let's go. And he's like, I'm trying, I'm running. Oh, no, we have a ninja pull.
A tragedy here for Old But Gold. I think they can recover from this. I don't think that mob is unplayably deadly because they should have Petco here with perhaps an orb, maybe. If not, this could start to get a little bit sketch, as you can see that big mob coming in here that was certainly not part of the plan. Bubble is going to be committed here by JB, along with Ashen Hallow. It's not going to be enough, though, to save Zevu DK, who's just blasting so hard there on pull. Luckily, I think that he's done enough work in his brief time in this world to help out. They might be able to land a battle res, but they do need to try and stabilize first. It'll have to be Nagura who casts it unless somebody can go get an engineering res as well. And actually, they don't even have a battle res available, so they're going to need to exit combat and res the old-fashioned way. And this is going to take quite a while as well. They need to kill this monstrosity, and this monstrosity isn't doing anything useful for them because they don't need the count. They're already at 68.5. They don't need any more count in the whole dungeon. This is really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, that's really going to impact the percent for the rest of the key. They are going to have some very weird pride timings when they do go upstairs into the necropolis. It's going to affect that. Are they going to be able to shape it on the fly? I'm sure that they will. They've got some experienced gamers on the squad, but yeah, they're going to have to finish off the rest of this trash here. The pride does go down. Still a little bit of health left on the monstrosity, and Zevu and Bane are both down, so they are lacking a little bit of damage here, but nothing that Petco and his beastie boys can't handle. Whilst on the side of Goosey Good, they've invis up to Amarth, and they're actually just going to get ready to start. Though, yeah, so they've got the RP going on, but they're going to be ready to engage combat in just a moment. Though Old But Gold not too far behind, they did recover quite well from that, and now, I mean, there's just a slight little bit of time gain here on the side of Goosey Good. A couple deaths on the board for Old But Gold, so that is going to put him behind slightly as well. But still some things to play for, still some room for movement into who may take this first game of the series. I am correct, Dretnos, I can't trust myself anymore. Is this the first game of the series? Tell me this is the first game of the series.
Yeah, in this game 7 here, both teams have been doing great so far in the series. Now, of course, it is indeed game number 1 in Necrotic Wake. Both teams are working on Amarth, about 60% of the boss's health in favor of Goosey Good here. Really unfortunate situation for Old But Gold, where their pride buff largely expired while they were fighting the mini-boss and then while they were running afterwards. So that has extended the duration of this boss fight for them as well. Goes down for Goosey Good here, who also have 3 deaths working in their advantage as well. So that's 15 extra seconds in addition to the time here. However, a lot can happen up in the Necropolis. The Necropolis is one of the most volatile sections of a dungeon that we've seen in this expansion, or really in the history of Mythic Plus. There's so much that can happen up here.
Absolutely. The big thing for me is that it is that gauntlet style. So it is, you don't get to really choose when those pulls occur. A lot of it is, just the mob spawning in that sequence. Obviously, they do have the initial trash appear that they can pull as they please, but there's a lot of trash appear. A lot of things can go right or they can go wrong. We might see a few cute little crafter cleaves coming through as well to assist in killing some of this trash. But it depends on whether they want to commit the extra brain power to that. It's been a long day for a lot of these teams, and whether they just want to play it clean and simple, that might be the play. But this is definitely, as you mentioned, Dratnos, the part of the dungeon where the key really comes alive. A lot of the previous pulls so far in the Necrotic Wake, they are difficult pulls, but they're kind of just quite comfortably doable, I would say. Like, for some reason, just something about them, even though they are quite dangerous, they just kind of seem to work most of the time. We saw even on the side of All But Gold, they did even end up pulling additional trash, and they still managed to handle it no problem. But once you start to get up here into the Necropolis, things just suddenly seem to get just more challenging. Like, it just kind of really goes up a notch, and the dungeon really starts to come alive, and you actually have to start actively playing a lot more. You start to run out of some of the weapons and things that you've had earlier on in the dungeon as well, and now it's all on your own back to carry the rest of the key. But it's so far so good on the side of Goosey Good, and All But Gold, they're catching up. They've got some markers down, they've got some solid positionings here. They're probably going to be doing some cute maneuvers with the crafter as well, and trying to get some of those throw cleaves into the prides and into the stitchworks and whatnot. But yeah, we've got an orb left here. We're probably going to see something big, Dratnos.
Yeah, that orb is going to be pretty useful. I mean, there's a lot of interrupts in this pull, but stuff also dying just so fast to this tremendous amount of, I guess that is the orb damage of Undead there for Goosey Good. Look at those meters. Look at what he's able to pull off with that orb. And they've basically made short work of the entire pack here. One crafter is left alive. It is going to actually land its throw before it dies, but that's okay. Goosey Good working on the last bit of trash pre-gauntlet. And I agree with you 100%. This part feels like a really climactic moment in the dungeon. And then you kind of slow down, right? Then you get these kind of 3 back-to-back trash pulls that are just by themselves and you can't pull anything else onto them. And that part, it feels like kind of an epilogue to the dungeon to me.
Yeah, it's like this really weird pacing of like, okay, you can take your foot off the gas. Okay, now put it back on again. Okay, you can slow down again. Okay, put it back on again. And it's this stop, start with Necrotic Wake that for me, I just really do enjoy this dungeon. I think it's a very, very fun dungeon to do. And we've seen some amazing runs in the first MDI of Shadowlands as well, with some crazy like rogue pulls coming up here and tricks of the trading and all that kind of stuff, which would have been really funky to see if we did see some massive pulls and stuff in Necrotic Wake. But good to see these teams taking it seriously with the finals and just be playing it safe, playing it steady, and trying to secure that money for that prize pool for their respective charities. And remember, chat, you can of course continue donating for the remainder of the show to support your team, support the charities, and all go into a good cause. So still plenty to play for here on the side of Goosey Good and All But Gold in this grand final.
Yeah, of course, the charities being represented by our teams here. Goosey Good for Equal Justice Initiative and All But Gold for the Trevor Project. So those are the 2 charities. If you have a favorite team, you want to support the charity that they are working for here, those are your options. Of course, several other extremely worthy charities from our teams that have already dropped out of this event. Very proud to say we've also met all of the $1,000 goals we set for ourselves for each of the charities already at this point. So an incredible job by all viewers, everybody who's donated so far. Big shout out to all of you. Thanks so much for that. And I'm sure these teams are extremely appreciative as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of that merch looking really good as well. Of course, the merch sales also, I believe, part of that money or all of that money, or however
I think it goes to the winning team.
Yes.
The winning team's charity is the recipient of the merch sales, is my understanding how that works.
Absolutely. So you can get a little bit of comfy clothing for your money as well, which is always great. And we're going to be going here on the side of Goosey Good to I think this is the final trash pack. Yeah, they've got Rot Spew spawning here. And a cute little, everything's so cute to me in this dungeon, but one fun fact here with Rot Spew is you see that big area of like diseased ground that just went out. Well, if you stand in that, you don't take any additional damage from the Rot Spew pulsing damage as well. Apparently, I think that's an aspect of the Rot Spew technique. So you can stand in that AoE, or you could just let Rot Spew hit you with its pulsing AoE that he's gonna give off anyway. And yeah, so you definitely have options for which mechanic you want to stand in.
Yeah, one thing I didn't learn in this dungeon until my healer yelled at me was the body stays emitting that aura as well. So when you normally fight that, you spawn a pride after it dies. That didn't happen here for Goosey Good, but when that does happen, you really want to avoid fighting the pride on top of the corpse because everybody will take even more extra damage.
Yeah, it's so funny as well when you play like a DPS because you don't really realize how like.
Look, it's happening right now.
Yeah, there we go.
Cat is in that. You can see the debuff, and his screen's kind of green. Does move out, walks back in, doesn't give a single care about it. That's the kind of that's the DPS mindset, right? You're just like, heal me, Hunte.
Yeah, it's like, healer, I'm dying. Can you do something there? But yeah, like healers really have to go through the difficult job of trying to, let the DPS players know that actually there is some damage to be aware of. But not for much longer. Stitch Flesh dropping rapidly for Goosey Good. Old but Gold not too far behind. Not too far behind at all. It's a very quick third boss. Obviously, they do have access to some of the spears. And, I mean, they haven't committed the Bloodlust on the side of Goosey Good. But the boss still drops it very, very low, very, very quickly. Regardless, it must be all the power being channeled from all those cast bars on the side of Cad. And chat's been absolutely infatuated by those. It's all they've been talking about for the whole. Honestly, Jonas, I don't think we needed to cast this game. I think chat would just wanted to talk about the CAD boss the whole time. We probably could have just taken a little break.
Yeah, nobody's been listening. That's okay. I expect that anytime I'm talking.
Hey,
anyways,
I've been listening.
It's just a
to
matter
you,
of fact. Yeah, I love the enemy cast bars as well next to all the allied ones. I love that little bit under the enemy target as well where they overlap, where there's just an enemy cast bar and a friendly cast bar that just, if both are happening at the same time, who cares? They'll overlap, that's fine.
There's definitely information on the screen, Dratnos, and it's there, so it must be doing something, I'm sure. Having those multiple lapping enemy and friendly casts must be doing something, I'm sure. I'm sure Cat has taken in all that info. But yeah, looking like a pretty solid closing out here on the side of Goosey Good, potentially. Nelthor at 68% or so. So it's looking pretty solid on the side of Goosey Good. Probably going to be taking game one, but anything can happen in this competition. And there's still plenty more to go. I think this is the best of 15 series, I believe. Right, Dranos?
Yeah, something like that. So we'll see how it goes here, as there is the time warp finally as a player returns, and right at that time, unfortunately, Cad is going to be sent into exile during the lust. That is something you do kind of hate, and then right as it expires, you get back up with your crit buff. But actually, that boss is likely to be dead even before he's able to return here. If you watch that things, you can see just underneath some of the cast bars, you can see the boss health frame kind of grayed out there on the right-hand side of the screen. So you can see 27% and falling fast. It will be dying right as he returns to that arena. Gets that nice little crit buff, though. That's a nice thing. You get 30 seconds of crit buff. A little bit of a consolation prize if you do get exiled.
Yeah, absolutely. Cat here, probably going to get like one flame shock off, and then... Oh, wait, he hasn't moved to the edge with the debuff. He's just going to drop...
That's okay, yeah, it doesn't matter. The boss is almost dead anyways.
Is that a Chad move, or is that a Cad move? I'm not too sure. I think those are interchangeable regardless. And Goosey Good taking the first game of the series. Dranos, what a game. What a necrotic.
Yeah, very, very well played there by Goosey Good. I'm excited to see where we go next in the series as well, because they looked on fire there. But you know what? So did Old But Gold. Old But Gold looking really strong throughout that whole dungeon. One little mishap of a pull there for them that otherwise I think their time is going to be exactly the same as Goosey Good. So I think we're in for a real series here.
Yeah, I definitely agree that that was really what spelled doom for Goosey Good.
What'd you say?
The extra pull, that's definitely what stopped them from succeeding in this run, because otherwise it was a great clean run.
Right. What's you got going on there, Jet? What's the music?
Oh, it's just a good old Saturday evening bagpipe parade going through my neighborhood.
I love it. I love it. It really adds to the ambiance. But yeah, I mean, like those two teams are pretty close. I mean, it makes sense that these are the ones that do end up in the grand finals. Anything you're particularly like impressed with in terms of performance from that last dungeon, Jet?
Yeah, somehow CAD managed to wear 3 Dreadfires. You might have noticed there's 3 weak auras for the Dreadfire vessel. That is, you just literally broke the game, so I can only imagine. You can hear the applause, maybe.
Yeah.
They love the Dreadfire as well, apparently.
Can you yell outside and see if he'll play the Burning Crusade login music? The bagpipe guy?
I'm not gonna do that.
Just throw $1 at him, see if he takes song requests.
Excuse me, do you know the World of Warcraft intro music?
Why wouldn't you? It's a classic. Oh man. All right. Well, well done on that first map to Goosey Good. I have one more question. Like, what did we think, Jet? You know, you're the analyst here. How much do you think those casting bars contributed to CAD's performance?
I think about 500 DPS per. I'm hoping maybe he'll add a couple more in the future and for this next game rather. And then maybe he'll just get a clean 2-0.
Maybe. Yeah, we just got another $20 donation from McFatty for more cast bars. So maybe we can get some more rolling in there for the Equal Justice Initiative for the campaign that his team is supporting. So let's see if we can get more of those in there. And I think, Sai, I cut you off there.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, I mean, look in chat. Apparently, according to Zyronic, CAD says for $500, he'll add an obnoxious... okay, I like how they're only just using the word obnoxiously large cast bar, as if the other ones have been totally seamless and uninterruptible for the eye. But yeah, so for 500, he'll add an obnoxiously large cast bar, and we want to see that, chat.
I want to see that.
We want to see
one giant cast bar
to rule.
This isn't even his final form.
What? So like it covers his whole screen?
Apparently.
I've seen those before. Yeah, the ones that are like, you know, most of your screen.
I used to have a focus frame that would just cover like the whole
my focus one is pretty big. Yeah. I have a weak aura right now. There's this trinket you have to like click to apply every hour or whatever, and it's about a quarter of my screen if it's not up on my character that has that.
Right. Okay. Well, one giant $500 donation to. Oh, and it happened. We got it. We got it. It just came in. $500 from Rhett Heel, and the comment is in all caps: "Big McLarge, huge CAD bar." And looks like we're gonna be seeing that, and I think that puts Equal Justice Initiative at $2,715 raised. So holy moly! Thank you so much to everybody that donated to this cause in particular, especially Rhett Heel. That is a huge donation, and I'm really excited to see this week. We're
probably gonna need to give him a minute to like set it up, so we probably have to like stall for a few extra minutes now inadvertently.
I think we're gonna have to fill. Fill a little bit. What type of wood do you think is the bagpipe guy uses in his instrument? What do you feel like it's made out of?
Like tree wood.
Okay, that I will agree with that.
Yeah, math checks out actually on that one.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know what type of materials bagpipes are made out of. Didn't they used to be made out of like a cow stomach? Or like a sheep stomach originally?
I think you're right, yeah.
The original ones? Yeah. Well, that was some good analysis of the bagpipes, but instead of that, let's analyze these compositions here. We've got Goosey Good, the team that is already up 1-0, winning that last map. Here their comps are Sai for Hells of Atonement.
Yeah, so I think we're getting a fairly similar, in fact, if not exactly, no, Pekko's gone from the Hunter onto the Elemental Shaman now, right? So we have
and Nagura and Zevu have swapped as well.
Yes, and they've swapped over there. So now Nagura is on the Balance Druid, Zevu on the Vengeance Demon Hunter. So playing the Halls a little bit more serious, and something to note here on this Halls of Atonement is that we have Spiteful, we have Inspiring, and we have the Storming affix, which are all 3 affixes added in Shadowlands. So this is like the Shadowlands special when it comes to dungeons. This is the only holes we've seen so far in the whole competition. So this is like the final to play for, really. This is gonna be an absolute wonder of affixes, and I really feeling sorry for Bane and Ribs here.
Yeah.
The melee DPS. They are gonna have to do what I say is ride the wave, right? You have to just embrace the storming and let it take you, right? Like if you get caught in a riptide in the ocean, you're supposed to just let it. It'll push you out eventually. You're just supposed to just sit back, relax, and just let it take you. And that's what they got to do with these stormings. They just got to ride that wave.
All right, we've got Zyronic in chat here quoting CAD. I can't see the mini map. If we can get some CAD bars in chat, I think this is going to be very interesting. But in terms of like level of difficulty, Jet, how do we feel like this dungeon is going to be?
So I think they're gonna totally, have no problems with this this dungeon. I'm really excited to see CAD with that new that cast bar, and I'm gonna have a good soundtrack to listen to while watching this dungeon. So, yeah.
It's gonna be epic all around. Looking forward to this one. I mean, this game could very well be our last. We could see Goosey Good 2-0ing this team here. It's best of 3. Old but Gold, though, of course, I would hope so, at least looking to tie this one up. But I mean, at the end of the day, all of these teams are happy. Every single charity that we are raising money for today made their charity goal. There are some that are even at 200%, some that are very close to 200%. I mean, maybe we could get the other 2 that aren't at 200% up there by the end of this dungeon. We've got a donation that just came in from Anonymous, $50 to the Trevor Project. Thank you so much. $20 from BJ Williams in honor of JB's majestic chest hair. Thank you so much for that donation. And then, I almost missed this one from Megs, from our caster, who left the last series, $50 to Girls Who Code. Thank you so much to everyone being a part of this. Orgs, players, chat, donators, casters. So happy I could be a part of this. I totally agree. 2 minutes ago, Man Like Amphi, $20 to Equal Justice Initiative. Missed my last dono. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I missed your last donation. Tell everyone I'm #1 Frost Mage. More cast bars. Let's go. Okay, Man Like Amphi is the #1 Frost Mage. Thank you for that donation. We are getting that dungeon ready to go. Let's see that cast bar. Let's get some CAD bars in the chat for this one, Zai.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just going to give it a second here in holes. Obviously, we've got the traditional large pack pull here. Probably going to be pulling in a shot of Halkias as well, maybe? Yeah, this is going to be a big one. This is going to be a big bloodlust. And, Cad, good luck on... Okay, he's no way going to be able to really see any mechanics that are coming his way, I don't think. Not if they appear on the top of the screen anyway, because that's clearly the no-go zone. And he does, look, he rides the wave. As I mentioned, he gets hit by that storming, rides it out, no problem. Got a few Spitefuls coming after him. He's just gonna dip on out of there, no big deal. The pack is pretty much almost dispatched of now. Dratnos, few Spiteful mobs to dispatch of, a couple Darkblades. Gotta watch out for those frontals there. They don't want to get hit by those, unless, of course, maybe they're the tank.
Yeah, there's some gameplay or whatever, but what I really am seeing here is this has got to be upwards of 40 now of these bars that Cad has here. This is incredible. Truly, has science gone too far? He spent so long thinking about whether he could do this many cast bars that he didn't consider whether or not he should. But look at what the damage he is putting out as a result of all those bars is. I mean, that's got to be around that 500 per bar range there at 15k on this first pull. I mean, that is not an insignificant amount of damage. Both teams have made very short work of their first pull. Both teams have done 20% on their first pull and are working on their manifestations of pride. Actually looks like a very similar set of enemies between these two teams as well. So they are neck and neck, but separating now. They are heading in different directions for the rest of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I don't know which one is going to work out to be the better way of routing through this dungeon. Old but Gold are on the benefit of remaining on this upper tier, and so they're not going to have to go back on themselves that much. Though Goosey Good, they're going to have to you know, they're coming down onto this lower level, and then they're going to have to go back and run to the other end of the dungeon. Probably going to work out roughly the same, but they are going to cross paths at some point, and definitely be, you know, swapping places on these Shard of Halkias here. But we're going to be seeing the use of some solid Venthia play, pulling in the Stoneborn into this next big pull. Going to be chaining in a few of these smally mobs as well. No inspiring on this pack, so they're going to be able to comfortably just use some of their interrupts here and use their leg sweeps and whatnot in order... Oh! Cat almost getting storminged. Is that a verb, I think? Off of the edge there, but manages just to ride that wave and stay on just so delicately. I really would have loved to see that giant cast bar at the top actually just cover his dwarf model, so that there could just be a spiteful mob that just appears and he just dies and has no awareness of it. But yeah, so far so good on the side of Goosey Good, finishing off that pack fairly comfortably, and they're actually going to opt for an optional death.
I love this.
Yeah, this is by design. This is by choice. So it actually is a big time save to just ignore that pride. It saves them time by not having to run back on themselves too much as well. That's pretty much what I can think of. Dretnos, I don't know if there's really any other reason to.
That's that exact pride spawn and jump off there is something that I've been seeing a couple of great push teams actually doing in this dungeon. So I wonder if maybe we have some great push competitors in this team, or just some fans of that, or maybe it's just a common strategy that was the first I'd seen of it. But it is a very good way to skip a pride. I mean, it costs you 25 seconds, but that is still a good time save relative to the time of doing a pride. And the thing is, it saves you the running time, right? You would have to run from the left-hand side to the right-hand side anyways, and saving 25 seconds of that, you know, it's worth it. It's worth the 5 deaths to do that, right? That makes it neutral in time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dratnos, if dying or full wiping by the squad is seen as successful Mythic Plus strategy, then I might just be one of the best players in the world, because my groups do that every single dungeon. But normally what we do after that is we end up Hearthstoning out, and I get called dum-dum by one of the players in my team. But these guys actually stay together, and they're continuing on with the dungeon, so clearly they must be doing something that I'm unaware of. But yeah, definitely a big time save, though I don't know on a 16 key whether it is truly worth it, but it definitely looks cool to just jump off the edge there and kind of just be like, all right, see ya, we're gonna move on. But yeah, we've got both teams now executing the third and final Shard of Halkias at exactly the same time. So this is neck and neck, and again, no teams have really messed with holes too much. This is the first appearance of it and last appearance of it in this weekend tournament event. So both teams actually just coming in clean with the holes. This seems like a very well-practiced key for these teams, but I can't imagine they put extensive amount of time into this dungeon. Just some clean holes coming out.
Yeah, it's a fitting last dungeon to have. Like, it's a fitting grand finals only dungeon, because it is just such a perfect, you know, dungeon in terms of like how much openness there is at the start, how much different options there are for how you can pull it. And pretty much every time we see two teams battling in this dungeon, they have a slightly different take on just the right way to combine enemies near the start of the dungeon. And making a good set of decisions there can absolutely mean the difference between victory and defeat. And right now, I'd have to say, I like where Old But Gold is right now. They are ahead on their manifestation. They're actually a little bit closer towards the boss area than Goosey Good. And they don't have those 25 seconds of death differential that will be assessed against Goosey Good at the end of this dungeon. So I think I like Old But Gold's position. Let's see what Goosey Good are up to here. It looks like both teams are probably going to be interested in doing some amount of trash before the boss. But maybe, let's see, maybe not. Goosey Good kind of inching their way towards the boss here. Maybe this is going to be trash onto the boss even. Looks like this is the pull that's going on here for Old But Gold, but they haven't pulled it onto the boss, and neither will Goosey Good. So both teams taking a little bit of a more conservative route than what we see in, you know, MDI pulls, where they take 20% of this room onto the boss. Do not blame them, of course, for that. This is a extremely scary thing to attempt, and we might see that 80% pride spawned into the boss. That's something that might be on the radar of these teams here. Or they might try and get it after the boss and then bring it up to the next boss.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of room for movement here, Dretnos, and that's what I absolutely love about Season 1 Mythic Plus in World of Warcraft, is that there's not really a set route yet. Like, there are so many just places where teams can just change things around, And actually, this is a new one as well. They actually pull 3 Stormborns in, but they can only take control of 2 of them at a time. So now they've just got one that they're just going to have to tank, and just be aware of that frontal breath to avoid, as well as these heavy debris. They've got storming moving around. Luckily, they don't have any spitefuls to deal with here, or any inspiring, but this is enough with these tornadoes. This is quite a way of increasing the intensity of this fight. This is definitely cranking it up to 11, but luckily Ultra Gold, they've got plenty of room to look at their, look at their UI, because it's full of cast bars, so they got plenty of room to see what's happening.
And that almost spawns a pride there as they do kill one of those Goliaths. Oh no, JP! No! JP gets hit by the tornado and lobbed into the spinny beams as well there for Old But Gold. Now they should be able to land a battle res on him, and they've done exactly that. Nagura, fast casting a battle res doesn't need to get in melee range like you would with an NG res, so they are going to be able to recover from that, but they're now without a battle res if something else were to go wrong for the next little bit.
Dratnos told him, what'd I say? I said ride the wave. JB, he didn't quite do it the way that you're supposed to do it. He definitely rode it, but not the right way. So yeah, he does end up losing his life there, but does get battle res. They finish off Shard of Halkias here, or well, not even the shard, just the full body Halkias here, and they are going to be spawning that pride now. Good time efficiency on the dispatching of that final mob as the pride comes in. And yeah, going to be getting their 80% trash here. So they are going to be probably looking to do an invis skip for the from after this pride, going on to the next boss, Echelon. And yeah, so far so good. Gonna have the Bloodlust as well in around about a minute. So pretty good timing on the side of Ultra Gold. They are absolutely zipping through this dungeon. So their Bloodlust not quite up just yet, but Goosey good just as well, dispatching of Halkias there, and then they are going to be probably spawning their pride and then going to do the invis part skip as well. This is a definitely tried and tested method of doing this dungeon. This is definitely set in stone, that invis part there. And yeah, Echelon here, gonna be a fun boss because they've only got they've got 2 Curse spells on the side of Ultra Gold, so they're gonna be okay there. And on the side of Goosey Good, they've got 2 as well, so they've got enough to go around. They've got 1 to take care of the Curse mechanic, and then 1 to, or the Curse of Stone like focus mechanic, and then as well they're gonna be able to just throw out a freebie on anybody who may need it, and dealing with that pretty comfortably. Big leap out there by Zevu. Good to see.
Yeah, one of our guest players there, Zevu, really taking a big step here, tanking for the team. It's got to be a nerve-wracking thing coming in and doing that for these, for the pro players, for the influencers as well, but especially for one of the guest players. So big props there to Zevu for taking the step, and so far has looked fantastic on that Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. And seeing that little maneuver there from a moment ago where he's just absolutely just jumped and spread his wings and got out of the mechanic reminds me of Zazu. As we all know, the bird from Lion King also spreading its wings and getting out of danger as Zevu would do. So really nice synergy there. That was a great one from me. Now we're going to see Ultra Gold moving on in to a very dangerous pack. They've got an inspired Gargan here, the bear mob that they got to be careful of. That's going to be absolutely tearing up their tank. But the mob, you know what? The trash bag's dead before I could even get into the meat of it, Dratnos. But you can see health bars ticking low. I told you this is a scary one. They've got a few of those frontal cleaves to be watching out for, or not cleaves, but frontal like rapid fires to be watching out from the mobs as well, and loyal beasts. They can't actually interrupt because of the inspired mobs. They are now going to be chaining some trash onto the boss. Again, they've got an inspired mob, so they aren't going to be able to get any interrupts here off. And actually, does the inspired mob affect the boss? Are they going to be... Yeah, they're unable to interrupt the boss as well, so there are going to be some volleys coming through. They've only got one of the Stormborns that they've taken control of. They are going to be able to chain in the other one later on into the boss fight. And yeah, I mean, they're dealing with this okay. Everyone's topped off. A lot of green on those health bars, but a very dangerous pull with inspired here.
Yeah, the good news is that those bolts and those volleys aren't actually that deadly. Particularly, if you have a Stormborn Mind Control, that's an extra 10% damage reduction on the group. If you've got a Paladin and Wings with an Ashen Hallow on the ground, you kind of don't need to worry about any of those mechanics. You just need to make sure you don't get hit by any of the swirlies and you don't let that ghost just, wail on you for a while. And they've done a great job of managing those mechanics. You can see as that gargoyle flies away, the boss already sub 50%. They will probably grab that other gargoyle at some point. The question is when, and it looks like the answer is now. You can see Nagura over on the edge there does land that Moonfire to bring it in. JB will take control of it as soon as it enters line of sight here. It does stop for a little bit right at the top of the stairs and cast its Stone Breath. And actually, they're not mind controlling it just yet. Maybe their plan is to mind control it a little bit later so that they can bring it with them for the entirety of the next mini boss room. It's worth mentioning neither Tyrannical nor Fortified is active. So given there's no Fortified, they could one phase the next mini boss in the next room if they just focus pure single target damage into it and they have enough of that. And the Stoneborn is a really helpful ally to have in that mission. As you can see now, JB is going to cast that mind control. Still has a wings proc rolling here for a tiny bit as well. And they now enter combat. It does look like Starfall is down, so they might just be on the AoE lifestyle.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew it, Dratnos. I knew, because you were saying about bringing the Stoneborn in and being able to dispatch of the mini-boss just in one phase, not having to kill any of these trash and saving them a lot of time in this final of the competition, by the way. But I knew it. Nagura couldn't help herself. She thought, ooh, this is where I increase my overall on the end of the dungeon meters and just throw it. What's one Starfall gonna do, right? Surely it's not that bad. But what ends up happening is the Stoneborn then just starts smacking the closest mob to it, and it'll just start engaging in combat. So they end up having to kill all these mobs, but oh no, oopsies. I guess I accidentally increased my balance druid numbers there, and what are you gonna do, eh?
Yeah, Nagura fighting to stay, actually to overtake Bane there for second on the overall damage. You can see on the meters on the left there, right now it's very close race there between Nagura and Bane there for that second place slot. Looks like that Starfall pad was enough to put her in the lead right now, but we'll see how this Pride and this boss go. I'd have to imagine it's going to be a good time to be a Fury Warrior right about now. I think that this is a really optimal type of situation. You get to Recklessness this Pride, and then you'll still have it for boss during your Pride buff still. And I think that will be really excellent news there. But Bane really putting up the numbers on that spec.
Absolutely. And Dreadnought, something that I think we both maybe missed there was Goosey Good did an absolutely astounding pull, I was told. I didn't actually manage to catch it myself. I will hold my hand up there. But apparently they pulled all of the trash after Echelon into the third boss. So that's, what, 2 trash packs plus potentially 2 Stoneborns. I don't know.
Yeah, 9 mobs.
So they've actually caught up there. They now Goosey Good is going to be pulling the Pride into Lord Chamberlain as well. So Chamberlain is like equal health with Alt but Gold here. So they're going to try and take this one. They're going to try and go the 2-0.
I think they know how far behind they are, but look at the damage done by Nagura there. She was doing 20k or something, and unfortunate for Goosey Good here. The fact this Pride had to come into this boss has led to things going a little bit wrong on their side. Ribs ends up going down. They are able to finish off the Pride. They do have some battle reses, but they don't have any good ways to cast them. They'll need to use an engineering res if they want to get Ribs back up. And it looks like at this point, that is going to be game number 2 going to Old But Gold. We're going to even up the series 1-1 and send us to an exciting game 3 and final of this best of 3 series.
Talking about this dungeon, I do want to say we only have 1 charity left. That is not at 200% for their donation goal. That charity is Able Gamers. Unfortunately, Steve Brudas, who was a team that was supporting them, got knocked out fairly early, so they're at $1,500, and so that's only 500 left to get our very last charity at 200% for their donation goal. So it would be super awesome. We've got 1 map left, a lot of chances to get those guys up just a little bit. So if we could give them some love, that would be great. We've got a couple donations that did come through during that last dungeon. $30 from Anonymous. We need more CAD bars, but let's be honest, just because Nagura isn't tanking doesn't mean she isn't going to tank this dungeon. It might be unbearable to watch, but I'm positive she is doing a stellar job. So thank you to Anonymous for those $30. We've also got $20 from Firefeather, to Girls Who Code. No note on that 125 from Totally Not Amphi 3 minutes ago. We need more CAD bars. Please add more CAD bars. And I completely agree. And then the last one we had was $20 from Meow Zamir. And then with that, Jet, I'm going to hand that to you. Thoughts on that last round?
Yeah, I mean, not enough CAD bars.
No.
That's just all that came down to. I do like how Old But Gold very aggressively pulled that dungeon. I think that kind of gave them the edge. I really love Fury Warrior in that dungeon too. It's pretty great. Just having frequent cooldown usage going on. A lot of AoE damage from them.
Yeah, now we are, of course, tied up, so we're going to be seeing a game number 3 here in this grand final. So I'm really glad that we got like the maximum screen time here for this series, and that, of course, is going to be the Plaguefall as well, Dratnos.
Yes, this is going to be a nice dungeon to finish things off here. Plaguefall, a lot of stuff that can go wrong in this dungeon, and the affixes we've selected for it are Fortified, Spiteful, and Volcanic. So a very exciting set to go along with Prideful, of course. Every dungeon does have Prideful in our tournament this weekend. Yeah, I'm excited to see this one. I wonder if the teams have been practicing this one, because I don't know if it's been in either of their paths up to this point.
That is a good point.
Actually, it has been.
Okay. So we've got a little bit of practice, and then, of course, like was already mentioned, it's at a 16, Fortified, Spiteful, Volcanic. So where do you think we may be seeing our first signs of trouble, Sai? I mean, both of these teams looking pretty solid so far in this series.
First pull, probably. No, I think we're going to probably see a couple invis skips onto the first boss. We'll bring some Plague Borers on. I think directly after Globgrog, the first boss, they're gonna move down into the rest of the dungeon, and that's where they've got to then start doing the pulling of the Plague Borers, a little bit of CC here, wait for some patrols, try and group up these mob packs, and then they're gonna have to deal with Spiteful mob spawning as things start dying as well. So I think that's gonna, up until that point, the dungeon's pretty calm, and then you get to that like section of the dungeon, and then suddenly it's like, oh yeah, okay, we got to do things now, right? So I think that's probably where there's going to be a little bit of issue.
And then, Jet, in terms of compositions for either of these teams, do you want to see changes? Do you want to see those same specs?
I think that I'm expecting to see the same specs, but maybe Zyronic might go fire. It might be better for them. But I don't know if he's willing to do that. I think he's gonna stay frosty.
I think he I think he got bullied too much last time he switched specs. But we will see very shortly what we have in terms of specs. But I think we just got one donation, $20 from Catalam to Able Gamers. So thank you so much for trying to get our very last charity that's not at 200% of their donation goal. They currently have $1,400 raise. That, of course, is Able Gamers. And like I said, one dungeon left. If we could get everybody at 200%, it would make us on the casting desk look really good and make us look like we're really good at our job. So definitely do that explanation donate in chat if you want to get more info on those charities. And since this is going to be our last game here, I just want to hear thoughts from you guys, like how this whole event. I mean, it's been really honestly a pleasure to be a part of here, Sai. I would love to see more of these in the future, because it kind of seems like it's cool to see everybody like try different things. We've seen a lot of new specs being played, different compositions, different metas, a couple different routes as well taken.
Yeah, I think before this tournament even started, yesterday I think it was, I just put in the chat, and we had a production meeting and whatnot, and I just said, so are we doing this like annually, monthly, like what's the deal? Because I already knew that this event was going to be massive. I could just tell there's been so much hard work being put in by Limit, by Radar.io, by KSM, all the production team, that like we've seen the shots from behind the scene production working flat out, all the moderators in chat. We've had merch, we've had charities organized, sponsors. There's just so much that's gone into this event, and I would just love to see it on a regular basis. I think, like you were mentioning as well, Aya, in that the play of the players as well, choosing what specs to play. I think it's just such a unique thing for them to be like, oh yeah, like this is just how much bonkers off the wall fun can we have? And it's been difficult for some of them to like move away from maybe what they normally play, or the routes they normally do, or the styles they're used to, and just kind of like see, hey, how can we kind of just mess with what we normally would do on the day-to-day dungeons. And yeah, it's just been really fun seeing things develop and memes just come and be created out of thin air. So yeah, it's been great to see.
It certainly has, and I look forward to hopefully more events such as this in the future. But we can take a look here at the compositions that we're going to be seeing for the last dungeon of the day. Of course, it is Plaguefall, and like we already mentioned, we've got those affixes as well: Fortified, Spiteful, Volcanic. So now we're looking at these comps here. Jet, how do we think these teams are going to be doing for the last match of the day?
Well,
oh, and we've got the bagpipe as well. Lovely.
Yeah, you know, I think Zyro is going to really pull out all the stops here and just take Frost Mage to its absolute limits. Well, hopefully with all these CAD bars, it increases the Elemental Shaman potential. I think for the most part, though, you know, we've seen what both these comps have done, and as you can see, the audience is very happy with what they've seen so far. And, you know, I think we're just going to see more of the same from the other two dungeons. Just a lot of damage coming out from the LE and the Frost Mage, and some Ret Pally burst every 2 minutes. That's what we like to see. And, you know, on the part of the Fury Warrior, just a consistent damage, the short cooldown on Wreck, it's just going to be really good. And we can't forget about the Treants.
Yeah, most definitely. So we're gonna see very, very shortly here who will be the winner of our very first Mythic Plus Charity Pro-Am Tournament. Only one map is separating either Goosey Good or Old But Gold from victory. We did have a couple of donations just come in to our very last charity that is not at 200% of their donation goal for the day. We've got $20 from Amphi's back. He says, #1 Frost Mage is here to be everyone's hero. $20 from Anonymous. They say Aya made me do it. Thank you for that. And then we've got $20 from Piflet, and they says, I don't know what, maybe this is in German. I don't know what it says. I don't know what I'm saying. It's something about Steve Bruders. I'm not gonna read that out loud because I don't know what it says. I'll copy and paste it to Lithy or something, and maybe he can translate it for me. But thank you for those donations. Now we're about $460 away from a 200% goal for Able Gamers, and I think we're getting ready soon to go into this dungeon. I feel like we're going to be seeing them kick off Plaguefall, and I want to hear predictions. Sai, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I mean, Jet did mention Zyronic taking things to the limit, and let's face it, limit is what Zyronic knows. So, I mean, I'm gonna be expecting some big things from that team, but Pekka's been absolutely popping off as well. I'm gonna give it to Old But Gold, I think, on this one.
Okay, Trinos?
I would go with Goosey Good. I think that's going to be I love the MDI caster match showdown, though. We got Zyro on one side, Nagura on the other. But yeah, my money's on Goosey Good.
Yeah, I gotta say Goosey Good. That would be the tiebreaker.
Goosey Good. Okay. I guess I gotta go with Old But Gold here, but it is the very last match of the day. Let's get some hype in the chat. 1-1 right now. Winner of this determines the winner of this tournament. Is Goosey Good facing off against Old But Gold? Dratnos.
And both teams getting underway here. It's going to be invis pots from both sides. Nobody interested in any of these first mobs. Both teams, I think, are looking to get on that boss and use all of their cooldowns and their bloodlust just as soon as humanly possible. Although maybe not. Maybe a team will try and get 20% pride first. It does look like trash is getting pulled here on the side of Old But Gold. Bop coming out from Goosey Good onto Undead. He's going to grab a bunch of mobs all together as well. So big trash pull of slimes to get started. Right into the boss, actually, for Goosey Good. That is a huge, bold play.
Yeah, pulling the trash with the slimes. They're going to have Spitefuls coming out here as well to deal with. It is on a fortified setting. They're not going to have Plague Borers to pull in. They've got to watch out for those morsels just running into the boss and just filing in there. Plus, I think they've got a trash mob to deal with as well. So they're not going to be able to figure out which slimes are from the Belcher and which slimes are from Glob Grog himself. So this is going to be just absolute slime mayhem for the side of Goosey Good. I don't know that this was a smart idea, but I think it was the right idea, Dretnos, and Old But Gold played a little bit safe, not going crazy, weird, you know? Like, why wouldn't they do this?
So what they're doing, and actually you can see one of the drawbacks of taking such an aggressive play, Goosey Good there, that's going to be the Ankh used by Cad, so no more safety net for him there. And Old But Gold are bringing these Plague Borers up with them, and they can bring the boss onto the Plague Borers, and that will deal a tremendous amount of damage there and help them catch back up into this one. There's the Ashen Hallow as well. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if Globgrog is actually going to reach it to the Plague Borers in time for Old But Gold, as actually players on both teams opening their character panes, it looked like right at the same time. That is a crazy coincidence there.
What did you think about the size of that Belcher there? Did you see that, Dretnos? It had absorbed so many slimes that it was like double. It was as big as Globgrog, basically. It looked kind of like, you know, the Keanu meme where he's like stretched out and then it's like, don't ever talk to my son again or whatever.
Yeah.
That's like what it was. It was Globgrog and a Belcher just standing side by side, the double team there. And now Old But Gold, they actually handled that poll so well. I'm actually really shocked. Like that was very surprising to see that. But they're going to be moving on here. This is the troublesome pack that I was talking about, potentially the first sign of danger. They've got the bone breaker or the spine breaker here, I believe. Got a couple frontals they got to watch out for with that, as well as the I can't even remember what it's called, the beak bird mob. That they've got to watch out for those frontals. Also some Spitefuls here now coming and attacking JB, but he's got wings up. I don't think he's actually just 1v1ing all these Spitefuls. Everyone else has moved on, but he's like, nah. Don't. It's like he's like, go on without me. I'll hold them off whilst you get away and move on to the next pull. So JP,
save yourselves.
Yeah, save yourselves. But Dretnos now moving on to this next pack of the Plague Borers. You jump in with whatever you got on that one.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here. The Plague Borers are about to explode, and I wonder what sort of value they're looking to extract from them. It looks like pretty minimal. There, a lot of mobs already low on health when hit by those Plague Borers. They have saved one Plague Borer there in that imprison, so they can bring that onto this Pride and use it to help kill the Pride. Plague Borers are extremely, extremely strong in this dungeon. They do so much damage to basically anything. You could see Old But Gold, yet the fact they brought two of them onto the first boss, really, I mean, it made up for the fact they didn't pull trash with the boss. That's a huge time save that it represented there. And this one, it actually looks like they're going to keep it after this Pride, because the Pride is dying first.
Yeah, absolutely. The Pride they're going to just be finishing up with here. Old But Gold, not in too much of a dangerous zone here. Then going to be looking to do probably a fairly sizable pull here. A few of these corrosive casts that they've got to be careful of from the slimes. They can outrange that for most of the classes, but Bane has to be careful not to get caught up in any of those diseases that are going to be placed on him. Dispatching of that pack fairly comfortably. Got to be careful of that Withering Slime cast as well, but they move on to the Spine Breaker. No problemo. Goosey Good in a similar position, maybe just one pack behind. So far, this has been such a close series between both of these teams. This is absolutely phenomenal, and I just feel like it's just heating up more and more. I don't know where these players are still getting their energy from and just finding ways to go just crazier and crazier with these pulls and just keep pulling tricks out of the bag. If anything, I think it's gotten more interesting since people have just been playing the things that they're comfortable with playing, because people have just been going, hey, let's just pull that thing, shall we? And it's like, yeah, let's go for it. I got buttons to press. So they definitely feel like they've got their confidence renewed on both teams, Old But Gold and Goosey Good. Yeah, both in very, very similar position here. This is where things start to get very hectic, those Dretnos. There's a lot of moving parts with this pull. You can see Old But Gold here.
Yeah, this is the pull with those Plague Borers that it's a little bit weird on a keystone of this level where mobs actually take meaningful damage from the players, and it can sometimes feel a little bit less worth to try and, use these Plague Borers to make 20 pulls happen in this area. But it is still a nice little chunk of extra damage, and it means you get to save your cooldowns for the difficult stuff to come. As unfortunately, we do have a death here for Old But Gold. They do have one battle res available. JP is going to commit the bubble here as well to help save himself and keep the rest of the group up. And I'm not sure if they're even going to use the battle res here, because so much damage in this area is dealt by those Plague Borers. They may opt to instead save the res pause for a later time when they don't have all this free damage anyways. Because right now, honestly, when you're playing like a melee DPS that doesn't have a big crowd control effect in this area, you're often much more of a spectator than a DPS player at this spot. You're just kind of waiting for it to get back to the parts of the dungeon where you do something relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in ranged, in this section of the dungeon, you're kind of just chilling, just setting up for CCs. So you're looking for things that you can interrupt, things you can stun, things that you can, typhoon or knock back with Ring of Pete, like whatever it is that you've got, just to position things very carefully, trying to help make sure these pulls get set up. I think I did a Plague Fall yesterday on my Druid, played some balance, and I think I literally did like 3k overall DPS in this dungeon just because I was like, I'm not even going to bother wasting cooldowns. Like, I'm just literally going to hard AFK and just press trees on cooldown. Like, that was my tactic. And that's definitely something that you can do here in that section of the dungeon. But these players not looking to sit back idle. They are doing some really funky pulls there. I don't even know if they had some Plague Borers available, but just chaining those packs very, very nicely. They got to be careful of those slimes there. They do have that damage reduction from the purple slime that they got to be careful of, the withering slime. And yeah, Goosey good here. Got a few of these metamorphoses they got to be careful of. A few shades spawning, but they're just kind of dealing with the remainder of that pull. Zyronic really flexing on the Frost Mage. He's caught an ice block with this slime tentacle, just kind of 1v1ing. Very interesting tactic from Zyronic. I kind of respect the hustle and most certainly the bustle on that one. And now, ooh, Cat, gotta be careful of those Plague Borer bombs. Very careful.
Barely dodges out of that one, and this is kind of an awkward timing for Blightweaver to go down. I don't know if they're going to get another spawn of Plague Borers after this, and they're actually, I think they're going to try and make sure that they don't have them hit the mini boss here, because they want to hit that next spawn of them after this. I don't know if that's going to happen though, and it looks like it's not going to happen. They're not going to get to the next spawn. Those are going to be turned off, and they're going to have to do this entire section without any external help. Meanwhile, Old But Gold are already working on the boss in this area. They've taken care of all that trash and are just nuking the boss there. Huge damage coming out from JB as well with that Ashen Hallow used on that last platform, and now they just are in a race against time. They are going full damage onto this boss. They are going to try and have it die before they do. I think that with Aura Mastery, they can survive that first explosion as well once it comes out from the other platform. But, I mean, the boss is already almost dead. Huge thunderstorm comes out from Petco, the Ellie Shaman mastermind there, and the boss is going to go down long before any trouble is posed by its mechanics to this group. And they are now heading on towards the rest of this dungeon, a solid minute or so in the lead at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you mentioned Petco on the Elemental Shaman. Definitely one of the first Elemental Shamans I fell in love with, but there is a long list. I mean, there's just so many. It's such a cool group of gamers that play Elemental Shaman. Definitely some of the totally raddest dudes playing that class, playing that spec, and just absolutely putting in the work on this key. Petco pumping on the Elemental Shaman. Just absolutely I don't even know how he's doing this much damage in this key. He's been just pulling it out of the bag from somewhere. He clearly has the secret strats. I saw him putting in chat as well that he's got the secret tech. I don't know what it may be, but he's got access to it. He's putting the cheat codes or something.
Yeah, Petco's one of those players where just no matter how Elemental Shaman is doing balance-wise, he will be doing good damage on it. And then when it's actually in the spot like it's in right now, where it's, sleeper good, it's one of those dark horse specs that I think is being slept on by a lot of people. Petco is just making it look insane. And look at that overall damage he's putting out on that thing. 9.1k, especially in a technical dungeon like Plaguefall as well. But so many of these pulls are just so well suited to the Elemental Shaman, and it's not like he's just bringing damage as well. He brings a tremendous amount of healing through Ancestral Guidance that's really useful on a lot of critical prides and critical AoE trash pulls. And Thunderstorm utility has already come in big once for these teams in this dungeon. I expect it's something that's happening quite a bit in here, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dreadnought, one thing I want to get your input on, because you're a smart man. You're a very knowledgeable guy. You got some real good takes on all things WoW. And I'm wondering what you think about just this tournament today with having so many different specs that we've seen from across all the teams. We've seen Frost Mages, we've seen Mistweaver Monks, we've seen I think every single tank actually, and every single healer, a range of different DPS specs that we might not normally see, and it's just, I don't think there's been any letdown spec, right? And it just goes to show that you can play whatever you want in this game and still do really, really well, still really bring the rain, no matter what spec you're playing on. And the important thing is just having fun with your buddies and showing up and showing out. I think some of these players now are playing on their comfort picks, absolutely, but I mean, we've seen all kinds of specs just dominating in this tournament. And I mean, what do you think when it comes to 16 keys? If you're just knocking around on you know, on retail and whatnot on live servers, then can you just bring anything, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely. I think that especially, you know, if you're like these players and you really know what's going on with your spec, you know, if you devote yourself to learning the ins and outs, learning all of those little ways that aren't obvious that your spec can do something cool in these dungeons as well, is a really, really big thing to do, especially if you're one of those off-meta specs. You know, if you're playing something that isn't seen on all the top streams, that isn't one of the, in those, you know, world first 26, 27 keys, then it's kind of your job to let people know, like, hey, here's how my class helps on this pull. Here's something I can do that's really, really useful. And once you start doing that, I think you'll find people are very interested in inviting you back, and getting players like that to play with all the time is really, really valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best thing that you can do, no matter what spec you play, is just see what you can do for your team to just make them go, oh my goodness, that was the sickest play I've ever seen. And then people just want to invite you back, right? So definitely a word or a word of advice for everyone out there. Just, you know, keep playing what you're enjoying, and yeah, attempting some of these crazy pulls. Potentially, like we see on the side of Goosey Good, all these paladins dropping low in health, and Cat goes down. No.
Yeah, he was low health coming into this pull and never quite got a chance to recover some stray shots coming out from those snipers. And unfortunately, the Ankh was used on the first pull of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Old But Gold have already killed off Domina Venomblade. They are zooming through this dungeon. That is the third boss down for them. They are on easy 3-chest pace. They are going to be heading down here, and that's a full wipe from Goosey Good. Old But Gold just need to make sure that they can handle this last little bit of the dungeon, and if they can do that, this thing is in the bag for them. It is theirs to lose at this point. They're going to start off with this triple slime pull. They do have a member of the Necrolord Covenant on their team, of course, and that does mean that they get a nice little benefit of flesh crafting near these things for a lovely little, actually a combination set of buffs when you have all three of them
isn't
here.
It?
Yeah. So it's actually been buffed as well into patch 905. It's a lot easier to do. You don't even have to fleshcraft on top of them. You just need to walk near them while fleshcraft is on cooldown, and you'll pick up their buffs, which is, you know, an AoE haste aura, an AoE damage reduction aura, and a little damage proc that proc's not too much, but the other two are really, really nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it all helps, doesn't it? And some of these races have been coming down absolutely to the wire. We've had 6-second differences in some of the completion times for these dungeons today. So, hey, you know, get that goodie bag and see what you can do. But oh, but Gold, I mean, I got it. Okay, I don't want to toot my own horn, but my predictions have been on point today. Oh, but Gold looking really solid to potentially take this game today, or to take the series and the grand finals. But anything can happen, and anything will happen. Goosey Good can still be in this thing. We just have to, just have to kind of hope that Old But Gold get a little bit distracted, maybe type a little bit in chat or whatnot, and dilly-dally and potentially wipe.
Look, in my defense, I predicted Goosey Good was going to win this match, but that was before I knew that Nagura was playing Boomkin and not tanking. If you remember earlier in this series, the map that Old But Gold lost, that was the one where she was tanking. But now that she's on the Moonkin, and if I'd known that, I, of course, would have predicted that Old But Gold was going to be just fine, as they are taking this pride into the boss as well. This is so scary. Look at those health bars. Look at JB in those wings with the bubble, and he is going to keep everybody alive. But wow, this is a hectic moment here. That infectious rain is coming out as well, and Nagura is going to go down there. They do have a battle res, but this is actually pretty sketchy here for Old But Gold. They need to finish off this pride. They need to get that ticking damage to stop, and they've done it. And now they just need to recover here. There's no more dot on everybody. The infectious rain is going to be skipped. They get the battle res out onto Nagura, and they are now Actually, they did not skip the infectious rain. Here it comes. So this is a big dot on everybody. 2 stacks. They skipped the last 2 of the stacks at least. So it is not too deadly, but well played by Old But Gold. That was an extremely aggressive pull, and I am incredibly impressed they were able to make that thing work.
I don't know why they did it, though. They know that they're ahead. They're definitely watching the stream. I know they're watching the stream. I don't know why they attempted it. They're like pretty much a full boss ahead. And
they came to game.
Went for they came to game, apparently. Absolutely. JB's just absolutely seething from earlier, getting punished for playing his specs, and he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna win this thing. I'm just gonna style on this game, and yeah, they came to play, absolutely. Another infectious rain coming in here, but the Ashen Hallow comes down. Everyone runs out of it. No big deal. And yeah, going on to the final segment of Margrave's Health. They've got 100% of their trash bar. It looks like Old But Gold are going to be taking this series, taking the final, and taking the prize pool to their charity of choice, which I can't actually remember.
That is the Trevor Project. Yes, this does crown the Trevor Project as the world's most worthy charity officially here. Of all charities, the champions there by their incredible heroes here in Old But Gold, securing this win. And this has been an incredible performance from them. This Plague Fall has been so fast. 17:43 is the end timer there as Old But Gold take home the series and take home our entire tournament here.
Old But Gold of this charity tournament. Congratulations to them, and they will, of course, be getting that prize pool money going to their charity as well. So that's $4,000 to their charity of choice, and then, of course, second place gets $1,500, and the rest of the teams competing today, 3rd through 8th, gets $750 of that prize pool going to their charity of choice. And I've got a tally for everyone as well, the final amounts that we ended up here with the donations from you guys watching from home. Equal Justice Initiative, $2,780. Girls Who Code, $2,200. The Trevor Project, $2,000. Able Gamers, $1,600. US Vet, $3,510. So that's $12,104.80 of total donations from you guys, plus that $10,000 in the prize pool, plus merch sale money. That's about $23,000 raised for charity, guys. That is incredible, Dratnos.
That is a lot of money going to a lot of great causes, actually. So very, 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 very well done by all of our players and all of you who've been watching, who've been donating. This is, great job all around.
Great job all around. Old But Gold coming in hot with 2-1 for that best of 3 final jet. How are they able to pull that off?
I think it really goes to show that being aggressive, risking it for the biscuit, pays dividends. I think Old But Gold, that pull at the end was crazy. They didn't need to do that, and they just wanted to flex on everyone, and they just showed, they're the best team here. I think for Goosey Good, it kind of fell apart right from the get-go. I think it was Sai that said the first pull. Technically, that was the first pull, right? With the all the trash with the first boss, and it kind of just just never really recovered from there. But yeah, just hats off to Old But Gold. Really good performance. Shout out to our guest player for tanking the grand finals and taking the W.
Huge shout out to all of our guest players. They really showed up today. They really equally contributed alongside those professionals as well as the streamers that we did have on the show. So well done all around. But Old But Gold, they will be getting that prize pool money going to their charity of choice, as well as the merch sale money, and that charity is the Trevor Project. I have a note here from the captain, Petco. He says, "We chose the Trevor Project because video games are where a lot of young adults escape from the pressures of life, and doubly so for LGBTQ youth. Gaming hasn't always been the most inclusive culture, and we'd like to help change that." So congratulations to them. That's a lot of money going to their charity of choice, and I think that wraps things up. Anybody want to give a final word before I sign us off here?
Just that today, just that the event has been an absolutely incredible event. It was so cool. Chat was so great today. Chat were absolutely phenomenal. They were on form. And yeah, they were just getting involved in all of the memes, really creating a good atmosphere to cast on. And you know, I'm casting, I'm constantly looking at chat, and just watching them all enjoy themselves was really like energy building. And seeing the teams, I mean, Jet was giving the analysis of that final game, and just seeing Old But Gold, just their confidence just building and building and building through this tournament. They've gone, we're in the final, let's just do some crazy pulls. And we've just seen that gradual building today, especially like, you know, with these donations coming in and everything. And just a really phenomenal event. Again, thank you to everyone that's taken part, the chat, the donators, the players, the guests coming in as well, production team, casters, host. You've been doing a great job. And yeah, to the mods and
you guys too.
So, hey, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely well done for everyone all around. There's a ton of people working that have worked tremendously hard to make this event possible. And in the end, it really, really did pay off, because at the end of the day, you know, win or lose, every single person that participated and helped out with this event contributed to a number of charities getting a huge amount of support from us. So thank you so much. And with that, exclamation merch in the chat. The official limited edition merch will be on sale for another week. So for sure, go check that out, because those proceeds will still be going to the winning charity, Old But Gold's the Trevor Project charity. So for sure, go check that out. I am wearing the sweatshirt myself right now. And thank you to We Are Nations for partnering up with us for this event, or to help make that official apparel for this event. You can see everything here on our screen of what we've got on sale. Also, exclamation giveaway in chat. We've still got that giveaway going on. One of our sponsors, Blue Microphone, not only hooked up every single amateur with their own Blue Microphone, but they're also providing us one to give away for you guys as well. And alongside that, we've got a Complexity-Limit jersey signed by Maximum himself and signed Pro-Am merch pack. So exclamation giveaway in chat if you want to take part in that. And a final sponsor shout out to everyone helping us out today with the event: GT Law, Blue Microphone, Twitch, We Are Nations, and Wowhead. And of course, this amazing, incredible event has been brought to you by the wonderful people of Raider.io, Keystone Masters, Complexity Limit. And that is it for us. Thank you so much, and we will see you next time.